Chi Fan, you're up. Step forward and test your spirit root. Head teacher Song Chungmin called out Chi Fan's name. Chi Fan looked at the gray-haired Song Chungmin standing beside an ethereal beauty in ancient costume. He then glanced behind the ancient costume beauty where a massive golden-crowned winged python was coiled, and everything still felt like a dream. Chi Fan had originally been a student at Xuanjiang No. 2 high school, but he had dropped out after his first year of senior high. This time his former class held a graduation dinner and reunion where everyone drank quite a bit. But to everyone's shock, upon sobering up, they found themselves on the summit of a place called Lingguan Mountain, where head teacher Song Chungmin had arranged for them to test their spirit roots. In Song Chungmin's words, their academic performance was so poor that they had no future in the real world and would only end up as overworked corporate slaves. Better to follow him to this so-called Xuanjiang world to cultivate immortality. At first no one believed it, thinking it was a prank show. But when they saw a golden-winged python nearly 20 meters long fly up from below the mountain, their entire worldview shattered. This was truly a world of cultivation. Chi Fan pushed aside his scattered thoughts, stepped forward immediately, and pressed his hand against the pentagonal pedestal before the ancient costume beauty. A corner of the pentagonal pedestal immediately emitted a faint cyan glow. Good. Next one. Head teacher Song Chungmin shouted. Chi Fan stood to the side. His sworn brother and childhood friend Feng Bin, who had already been tested, immediately said to him, Chi Fan, yours lit up too. Looks like you have a spirit root. We can all cultivate now. Huh. This is amazing. I can't believe that old Skinflint Song actually brought us to this Xuanjiang world to cultivate. I feel like I'm dreaming. Pinch me, am I dreaming? Chi Fan said, we're probably not dreaming. We've really transmigrated. The other classmates were also testing their spirit roots. Soon the 20 students Song Chungmin had brought all completed the so-called spirit root test in succession. Without exception, they all produced only faint glows, differing only in color. When it was the class study committee member Chen Yao's turn, suddenly a corner of the pentagonal testing device flared with brilliant blue light. Excellent. Chen Yao, outstanding. Head teacher Song Chungmin called out in praise, causing the others who had already completed the test to feel a pang in their hearts. Teacher Song, what about us? Do we have spirit roots too? Someone could not help but ask. Song Chungmin replied coldly, what's the rush? I'll announce the results after everyone is tested. Hearts rose and fell in the crowd. Finally, when it was the last student's turn, the class's worst performing student, the yellow-haired one, a corner of the pentagonal pedestal emitted a bright red light. Huh. It's glowing. Glowing bright. I knew I had potential. I'm amazing. The yellow-haired boy howled with excitement. Song Chungmin also showed surprise, then great joy. At this point, all 20 students in the class had completed the test. Song Chungmin cupped his hands in a formal bow toward the female immortal master and spoke a few sentences in a language that Chi Fan and the others could not understand at all. Then he looked at the female immortal master with anticipation. The female immortal master took out 2 pill bottles and tossed them to Song Chungmin. Song Chungmin spoke a few more words to her, and she nodded. He then walked over to the 20 students who all watched him intently. Teacher Song, what's going on? Do we actually have spirit roots or not? Someone asked again. Song Chungmin said, you do. Except for Chun Yao and Yin Haochen, all 18 of you have spirit roots. However, you still cannot cultivate because yours are weak spirit roots. Even if you try to cultivate, success would be extremely difficult, equivalent to asking you to rank first in the entire country. Upon hearing this metaphor, the group immediately deflated. Teacher Song, if we can't cultivate, can you send us back? Yeah. Teacher Song, I want to go back and play games. I just bought a new computer and haven't even assembled it yet. My mom's probably calling me home for dinner too. I want to go back as well. Song Chungmin said coldly, go back. At the dinner table, I made it perfectly clear. I said I'd take you to a place with people, demons, monsters, and immortals, and that once we go, there's no coming back. I had everyone vote by a show of hands to decide for yourselves whether to stay or leave. All 20 of you raised your hands. The language class representative Wang Qiwen said with a tearful expression, Teacher Song, we thought that was a metaphor. That society is a great dying vat, that people in society come in all forms like demons and monsters, that you meant we were going to struggle in society. Who could have known you really meant this Xuanjiang world? Who has time for metaphors with you? You didn't work hard in class and now you're trying to wriggle out of it. Song Chungmin said in a low voice. Life is like a chess game. Once you make a move, there's no regret. To tell you the truth, I can't go back either. Besides, you're not completely unable to cultivate. You can still follow my path and embark on the road of cultivation through martial arts. Song Chungmin's tone shifted. Chi Fan asked, Teacher Song, what other way is there to cultivate? Song Chungmin said, you all have weak spirit roots, but weak spirit roots don't mean you're completely shut out from the immortal path, because you can enter the Tao through martial arts and broaden your spirit root. Song Chungmin suddenly struck out, with a single palm strike through the air toward a rock behind the group. That rock, more than 10 meters away and over a meter tall, had a palm print smashed into its center. See that? This is the martial way. Upon seeing this, Chi Fan's gaze sharpened. So this is the martial way. Then Then doesn't that mean I've already stepped onto the path of martial arts? He had a secret. Inside his body lived a hunger worm that greatly increased his appetite and gave him superhuman strength. But the price was crippling hunger every 1 to 2 hours. Unable to attend school, he had dropped out after his first year of senior high and later became a competitive eater to earn a living. Originally, Chi Fan had planned to wait until he turned 18 and then become a boxer and live a comfortable life. But unexpectedly, he had transmigrated to this mysterious cultivation world. But can it really work? Them cultivating immortality while I train in martial arts? Chi Fan fell into deep thought. That's incredible. Holy crap. I want to learn martial arts. Teacher Song, I want to learn too. The crowd was astounded, especially the male students who grew ecstatic with excitement. Song Qingmin continued. When martial arts reach their peak, one can generate a wisp of innate qi. With this innate qi, one can expand the spiritual root and achieve the purpose of cultivation. A weak spiritual root is already 1 in 100 in the Xuanjiang world. Since all of you possess weak spiritual roots, your path to immortality is not entirely severed. Teacher Song, teach us martial arts. Class monitor Deng Xiang immediately spoke up. Song Qingmin shook his head. I am going to cultivate immortality. If you want to learn martial arts, go down the mountain. Down the mountain. Everyone gazed downward. But they were currently at the mountain peak with a thick sea of clouds below, unable to see where the foot of the mountain lay. The place you are currently at is called the Lingguan Mountain Mining District. It is one of the mining areas under the jurisdiction of the Xuanjiang sect, a cultivation sect. This mining district has many martial artists who follow the path of entering Tao through martial arts. The Xuanjiang sect provides them with martial arts manuals on one hand and medicinal cuisine to help them quickly improve their martial arts realm on the other. Now you have 2 choices. The first choice, join this mining district and mine for the Xuanjiang sect. You will receive martial arts manuals and medicinal cuisine for free. Even if you fail in the future and leave the mining district, you will still be martial arts experts in the mortal world outside. The second choice, I will take you out of Lingguan Mountain right now, and you will venture into the Xuanjiang world on your own, fending for yourselves. This place's language is unintelligible. I'll join Lingguan Mountain. I'll join Lingguan Mountain too. I'm willing to mine. Several students at the scene expressed their stance one after another. Feng Bin immediately asked Chi Fan. Chi Fan, why do I feel something is off? It feels like Teacher Song has sold all of us out and sold us to a mining district. Chi Fan frowned, for he indeed shared the same thought. From the moment Song Qingmin brought them here and charged fees for the spiritual root test, Chi Fan had sensed something fishy. But now could he refuse? This place was unfamiliar, the language unintelligible. Leaving the mining district might not be a good choice. At the very least here, their lives should not be threatened. Let's dig. Start mining first, we'll deal with the rest later. Chi Fan and Feng Bin also expressed their agreement to stay and mine at Lingguan Mountain. Alright, if there are no issues, then follow me down the mountain. Song Qingmin turned to Yan Haochen and Xunyao. Xunyao, Yan Haochen, you 2 stay here. The Immortal Master will arrange things for you. Song Qingmin led the remaining 18 people down the mountain. The mountain path was straight stone steps similar to those of Tianmen Mountain, but even steeper. Fortunately, they were going downhill. As everyone descended, they noticed sheer cliff walls on both sides with numerous caves. Occasionally, strangely dressed people emerged from these caves. Clearly not from Earth, their attire somewhat similar to ancient Chinese clothing. Teacher Song, will we only be able to live in these stone caves on both sides from now on? Won't we have to climb these stone steps every day? A student asked Song Qingmin. Song Qingmin had received 2 bottles of pills from the female Immortal Master and was in excellent spirits. He smiled. Living in these stone caves is not easy. Those who can live in these caves are all martial arts experts. Also, the mountain peak is the area where the Immortal Masters reside. Once you're at Lingguan Mountain, unless you've cultivated to the peak of martial arts, don't come up the mountain. Otherwise, you're seeking death. Everyone suddenly understood. Feng Bin asked, Teacher Song, how many Immortal Masters are up there? Song Qingmin shook his head. I don't know either, but more than one. They are specifically stationed to guard the mining district. Before long, Song Qingmin led everyone to the foot of the mountain. About 100 meters to the right of the mountain base, there was a stone-walled fortress resembling a stockade. Inside the fortress, the terrain was flat with a massive open ground. On each side, there was an enormous cave. On the great open ground, over 1,000 wooden stakes stood erected. At that moment, at least 30 young men and women were vigorously practicing unusual postures on the wooden stakes. Before everyone, a middle-aged man in a black robe sat on a wooden chair, legs crossed, flipping through a book. When Song Qingmin walked in with 18 students, the black-robed middle-aged man looked up, immediately stood up from his seat, and proactively walked towards Song Qingmin to greet him. Teacher Song, how did it go? The black-robed middle-aged man actually spoke fluent Mandarin, leaving everyone somewhat astonished. Chi Fan, how does this person know our Chinese language? Feng Bin asked in surprise. Chi Fan speculated, this person should have also been brought here from Earth by Teacher Song. It seems we're not the first batch. Upon hearing this, Feng Bin was stunned for a moment, but felt this was the only reasonable explanation. However, what method did Song Chungmin use to bring them here? Song Chungmin smiled at the black-robed middle-aged man. Not bad luck. I won the gamble this time and found 2 immortal seedlings. The black-robed middle-aged man was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately cupped his fists towards Song Chungmin. It seems Teacher Song, you obtained 2 chi gathering pills. I must congratulate Teacher Song. Teacher Song, the immortal path awaits you. Song Chungmin waved his hand. I am already over 60 years old, and only now have I taken this first step. The time left for me is not much. The future still depends on you young people. Right, these 18 people are like you all with weak spiritual roots. They have all agreed to stay here at Lingwan Mountain. Teach them the local language. If they don't succeed in blood ascension, at the very least they can earn a living in the Xuanjiang world. The black-robed middle-aged man agreed without hesitation. Song Chungmin turned to Deng Xiang and the others. This person's name is Yang. Can one of my students from the class of 2008 at Xuanjiang know? 2 middle school. He is also one of the instructors here responsible for teaching you martial arts. Learn well from Senior Yang can. How much you can learn depends entirely on your own fortune. Teacher Song, what about you? Where are you going? Someone caught the implied meaning in Song Chungmin's words and immediately asked me. Song Chungmin gazed toward the mountains beyond, sighing with emotion. 30 years since entering the Xuanjiang world, 30 years of time wasted in vain. Only today do I have the qualification to glimpse a corner of the immortal path. Over 60 years old, only now beginning to cultivate immortality. I wonder how far I can still walk on this path. After saying this, Song Chungmin strode out of the fortress without looking back. Teacher Song. Yang called out. Song Chungmin stopped his pace and turned to look at him. Teacher Song, will we have the chance to meet again? Yang asked hopefully. Song Chungmin laughed heartily. 10 years. If I am still alive in 10 years, whether or not I can take that step, I will come back to share one last gathering with you all. After saying this, Song Chungmin disappeared outside the fortress without looking back. Yang stared at Song Chungmin's retreating figure, dazed for a long moment, then turned around to look back at the 18 somewhat bewildered people. Yang pointed at the 2 karst caves behind him and said, Men go to the left cave, women go to the right cave. Find a spot to put your things and gather outside in 10 minutes. The group split up and entered the caves. The 12 male students made their way into the cave, where they discovered an odd kind of glowing stone hanging from the ceiling above, providing just enough light to keep the cave from being pitch black. The interior of the cave was vast, with occasional stone pillars descending from above, making it look just like a karst cavern. On the ground there were many crude wooden beds, and as one drew closer, a foul stench hit the nose. This is the place we're supposed to stay. It's too terrible. Yeah, it stinks. I smell urine. Surely they haven't been using the cave as a toilet. Several classmates couldn't stand it. Chi Fan looked around and found a relatively clean, empty spot, then set his satchel down on the ground. Fongbin had a bit of a cleanliness obsession and searched everywhere for a suitable spot. Meanwhile, class monitor Deng Xiang had already started barking orders. Fongbin still hadn't found a good spot, but he didn't bring much to put down anyway. The group arrived at the open ground outside the cave entrance. Yang stood before them with his hands clasped behind his back. Someone complained, Senior Yang, it's too filthy in there. Can we go find our own place to stay? Yeah, we walked all the way here. Anywhere else would be better than this. Seeing someone speak up, Fongbin quickly joined in. Yang said calmly, no need to go through all that trouble. In a month you'll leave that cave anyway. Class monitor Deng Xiang asked, Senior Yang, what do you mean by that? Yang continued, you only have 1 month to practice the Yuyang stance skill. After a month, whether you succeed or not, you must leave this place. The only difference is that those who master the Yuyang stance skill will be assigned excellent posts, while those who don't will only get jobs like logistics. Someone couldn't help asking, logistics? I don't want to do logistics. If we fail, can we leave Lingwan Mountain? Yang shook his head. No. Then if we can't master Yuyang's stance skill, doesn't that mean we'll keep toiling in this mining area until we die? Fongbin pressed. Yang nodded. In a certain sense, yes. For instance, even I find it very difficult to leave Lingwan Mountain. At these words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Some had already begun cursing Song Chungmin in low voices. Enough, Yang said. Let me tell you. Out there, countless martial artists dream of entering Lingwan Mountain to mine, because in the outside world it's harder than reaching the heavens to come into contact with immortals. Yang went on, you've gotten incredibly lucky too. First, Teacher Song paid out of his own pocket to test your spiritual roots, and now he's arranged for you to practice the Yuyang stance skill. Yang pointed at the 30-odd men and women nearby who were training hard with punches and said, these people paid a huge fortune to earn a 1-month practice qualification. Your starting point has already surpassed too many others. According to Senior Yang, that Song the Skinfleecer really did bleed a lot for us. Fongbin muttered quietly to Chi Fan. Chi Fan was getting impatient and spoke up, Senior Yang, tell us what martial arts are. Yang nodded and said, martial arts is the art of strengthening the body and using acquired effort to make up for innate deficiencies. Ultimately, it expands the spiritual root until one reaches a state where cultivation is possible. Yang continued, in general martial arts are divided into three major realms: blood ascension, bone tempering, and meridian opening. Once you reach the meridian opening realm, you open postnatal chi meridians within the 5 organs. Using the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, you stimulate prenatal chi. When the 5 meridians merge as one and strike against the weak spiritual root, there is a chance to broaden it. Then you can learn celestial secret arts and step into the ranks of true cultivators. At that point, Yang Kan's face was full of longing. In the end, he added, Teacher Song is a grand martial arts master at the limit of meridian opening. He has opened all 5 meridians. Teacher Song is awesome. Yeah, does that mean Teacher Song can become an immortal cultivator? Only then did everyone realize how formidable Song Chengmin was. What about you, Senior Yang? What realm are you? Chi Fan asked. Yang Kan said me. I'm currently at the Blood Ascension realm. The Blood Ascension realm is divided into 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Ascension. I'm at the 3rd Ascension. Then how long did it take you to reach the 3rd Ascension in Lingguan Mountain? Chi Fan pressed. 8 years. In the remaining 7 years I've made almost no progress. Yang Kan answered. Hearing this, everyone's hearts were shaken. 8 years for Blood Ascension. 15 years in total, and still trapped in this realm. Is martial arts really this difficult? Fongbin followed up, Senior Yang, you also came from Earth. By all accounts you should be like us. You also have a weak spiritual root, right? Fongbin continued, if you have a weak spiritual root, does it give you any boost in martial arts? Yang Kan replied, having a spiritual root or not gives no boost at all to martial arts. Not to mention weak spiritual roots. Even true spiritual roots provide no advantage to martial cultivation. Yang Kan went on, besides, don't look down on my 8 years to Blood Ascension. Within Lingguan Mountain, almost 70 to 80% of people are trapped in the Blood Ascension realm, and many of them are stuck there for the rest of their lives. Hearing this pitiful advancement rate, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Alright, now I'll teach you the Yuyang stance skill. Let me demonstrate it once. Watch carefully. Yang Kan lightly tapped his foot and leaped directly onto the wooden stakes over 2 meters high. Yuyang stance skill. Body like jade, borrowing the power of the blazing sun to sublimate the blood of the body. But different postures can activate different acupoints. You must perform the movements accurately to open them. As he spoke, Yang Kan demonstrated the forms of the Yuyang stance skill. Everyone watched with rapt attention, but Yang Kan's postures were extremely strange. Sometimes like a golden rooster standing on one leg, sometimes like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, and sometimes like a spear turning back for a final strike. Yet no matter how he shifted his stances, each step landed precisely on the wooden stake. His feet seemed to be part of the stake itself, firm and steady without the slightest wobble. After 9 postures in total, Yang Kan jump down. The Yuyang stance skill is a top-level martial art passed down from the Xuanjiang sect. In total, it has 36 postures. Over the next few days, you'll first learn 9 of them. Later, I'll teach you the remaining ones. Yang Kan said, I'll give you 1 hour to practice on the ground first. After an hour, you get on the stakes. Everyone immediately started mimicking the movements. Many hadn't remembered the moves clearly and asked Yang Kan, who patiently taught them again and again in person. Chi Fan also found an open spot and closed his eyes to carefully recall the first move Yang Kan had taught. Once he figured it out, he performed the first posture, a stance similar to a yoga pose with 1 foot on the ground, while both hands and his right leg were suspended in the air. Many of the other students couldn't do it accurately or else wobbled while doing it. But Chi Fan had an extremely strong physique, and he held the pose rock steady. Yang Kan, watching from the side, suddenly had his eyes light up. What is your name? Chi Fan. Yang Kan asked. You have a sturdy build. Have you trained before? A little. Chi Fan nodded in reply. Good. Keep at it. Our martial training is meant to temper the body, but your movements are not precise enough yet. Ask me if there's anything you don't understand. Chi Fan thanked him at once and resumed practicing. Nice one, Chi Fan. A fellow like you is bound to become a martial artist. As soon as Yang Kan left, Feng Bin grinned at Chi Fan. Chi Fan was filled with resolve. Stroking the pendant, he murmured to himself, Grandpa, this hunger bug pendant was left to me by you. What secret does it hold? Or does it have some other origin? That was right. Chi Fan's formidable physique was all due to the hunger bug pendant he wore. Back when his grandfather passed away, Chi Fan found a peculiar amber pendant while sorting through his belongings. Inside the amber pendant was a strange insect, so he put the pendant on. From that moment on, Chi Fan developed a severe hunger condition. Less than an hour would pass before he had to devour large amounts of food, otherwise he would suffer severe hypoglycemia. He went to hospitals for a thorough checkup, more than one hospital in fact, but in the end, nothing abnormal was found. Eventually, Chi Fan had no choice but to drop out of school and drift between odd jobs in exchange for food. It was only after a long time that Chi Fan realized the amber pendant was the cause. As soon as he removed the amber pendant, his ravenous hunger disappeared. But by then, Chi Fan had already signed with a live streaming company and become a professional food streamer. Since a contract had been signed, breaching it would incur an astronomical penalty. Chi Fan had no choice but to keep wearing the amber pendant and go on living as a food streamer. He also named the insect inside the pendant the hunger bug. After consuming large amounts of food, Qi Fan felt that his physical condition was a cut above ordinary people's. From then on he wore the amber pendant willingly and ate ravenously. The hunger bug inside is gone. This is bad. Suddenly Qi Fan realized that the hunger bug had vanished from the amber pendant. His face turned grim at once. This was the very foundation of his increased strength. Could it have something to do with this Xuanjiang world? Qi Fan wondered in private. He immediately searched himself all over but found no trace of the hunger bug. The amber pendant itself was still perfectly intact with no signs of damage. Forget it. I'll just take things one step at a time. Qi Fan cast aside stray thoughts and continued training hard. An hour later, everyone had basically learned all 9 movements. Of course, they only had the outward forms down. Yang then ordered them up onto the stakes. The stakes were 2 meters high. The students managed to climb up though with some effort. But performing the movements was another matter. One of them lost his balance and fell off, his face black and blue, groaning loudly. 8 years ago I was just like you. Together with 2 other students, I entered this Xuanjiang world through Teacher Song's Chengfeng Tower, and together we came into Lingguan Mountain. Yang clasped his hands behind his back and continued speaking as if to himself beneath the stakes. The other 2 failed. I alone mastered the Yuyang stake technique within a month and obtained a good assignment. Of my 2 classmates, one was a boy and one was a girl. The girl, in order to escape hard labor, and because she had no skill at all, could only attach herself to a powerful figure at Lingguan Mountain and become his plaything. In the end, she contracted a venereal disease and died with pus oozing from her entire body. At this point, Yang Kan's gaze grew complicated. It was hard to say whether he had once harbored feelings for that female classmate. The other one went into logistics work, barely surviving as a porter. After 5 years, he died from overwork. This is the fate of those who cannot master martial arts. Yang Kan's words stabbed into everyone's hearts like needles, leaving no one daring to slack off. Those who had fallen from the stakes gritted their teeth and climbed back up to continue practicing. A female classmate couldn't help asking Senior Yang, then why didn't they go back? 8 years ago, Teacher Song should still have been able to return, right? Otherwise, he couldn't have continued teaching us at Xuanjiang. No. To middle school. Go back. Yang sneered. You're too naive. Do you think Teacher Song would let them return? Why wouldn't he let them return? The female classmate still couldn't follow the logic and pressed the question, but Yang did not continue with an answer. Fengbin, meanwhile, was on the stake, going through his movements. He asked Qi Fan curiously, Qi Fan, what did Senior Yang mean by that? Why didn't Teacher Song let them go back? Qi Fan replied, because if they returned, they might expose the fact that Teacher Song can travel between 2 worlds. Once that happened, Teacher Song would have no place to stay on Earth. Fengbin suddenly understood, and then he said, Qi Fan, do you think Teacher Song is lying to us? Maybe he can actually go back. Qi Fan thought for a moment, and said, even if he is lying to you, there's nothing you can do. Unless one day your fist is bigger than his. Fengbin gritted his teeth, and said firmly, I'm 18 this year, and he's already over 60. How many more decades can he live? Unless he truly succeeds in cultivating immortality. Qi Fan was speechless. He had thought Fengbin was going to vow to make his fists bigger than Song Qingmin's, but all Fengbin wanted was to outlive him. Ouch! Suddenly Fengbin fell off the stake, landing hard on his backside. The pain was so severe that he couldn't climb to his feet for a long time. In less than half an hour, of the 18 students present, 16 had fallen from the stakes. All except Qi Fan and another crew-cut male student. That other male student had been watching Qi Fan the whole time. Qi Fan, that Xuanjiang keeps staring at you. He's probably trying to compete with you. Fengbin climbed back onto the stake and jutted his chin toward Qi Fan. Qi Fan glanced at the tall, dark-skinned young man with the crew cut. This man was named Xuanjiang, the class sports committee member, and the 2 had bad blood. Xuanjiang had lived at school back then, and so had Qi Fan, but the 2 stayed in different dormitories. Once Xuanjiang lost something and suspected Qi Fan of having stolen it. According to Xuanjiang, while he was half asleep during the midday break that day, he vaguely saw a figure whose back looked exactly like Qi Fan's leaving their dormitory. Later, Xuanjiang summoned Qi Fan to his dormitory, spoke in an aggressive manner, and the 2 ended up fighting. The incident was brought before Song Qingmin, who applied the principle of presumption of innocence and made Xuanjiang apologize to Qi Fan in front of the whole class. However, from then on, the grudge between them was firmly established. Qi Fan also knew that Xuanjiang still believed deep in his heart that Qi Fan had taken his things. That was Xuanjiang's nature, extremely self-assured, and he had always regarded Qi Fan as a thief. Qi Fan did not treat Xuanjiang as an opponent. As he was now, even 3 Xuanjiangs would be no match for him. Yang sat below the stakes, sipping an unidentified drink, and his gaze frequently turned toward Qi Fan and Xuanjiang. There really are 2 promising talents here, far better than I was back then. Yang thought to himself. At length he murmured again, I missed out on a genius once. This time I can't hesitate. However, my resources are limited. Without compromising my own path, I can only bet on one person. As Yang was deliberating, Qi Fan suddenly began shaking all over while standing on the stake. Yonkin frowned. The next moment Chi Fan's footing gave way, and he fell off the stake. Chi Fan, what happened to you? Feng Bin, who had been standing on the stake, shouted immediately. Chi Fan waved weakly low blood sugar. Chi Fan felt a surge of confusion in his heart. The hunger worm within the amber pendant had clearly vanished. Why then was he still suffering this hunger disease? Could it be that the hunger worm had not disappeared after all? Had the hunger worm entered his body? Oh no! Feng Bin immediately shouted to those around him. Does anyone have food? Chi Fan is having a hypoglycemic episode. I have some. A short-haired girl handed a piece of candy to Feng Bin. He hastily fed it to Chi Fan, but the candy had little effect on him. Feng Bin urgently asked, Li Yuru, do you have any more candy? Li Yuru shook her head. None left. Anxiety gnawed at Feng Bin as he turned to Yang. Can Senior Yang how long until mealtime? Yang replied, meals will be served when it's time. Glancing at Chi Fan, he added, help him over here to rest a bit. Feng Bin quickly descended from the stake and supported Chi Fan as they made their way to Yang Can. By now Chi Fan was trembling uncontrollably, his complexion deathly pale, and his stomach let out thunderous growls. Yang was startled as well. This severe. Is this really hypoglycemia? Feng Bin scratched his head. I don't know either, Senior Yang. Do you have anything to eat? I'm afraid something might happen if this continues. Yang said, just hold on a little longer. It'll be time to eat soon. Feng Bin was terribly anxious, but there was nothing he could do but wait. Meanwhile, as the hunger illness seized Chi Fan, his consciousness grew increasingly hazy. In a daze, he sensed himself drifting into some kind of enclosed space. I'm in this strange dream again. Chi Fan murmured to himself. Looking down at his body, he found himself clad in smooth black armor, his arms transformed into ant-like limbs with antennae sprouting from his head. There was no doubt about it. Chi Fan in the dream had become an insect. Yet he felt no panic, for over these 2 years, nearly every time he fell asleep, he would appear in this very dream. He knew this dream was connected to the hunger worm within his body. In the past, simply removing the amber pendant would free him from the dream, but now that the hunger worm had burrowed into his body, he likely could not escape. Right? Let me see what changes have occurred in the insect world outside. Chi Fan crawled forward a little distance. He found himself trapped within a white cocoon, or perhaps it was an eggshell. This white eggshell was nearly translucent, and through it, he could vaguely make out the scene outside. Chi Fan peered outward. Faintly visible through the shell was a dense forest, ancient trees towering toward the heavens with insects crawling along the ground and others flying through the air, their forms endlessly varied and their numbers immense. There was no doubt about it. This was the insect world Chi Fan had spoken of. Could this be the Xuanjiang world? Chi Fan wondered silently. If this truly was the Xuanjiang world, and his physical body could locate this place, could he find the hunger worm's eggshell and unravel the mystery of the hunger worm? Let's try to break through this eggshell. Chi Fan retreated slightly, then surged forward, ramming the translucent shell with the antennae atop his head. The eggshell proved unyielding, and each successive impact yielded little progress. Yet Chi Fan's efforts were not entirely in vain. Each repeated strike caused a small indentation to form where he struck. It would not be long before he could truly break through a hole. After a round of attempts, fatigue washed over Chi Fan. In the past, whenever exhaustion set in, he would naturally awaken from the dream, rise to replenish his energy, and return to rest. But this time Chi Fan did not exit this dream space. This is bad. My hunger illness is acting up, and there are no 4 drips here. Will I even be able to wake up? I won't be trapped here forever, will I? Turning into an insect. Chi Fan thought to himself in alarm. The first time his hunger illness struck and he collapsed, he had been rushed to the hospital, wherein 4 drip of glucose solution revived him. But here at the Lingguan mountain mining site, there likely would be no 4 drips available. Who knows how long he waited before Chi Fan suddenly felt the world spinning, the surrounding space growing hazy. I'm getting out. Joy bloomed in Chi Fan's heart. In the next instant, he felt the sunlight piercing his eyes and realized he was lying in Feng Bin's arms. Feng Bin held a bowl containing an unusual crimson liquid with a particularly foul odor. Worse still, its taste was intensely stimulating, burning his throat like fiery liquor and making him feel extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, Feng Bin was pouring the peculiar yet repulsive red liquid directly into his mouth. Chi Fan, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to die. Feng Bin exclaimed with joy, speaking with a smile. Chi Fan quickly pushed the bowl away and asked, what is this stuff? Why does it taste so terrible? Feng Bin explained, Senior Brother Yang says this is blood-raising soup. It has miraculous effects on our martial arts cultivation. This soup is truly amazing. Didn't I get bruised and battered earlier with multiple hematomas all over my body? After drinking it, the injuries actually improved. Feng Bin rolled up his sleeve to show Chi Fan the wounds from his previous fall. Earlier he had sustained bruises, but now only faint traces remained. If this could be brought back to Earth, no exaggeration, it would be far superior to any Yunnan Baiyao ointment. We could easily build a company worth billions without any trouble. Feng Bin speculated. Unfortunately, it remained just speculation. At that moment, some people sat on the ground drinking blood-raising soup, while others queued before a cart to get their bowls. A beautiful young woman was serving the soup to everyone. Each person gets only one bowl per day. This is essential for blood cultivation and also serves as your daily nutrition. You should avoid wasting it. Hearing that each person received only one bowl of soup per day, the crowd was somewhat surprised. Class monitor Deng Xiang asked, "Senior brother Yang, can just this one bowl of soup satisfy our hunger?" "Absolutely." Yang stood with his hands behind his back and explained, "The blood-raising soup has countless miraculous benefits. First, it can stimulate the latent potential within your blood. Second, it contains numerous nutrients, making a full day without hunger completely achievable. The tuition fees teacher Song paid for you were mostly spent on this blood-raising soup. If placed on the open market, this single bowl of blood-raising soup would be worth enough to feed a family of 4 for 3 years, and it's the kind of item where there's no market price available." The crowd no longer dared to waste it and finished every last drop. However, the blood-raising soup was extremely spicy, and many people only dared to drink it in small sips. Chi Fan, not daring to drink it all, feared that if the hunger crisis struck later, he would have nothing left. He asked Feng Bin to watch the bowl while he returned to the limestone cave, where he had previously left his bag, found a cup, and poured most of the blood-raising soup into it for storage. Drinking blood-raising soup before practicing the Yuyang stance yields the best results. "Hurry and take your positions," Yang urged. Everyone immediately climbed onto their stances, and Chi Fan also climbed onto his stance to begin practicing. For the following hours, everyone practiced with great effort. The blood-raising soup indeed proved remarkably effective. Chi Fan's hunger crises, which had previously occurred every 2 hours, could now be delayed for an additional half hour after drinking those few sips. Before the hunger crisis struck, Chi Fan would quickly drink a few more sips of blood-raising soup. In this manner, 5 or 6 hours passed in a flash. The sun set in the west, and the sky gradually darkened. "There's a sun here too. Wait, is that really a sun?" Chi Fan muttered to himself while gazing at the setting sun in the sky. Compared to Earth's sun, the sun here was noticeably larger and carried a peculiar blue-red hue. "That's enough for today's practice. I'll teach you 30 characters from the Xuanjiang world. Memorize them on your own." Yang spent 10 minutes briefly explaining 30 commonly used characters from the Xuanjiang world along with their pronunciations, then reminded them not to leave the village before departing. "Why do these Xuanjiang world characters look somewhat similar to our Chinese pictographic writing?" Feng Bin asked in confusion. "They are somewhat similar. Could it be related to our Earth?" Could Earth still be hiding some profound secret? "Chi Fan, come on, let's head back to sleep," Feng Bin called out. Everyone entered the cave to rest. Another 20 or so natives from the Xuanjiang world also made their way into the cave, many of them scrutinizing Chi Fan's group. Chi Fan returned to the spot he had chosen and sat down. Not far from him sat a native dressed in clean white clothing. At this moment, 3 natives approached him, each producing a container that still held some blood-rising soup. They poured these blood-rising soups into a large bottle placed before the white-clothed native, exactly enough to fill a bowl. "What's the meaning of this?" Chi Fan wondered silently. The white-clothed native seemed to sense someone's gaze and turned toward Chi Fan. Chi Fan did not look away. After holding the stare with the white-clothed native for a moment, he finally began to rest. Soon thunderous snoring echoed through the cave. Even Chi Fan drifted into the land of dreams before long. However, this time Chi Fan did not enter that eggshell dimension. He only had a few dozen minutes each night to access the eggshell space. The night passed without incident. At dawn the next day, Chi Fan heard a soft rustling sound. Opening his eyes, he noticed that the white-clothed man nearby had already risen. He drained the blood-rising soup the 3 men had given him the night before in one gulp, then departed the cave. By now fully awake and unable to sleep anyway, Chi Fan stepped outside only to find the white-clothed man training intensively on the wooden stakes. So that's how it is. Chi Fan understood. The white-clothed man had come to train while the soup's effects were at their peak. The key question was, how had he convinced the other 3 men to share their blood-rising soup with him? Perhaps those 3 are his attendants, or they struck some kind of deal with him. Look at his clothing. Far better off than the other natives. And he's so dedicated and hardworking. How are students like us supposed to keep up? Chi Fan immediately climbed onto the stakes as well. The white-clothed native glanced at him, then averted his gaze, and continued his intense training. Chi Fan followed suit, practicing alongside him. He noticed the white-clothed native's movements, while not as precise as Yang Kan's, were far more standardized than anyone else's. Moreover, the white-clothed native seemed to have mastered the complete set of Yuyang's stake technique. All the movements Yang Kan hadn't taught. Chi Fan well understood the principle of not biting off more than one could chew. He focused on learning only the first 9 movements, practicing them repeatedly in a cycle. He trained alongside the white-clothed native for roughly 3 hours before the others began emerging from the cave one after another to practice. This Chi Fan guy being so hardworking. Many classmates were astounded to see Chi Fan training intensely on the stakes. They were all struggling students. Back at school, no one ever worked this hard except class representative Xuanjiang. Quick look at his movements. So much more fluid than ours. This guy. Among the crowd, Xuanjiang, once Chi Fan's sworn rival, froze momentarily, then quickly scrambled onto the stakes to begin his own intensive training. Another half hour or so passed in this manner before Yang entered from outside the village. His gaze swept across the area before finally settling on Chi Fan. Not bad at all. This kid is improving at an incredible speed. He's got real potential. Yang thought to himself. Yang occasionally offered guidance to the group as time slipped by. By mid-morning, Chi Fan had drained the very last drop of his blood-rising soup. Oh no, it's still more than 7 hours until the next portion is distributed. I'm going to get sick from hunger again. Chi Fan muttered to himself. True enough, after more than 2 hours passed, he fell ill once more. Fortunately, he had gotten off the stakes beforehand, and Fengbin helped support him as they made their way into the cave. What's going on? He's sick again. Yang rushed over upon seeing Chi Fan's ashen face and asked. Yes, low blood sugar struck again. Chi Fan replied weakly. Yang furrowed his brows and waved his hand. Go rest inside. Watching Chi Fan's retreating figure, Yang shook his head and murmured, such a solid foundation, yet plagued by illness. What a waste. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Yang had taught the complete set of Jade Sun stake arts to Chi Fan and the others. Chi Fan trained on the stake alongside the white-skinned natives before dawn each day. In the initial days, nearly all the classmates who had come from Earth had risen early to strive alongside them. Yang words had instilled in them a profound sense of urgency. However, as day after day passed, fewer and fewer could persist. For instance, Fengbin had only trained in the morning with Chi Fan for 3 days before reverting to his lazy habits. As he would say, I will strive harder tomorrow. Meanwhile, Chi Fan carefully rationed his blood ascension soup each day, yet still could not practice all day long. Except for his nighttime rest, he would fall into a deep slumber for 7 or 8 hours every afternoon. Chi Fan had also contemplated venturing out to find wild fruits or other food, but there were guards stationed at the village entrance. None of them were permitted to leave the village, so Chi Fan could only abandon the idea. One morning, Chi Fan was practicing the Jade Sun stake arts on the stake, while the white-skinned native trained not far away. Over the past half-month, Yang had taught them some commonly used words and phrases, allowing Chi Fan and the others to communicate simply with these natives. Chi Fan had spoken with this white-skinned native once, and learned that his name was Xuanjiang, but he had not understood much else. On this day, as the group trained hard under the scorching sun, Xuanjiang suddenly stopped on his stake. Facing the morning sun, Xuanjiang suddenly let out a long, piercing cry, its sound ringing clear and echoing throughout the village. The veins on his exposed skin bulged and quickly turned crimson, accompanied by droplets of sweat cascading down. What is going on? The group watched in alarm. Has he succeeded in blood ascension? Chi Fan thought to himself in shock. As expected, Yang walked over with a joyful expression, examined Xuanjiang, and gave the group a definitive answer. Xuanjiang has successfully achieved blood ascension. Follow me to the consulate to receive your assignment. You all continue practicing. Yang led Xuanjiang away. 18 days to achieve blood ascension. Chi Fan murmured to himself. Earlier from his conversation with Xuanjiang, he had learned that Xuanjiang had only entered Lingguan Mountain 3 days before them. 18 days for blood ascension. He did not know how this score measured up, but among the 18 people who had come from Earth, all had been there for 15 days without a single successful blood ascension, which indicated it should be considered excellent. A sense of urgency swept through the group. The following morning, indeed, many more people had joined the practice. 5 days passed thus, and they had already been training here for 20 days. Many people had gone from initial discomfort to becoming accustomed to the routine. And the most conspicuous change was that the physical fitness of this group had improved significantly. My body is incredibly fit now. If I could return to Earth with this physique, I could become an edge video blogger on Douyin and probably charm quite a few wealthy ladies. Inside the cavern, Fengbin proudly displayed his muscular arms before Chi Fan. After Xuanjiang successfully achieved blood ascension and moved out of the cave, Fengbin had moved in to stay beside Chi Fan. Chi Fan teased. Then you would need to cover your face. Fengbin grumbled, cover my face. I am this handsome. Would I need to hide it? Besides, do you not know there is such a thing as handsome in an ugly way? Many female stars from the neighboring island nation prefer marrying ugly men. Chi Fan was about to say more when suddenly someone shouted outside. It succeeded. Someone has achieved blood ascension. What? Who succeeded in blood ascension? The group was greatly startled and hurriedly emerged from the cave. Chi Fan was also somewhat puzzled and walked out of the cave alongside Fengbin. It is him, Chi Fan realized to himself. The sky had already darkened. Xuanjiang stood atop the wooden stake as straight as a spear, his eyes closed in deep concentration. As the crowd drew nearer, they could see the veins on his body bulging and flushing red, making him look like a monstrous beast of blood and qi. Without a doubt, Xuanjiang had succeeded in his blood ascension. Qi Fan, however, was not surprised by this achievement, because Yangkan had previously paid special attention to both Xuanjiang and himself. It was clear that both he and Xuanjiang possessed martial talent. Xuanjiang, congratulations. You're the first in our class to break through to blood ascension. Deng Xiang, the class monitor, stood beneath the stake and offered his congratulations, his tone thick with envy. Xuanjiang opened his eyes, swept a glance across the crowd, and bypassed Deng Xiang entirely to fix his gaze on Qi Fan at the back of the group. Xuanjiang said smugly, "Actually, I could feel it approaching on the 17th day, but I was always one step short. After 3 grueling days of persistence, I finally managed to break through to blood ascension. Xuanjiang, you're a true genius. You're even more impressive than that native Mo Changqian. It took him 18 days to break through." "Exactly. Xuanjiang, tell us exactly how you broke through, so we can learn from you too." The crowd began to flatter Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang said, "We're all classmates, so I'm naturally willing to share my breakthrough experience. But among those present, there's someone who makes me uncomfortable, and I don't want to pass it on to him." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, wondering who exactly had offended Xuanjiang. After all, for those not involved, the memory wasn't particularly vivid. Qi Fan. Xuanjiang, standing atop the stake, looked down at Qi Fan at the cave entrance and shouted, "Tell the truth. About 3 years ago, apologize to me, and I'll let bygones be bygones." All eyes turned to Qi Fan in unison. "Xuanjiang, we're all classmates. Let's not dwell on the past. We came to this Xinjiang world together, and only by helping one another can we go further." Just then Deng Xiang, the class monitor, stepped in to mediate. "Deng Xiang, this matter may be trivial to you, but to me it demands a resolution." Xuanjiang showed no respect for Deng Xiang. Staring at Qi Fan, he said, "Qi Fan, today you must clear my name. Tell everyone the truth." "The truth?" Qi Fan laughed upon hearing this. "Xuanjiang, 2 years have passed, and you're supposed to be an adult by now. I never expected you to remain so stubborn. Since you believe that's the truth, then let it be the truth." After saying this, Qi Fan turned and headed straight back to his cave dwelling, unwilling to listen to Xuanjiang's explanation. A dead duck with a stiff beak. Xuanjiang was inwardly furious. He had trained day and night, and finally succeeded in breaking through to blood ascension ahead of Qi Fan. He had thought Qi Fan would bow his head to him, but he never imagined the fellow would be so stiff-necked. "Xuanjiang, Qi Fan is already gone. Come on, give us the lecture." "Yeah, Brother Zhen, that guy Qi Fan dropped out 2 years ago, so he doesn't really count as our classmate anymore. There are no outsiders now." Several of Xuanjiang's close friends urged him. Xuanjiang coughed once and was about to share his experience when something seemed to occur to him. He turned to Fengbin and said, "Fengbin, you and Qi Fan are pretty close, aren't you?" Fengbin replied, "Yes, so what? Are you planning to drag me into this as well?" Xuanjiang sneered, "I'm afraid that as soon as I speak, you'll immediately pass it on to Qi Fan. So if you want to hear my breakthrough experience, you'll have to cut ties with Qi Fan from now on." Hearing this, Fengbin immediately cursed, "Pa, Xuanjiang, aren't you just the first to break through to the blood ascension realm? You're so puffed up with arrogance that anyone would think you've achieved immortality. As for your lousy experience, I couldn't care less about it." After cursing, Fengbin turned and headed straight back into the cave. Xuanjiang's face turned livid with rage. His fist clenched involuntarily as his sharp gaze locked onto Fengbin's retreating figure. "Fengbin, you dare to call yourself old man in front of me? Just who do you think you are?" Boom. Suddenly, like a hunting leopard, Xuanjiang shot down from the stake and charged toward Fengbin. "Xuanjiang, what the hell do you want to do?" As for Fengbin, upon hearing Xuanjiang's words, he turned back to look behind him. Seeing Xuanjiang charging forward with a terrifying speed like a cannonball, he was immediately startled. He shouted and desperately dodged, but his speed was no match for Xuanjiang's. "Xuanjiang, don't do this." "Xuanjiang, we're all classmates." Someone from the students behind shouted, but no one could stop Xuanjiang. Just then a black shadow suddenly burst from a corner of the cave. The man rushed up to the fierce Xuanjiang and exchanged a punch with him on the spot. After a dull thud, both Xuanjiang and the black-shadowed figure retreated a step each. Qi Fan. When Xuanjiang saw who it was, his face showed utter disbelief. Qi Fan blocked Xuanjiang. Could it be? Has Qi Fan also entered the ascending blood realm? The other students who had followed behind were equally stunned, their mouths agape at the scene. "Qi Fan, well done." Fengbin was extremely excited and immediately said to Xuanjiang, "Xuanjiang, what's there to be arrogant about? Qi Fan entered the ascending blood realm long ago. You're far inferior to him." Xuanjiang's face turned ashen as he stared suspiciously at Qi Fan and asked, "Qi Fan, when did you enter the ascending blood realm?" Qi Fan replied coolly, "That's none of your business." "All right, then let's settle this. Let's see who's stronger." Xuanjiang took up a fighting stance, ready to exchange blows with Qi Fan. "Enough. Xuanjiang, we're all classmates. There's no need to escalate this conflict. If you still care about Class 11, I'll let this end here." Just then class monitor Deng Xiang stepped up once more to block Xuanjiang, his tone stern as he invoked the entire class. Xuanjiang glanced at Deng Xiang and finally snorted coldly, saying to Feng Bin, I'll give the class monitor face today. Keep your foul mouth in check from now on. After saying this, Xuanjiang turned and headed back to his bunk. Feng Bin was about to fire back, but Qi Fan spoke up, Feng Bin, let's go back. Got it. Feng Bin cheerfully followed Qi Fan back to their shared bunk. Qi Fan, when did you break through to the ascending blood realm? Feng Bin couldn't wait to ask. I haven't broken through to the ascending blood realm, Qi Fan replied. What? You haven't broken through. Then how did you stop Xuanjiang? Feng Bin exclaimed in shock, instinctively glancing at Qi Fan's arm. Qi Fan, what's wrong with your hand? Seeing Qi Fan's arm swollen all around, he gasped again. It's fine, it's probably just dislocated. Qi Fan gripped the bend of his right arm with his left hand, carefully felt around, then gave it a gentle press, and the dislocated joint popped back into place. Is this all right? Should I go find senior brother Yang? Feng Bin asked with concern. Qi Fan shook his head. No need, my hand's fine now. Qi Fan's grandfather had been a village barefoot doctor in his day, and Qi Fan had picked up some medical knowledge along the way. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have provoked that lunatic Xuanjiang, Feng Bin said guiltily. Qi Fan smiled and replied, don't get so sentimental. Get some sleep. Feng Bin opened his mouth as if to say something, but it eventually faded into a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Qi Fan lay on his bed lost in thought. I didn't expect that after entering the ascending blood realm my strength would be this formidable. Qi Fan mused to himself. Thanks to the starving worm, his physical condition had long surpassed that of ordinary people. He had tested it before. He could deliver a punch with 300 kilograms of force, while an ordinary person could only muster about 50 kilograms. The gap was enormous. But just now he still hadn't been able to withstand Xuanjiang's blow. If not for the stone behind him bracing his foot, he wouldn't have been able to retreat merely one step. Qi Fan estimated that Xuanjiang's punching power had exceeded 400 kilograms. On Earth, even Boxer Tyson, it was said, had a maximum punching force of only 360 kilograms. With this breakthrough, Xuanjiang's combat power was likely already the strongest on Earth. I wonder when I'll be able to break through to the ascending blood realm. It's a pity I suffer from this starving affliction. If I could just eat my fill, I should have reached it by now, shouldn't I? Qi Fan gradually drifted into slumber and found himself once more within that mysterious eggshell. Never mind that for now. I'll keep crashing against it and see what secrets lie beyond this shell. Qi Fan continued to collide against it again and again. The next day, when Yang arrived at the martial arts training ground, Xuanjiang was the first to approach and inform him of his breakthrough to the ascending blood realm. Yang extended his hand to feel Xuanjiang's pulse, his face breaking into a pleased smile as he said, Excellent, Xuanjiang. I was right to have high hopes for you. Breaking through in just 20 days. Your future is truly limitless. Xuanjiang opened his mouth as if to say something, but then seemed to remember something and glanced over at Qi Fan. He didn't know when Qi Fan had broken through, but it had to be earlier than his own. He had been thoroughly outshone by him. However, what surprised both Xuanjiang and the other students was that Qi Fan hadn't made any move to report his breakthrough. Alright, continue your practice as usual. I'll take Xuanjiang to the General Affairs office to register first. Even after Yang had taken Xuanjiang away, Qi Fan still hadn't gone to report to him. Everyone looked bewildered, and someone couldn't resist asking. Qi Fan didn't bother hiding it, and stated directly, I never broke through to the ascending blood realm. You didn't? Then how did you block Xuanjiang? I don't know. After saying this, Qi Fan continued practicing the Yuyang stance. Feng Bin also began training hard, putting in more effort than usual. Before 3 minutes had passed, class monitor Deng Xiang walked over. Qi Fan, Feng Bin stopped for a moment. Monitor, what's up? Feng Bin hopped down, looking at Deng Xiang with confusion. Qi Fan also stopped. Deng Xiang said, Last night, I asked Xuanjiang about his experience breaking through to the ascending blood realm. I was planning to share it with everyone later, but Xuanjiang specifically told me not to reveal it to you too. I can't help that. Feng Bin chuckled, it's fine. Even if Xuanjiang wanted to tell us, I wouldn't want to hear it. His ascending blood realm is bogus. Look how our brother Fan held off without breaking through. Do you need us to step aside? Qi Fan asked. Deng Xiang shook his head. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about something else. With Xuanjiang's experience, I feel I should break through soon, but I want to do it faster. So I wanted to discuss something with you too. Could you spare a bowl of the ascending blood soup for me at noon today, so I can try it? Before either could respond, Deng Xiang quickly added, I know this might seem like a loss for you, but once I break through, I'll share my experience with you both. Even Xuanjiang wouldn't have grounds to complain. And with the breakthrough experience, you'll be able to practice the Yuyang stance with half the effort and twice the result. From a long-term perspective, this is a win-win situation. That does sound like a reasonable plan. Feng Bin looked at Qi Fan, seeking his opinion. Qi Fan shook his head. Monitor, I appreciate your kindness, but I suffer from a starving affliction. If I were to spare even half a bowl, my body might suffer serious consequences. Deng Xiang furrowed his brow. Starving affliction? Exactly. I experience hypoglycemia every day. That's my affliction manifesting. Without supplementary food, there's nothing I can do, Qi Fan explained. Then what about you, Feng Bin? You can go a day without eating, right? After finishing, Deng Xiang added. Once I break through, I'll share my experience with both of you as well. Upon hearing Deng Xiang's words, Qi Fan's brows instantly tightened. Meanwhile, Feng Bin was patting his chest about to agree when he suddenly caught Qi Fan's subtle glance. Having grown up with Qi Fan since childhood, sharing everything like brothers, he instantly understood that Qi Fan was signaling him to refuse. Well, Monitor, I can't do that either. I can't spare this bowl. What do you mean? Deng Xiang asked, frowning. Feng Bin's mind raced, and he hastily searched for an excuse. Since you're in a difficult position, then let it go. Deng Xiang said this, and immediately turned and left. Once Deng Xiang had left, Feng Bin asked Qi Fan suspiciously, Qi Fan, what's wrong with you? I can go a day without the ascending blood soup. Besides, the Monitor was on our side yesterday. There's no need to be so stingy, is there? Qi Fan shook his head. I get the impression he's not trying to help us at all. It seems more like he's scheming to get his hands on our ascending blood soup. If we reason it this way, his actions on our behalf yesterday start to make sense. The class Monitor can't be that calculating, can he? After hearing Qi Fan's analysis, Feng Bin instantly sucked in a cold breath. Qi Fan shook his head. I can't be certain, but you know how valuable the blood ascension soup is. Senior brother Yang Can once said it's worth a family of four's grain supply for 3 years. We have to be cautious. Of course, I can't be 100% certain either. Perhaps I've wronged him. Impossible. Qi Fan, I think you're just too sensitive. The class Monitor isn't that kind of person. Although Feng Bin said this because he had been convinced by Qi Fan since childhood, he was wavering inside. He had grown up with Qi Fan and knew the guy was a shrewd one. Enough. Let's use the time to practice the Jade Sun Stake art. Since Xuanjiang can break through without needing someone else's breakthrough experience, why can't we? Qi Fan promptly mounted a training stake. Meanwhile, Deng Xiang gathered the other 15 people, and they formed a circle while Deng Xiang relayed Xuanjiang's breakthrough experience. Qi Fan and Feng Bin were naturally excluded. At noon, when the blood ascension soup was distributed, everyone lined up to receive their bowls. Qi Fan and Feng Bin each got one too. Hey, Qi Fan, look at the class Monitor. Suddenly Feng Bin poked Qi Fan. Qi Fan followed Feng Bin's gaze and saw the class Monitor Deng Xiang standing with the twin sisters Li Xingru and Li Yuru. Deng Xiang was holding a bottle. Li Xingru and Li Yuru each poured half a bowl of blood ascension soup into his bottle. Seeing this, Qi Fan narrowed his eyes. Feng Bin asked in puzzlement, how strange. You said the class Monitor called us together to share his breakthrough experience, so why is he asking Li Xingru and her sister for blood ascension soup? They already know the breakthrough experience, right? Qi Fan said, it's obvious. Our class Monitor has ulterior motives. That bastard. Yesterday he stood up for us and I called him righteous. I never thought he'd be so scheming. He's even deceiving female classmates. I have to expose his true colors in front of everyone. Feng Bin, burning with righteous indignation, prepared to expose Deng Xiang. Qi Fan held him back. Enough. The two of us have basically been marginalized already. What good do you think exposing Deng Xiang will do? If Deng Xiang turns around and bites us, we'll only become even more of a target. Feng Bin unleashed a string of curses, but he didn't expose Deng Xiang in the end. Qi Fan, drink my bowl. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Feng Bin thrust his bowl in front of Qi Fan. Senior brother Yang Can used to think highly of you. It's a pity you have that blasted hunger affliction. If you got rid of it, you'd definitely break through to the blood ascension realm. Of course, you don't get to drink my bowl for free. Once you break through to the blood ascension realm, you'll have to look out for me. Qi Fan was silent for a moment, looked into Feng Bin's eyes, and asked, have you really given up? Feng Bin's gaze darted away, then finally settled on Qi Fan's face. Rather than both of us failing to cultivate, it's better for one of us to succeed. Otherwise, we'll never have a chance to turn things around. Qi Fan took Feng Bin's bowl and drank half, then handed the remaining half back to Feng Bin. I'll only drink half. You drink the rest yourself. Good. Don't let me down, kid. Feng Bin didn't stand on ceremony and drank the rest. As for Qi Fan, he had only drunk about 1/7 of a bowl in the past to fend off the hunger affliction. This time, he drank half of Feng Bin's bowl, and he immediately felt qi and blood surging through his body. He didn't dare to delay, and quickly mounted a training stake to practice the Jade Sun Stake art. This time the effect was greater than all the previous times. After a full day of training, Qi Fan felt that his strength had clearly increased, but he had no idea how much exactly. He saved the remaining bowl of blood ascension soup to resist the hunger affliction. Even when he rested that night, his hunger affliction didn't flare up. The next day, Feng Bin gave him another half bowl. Qi Fan didn't stand on ceremony. Yesterday's improvement was obvious, and he felt that he would break through within a few days. Deng Xiang, meanwhile, asked the Li sisters for another bowl of blood ascension soup. Another day passed, and Qi Fan once again felt his power increase, but he still hadn't broken through to the blood ascension realm. Deng Xiang was in the same situation. Of note, on that day, a native broke through to the blood ascension realm, making everyone extremely envious. On the third day, it was already the 23rd day since they had arrived at the Lingguan mountain mine to practice the Jade Sun Steak art. At noon, after the blood ascension soup was distributed, Deng Xiang and Qi Fan both drank additional portions. But Deng Xiang actually drank 3 bowls in one go. One was his own, another was from the 2 Li sisters, and the third was contributed by Wang Qiwen, the Chinese class representative, and another male student named Xuanjiang. The two hurriedly practiced the Jade Sun Steak art. After about 2 hours, an abnormal change suddenly occurred to Deng Xiang. His entire body turned red like a branding iron. He's about to succeed. Yang, sitting below in a rattan chair, saw the anomaly on Deng Xiang's body, and a flickering light gleamed in his eyes. This kid's martial arts aptitude may be a cut below Xuanjiang's, but his methods are formidable. His future achievements may not be low by any means. Yang murmured to himself. Although he was only responsible for teaching the Jade Sun Steak art and the language of the Xuanjiang world each day, that didn't mean he wasn't observant. He had seen how Qi Fan and Deng Xiang took shares of the other students' blood ascension soup. Compared with Qi Fan, Deng Xiang had actually gotten 4 classmates to offer him blood ascension soup. Such mental scheming and resourcefulness were unquestionably beyond his peers. The class monitor is about to make it. Look at the class monitor. Everyone turned to watch Deng Xiang. Qi Fan also watched him. Before long, Deng Xiang opened his eyes. The red flush on his skin gradually faded, but he seemed to have undergone a radical reborn transformation. He immediately went to Yang and cupped his fists and said, "Senior brother Yang, I've done it." Yang smiled. Success in 23 days. Not bad. Come with me to the General Affairs office to register. Deng Xiang said, "Senior brother Yang, can you give me 10 minutes? I have something to tell them." No problem. A few minutes won't matter. As long as it's done before the end of today. The earlier you register, the better for you. Deng Xiang nodded and immediately called out to everyone, "All of you come over here for a moment. Let me share my breakthrough experience." Everyone immediately crowded around. Deng Xiang also called to Qi Fan and Fengbin. "Qi Fan, Fengbin, you two come over too. Last time Xuanjiang told me not to share with you, but this time it's my breakthrough, so you may listen." Hearing this, Fengbin's expression suddenly turned strange. What is Deng Xiang up to? Qi Fan said it won't hurt to go and listen. In fact, he understood Deng Xiang. If Deng Xiang didn't call them over, it would make him seem alienated from them. To maintain his authority as class monitor, he had to call them over. Of course, it couldn't be ruled out that Deng Xiang was simply selfless. But either way, Qi Fan had no need to draw a clear line with Deng Xiang, because there was no substantive conflict of interest between them. A crowd surrounded Deng Xiang, and he immediately began sharing his breakthrough experience. About 10 minutes later, he finished. In general, it was a state of mind. In the end, one still had to train hard, so it wasn't of much use to everyone. However, Deng Xiang's next words stirred some commotion among the others. "I've taken a look. The odds of breaking through to the blood ascension realm within a month aren't great. But if we can drink more blood ascension soup, the probability can be raised. My suggestion is to pool the blood ascension soup for now, let some people break through to the blood ascension realm first, and then at the Lingguan mountain mine, those who have already broken through can help the rest break through. That way everyone's time at Lingguan Mountain will be more bearable. What do you all think?" "Excellent. Class leader, your idea is brilliant." "Agreed. Though who should give up their share and who should drink more?" "Let's do this. You all discuss it first. If you truly can't reach a consensus, come find me. I'll see what I can do." Without waiting for more questions, Deng Xiang stood up immediately and said, "I'm going to register with Senior Yang now. You can find me for anything. We're all in the same class, and only by helping each other can we go further in this world." After Deng Xiang finished speaking, he turned and left. Many students' eyes reddened. At this moment, Deng Xiang's image in their hearts had risen several levels higher. "Everyone, please be quiet. Let's first discuss who should drink more of the blood-raising soup." The speaker was a bespectacled, delicate-looking boy who gathered his courage to speak, still appearing somewhat shy. This person was named Wang Qiwen, the Chinese language class representative. He had previously contributed half a bowl of blood-raising soup to Deng Xiang. Logically, as a class representative with homeroom teacher Song Chengmin teaching Chinese, he should have had many opportunities to stand out. But that wasn't actually the case. Wang Qiwen was extremely reserved and shy, but his writing skills were solid. His compositions were exceptionally good, and he had even won awards in the county essay competition. Unfortunately, he was severely imbalanced in his studies, only interested in Chinese. His other humanities subjects, except for history, were quite poor. His English and mathematics were even more disastrous. He could only manage multiple-choice questions. When Wang Qiwen spoke up, everyone was somewhat surprised, but their attention quickly shifted to the issue of distributing the blood-raising soup. "In my view, let's vote on this. There are 16 people here. How about we first vote to select 5 people?" The English class representative, Huang Youting, spoke up. "That's not fair." The math class representative, Yang Shu, immediately responded, "Some people have many friends while others have few. Those with more friends will naturally get the soup, and those with fewer friends will have to contribute." This is definitely not fair. Huang Yuting snorted coldly and retorted, Yang Shu, then what do you think would be fair? Yang Shu said, drawing lots, of course. Statistically speaking, this is the fairest method. Drawing lots. Are you joking? Some people have potential, some don't. This is just like how in a class there are good students and poor students. If we distribute all our resources to the poor students, but they still can't break through in the end, wouldn't everything go down the drain? That's reasonable. Then shouldn't we give the resources to the 5 students with the most potential? But who do you think has the most potential? This question silenced everyone. Potential before it manifests is impossible for anyone to determine. Huang Yuting quickly said, why don't we vote? Vote for which 5 people have the most potential. How about that? That's not fair. Yang Shu spoke again. Who can guarantee they'll be truly objective and impartial? Who can guarantee their judgment will be correct? Remember, even for a math problem, some people get it right, and some get it wrong. Huang Yuting was furious and cursed. Yang Shu, are you deliberately trying to oppose me? This isn't fair, that isn't fair. So what do you think would be fair? Yang Shu remained calm. In my view, drawing lots is still the fairest. Draw, draw, draw. Draw your ass. Huang Yuting cursed openly as the scene devolved into chaos. Qi Fan, what do you think? Feng Bin habitually asked Qi Fan. Qi Fan looked at the chaotic crowd and said, this discussion won't yield any results. If I guessed correctly, Deng Xiang probably anticipated this situation long ago. Let's not worry about it and focus on our training. Let's wait and see how things develop. Feng Bin nodded, continuing to train hard alongside Qi Fan. After a heated debate, the group still couldn't reach a conclusion. Finally, Chinese class representative Wang Chuan called out, everyone please be quiet. I think we should go ask the class leader. How about everyone agrees to let the class leader give us some advice? After Wang Chuan finished speaking, the crowd gradually quieted down. Someone asked, how can we ask the class leader? We're all locked in here and can't go out. Wang Chuan said, we can only ask Senior Yang for help. Someone immediately said, if we're talking about who has the most potential, Senior Yang should be able to tell, right? Yes, Senior Yang has trained so many people, so he should be quite professional. Before he favored Xuanjiang, and Xuanjiang indeed broke through first. No, that won't work. Wang Chuan immediately said, the class leader mentioned before that Teacher Song is suspected of selling us to the Spirit Crown Mountain mining area. If that's the case, Senior Yang isn't entirely trustworthy either. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Indeed, after more than 20 days, they had all come to realize that Song Chengmin did indeed have the suspicion of using them in exchange for resources. This Wang Chuan is suspicious. Qi Fan mused thoughtfully. Wang Chuan, who was usually quiet and reticent, had taken the initiative to speak this time. First when the dispute arose, then when it ended, and finally to reject Yang Can. It all seemed deliberately orchestrated. But whether it was on Deng Xiang's orders or his own idea remained unclear. In the afternoon, when Yang Can returned, everyone went to ask him, wanting to inquire about class leader Deng Xiang's opinion through him. Yang Can wore a strange expression and produced a list saying, your class leader said before he left that if you couldn't reach a decision through discussion, then follow the names on this list to determine who drinks more blood-raising soup. The crowd took the list and examined it. Indeed, it was clearly in Deng Xiang's handwriting. 5 names were listed. Wang Chuan, Gao Feng, Zhang Yang, Huang Yating, Li Xingru. Why these 5 people? Someone who wasn't selected asked in astonishment. Yang Can shook his head. As for the reasons, your class leader didn't say, and I don't know either. Whether to follow what he said or not is for you to figure out. I can't be bothered to get involved. The crowd was full of suspicion, but no one openly opposed. The list was already out. To oppose would mean first making enemies and second offending class leader Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang had already successfully raised his blood and had prestige. Offending him was truly unwise. What is the class leader playing at? Besides Gao Feng, his relationships with the others are all just average. Oh right, Wang Chuan and Li Xingru gave him blood-raising soup. That counts as a transaction, right? What about Xuanjiang? That guy is a troublemaker who used to be at odds with the class leader. Feng Bin asked in confusion. Qi Fan said, I remember Xuanjiang seems to be quite close with Yan Haochen, right? Feng Bin suddenly understood, then rubbed his head in frustration. This is way too complicated. In any case, this bowl of blood-raising soup. Besides you, I won't give it to anyone. That evening, Wang Chuan and a group came to find Feng Bin and Qi Fan, asking them each to contribute 1/5 of their blood-raising soup to Gao Feng. Feng Bin and Qi Fan refused on the spot. Feng Bin said, Qi Fan's hunger sickness is already very severe. I must share my portion with him, otherwise it could cost a life. Gao Feng said, Feng Bin, this is defying the class leader's orders, violating the collective interests of our class 11. Feng Bin cursed outright, fuck off. This is just for your personal benefit. Why should I share my portion with you? Who the hell do you think you are? When it comes to potential, everyone knows Qi Fan has the greatest potential. Senior Yang favored him before. If it weren't for the hunger sickness, he would have broken through long ago. I think you should give up your spot for Qi Fan. Fine. Feng Bin, you've got guts. Remember this. I can break through just fine without your pathetic bowl of soup. Gao Feng was furious. Wang Qiwen and the others quickly dragged him away. Hearing Feng Bin's hunger, an urgent feeling also arose in Qi Fan's heart. Why? Why haven't I broken through yet? I clearly feel my strength has increased significantly these past days. What is the reason for this? Qi Fan murmured to himself. He had a feeling that if he faced Xuanjiang, who had successfully raised his blood, he might not be inferior to him. Feng Bin, go to sleep, Qi Fan said to the fuming Feng Bin. All right, going to sleep. Feng Bin lay on the bed, and soon his stomach let out growling sounds. Qi Fan habitually rammed against the eggshell. He discovered that after his strength improved, in reality the power of this insect body seemed to have increased as well. Qi Fan continuously collided with it. When he had been ramming for almost 10 minutes, a crack resounded. The eggshell had actually cracked open a fissure. It cracked. Qi Fan's eyes lit up, and he hurried over to inspect. The eggshell had indeed developed an almost imperceptible fissure, but it was still a long way from shattering completely. Good. As long as there is a crack, breaking out completely is only a matter of time. Qi Fan mustered all his strength and continued battering the shell. But after a whole night, Qi Fan still had not broken through the eggshell. He had only widened the crack a little. No rush. I have already been battering it for 2 years, and breaking out completely is only a matter of time. Day 24 in the morning, another native broke through to blood ascension. At noon, the 14 members of Class 11 each contributed a portion of their blood ascension soup to the 5 people designated by Deng Xiang, Wang Qiwen Gao, Feng Xuanjiang, Huang Yuting, and Li Xingru. Because Qi Fan and Feng Bin had refused to share, they were completely ostracized, and it was obvious that the two had become the focus of public criticism. Qi Fan did not care much about that. The only pressure he felt came from Feng Bin sharing his blood ascension soup with him for several days in a row. This was essentially staking Feng Bin's future, yet Qi Fan was still unable to break through. In the future, this debt of gratitude would be very hard to repay. Qi Fan continued his grueling practice. Day 25, no one on the martial training ground broke through to blood ascension. Day 26, another native broke through to blood ascension. Class 11 was visibly restless because Wang Qiwen and the other 4 had been drinking 2 bowls of blood ascension soup every day for 3 days, yet not one of them had squeezed out so much as a single fart. Day 27, around noon, Xuanjiang downed 2 big bowls of blood ascension soup in one breath. His bladder was uncomfortably full, so he hurried off to relieve himself. Not long after, Xuanjiang came sprinting back at an astonishing speed. At the same time, he shouted in wild joy, I have broken through to blood ascension. I have broken through to blood ascension. The training ground instantly burst into commotion. In particular, the group from Class 11 immediately swarmed over. Feng Bin also heard the commotion, spat, and said, damn it, martial training really is different from studying. Yan Haochen, the last-ranked student in our class, got lucky enough to have a spirit root. And Xuanjiang, second to last, has also broken through to blood ascension. Yet those of us with good academic scores haven't trained out so much as a single hair. Qi Fan was likewise filled with doubt. Over the past 3 days, he had drunk an extra half bowl of Feng Bin's blood ascension soup each day, and his strength had been surging. He felt he was probably already a notch above an ordinary first-stage blood ascension martial artist, and yet he still had not broken through to blood ascension. At least the blood throughout his body had not undergone the sublimation process that Deng Xiang and the others had experienced. Moreover, the crack in the eggshell in his dream had grown a little larger, but it still had not broken. On the morning of day 28, another native broke through to blood ascension. In the afternoon, English class representative Huang Yuting and Chinese class representative Wang Qiwen broke through less than half an hour apart. This greatly delighted everyone. Of the 5 people designated by class monitor Deng Xiang, only Li Xingru and Gao Feng remained without a breakthrough. The whole of day 29 passed, and still no one broke through. That night, nearly all of Class 11 ran out to the training ground for extra practice, a scene strikingly similar to the desperate struggle the night before the college entrance examination. Qi Fan was no exception. He truly could not figure out why he had failed to break through to blood ascension. If I still cannot break through by tomorrow, I will have to ask Senior Yang whether I can be recognized as a blood ascension martial artist based on my strength, which is comparable to a first-stage blood ascension martial artist's. Qi Fan said inwardly. Although this might expose some of the peculiarities of his body after drinking so much of Feng Bin's blood ascension soup these past days, he had to obtain resources so that he and Feng Bin would have a better situation on Lingguan Mountain. Qi Fan quickly lay down on the bed and slowly slipped into a dream. Out of habit, he rammed the cracked area of the eggshell. After all these days of ramming, that cracked area had developed from a single fissure into a dense web of hair-thin cracks like spiderweb silk. It looked as if it might shatter at any moment, but he rammed it for an entire night without breaking it. The next morning, Qi Fan woke up early, walked out of the cave, looked at the sky before the rising sun, and said quietly, Day 30. Day 30 was the last day of training. Those who had not broken through to blood ascension would all be transferred to logistics, and they would no longer receive their daily bowl of blood ascension soup. If they could not break through while having blood ascension soup, then breaking through without it was even harder than ascending to heaven. Qi Fan and the others started extra training early, and Yang Kan arrived earlier than usual too. He swept his gaze over the remaining 13 members of Class 11 and announced, "If you still have not broken through to blood ascension by the end of this afternoon, you will all follow me to the General Affairs office." "Senior Yang Kan, could you assign us some easier work?" A student could not help begging. Yang Kan said, "My rank is very low. Bribe the General Affairs office. Don't think too highly of me. Just hold on for 10 years. If you can hold on for 10 years, by the time Teacher Song comes back, he will have succeeded in cultivation. A single casual sentence from him can save you from your misery." "No way. Senior Yang Kan, you said before that your two classmates both died after working for only a few years. We definitely cannot last 10 years. "Oh, did I say that? How come I don't remember?" Yang Kan urged them. "All right, don't waste any more time. This is the last day. Get to practice now." Many people break through on the last day precisely because the pressure is at its peak. Yang Kan's words restored confidence in many, and they all climbed onto the training stakes one after another. Qi Fan, for his part, also climbed onto the stakes and trained hard as usual. By noon, no one had broken through to blood ascension. At the appointed noon hour, someone arrived on time to distribute the blood ascension soup. Gao Feng called out, "Can you all spare me one extra bowl? It's the last day. I want to down 3 bowls at once. I feel like I'm about to break through. I'm only short that final push." The moment Gao Feng's words fell, someone angrily retorted, "How long have you been drinking extra? You haven't trained up a single fart. Today I'm drinking my own bowl. I won't share it with you." "Exactly. You're mud that can't be plastered onto a wall. You only got a slot by relying on your good relationship with the class monitor. If you asked me, that slot would have been better given to Qi Fan. If Qi Fan had drunk more, he might have broken through long ago." Gao Feng was driven mad with rage when he heard this, but there was nothing he could do. Li Xingru, for her part, remained silent. Instead, her younger sister Li Yuru gave her own entire bowl to Li Xingru for a final sprint. "Qi Fan, drink my whole bowl. Make one final push today." Seeing Li Yuru's gesture, Feng Bin pushed all of his blood ascension soup in front of Qi Fan. Qi Fan shook his head. "I won't drink it. Even if I drank this bowl of blood ascension soup, I still wouldn't succeed. It must be something in my body. Keep your bowl for yourself today. Also, you drink half of my bowl and leave half for me." Qi Fan pushed his own bowl over to Feng Bin. Feng Bin hesitated for a moment, then drained his own bowl of blood ascension soup in one go, followed by half of Qi Fan's. "Qi Fan, I won't stand on ceremony with you either. If I don't fight this last fight today, I will probably die of regret when I grow old and die on Lingguan Mountain." After saying this, Feng Bin immediately climbed onto the stakes to train hard. Qi Fan also drank a few small mouthfuls, just enough to suppress his hunger affliction, then went up to practice the Yuyang stance technique. He had finally seen it clearly. His body was a bottomless pit. No matter how much blood ascension soup he drank, he could not break through to blood ascension. But the increase in his physical strength was real. "My strength is now completely superior to that of an ordinary first-stage blood ascension martial artist. At least Xuanjiang is no longer my match. I'll ask Senior Yang Kan this afternoon whether I can be assessed as a first-stage blood ascension martial artist in this situation." Qi Fan said to himself. Half a bowl of blood ascension soup was only enough to sustain him for half a day at most. Before the afternoon training period even ended, Qi Fan's hunger affliction flared up again. He quickly went to a secluded spot, lay down, and sank into his dream. Yang Kan looked at Qi Fan lying not far away and sighed inwardly. "What a pity. I originally thought that with someone giving him blood ascension soup, he would be able to enter blood ascension. I never expected that he still would not succeed." Yang Kan immediately moved his gaze from Qi Fan to the math class representative Yang Shu. Yang Shu was training hard on the stakes, his entire body drenched in sweat, with faint signs of an imminent breakthrough. Qi Fan once again appeared within the transparent eggshell. Looking at the cracks, he murmured, "Could it be that I have to break through the eggshell before I can succeed in blood ascension? Forget it. I'll keep ramming. Let's see what happens after I break it open." Qi Fan continued battering the crack in the eggshell for about 20 minutes. Just as he rammed it again, with a crack, a small hole burst open in the eggshell. It broke. Overjoyed, Qi Fan hastily poked his ant-like horned insect head out through the broken opening. The moment his head emerged, Qi Fan felt the air grow ethereal and light, as if imbued with miraculous power. One breath of it, and his very soul seemed ready to soar. "Where is this? What peculiar air?" Qi Fan surveyed his surroundings. In truth, even before breaking through the eggshell, he had glimpsed this place. A forest of luxuriant trees. Ancient trees towered toward the heavens alongside flying birds and roaming beasts. Yet none had appeared so distinct before, nor had that extraordinary air been detectable previously. This strange air bore some resemblance to consuming blood awakening soup, yet the differences were profound. The soup was intense and pungent, whereas the energy within this air was balanced, serene, and endlessly enduring. A few more breaths. "This air is extraordinary. Qi Fan inhaled deeply again. Boom. Suddenly Qi Fan sensed a transformation rippling through his insect body, as if reaching some critical threshold. His entire skin erupted in searing agony, as though someone were tearing it away. It hurts. How terrible. Could the air be poisonous? Am I poisoned? Qi Fan lamented his terrible fortune. In that moment, he couldn't help wondering if his true self would suffer consequences should his insect body perish. The more Qi Fan contemplated it, the more convinced he became this was a genuine possibility. Perhaps if his insect body were destroyed, his true self would plunge into eternal slumber or expire directly within the dream realm. Just as despair consumed Qi Fan, a surge of nascent power erupted from within. The moment this energy manifested, his outer skin began separating from the flesh beneath. Is this molting during evolution? Realization dawned in Qi Fan's eyes, their brightness intensifying. Incredible, my insect body is actually evolving. Yet Qi Fan remained unaware that his true body, lying at the edge of the martial training grounds, had also turned entirely crimson. The blood within his vessels surged at an incomprehensible velocity, while sweat drenched him completely. But at that moment, everyone was desperately practicing the Xuanjiang stance, pushing for the final sprint. No one noticed Qi Fan's peculiar condition. On the martial training grounds, Yang Kan glanced at the time, then at Yang Shu still diligently cultivating on the stance. He mused silently, another half hour. If he still hasn't succeeded, then this young man's luck simply wasn't meant to be. Strict regulations governed Lingguan Mountain. New apprentices who achieved blood awakening within 30 days received completely different treatment compared to those who succeeded after 30 days. It was like gaining admission to different tiers of universities through the college entrance examination. While one could still self-study to enter a better university, afterward the value and treatment would naturally differ from those who entered directly. About 20 minutes had passed. Following the usual routine, Yang Kan should have announced a break, yet today, he extended the session. Just then a middle-aged woman in green robes walked in through the entrance of the training grounds. Instructor Yang, a large group of people is reaching their 1-month deadline today. Why haven't you come to me for the handover? The middle-aged woman called out before even reaching Yang Kan. Seeing the woman arrive, Yang Kan hastily rose and apologized. Secretary Lan, look at me. I accidentally lost track of time. Please forgive me, forgive me. Yang Kan immediately shouted toward everyone on the training grounds, stop. All of you follow me to the administrative office for task assignments. Among class 11, some felt dejected while others felt relieved. Li Xingru burst into torrents of tears, embracing her younger sister Liuru. Gao Feng appeared utterly devastated. He had leveraged his connection with class monitor Deng Xiang to secure a spot, convinced he would break through only to fail at the critical moment. It's all the fault of Feng Bin and Qi Fan, those despicable creatures. I was so close. I just needed their 2 portions of blood awakening soup. Gao Feng glared at Feng Bin, who was still cultivating strenuously, and at Qi Fan lying in the distance, his heart brimming with hatred. Just then from the other side, Yang Shu suddenly let out a long resonant cry. Everyone turned to look. Yang Shu's entire body had turned crimson, and he had actually stepped into the blood awakening realm. What? This fellow actually entered the blood awakening realm. Gao Feng found it incomprehensible, unable to accept. Yang Shu hadn't even drunk an extra bowl, and he had even shared part of his portion with Gao Feng. Yet now he had broken through. Gao Feng was so furious he nearly spat out blood. The other students gasped in astonishment as well. Secretary Lan observed Yang Shu, then glanced at Yang Kan with a smile. I hear these people like yourself, Instructor Yang, are also fellow townspeople of Lord Song. It seems precisely because of this that you've shown them such special consideration. Yang Kan smiled, his expression somewhat awkward. Secretary Lan's tone shifted and she asked quietly, I heard rumors that Lord Song once brought a group of people to the mountaintop for spirit root testing. Was it this very group? Yang Kan nodded. Exactly them. What fortunate souls, Secretary Lan said with some envy. Some of us have accumulated merits for years without managing to gather enough contribution points for spirit root testing, yet they've all been tested. Come, let's hurry. If we delay any longer, I'll face punishment too. Secretary Lan urged them on. Class 11 assembled quickly. During the gathering, Feng Bin noticed Qi Fan still lying on the ground and rushed over to hoist him up. The moment he lifted Qi Fan, he discovered something was terribly wrong. Qi Fan's entire body was soaked with sweat and burning hot. He's so hot. What's wrong with Qi Fan? He wouldn't be running a high fever, would he? He hastily felt Qi Fan's nostrils. The breath was faint as a thread. Feng Bin was startled and quickly ran forward while shouting, Senior Yang, please look at Qi Fan. He's about to die. He's about to die. He has an illness, you know that. It seems like severe hypoglycemia. Most likely his hypoglycemia is acting up. I heard that severe hypoglycemic episodes can be fatal if they last too long. What a pity. His talent was excellent. Senior Yang Kan had high hopes for him and Xuanjiang from the start. Now not only did he fail to achieve blood awakening, but he might lose his life. Yes, indeed. Hypoglycemia only acts up when there's insufficient energy. We should have given his quota to Qi Fan instead of Gao Feng or Li Xingyue. He definitely would have broken through and wouldn't have risked his life. On Gao Feng's, and hearing the classmates' discussion, his expression immediately turned gloomy. He retorted furiously, "Isn't my failure entirely the fault of Qi Fan and Feng Bin? They didn't give me that portion of blood awakening soup, so I couldn't break through. If I'd had enough blood awakening soup, I would have broken through long ago. Oh, give it a rest, Gao Feng. You're just occupying the spot without delivering results. Look at Yang Shu. He shared his soup with you every day, and in the end he broke through while you didn't. Isn't it just that your talent is inferior?" A male classmate didn't give Gao Feng any face and immediately exposed him. Enraged, Gao Feng walked over and kicked him, cursing, "Go to hell, Lu Tianyu. Even with my inferior talent, I'm still better than you. You want to throw hands? Bring it on. I've had it with you for a long time." Lu Tianyu was also hot-tempered and immediately jumped up, rushing toward Gao Feng in anger. Other classmates hastily intervened to separate the two, and the scene devolved into chaos. Meanwhile, Secretary Lan and Yang Kin were conversing up ahead, with Secretary Lan inquiring about the reason Song Qingmin had left Lingguan Mountain Mining District. The two suddenly heard the commotion behind them and turned around. Upon seeing the chaotic crowd, Secretary Lan coldly snorted and frowned, such utter lack of decorum. Yang Kin's inner anger also flared. He had originally shown special favor to Class 11 out of consideration for their shared origins, never expecting these people to have no sense of propriety whatsoever. Yang Kin apologized to Secretary Lan. "Secretary Lan, my sincere apologies for letting you witness this spectacle. They're from the countryside and don't understand proper etiquette. I'll discipline them immediately." Yang Kin turned around and walked toward the back with a dark expression. Just then, Feng Bin, carrying Qi Fan on his back, had already rushed to Yang Kin's side. He urgently blocked Yang Kin. "Senior Yang, Qi Fan is about to die. Help him. Please save him." Yang Kin was already fuming and immediately shouted, "A sickly wretch dares to come to Lingguan Mountain. He's courting death himself. No one can save him." Yang Kin strode forward, passing Feng Bin. Feng Bin hesitated momentarily, then quickly chased after him and blocked him again, pleading, "Senior Yang, he just has a fever. It can be treated. Don't believe me. Look for yourself." Saying this, Feng Bin pushed Qi Fan's head toward Yang Kin. "Get lost." Yang Kin was enraged and swung his palm toward Feng Bin's face. Just as Yang Kin's palm was about to land, Qi Fan's eyes suddenly snapped open. He firmly seized Yang Kin's wrist. "My!" Yang Kin saw his hand was caught by Qi Fan and immediately changed color. Qi Fan woke up and grabbed Yang Kin's hand. Yang Kin's face twisted in shock. He was stunned that Qi Fan would dare to lay hands on him. Enraged, Yang Kin felt his anger swell. Qi Fan was openly defying his authority, and right in front of Elder Lan no less. Truth be told, Yang Kin had hardly used any force with his hand. He had not intended to beat Feng Bin to death. But now that Qi Fan had seized his hand, everything was different. Yang Kin's grip suddenly tightened. Feng Bin, who was carrying Qi Fan on his back, felt the surge of force transmit straight through him. Could he possibly withstand it? Feng Bin stumbled and nearly toppled over, still burdened by Qi Fan on his back. Fortunately, Qi Fan landed steadily and caught Feng Bin with his other hand. Now it was Qi Fan who directly bore the weight of Yang Kin's strength. Clutching Yang Kin's hand, Qi Fan withstood a force nearing 600 or 700 kilograms and remained completely steady. Yang Kin was utterly astonished. Just as he was about to increase his force further, Qi Fan immediately released his grip and said, "Senior Yang, I'm fine now. No need for your healing anymore." "Qi Fan, you finally woke up. You scared me half to death." Feng Bin breathed a sigh of relief, having failed to notice the clash of strength between Qi Fan and Yang Kin moments before. "You've broken through to the ascended blood realm." Yang Kin did not press the matter further, but asked in astonishment instead. Qi Fan nodded. "Indeed. Thank you for your guidance these past weeks, Senior Yang." Yang Kin's previously rigid expression softened considerably, and he cast a deep look at Qi Fan. After a moment he spoke. "Good. You were fortunate. Had this come even a little later, the implications would have been entirely different. Instructor Yang, please attend to things quickly. I have matters to attend to myself." Behind them, Elder Lan had assumed Yang Kin was going to quell the unruly crowd. Instead, he found him conversing with Qi Fan, seemingly oblivious to the escalating chaos. A fresh wave of fury rose within him, and his tone turned suddenly cold. Yang Kin arrived before the crowd. At that moment, the members of Class 11 were struggling to restrain the frenzied Gao Feng and Lu Tianyu. Both men were shouting furiously. Gao Feng pointed at Lu Tianyu's nose and cursed his mother endlessly. Yang Kin strode forward, extended his right palm, and struck diagonally across Gao Feng's right arm like a blade. With a thunderous crack, Gao Feng's right wrist shattered on the spot, and his forearm fell to the ground. Blood gushed wildly from Gao Feng's stump. Screams erupted throughout the crowd as people scattered in terror. All eyes turned toward Yang Kin, a man they had always found amiable, as if seeing him for the first time. Gao Feng clutched his ruined arm, howling in agony and staring at Yang Kin in sheer dread. Yang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping past Gao Feng to the rest of Class 11. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Do you still think you're on Earth? If I forgot to teach you discipline earlier today, I'll make it right. Beyond this village, if you break the rules and get caught, what will be severed is not your hand, but your head. Fall in behind me. With that, Yang turned and walked away. The crowd quickly snapped back to reality and hurried after him. Someone bandaged Gao Feng's mutilated arm, and with no choice left, he trudged along with the group out of the village. Over with Fengbin. Once he had regained his composure, he quickly turned to Qi Fan and asked, Qi Fan, did you break through to the Ascended Blood Realm? Qi Fan nodded. I did. Fengbin, thank you. Fengbin's eyes instantly welled up. He punched Qi Fan's shoulder and cursed, damn it. I thought all those Ascended Blood decoctions over the past days had gone down the drain. Good thing you made it. From now on, you'd better call me father. Don't worry, my son. Your father will look after you from here on. Qi Fan grinned, a rare smile crossing his face as he patted Fengbin on the shoulder. Without Fengbin's Ascended Blood decoction, there was no way he could have broken through at such a critical moment. Walking at the rear of the group, he casually picked up a stone and squeezed. It crumbled into dust, slipping through his fingers. Who would have thought that after my dreaming, starving insect form evolved, my true body also broke through to the Ascended Blood realm? However, my strength seems far beyond what a first-stage Ascended Blood cultivator should possess. I wonder how it compares to the second stage. Also, what exactly was that air outside in the dream? Why did it produce such terrifying effects? I only inhaled a few breaths, and it shattered my limits, completely forcing a breakthrough. Qi Fan's mind was filled with questions. I can only investigate further when I enter the dream again, he murmured to himself. Following Yang Kan and Elder Lan, the group exited the village and marched approximately 1 kilometer along a mountain path, eventually reaching the far side of the hill. To their surprise, rows of simple wooden structures stretched out before them, clustered along a stream that melted from the mountain peak. Numerous people moved about on both sides of the stream, some trading goods. It was clearly a marketplace. There are so many people here. The members of Class 11 were taken aback. Qi Fan observed as well. At least several hundred people inhabited the marketplace, and the buildings themselves were numerous, resembling a small town from Earth. This is Lingguan Town. Most who live here work in logistics or are low-stage Ascended Blood cultivators. It's a mixed crowd, so stay alert. Yang Kan warned the group as he led the way. Under the guidance of Elder Lan and Yang Kan, the group crossed a stone bridge over the stream and entered a square building on the opposite bank that clearly stood above the rest in grandeur. Above its entrance hung a plaque inscribed with 3 grand characters, General Affairs Office. Many people were coming and going. This is the General Affairs Office. All changes to your positions must be registered here, and monthly contribution points are claimed at this very place. Before anyone had even entered the General Affairs Office, Elder Lan began explaining the regulations. Naturally, he spoke in the language of the Xuanjiang world, and many in the group still did not understand. Although they had been studying the Xuanjiang language relentlessly for the past month, it had been far too brief. Yang Kan stepped in to translate Elder Lan's words for them. Senior Yang, what are contribution points? What are they used for? Yang Shu asked. Yang Kan replied, contribution points can only be used within Xuanjiang sect. They can be exchanged for numerous items: the Ascended Blood decoction needed for the Ascended Blood realm, the Bone Tempering Powder for the Bone Refinement realm, the Vein Opening Pills for the Meridian Opening realm, and even the Spirit Pills that Teacher Song previously exchanged for, a substance capable of pushing one toward the Cultivation realm. In short, every martial artist stationed on Lingguan Mountain working diligently does so primarily to earn contribution points. Only then did the group grasp the importance of contribution points. The group had already entered the General Affairs Office. Inside the main hall, roughly 20 to 30 people were conducting their business. Yang Kan added, your contribution points can be traded, but many veterans here will try to swindle you out of them. Be careful not to be deceived. Additionally, if you finish your own duties with time to spare, you may take on shifts for others. The authorities won't interfere, but it's best to settle payments daily to avoid being scammed. The students made a mental note of every word. Senior Yang. Master. At that moment, 2 familiar faces appeared. It was Deng Xiang, the monitor of Class 11I, and Xuanjiang, the first among them to break through. What surprised everyone, however, was that Xuanjiang addressed Yang Kan as Master. Yang Kan nodded to Deng Xiang, and Xuanjiang, his gaze primarily settling on Xuanjiang as he asked, already done with work? Xuanjiang smiled. Today my old classmates are starting their positions, so I took half a day off. But I've already arranged a replacement, it's no trouble. Yang Kan furrowed his brows. You still need to use your contribution points sparingly. Redeem more blood-raising soup. The sooner you break through to the 3rd stage of blood ascension, the greater your chances of reaching bone tempering later. By the way, I have some spare money here. Distribute it among them as living expenses for their first month. It's just a small token from me as their senior brother. Yes, master. Xuanjiang readily agreed, delighted to have this opportunity to show himself. Meanwhile, Deng Xiang was already greeting everyone in the group. Class monitor. Monitor, what job were you assigned? Is it difficult? Upon seeing Deng Xiang, several people immediately called out to him. "Brother Deng, my hand. My hand is broken." Gao Feng hurried over to Deng Xiang, his eyes red as he said. Deng Xiang was startled to see Gao Feng's bound, still bleeding arm. His face turned cold as he asked, "Who did this?" Everyone fell silent. Gao Feng jerked his chin toward Yang Can's retreating figure, his gaze clearly filled with malice. "Senior brother Yang." The anger instantly vanished from Deng Xiang's face. Frowning, he asked, "What exactly happened?" Gao Feng briefly recounted the incident. After hearing it, Deng Xiang sniffed coldly and raised his voice. "Senior brother Yang did well. What kind of situation is this, and you're still undermining each other? This isn't Earth anymore. If you don't know the rules and get yourself killed, that's fine, but don't drag the rest of us down with you." Gao Feng's expression darkened. He had always been Deng Xiang's lackey, his close follower. He wasn't expecting Deng Xiang to help him seek revenge. He merely wanted to ask if there was a way to regrow a severed limb. Instead, he got scolded from head to toe. Yang Can had also heard Deng Xiang's reprimand from behind. He frowned. Xuanjiang immediately said, "Master, I'll handle this." Xuanjiang quickly approached Gao Feng and said coldly, "Gao Feng, what's wrong? Don't take kindly to senior brother Yang cutting off your arm." "And no, not at all." Gao Feng's face turned even paler and he hastily denied it. Xuanjiang said coldly, "My master distributed some money to everyone for living expenses. Since you clearly resent him, you hardly need to accept it. There's also money to be given. Is this contribution points? Can it buy blood-raising soup? What are you dreaming about? Neither my master nor I have enough contribution points, let alone you lot. These are worldly currencies. They can be used to rent houses in Lingguan town for daily expenses." Though not contribution points, everyone immediately gathered around. Xuanjiang opened his pocket, revealing gold shells shaped like coins. Xuanjiang said, "1 coin per person. I'll distribute them. Speak up if you haven't received yours." As Xuanjiang handed out the coins one by one, he furrowed his brow when he reached Qi Fan and Feng Bin. Gao Feng, learning he wouldn't receive any coins, still harbored some resentment toward Xuanjiang. But when he saw Xuanjiang pause at Qi Fan and Feng Bin, something clicked in his mind. He immediately crept over and flattered Xuanjiang. "Brother Jin, there's no need to give coins to Qi Fan and Feng Bin either." When the monitor asked everyone to share their blood-raising soup, they refused. They haven't considered themselves part of Class 11 for a long time. Xuanjiang had already disliked Qi Fan and Feng Bin, especially Qi Fan. He was just looking for an excuse not to give them money. Hearing Gao Feng's words, he immediately tossed 2 coins to Gao Feng. Since they don't consider themselves part of Class 11, there's no need to give them coins. "Here, they're yours." "Thank you, brother Jin. Thank you, brother Jin." Gao Feng was overjoyed, momentarily forgetting the pain from his severed arm. "Hawk." Feng Bin could no longer contain himself. He cursed on the spot. "Xuanjiang, who the hell wants your stinking money? Let me tell you, Qi Fan has already broken through to blood ascension. He doesn't need your money at all." Xuanjiang sneered. "Feng Bin, all you've got left is that foul mouth. If Qi Fan had already reached blood ascension, why would he still be at the affairs office now?" Then Xuanjiang turned to Qi Fan, his tone carrying an air of judgment. "Qi Fan, out of our days as classmates, I'll give you one last chance. Confess honestly. Did you steal my things in the dormitory back then? If you explain properly, I might consider giving you this 1 gold coin." Qi Fan glanced at Xuanjiang as if looking at a fool. "Qi Fan, Yangshu, come here. Let the 3 arbiters verify your cultivation realms." Just then Yang Can called out from ahead. Qi Fan immediately pushed past the crowd, stepping right over Xuanjiang, who was distributing coins. Xuanjiang was stunned, staring at Qi Fan in disbelief. The other students also looked at Qi Fan in surprise. Even class monitor Deng Xiang was quite shocked. He never expected Qi Fan and Yang Shu to reach blood ascension on the very last day. Arbiter Lan reached out and grasped both of their wrists, feeling their pulses. Nodding, he said, "Blood and Qi have been refined and condensed. Quite good. You have indeed broken through to the first stage of blood ascension." Their blood and Qi have been refined. I can also attest to this. The second arbiter pinched both of their arms. The third arbiter was an older man with white hair and a youthful face. He grasped Qi Fan and Yang Shu's arms, and after a moment, he glanced at Qi Fan with slight surprise. Seeing that look, Qi Fan was somewhat startled, but kept his expression unchanged. Soon after, the old man smiled faintly and said, "Blood and Qi have been refined. Confirmed without error. Excellent. With all 3 arbiters verifying, your blood ascension is confirmed. You may now be assigned positions." Arbiter Lan immediately took out a large notebook. "These are the positions you can choose from. Since you reached blood ascension on the 30th day, you may select from the positions on page 30. Pick whichever you like." Qi Fan could mostly understand, but Yang Shu had no idea. "He told you to turn to page 30 and choose a position." Yang Can explained beside them. The two flipped to page 30 immediately, but Qi Fan barely recognized most of the characters. Although Yang Kan had taught him written language over the past month, daily cultivation practice left little time, and Qi Fan was no natural scholar, so he had learned only a little. Yang Shu fared even worse. He was only sensitive to mathematics, and mastering a foreign language was his weak point. Senior brother Yang, can you help us choose? Qi Fan asked Yang Kan for help. Yang Kan didn't even need to look at the position list. He said directly, based on your grades considering safety and income, the only suitable choice for you is the position of spirit prospector. Senior brother Yang, what is a spirit prospector? Yang Shu asked. Yang Kan explained, our Lingguan mountain mining area primarily produces earth attribute spirit stones and wood attribute spirit stones. Among these earth spirit stones are refined from Xuanjiang stones into spirit powder and then smelted. You need to wash and separate the earth spirit powder from the Xuanjiang stones. The technique is similar to gold panning on earth. This position pays 30 contribution points per month. Alright, then we shall choose to become spirit prospectors. Qi Fan immediately nodded. After observing him for some time, Yang Kan was a decent fellow. He had just been distributing money to the other students. Furthermore, since he had sought Yang Kan's recommendation, he ought to accept any position Yang Kan suggested. Yang Shu also expressed his desire to become a spirit prospector. After the two registered with Executive Officer Lan and obtained their waste tokens nearby, it was the others' turn to select their positions. These people could only choose from positions listed after the 50th page. The gap between the 30th and 50th pages was a full 20 pages. Qi Fan and Yang Shu had succeeded in their blood ascension on the final day, so theoretically, they should have appeared after the 31st page. Qi Fan asked Yang Kan about the reason, and Yang Kan explained the positions between the 30th and 50th pages are reserved for those who failed to break through to the blood ascension realm in Lingguan Town. Even if they break through later, their level assessment will be lower than yours. Qi Fan understood. The other 11 classmates who had not succeeded in their blood ascension all looked devastated. One step behind meant falling further behind, and it would be years before they could catch up with the class monitor and the others. Soon the remaining 11 classmates who had failed to break through also successfully chose their positions. Their positions varied widely. Some would cook for martial artists, others would work as porters transporting daily supplies from the foot of the mountain, and still others would farm grain in the cultivated areas below. In short, they covered all aspects of daily life, truly serving in logistics. Their compensation was considerably lower, with monthly wages ranging from 1 to 3 contribution points. Meanwhile, a single bowl of blood ascension soup cost 50 contribution points. This meant that if they chose work paying only 1 contribution point per month after deducting their living expenses, it would take 5 years to afford a single bowl of blood ascension soup. For someone like Qi Fan, it would take only about 2 months to save enough for 1 bowl. If they wanted to drink more blood ascension soup, they would need to take on more arduous and exhausting work, paying 3 contribution points, plus do subcontracted labor for others. With such efforts, they might manage 1 bowl per year, giving themselves a chance to eventually break through to the blood ascension realm. But if they simply drifted through life, like constantly farming for just 1 point, they might never achieve a breakthrough in their entire lives. Alright, registration is complete. Starting tomorrow, you can report to the 9 departments to claim missions. Veterans will guide newcomers, so you'll get up to speed quickly. For today, go find and rent a place to stay. Yang Kan called out. Yang Shu asked, Senior brother Yang, earlier when we went to the mountain peak with Teacher Song, we saw many stone caves on the cliff face, and quite a few people lived inside them. Teacher Song said those were where martial artists reside. I'm considered a martial artist now too. Why can't I live there instead of in Lingguan Town? Yang Kan sneered. You certainly have high hopes. Those stone caves on the cliff are called martial immortal caves, and they require substantial contribution points to rent. Don't entertain such foolish dreams for now. They require contribution points to rent. Who would be that foolish as to spend contribution points on renting a cave to live in? Yang Shu wondered. Hearing this, Yang Kan glared at him and said coldly, if those seniors heard you say that you'd be lucky to walk away with your life intact, it would cost you more than just your skin. Yang Shu scratched his head, but still pressed on. Then what's the purpose of renting those caves? Yang Kan's expression darkened, surprised that Yang Shu still dared to ask. Fortunately, class monitor Deng Xiang quickly came to the rescue, saying, everyone follow me outside. I've already scouted suitable lodging, and will take you all to rent rooms. Finally, Deng Xiang turned to Qi Fan and said, Qi Fan, you two should come along too. Class monitor, we won't be joining you. Feng Bin immediately refused. Qi Fan also said, the two of us are used to going our separate ways and don't take well to being managed. We wouldn't want to cause trouble for everyone. Qi Fan and Feng Bin promptly left. Deng Xiang furrowed his brows, wanting to say more, but Xuanjiang immediately spoke up. Class monitor, let them be. Those two had always been arrogant and dismissive of others, and after Qi Fan's breakthrough to the blood ascension realm, he had become even more overbearing. There was no need to bother with their cold shoulders. What a pity. They had no idea that reaching the first blood ascension was merely the beginning, with a long road still ahead. Xuanjiang's tone was full of disdain. He had been shocked by Qi Fan's breakthrough earlier, but upon reflection, he himself had reached blood ascension in just 20 days without consuming extra blood ascension soup. When it came to natural talent, he was clearly superior to that of Xuanjiang. Moreover, his assigned work earned a full 50 contribution points per month, plus Yang Can's financial support. Even with Qi Fan reaching the first stage of blood ascension, his future growth rate would far lag behind his own. Brother Jin, you really shouldn't be like this. We're all in the same class. There's no need to make things so tense. Class monitor Deng Xiang said somewhat complainingly to Xuanjiang, but he didn't go after Qi Fan either, and notably, he had already changed how he addressed Xuanjiang. The title Brother Jin made Xuanjiang feel soaring with pride. He knew this shift in address was based on his strength, potential, and resources, enough to make even Deng Xiang willingly place himself below him. While Xuanjiang enjoyed the flattering address, he didn't let it go to his head. He quickly replied, "Class monitor, you take them to rent houses. I won't be joining. You should go ahead. I need to drink blood ascension soup and continue my cultivation, striving to break through once more as soon as possible." After saying this, Xuanjiang slipped into the crowd and departed. Class monitor, how does Xuanjiang still have access to blood ascension soup? Indeed. Didn't he previously refer to Senior Yang Can as his master? What exactly is their relationship? Deng Xiang explained Senior Yang Can has taken Xuanjiang as his personal disciple, providing him with contribution points to help him break through his cultivation realm quickly. Xuanjiang's luck is simply too good. True. But then again, Xuanjiang's aptitude is truly defying heaven. He broke through to the blood ascension realm in only 20 days. His future is boundless. We'll need to rely on Xuanjiang from now on. What Xuanjiang? From now on we should call him Brother Jin, just like the class monitor does. Everyone was extremely envious of Xuanjiang's circumstances. Deng Xiang frowned slightly and said, "Enough. Go rent your houses quickly. The road ahead is still long, and there's no need to be disheartened. Nothing is decided yet. We are all dark horses." Meanwhile, Qi Fan and Feng Bin had parted ways with the Class 11 group. Qi Fan immediately said, "Feng Bin, we have absolutely no money on us right now. How are we supposed to rent a house? Were you a bit rash just now?" Feng Bin grinned broadly and pulled out a money pouch, saying, "Who said we have no money?" Qi Fan noticed the pouch contained a gold coin, the exact same type that Xuanjiang had distributed earlier. He asked curiously, "Where did you get this?" "Don't worry about where I got it. We'll have enough for half a month's living expenses at least. I'll figure something out for the next half month. Just need to survive the first month," Feng Bin said with a grin, not explaining the source of the gold coin. Qi Fan didn't press the issue further. The two searched everywhere for a place to stay. Although Feng Bin hadn't put much effort into his cultivation during this period, he had been diligently studying the language of the Xinjiang world. Moreover, he had focused on spoken conversation and was able to communicate in a basic way. After spending about half an hour asking around, they discovered that rental prices were steep, yet followed a clear pattern. The upper reaches of the East Bank were the most expensive, followed by the upper reaches of the West Bank. The lower reaches of the East Bank ranked third, and the lower reaches of the West Bank fourth. The price difference among the four locations was enormous. The most expensive area on the East Upper Bank could cost 5 times more than the cheapest area on the West Lower Bank, yet the distance between them didn't exceed 1 kilometer. This is complete nonsense. Such a huge price difference, yet the houses look almost identical. Only a fool would choose to live upstream, Feng Bin cursed. Qi Fan also sensed something suspicious, but he trusted that the locals couldn't be fools. There must be a reason. "Let's rent a place in the West upstream area for a month," he said after pondering for a moment. "Is that necessary? We only have enough money for one person. If we live in the West downstream area, it could easily last a full month. But in the West upstream area, it might barely last half a month." Qi Fan replied, "Since it's only enough for one person, it shows Senior Yang Can also implicitly assumes we won't stay in the cheapest West downstream area." "All right, I'll go along with your judgment," Feng Bin conceded, knowing Qi Fan always acted prudently. Feng Bin knew Qi Fan always handled matters cautiously, so he no longer insisted. The two soon rented a wooden cabin in the West upstream area. The landlord took their gold coin and handed back 5 brown coins as change. This would be Qi Fan and Feng Bin's provisions for the month. Qi Fan pushed open the door. The room was about 50 square meters, containing only a bed and a stove. But this posed no challenge to him and Feng Bin. They had both lived in caves for a month previously, and compared to that karst cave, the conditions here were far superior. The two promptly tidied up the room and built a new bed using wooden planks. "Qi Fan, your hypoglycemia hasn't flared up?" Suddenly Feng Bin realized something and immediately told Qi Fan. Qi Fan had also noticed this issue long ago and nodded. "That's correct, it hasn't occurred. Hurry and sleep. We have to start work tomorrow." Qi Fan immediately lay down, and before long he fell asleep, once again finding himself within that mysterious eggshell. "Here again. This time I must take a good look and see what kind of world this truly is." Qi Fan and his hungry worm body appeared once more within this eggshell. The tiny opening he had previously knocked into the eggshell was still there. Moreover, the air remained the same as before, light and ethereal, yet imbued with a mysterious power that made one feel buoyant with just a single breath. Qi Fan had become certain that his breakthrough this time must have been connected to the air in this place. Let me go out and scout the situation. Qi Fan extended his head through the opening in the eggshell, gazing at the dense, ancient forest beyond. Even the weeds on the forest floor towered above him, let alone the ancient trees. Just as Qi Fan was about to squeeze his entire body out, a dark shadow lunged from the side. Instinctively, Qi Fan hastily retreated into the eggshell. To his astonishment, outside the eggshell was a massive butterfly-like black flying insect, its darting eyes fixed intently on Qi Fan within the shell. What is this thing? It must be treating me as prey. Cold sweat broke over Qi Fan. This black butterfly insect was at least 4 to 5 times his size. A newly hatched larva like himself stood no chance against it. Qi Fan thought to himself, if this creature eats my worm body, what will happen to me in reality? Will I die? Qi Fan speculated quietly, and upon reflection, felt such a possibility truly existed. Perhaps if his worm body were slain, his true self would fall into an eternal slumber or perish directly within the dream. Qi Fan kept watch on the black butterfly outside. The creature guarded the shell's opening, poking at the eggshell with its antennae, as if trying to break in. Tension gripped Qi Fan's heart. Fortunately, it lacked the hard horn that Qi Fan possessed, and simply could not break through the eggshell he had battered against for over 2 years. Yet this black butterfly insect simply blocked the opening and refused to leave. Qi Fan felt troubled, having just hatched only to be ambushed. What terrible luck. Let's see how long you can keep watch. Once confirmed that this black butterfly could not breach the eggshell, Qi Fan felt at ease. He idled away inside the shell, having nothing to do. In the past, he would have rammed the eggshell, but clearly there was no need for that now. What a pity that I inhabit this hungry worm body, otherwise I could have tried practicing the Xuanjiang stance here. Qi Fan remained inside for roughly 20 minutes before his consciousness vanished from within the eggshell. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning. The moment Qi Fan opened his eyes, he sensed something different about his body. My body. What is this sensation? It feels as if I've drunk several bowls of blood-raising soup. Qi Fan carefully sensed this mysterious energy. It seemed to nourish every cell throughout his entire body. It's the air. It's the air outside the eggshell. Qi Fan's eyes sparkled with intensity. He had become utterly certain. The air in that world beyond the eggshell truly possessed extraordinary energy. Could that be a place of fortune and transformation? Even the air there is so heaven-defying, its effects surpassing blood-raising soup. Qi Fan's heart raced with excitement. If the air alone was so extraordinary, then what about all those weeds and plants outside, those spiritual flowers and rare fruits? If his hungry worm body could eat just 1 or 2, how extraordinary would that be? Could the place where his hungry worm found itself be the immortal realm? Was the air he breathed there actually immortal essence? Incredible. My hungry worm can directly connect to the immortal realm. Qi Fan's thoughts churned, his emotions surged, and for a long while he could not calm himself. On the adjacent bed, Feng Bin snored thunderously, still lost in dreams. Regardless, even if that truly is the immortal realm, my hungry worm form is merely the lowliest crawling insect, an ant. A single misstep, and this very body of mine could lose its life. My strength is far too weak. I must improve as quickly as possible. Qi Fan seized the moment, stepped out of the house, and headed outside to begin practicing the Xuanjiang stance. The place he had rented had wooden houses arranged in neat rows. Practicing martial arts here would surely disturb the neighbors, and Qi Fan had no wish to invite the wrath of everyone. He headed toward the stream instead. After walking approximately 200 meters, he arrived at the stream's edge. Upon reaching there, Qi Fan discovered several figures on both banks of the stream, practicing the Xuanjiang stance on the riverbank. This world has no shortage of hard-working people. Qi Fan thought quietly. Oh, he's here too. At that moment, Qi Fan noticed a familiar figure on the eastern riverbank. That was Xuanjiang, the first native to successfully raise blood. Xuanjiang was also practicing the Xuanjiang stance, completely absorbed. Xuanjiang comes from a wealthy family. To be able to live upstream on the eastern bank, Qi Fan thought to himself. He too seized the moment, adopted a stance, and began practicing the Xuanjiang stance. At this stage, Qi Fan no longer needed to practice on the stance post. Practicing on flat ground yielded the same results. As Qi Fan practiced the Xuanjiang stance, the air energy brought from the dream continued to be absorbed. Qi Fan could clearly sense his physical body's slight strengthening. After about an hour, Qi Fan stopped. By then the morning sun had risen in the east. Qi Fan exhaled a foul stench, the waste gases expelled by his body's rapid blood circulation. Excellent. This effect far surpasses drinking 2 bowls of blood-raising soup. It seems my future martial arts progress will be extraordinarily rapid. Qi Fan's mood was pleasant as his gaze swept toward the opposite eastern bank. At that time, Mo Changqian had also finished his practice and had spotted Qi Fan. Mo Changqian smiled and spoke, "Congratulations." Mo Changqian said more after that, but Qi Fan didn't understand. However, he could guess. "Congratulations, of course." Qi Fan smiled in return and offered a thanks. Qi Fan wished to converse more, but his language skills were lacking. In the end, he could only clasp his fist, bid farewell, and depart. Returning to his lodging, Qi Fan woke Feng Bin, and together they headed to the 9 divisions for work. The 9 divisions was the gathering place for the miners of Lingguan Mountain, located north of Lingguan Town. The site was quite spacious with a large plaza. Upon arriving, Qi Fan saw at least 1,000 people assembled reminiscent of his school days doing morning exercises. The crowd queued at the plaza to enter various square buildings. Qi Fan and Feng Bin discovered there were 9 passages in total, each a different color, matching the colors of the waste tokens distributed by the service division. "Qi Fan, I'm heading to work first. Heaven has no eyes. I never imagined that coming to another world, I'd end up farming." Feng Bin sighed, then parted ways with Qi Fan, walking toward the last passage. Feng Bin was assigned to the logistics department. He had chosen a relatively easy position, farming grain, but the pay was miserably low, only 1 contribution point per month. It wasn't that he was being lazy. In his own words, by farming grain, perhaps the two of them would never have to worry about food. No matter how dire the circumstances, at least they wouldn't starve. As for Qi Fan, he arrived at the 6th passage. At the end of the passage, there was a dedicated person collecting waste tokens. Qi Fan handed over his token. The person glanced at him and immediately said, "First time reporting. Go to the warehouse on the left to receive the spirit washing disc first." Qi Fan only understood the words "first time" and left. He entered the square building and found it bustling with activity. Several hundred people had already gathered inside. Qi Fan walked toward the warehouse on the left. At the warehouse entrance, a person emerged carrying a large black iron wok on their back, approximately 1 meter in diameter. The wok rested on their back like a turtle shell. Qi Fan looked closely and recognized the person. Yang Shu, one of those who had broken through on the same day as himself. "Qi Fan, you also came." Yang Shu took the initiative to greet Qi Fan. In the class, Yang Shu was the math representative. He had few friends and was very handsome, but he was a blockhead. Aside from mathematics, he was obsessed with playing games. Qi Fan's relationship with him was neither good nor bad. Qi Fan nodded and asked, "What are you carrying on your back?" "It is a spirit washing pan specially used for washing earth spirit stones." Qi Fan went to fetch one as well. Only after picking it up did he realize it was not light. It weighed at least 70-odd jin. This was definitely no iron pan. Qi Fan also carried it on his back and stood together with Yang Shu. Yang Shu looked at the crowd, muttering something under his breath. Qi Fan listened closely and realized he was counting. Qi Fan asked, "What are you counting?" "People. What use is there in counting them?" Yang Shu's eyes brightened, and he said, "I heard from the class monitor that earth spirit stones go through 4 stages: quarrying, crushing, washing, and refining. That means every earth spirit stone has to pass through our washing stage. If I can count exactly how many people there are, I can calculate the daily output later, and by extension, there is hope of estimating the total output of earth spirit stones in the entire Lingguan Mountain mining area. The key issue now is how much spirit sand is needed to refine a single earth spirit stone." Yang Shu seemed to be very keen on calculations and statistics. Qi Fan was not interested in such things. At the moment, he only wanted to train his martial arts to the pinnacle as quickly as possible and see whether he could successfully cultivate immortality. Before long, the Spirit Washing Bureau had designated people count the number of workers. Once the tally was complete, a lead figure at the front of the formation led the group out of the Spirit Washing Bureau. A mighty contingent of several hundred people advanced swiftly toward the western side of Lingguan Mountain. The group moved forward and descended the mountain, traveling about 10 or more kilometers until they entered a cliff face. In this cliff face was a huge cave opening 5 or 6 meters tall, and at its mouth 2 black armored guards were stationed. To be able to guard this place alone, they must be meridian opening grandmasters. Qi Fan said to himself. He was no longer the clueless earthling who had just arrived at Lingguan Mountain. Over the past month, he had clearly learned the divisions of the martial path. After the 3 blood ascension realms came the 3 bone forging realms, and after those came meridian opening. At most, one could open 5 chi meridians. In the mortal realm, the bone forging realm was already regarded as that of a great expert. Those who reached the meridian opening realm could establish a power of their own and accept martial disciples far and wide. They were known as meridian opening grandmasters, also called martial grandmasters. For the mortal realm to produce a meridian opening grandmaster was as difficult as ascending to heaven, rarer than 1 in 10,000. But within Lingguan Mountain, there were secret immortal medicines that could greatly increase this ratio. That was the fundamental reason martial arts experts who knew of the mountain's existence flocked to Lingguan Mountain without hesitation. The group entered the cavern. Inside were stone steps, and the ceiling was inlaid with luminous pearls for illumination. They continued downward, penetrating at least 1,000 meters into the mountain's belly until they no longer knew how deep they were. Along the way, sentries were stationed at intervals, and the security was extremely tight. Finally, everyone arrived at a vast cavern roughly the size of a football field. There was even a drink stall window, and at least 100 people were sitting around drinking tea and chatting. But these people all shared one common trait. Their faces and hair were covered in dust, making them look exactly like miners. Behind the cavern, there were 3 separate passageways. Guards were stationed at the mouths of these 3 passageways, and stone steels stood at each entrance. Chi Fan noticed that the steels were respectively inscribed with the words quarrying, crushing, and washing. The team leader from the Spirit Washing Bureau led everyone through the crowd into the Spirit Washing Cavern. As soon as they entered the tunnel, they could faintly hear the sound of splashing water. They continued descending, and the air gradually grew damp. After another 3 minutes of walking downward, they finally arrived beside a vast underground river. The river rushed violently like a surging army, its roar deafening. All right, get to work. Each person must hand in at least 3 grams of spirit sand. Once you hand in the spirit sand, you can clock off. Hand in more, earn more contribution points. You may go up to rest midway, but the break cannot exceed 10 minutes. Furthermore, if anyone dares to hide even a single grain of spirit sand when leaving this spirit washing cavern, death without mercy. An overseer shouted from the riverbank. The others immediately entered a storeroom on the east side. Chi Fan and Yang Shu followed. On the floor of the storeroom were piles of reddish-brown crushed stone debris as high as mountains. Among the stone chips, fine grains like gold could be vaguely seen. There were many spirit washing pans all around. The surrounding workers skillfully loaded the reddish-brown debris into the pans, then carried them into the rushing underground river. Gripping the pans in their hands, they shook them with great effort, washing away the reddish-brown gravel and retaining the golden earth spirit sand. It is really exactly like panning for gold, Chi Fan said to himself. On Earth, although he had never panned for gold, he had watched it on Douyin. The only difference was that these spirit washing pans were much too large. So heavy. This Xuanjiang stone truly lives up to its name, as heavy as 1,000 June. At that moment, Yang Shu beside him let out an exclamation. Yang Shu had already begun to load stone debris into his pan. Chi Fan also used a shovel nearby to scoop up Xuanjiang stone debris. He had clearly scooped only a fist-sized clump, yet it felt at least 100 June heavy. It was far heavier than gold. Chi Fan observed his surroundings and noticed that many people loaded 1 shovelful, while some loaded 2, or even 3. Chi Fan loaded 1 shovelful, and beside him Yang Shu also loaded only 1. The 2 carried the pans with the Xuanjiang stone debris to the edge of the underground river, following the example of the others, and stepping into the water. The bone-chillingly cold underground river surged against them. The temperature was probably only a few degrees. An ordinary person would go numb all over within minutes. But Chi Fan and Yang Shu had both reached the first blood ascension realm. With their blood sublimated throughout their bodies, they could endure the low temperature. However, the current was too swift, so Chi Fan and Yang Shu only stood at a spot 5 or 6 meters from the edge of the underground river. Sway the spirit washing pan. The movements should be gentle and the arc should be round. If too much spills, contribution points will be deducted directly. At that moment, a short-haired female enforcer on the bank said to Chi Fan and Yang Shu. Unfortunately, the 2 could hardly understand her, but fortunately, they could observe. Copying the people around them, they began to wash. Yang Shu's movements were extremely difficult, but Chi Fan felt it was relatively easy. He knew it was because his own strength was greater. Before he had even reached the first blood ascension realm, his strength was already comparable to, or even slightly above, that of the first blood ascension realm. After his subsequent breakthrough, his strength surged even more. Perhaps it was comparable to the second blood ascension realm. However, in order to avoid attracting attention, Chi Fan did not appear all that relaxed. He slowly swirled and rinsed the Xuanjiang stone debris in the spirit washing pan. These stone fragments were lighter than earth spirit sand, so they were washed out of the pan by the underground current. But the speed was truly slow. He stood in the water for a full 2 hours before that clump of Xuanjiang stone debris was washed clean, leaving behind dozens of grains of earth spirit sand. Is this the earth spirit sand? Can it form earth spirit stones for cultivators to use? Chi Fan reached out and touched the dozens of grains of earth spirit sand. The earth spirit sand felt cool to the touch with nothing particularly special about it. Chi Fan couldn't sense any energy within it either. Chi Fan placed the earth spirit sand into a tiny syringe. This syringe, once filled, contained exactly 3 grams, representing a full day's workload. Chi Fan poured the earth spirit sand in, reaching just about 1/4 capacity. After making some calculations, Chi Fan estimated it would take 8 hours of work to complete the daily quota. Of course, if he loaded more Xuanjiang stone fragments at once and ventured deeper into the underground river, he could significantly shorten this time. Let's observe the situation first. No need to rush. Chi Fan continued his work. Around midday, the Spirit Sand Works provided a lunch. This was Qi Fan's first meal in the Xuanjiang world. Previously, he had only consumed the blood-raising soup each day. The meal was exceptionally abundant with meat dishes available to eat freely though there was no rice. Yang Shu could hold back no longer and scooped himself a large bowl, devouring it with great enthusiasm. Qi Fan likewise ate ravenously. On Earth, he suffered from an eating disorder, and 2 years of binge eating made him exceptionally fond of delicious food. For the past month, his mouth had been utterly devoid of flavor. So delicious. This food is absolutely amazing, Yang Shu said as he ate. Do you know Mei Shui from our class? Qi Fan's mind conjured up the image of that girl whose face was covered in acne, though after practicing the Yu-Yang stance daily her acne had vanished and her appearance had improved considerably. Additionally, she was rather close with class committee member Xuanjiang. Qi Fan nodded while eating meat and replied, I know her. What about her? Yang Shu said, doesn't her family run a restaurant? Her cooking skills are pretty good too. She wanted to open a restaurant at Lingguan Mountain, hoping to earn money with our Sichuan cuisine cooking techniques. Looking at things now, that's simply impossible. The food here is far better than Sichuan cuisine. Qi Fan said, every place has its own dietary habits. For foreign cuisine to gain a foothold is indeed very difficult. By the way, Wang Xuan's idea is even more interesting. Yang Shu opened up saying with a smile, Wang Xuan said that if his martial arts progress becomes difficult, he's prepared to write Journey to the West and sell it at Lingguan Mountain to earn contribution points. But he hasn't calculated one thing. That's the population issue at Lingguan Mountain. There are at most 10,000 or so people there. The base is simply too small. There's no way he could make a living selling books. I told him this, but he wouldn't believe me. He said that as long as the quality is solid and he meets a truly influential patron willing to appreciate his work, he could soar to great heights. Qi Fan nodded. If he truly finds such a patron, it would indeed be worth more than 1,000 or 10,000 ordinary people. The class monitor has plans too. He said he'd raise money to open a tavern, have Wang Xuan tell stories, and make Mei Shui the head chef. Yang Shu chatted with Qi Fan for a while until the copper gong clanged. Everyone immediately returned to work, continuing to wash the spirit sand. It was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon when Qi Fan and Yang Shu finally gathered the 3 grams of spirit sand. After submitting it, they were thoroughly inspected before leaving the cave. Qi Fan returned to his quarters. It took Feng Bin another half-hour before he came back. Feng Bin recounted his work experiences. His job was feeding a pig-like animal called a stone pig, though it was the size of an ox. Since it was his first day, he was assigned to clean the animal pens and got gored by the stone pig's horns several times, leaving several bruises on his body. I thought I'd come here for cultivation to soar through heaven and earth to achieve immortality, but never did I imagine I'd end up here raising pigs. Feng Bin lay on his bed suddenly asking, Qi Fan, what do you think Chun Yao and Yin Haochen are doing right now? They went to the Xuanjiang sect learning immortal techniques, right? Qi Fan was preparing dinner, stirring the contents in the pot. It was a fish called the yellow sword fish with delicious flavor and affordable price. Simply boiling it made for an excellent meal. Feng Bin continued speaking to himself. I'm working at the same place as Li Yuru from our class. I heard from her that our classmate Xuanjiang was assigned to the wood-burning office, specifically responsible for burning wood. What's that kind of work? Qi Fan asked curiously. Feng Bin sat up from the bed. Do you remember when Song Bapi was leading us in? There was a very powerful guy carrying a piece of wood across the iron rope bridge. That was Xuanjiang spirit wood. Xuanjiang spirit wood contains wood spirit sand. Xuanjiang's job is to burn the Xuanjiang spirit wood in a furnace until it becomes ash, earning 50 contribution points per month. Tell me, isn't that job much easier? And the contribution points are nearly double yours. Even if I weren't a blood-raising warrior, I could do that work. Indeed, breaking through 10 days earlier really makes all the difference in treatment. Qi Fan said nothing. In his heart, he privately calculated how long would it take him to break through to the second blood-raising realm. That very night, Qi Fan entered the dream eggshell once more. That black butterfly insect was indeed still guarding the eggshell entrance and showed no signs of leaving. Qi Fan wasn't upset either. After all, the eggshell had already been cracked open, and he could absorb the immortal energy from outside, even without the black butterfly insect leaving. He wouldn't leave easily unless his strength increased to the point of sufficient self-protection. Qi Fan vigorously inhaled the fresh, immortal energy. At dawn the next day, while the immortal energy still lingered around his body, he immediately got up and headed to the riverbank to practice the Yu-Yang stance. Xuanjiang had also arrived on the opposite bank. The two nodded to each other across the river, a greeting between them, before each began their arduous practice. After finishing, Qi Fan went to work again. Thus half a month swiftly passed. Half a month later, Feng Bin's money had run out, and he couldn't acquire any food. Feng Bin had prepared himself for half a month of hunger, but Qi Fan had already borrowed a gold coin from Xuanjiang. The two successfully made it through the remaining half-month. During this month, as Qi Fan absorbed immortal energy and practiced daily, he discovered his power was growing rapidly. There were actually faint signs of his blood rising again. This speed is too fast. Qi Fan was deeply moved. He hadn't even drunk a single bowl of blood-raising soup yet here, he was with such a terrifying speed. The immortal energy was truly extraordinary. Sure enough, on the 50th day after Qi Fan arrived at Lingguan Mountain one morning, he was practicing the Yuyang stance by the river when he suddenly fell to stirring. He immediately sat cross-legged. Xuanjiang on the opposite bank was somewhat puzzled, but since it was still dark he couldn't see what was happening to Qi Fan on the other side. He wondered if Qi Fan's old illness had struck again. But before 3 minutes had passed, Qi Fan stood up again. On Qi Fan's, and he could feel the surging blood within him vast as an ocean. His entire body's vital energy had reached an entirely new level, and his gaze sparkled brilliantly. Just over 2 months, and I've reached the second blood-raising realm. It seems that with this immortal energy's assistance I can quickly reach the meridian opening realm. Qi Fan didn't reveal his cultivation level. After all, this speed was simply too frightening to speak of. This Lingguan Mountain had immortal beings. There was no guarantee that an immortal wouldn't detect the hunger worm within his body. This was his greatest reliance. Qi Fan continued going to work daily. In the 3rd month at Lingguan Mountain one night, Feng Bin brought back a piece of news. Xuanjiang had broken through to the second blood-raising realm. Xuanjiang really hit the damn jackpot. Senior Yang Ken has been giving him vigorous support. I hear that for the past 2 months he's had a bowl of blood ascension soup every single day without ever stopping. I only earn 1 contribution point a month. To drink a bowl of blood ascension soup I'd have to save for over 4 years without eating or drinking. How the hell is anyone supposed to catch up to him? Feng Bin's tone was filled with envy. Qi Fan was also surprised by how much Yang Ken had invested in Xuanjiang, but there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Why would Yang Ken invest so heavily in Xuanjiang? With Xuanjiang's breakthrough, Qi Fan grew a little bolder. 5 days later, while on duty, he scooped up twice as much 1,000 June stone shavings as usual and moved 3 meters farther forward along the underground river. Qi Fan noticed that no one was observing him except Yang Shu, who looked astonished. Even the enforcers on the bank had only paid them close attention during the first few days, worried that he and Yang Shu would spill the 1,000 June stone shavings. Later, once they saw that he and Yang Shu moved with practiced skill, they stopped paying attention and turned to watch the other newcomers. In this spirit washing bureau, newcomers arrived every day or two, and there were always those who quit. Those who quit had either been transferred to another bureau, or after years of washing spirit sand in the underground river, had suffered health problems from the chill, and some even lost their lives. Even martial artists rarely came to a good end on Lingguan Mountain. Qi Fan handed in twice as much earth spirit sand every day, and his daily wages also increased from 1 contribution point to 2. 2 more months passed, and it was now exactly half a year since Qi Fan and the others had arrived at Lingguan Mountain. That day Qi Fan was washing spirit sand in the underground river. The bitingly cold underground water fiercely scoured the spirit washing pan in his hands, and at the same time it scoured his body. Gradually Qi Fan slowed to a stop. His body began to glow red. After roughly a minute, he opened his eyes again. 3rd stage of blood ascension. I never imagined that in half a year I'd cover the path that Senior Yang Ken took 8 years to traverse. Feeling the surging mighty blood energy within his body, so powerful that even the spirit washing pan in his hands felt weightless, Qi Fan found it hard to conceal his joy. After the 3rd blood ascension, his strength had taken another great leap forward. But he quickly calmed down. During these 6 months, he had also come to understand martial cultivation on Lingguan Mountain. Generally speaking, there were 3 kinds of people on Lingguan Mountain. The first were ordinary people without power or backing. Apart from Xuanjiang, everyone else in Class 11 belonged to this group. They could only slowly accumulate contribution points by working, and then exchange them for blood ascension soup. The second kind were people with powerful backgrounds, such as Xuanjiang. For the past 6 months, Qi Fan had gone to the riverbank every morning for training, and Xuanjiang did the same. As Qi Fan gradually grew more familiar with him, they chatted a little more. He learned that Xuanjiang had a relative on Lingguan Mountain. Although that relative was not a meridian opening grandmaster, he was still a great expert of the bone tempering realm, which was why he could also have a bowl of blood ascension soup every day without interruption. The third kind were those with martial arts talent, geniuses. Even if such people had no powerful background, they would be noticed by major figures taken into their forces and nurtured. Xuanjiang was one of the third kind. His natural aptitude was actually a bit higher than Xuanjiang's. Of course, Xuanjiang still could not be considered a true top-tier martial genius. Otherwise, he would not have become Yang Kan's disciple. He would have been snatched away by other important figures. Yang Kan, on the other hand, was of the first kind. Although Song Qingmin had brought him to Lingguan Mountain, Song Qingmin had given him no help, and his own natural talent was not particularly high. Back then, while working on Lingguan Mountain and saving contribution points, he had needed 8 full years before reaching the third stage of blood ascension. Having someone pave the road for you, and having no one, are two completely different concepts. Fortunately, I have immortal chi from the celestial realm to assist my martial cultivation. But I must also guard against arrogance and impatience and advance steadily if I am to endure. 3 more days passed, and it was time to distribute contribution points. Qi Fan went to the General Affairs Bureau to collect his contribution points. Over the past few months after deducting his expenses, he had 250 contribution points left. He had worked for 5 months. During the first 2 months, he stuck to the rules and earned only 30 points each month. During the next 2 months, he earned twice the standard amount each month, making 120 points in total. In the final month, Qi Fan discovered that all the enforcement personnel in charge of verification and supervision had been replaced, so he pushed himself hard and earned 80 contribution points in a single month. In all, that was 260 points. He exchanged 10 points for currency to cover rent and living expenses and to repay his debt to Mo Xuanjiang. Yang Shu was also stunned by Qi Fan's strength, but Qi Fan invited him to an upper cavern for a warm drink and told him plainly not to spread the word. Yang Shu indeed kept his mouth shut. With 250 contribution points, I can exchange for 5 bowls of blood ascension soup, Qi Fan murmured to himself. Of course, those 5 bowls were not for him to drink. They were for Feng Bin. Qi Fan now had immortal qi from the celestial realm to enjoy every day, so he had no need for blood ascension soup at all. Moreover, when he had broken through back, then the blood ascension soup Feng Bin had given him had played a major role. On top of that, given their relationship, even if Feng Bin had not given him the soup, Qi Fan would still have helped him enter the blood ascension realm. Early the next morning, Qi Fan did not go to the riverbank to train. Instead, he went to the Medicinal Food Bureau to exchange his contribution points for blood ascension soup. But suddenly, as if a thought had struck him, he turned back toward the riverbank. I'll ask Mo Xuanjiang whether he has a cheaper source for blood ascension soup. After half a year on Lingguan Mountain, Qi Fan had come to understand many things. For example, the rent differences between the upper and lower reaches and between the east and west banks of Lingguan Town ultimately stemmed from the different powers protecting each area. In fact, there was no rent on Lingguan Mountain. Anyone could build a house in any non-restricted area and live there. But out in the wilderness, you could easily be robbed or even killed. Even the enforcement teams could find no trace of the culprits, and in the end the cases were simply dropped. As a result, some people formed factions, claimed territory, and charged rent. The upper reaches of the East Bank were guarded by 5 meridian opening grandmasters, and no one on Lingguan Mountain dared provoke them. If you rented territory from them, you not only had no worries about safety, but even if you were bullied outside the residential area, their people would help you stand up. They also held regular internal trading events and regular martial arts instruction, so their rent was the highest. The power behind the lower reaches was somewhat weaker. They only protected the residential areas and did not care about anything else, so their rent was the cheapest. As for such factionalism, the lofty cultivators at the summit of Lingguan Mountain paid no attention. They only cared about whether the monthly output of spirit stones met the quota. Given the situation on Lingguan Mountain, and since contribution points could be traded, Qi Fan felt that there was bound to be considerable room for maneuvering here. Sure enough, after Qi Fan crossed the river and asked Mo Xuanjiang the question on his mind, Mo Xuanjiang pondered for a moment and then said there are indeed cheaper blood ascension soups. Some are sold loose, and there are also prepared medicinal ingredients that you can take home and brew yourself. Qi Fan's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly asked where. The black market. Where is the black market? The black market's location is not fixed. It operates on an invitation-only membership system. You need someone to introduce you, and there is a monthly membership fee of 1 contribution point. Can you purchase on my behalf? Qi Fan fell silent for a moment before asking. Mo Xuanjiang chuckled. The quality of goods at the black market varies. If you end up with inferior products, it might strain our friendship. Qi Fan found Mo Xuanjiang's reasoning sound and nodded. Then I trouble you, brother Mo, to make the introduction. No problem. The black market opens every 10 days. By my calculations, there are 4 days remaining. Meet me here at midnight in 4 days' time. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. That night, Qi Fan arrived at the riverbank. By then, the riverbank was deserted with no one practicing martial arts. One reason was that a person's qi and blood are strongest in the morning and weakest at night, making nighttime cultivation only half as effective. The second reason was that Mount Lingguan was perilous at night with masked bandits lurking about. A moment's carelessness could leave one robbed, and without money their life might be in danger. Qi Fan circled the riverbank first, ensuring no one was lying in wait before revealing himself to meet Mo Xuanjiang. Though they were friends, he believed it was wise to remain cautious. Let's go. Mo Xuanjiang led Qi Fan immediately downstream from the town. Mount Lingguan was vast, a sprawling range of connected mountains. Qi Fan followed Mo Xuanjiang deep into the mountains, covering over 20 kilometers and scaling several peaks. Fortunately, both were martial artists, and with faint night lighting, they moved swiftly even through the darkness. Mo Xuanjiang must have broken through to the secondary blood-raising realm. Qi Fan speculated silently as he trailed behind, studying his companion's gait and bearing. Soon the pair reached the edge of a dense forest. All transactions at the black market require face coverings, for some dealings cannot see the light of day. Mo Xuanjiang handed Qi Fan a black cloth to conceal his face, then wrapped one around his own. Qi Fan immediately donned his covering his features. They advanced several hundred meters, passing through a thicket of brambles that encircled the area, with only a single entrance to the east. Two mysterious figures in black, wearing clown masks, guarded the entrance. Through the entrance, torches flickered within the forest. Xuanjiang presented an ivory token inscribed with the characters, "Third Class." The two guards immediately granted passage. Xuanjiang did not rush to enter, instead he addressed them. "This gentleman behind me is a new member I recommended. Please register him. Opening a member account requires 10 contribution points with an annual fee of 1 point thereafter. The first year's fee is waived." Hearing this figure, Qi Fan was immediately taken aback. Earlier, Xuanjiang had only mentioned the annual fee of 1 contribution point, omitting any opening charge. Xuanjiang promptly said, "Oh, I've forgotten about the account opening fee." Xuanjiang waited nearby. Qi Fan's mind raced, two hypotheses forming. The first, Xuanjiang truly had forgotten. The second possibility was a referral bonus. That is, Xuanjiang might earn a rebate from the account opening fee for introducing him to the black market. Someone like Feng Bin would have immediately clashed with Xuanjiang, but Qi Fan felt no anger. He always believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. His relationship with Xuanjiang was not particularly close, so it was understandable that the man would seek to profit from their association. As long as the black market proved worthwhile and wasn't a fraudulent establishment, that was all that mattered. Qi Fan promptly produced a circular token worth 10 contribution points, the standard currency issued by Xuanjiang's sect. The guard took the payment, and they entered the black market. "We'll need to wait a moment," Xuanjiang said. Qi Fan and Xuanjiang waited nearby, and within 5 minutes 3 groups of people arrived. All 3 groups wore masks covering their faces. Qi Fan couldn't help but wonder whether he and Xuanjiang would be robbed when they left. Immediately, another masked individual arrived. Qi Fan studied the figure and felt the silhouette was somewhat familiar. But it was nighttime, and the distance was too great for him to make out any details. "Please show your membership card." One of the guards stopped the person. The individual produced a membership card, and the guard immediately allowed entry. Just before entering, the person suddenly turned back and asked, "I've heard there's a 5 contribution point rebate for referring new members. Is that true?" After speaking, Qi Fan's expression shifted subtly. "It's him." Qi Fan narrowed his eyes. The voice belonged to Xuanjiang. "Indeed there is," the guard replied. "Thank you." Xuanjiang smiled, involuntarily thinking of the students from class 11 and feeling another profit opportunity slipping his way. He quickened his pace and disappeared into the black market forest. "Ahem. Brother Qi, about those 5 contribution points." Xuanjiang ground his teeth in resentment toward Xuanjiang. He could have quietly collected those 5 contribution points, but this fellow had to speak up and announce it so loudly. Qi Fan smiled. "With access to the black market, I'll save countless contribution points in the future. What's a mere 5 points? Xuanjiang said nothing more, but his gaze toward Qi Fan carried a hint of appreciation. Soon another guard emerged and handed Qi Fan a new membership card bearing the same third-class designation. Qi Fan followed Xuanjiang into the dense black market forest. There were quite a few people inside, roughly 100. About half had spread their goods on the ground for sale. Among the wares were weapons and martial arts manuals, many still stained with blood. There was no doubt the origins were questionable. Qi Fan stopped at a stall where the vendor had laid out 3 martial arts manuals. Having arrived at Mount Lingguan some time ago, Qi Fan had only learned the Yuyang stance technique, so he was quite interested in other martial arts manuals. As Qi Fan crouched to examine them closely, the vendor immediately produced a luminous pearl to light the way. This is the swimming dragon palm created by a martial arts grandmaster who has opened 3 meridians. It specifically trains the upper body techniques. Once mastered, one moves like a swimming dragon with incredibly fierce force. Currently available at a special price of just 10 contribution points. As Qi Fan reached to flip through the pages, the vendor immediately pressed his hand and smiled. "Friend, it is not permitted to examine closely before completing a transaction. That is the rule." Qi Fan set down the swimming dragon palm and picked up the second martial arts manual. This is the ethereal step created by a grandmaster who has opened 4 meridians. It specializes in movement techniques and is available for only 8 contribution points. This is the wind-parting sword manual, which requires a weapon to use. It costs 12 contribution points. Qi Fan set it down without purchasing, as Xuanjiang gently kicked his ankle nearby. After Qi Fan walked away, Xuanjiang explained, "The martial arts manuals at the black market are extremely unreliable. If someone tampers with them, you could easily suffer qi deviation and damage your body while practicing, and in severe cases it could endanger your life. Yet you have no one to hold accountable." Qi Fan found this reasonable and asked, "Then where can I buy reliable martial arts manuals?" Buying them from anywhere is unreliable. The trustworthy methods are either joining a faction or looting them from defeated opponents after besting them in combat. Qi Fan nodded and continued wandering with Xuanjiang. Soon he found what he was looking for. This was a stall manned by 3 people with a large pot beside it boiling some kind of strange medicinal herbs that looked blood-red. The scent was also very familiar to Chi Fan. It was blood-raising soup. At that moment, more than 20 people were lined up to purchase it, and Xuanjiang was among them. A sign beside the large pot read 25 contribution points per bowl of blood-raising soup. How can it be so cheap? Chi Fan was astonished. It was nearly half the price. Xuanjiang explained, the medicinal herbs used to prepare blood-raising soup vary in quality. These herbs are inferior to those provided by the medicinal cuisine division. They are essentially rejected stock, which is why they are sold much cheaper. What about the efficacy? Chi Fan pressed. The medicinal effect is also reduced, but overall it is about 80% as effective as the genuine blood-raising soup. 80% is enough. Chi Fan immediately joined the queue to purchase. Here blood-raising soup was available for purchase with a 7-day shelf life, and medicinal herbs were also sold. A portion of herbs could brew 10 bowls costing 15 fewer contribution points than buying individually. Only 160 points. However, Xuanjiang advised Chi Fan to purchase the prepared blood-raising soup as many of those herbs were likely damaged, further reducing their efficacy. Some might even cause diarrhea when consumed. Chi Fan therefore directly purchased a 7-bowl portion, spending 175 contribution points. The vendor provided a bag and divided it into 7 portions. Chi Fan observed that Xuanjiang had also purchased loose blood-raising soup and left the black market immediately after buying. Brother Chi, I also need to purchase some things. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. Chi Fan was about to find an excuse to part ways with Xuanjiang when unexpectedly Xuanjiang proposed splitting up first. This suited Chi Fan's intentions perfectly. After separating from Xuanjiang, he quietly followed Xuanjiang. Chi Fan quietly followed Xuanjiang as he departed from the black market's secret forest. When Xuanjiang had broken through previously, he had relied on his superior strength to attack Feng Bin directly and had targeted him several more times afterward. On the surface, Chi Fan had not conflicted with Xuanjiang, but that did not mean he was a magnanimous man. Encountering Xuanjiang at the black market today could only be attributed to Xuanjiang's bad luck. Huh, who's following me? Chi Fan suddenly noticed someone tailing him from behind. Though the person's movements were subtle, they did not escape Chi Fan's notice. Chi Fan furrowed his brow. After one final glance at Xuanjiang ahead, he decided to stop following for now. He was still close to the black market. If he couldn't defeat the person behind him, he could at least retreat to safety within the market. Chi Fan slowed his pace and deliberately turned left, preparing to circle back to the black market. But to his surprise, the person tailing him did not continue following. Instead, that individual headed directly toward Xuanjiang. Interesting. It seems many people have grudges against Xuanjiang. Chi Fan immediately resumed his pursuit, hoping to seize the opportunity to play the mantis stalking the cicada while the oriole watches from behind. Xuanjiang had also purchased 7 bowls of blood-elevating soup. If Feng Bin drank 2 bowls daily, there was a high probability he could break through to the blood elevation stage. The 3 individuals traveled in a straight line. Xuanjiang had no awareness whatsoever, while the mysterious person that Chi Fan was following had clearly not detected Chi Fan trailing behind him. After advancing roughly 10 kilometers upon reaching a mountain stream waterfall, the mysterious person suddenly accelerated, hurtling toward Xuanjiang at full speed. This individual clearly intended to use the waterfall's roar to mask the sounds of combat, preventing Xuanjiang from calling for help. Experienced and shrewd. But let's see about their actual strength. Chi Fan mused to himself. Who goes there? Xuanjiang, far from being defenseless, was greatly startled upon spotting the mysterious figure behind him. He hastily produced an exquisite crossbow and fired a poisoned dart toward the stranger. However, as the old saying goes, for every force there is a greater counterforce. The mysterious person had clearly anticipated this, flicking out from their sleeve a half-arm length umbrella bone that instantly deflected the poisoned dart. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Xuanjiang frantically fired 5 consecutive shots, all of which were blocked by the mysterious person's small umbrella. His arrows exhausted, Xuanjiang immediately broke into a desperate sprint. Unfortunately, the mysterious person was faster, closing the distance between them. Boom, boom, boom. The two immediately engaged in combat. Xuanjiang fought empty-handed while the mysterious person folded away the umbrella to reveal a dagger. As the saying goes, reach advantage decides victory. Xuanjiang was forced into a retreating position, constantly in peril. It seems both are at the 2nd level blood elevation. Chi Fan observed from his concealment, making his assessment. If the mysterious person had been at the 3rd level blood elevation, Xuanjiang would have been subdued long ago. He must be at 2nd level. Xuanjiang is also at 2nd level blood elevation, yet he is completely at a disadvantage because the mysterious person has mastered a combat technique. The Yueyang stance art counts only as an internal technique for increasing strength. To actually fight enemies, one requires martial techniques. Before Xuanjiang could exchange more than half a minute with the mysterious person, he let out a miserable cry, his arm bleeding, already wounded by a stab. Xuanjiang hastily placed his backpack in front of him and shouted, "Spare my life, hero. Everything I have is here. If you want to take it all." The mysterious person indeed ceased attacking, coldly staring at Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang immediately released the backpack and retreated reluctantly. Seeing this, Qi Fan judged the moment had come. He prepared to strike, first feigning assistance to Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang would undoubtedly believe Qi Fan was an ally, cooperate with him to subdue, or even eliminate the mysterious person, after which Qi Fan would turn around and strike Xuanjiang. Though he was already at third-level blood elevation, caution was paramount. Especially since he desired both the spoils and to not let Xuanjiang escape, this was the only viable strategy. What audacity! Within the Lingguan Mountain you dare commit robbery. Just as Qi Fan prepared to act, an angry roar suddenly rang out from a large tree. A figure descended from the tree. This person wore no mask, and Qi Fan recognized him immediately. It was senior brother Yangqian. Master, why are you here? Upon seeing Yangqian, Xuanjiang was overjoyed. Yangqian said to Xuanjiang, "This was your first black market visit. I was worried, so I have been secretly escorting you all along." Xuanjiang was deeply moved. Yangqian fixed his gaze on the mysterious opponent, who immediately turned and fled at full speed. He clearly knew Yangqian and understood he was no match for him. "Master, chase him quickly. Don't let him escape," Xuanjiang frantically called out. Yet Yangqian made no move to pursue. Instead, he coldly said, "Xuanjiang, you are still too naive. If I gave chase, I might fall into someone's scheme of luring away the guardian to capture the child. Your life would be in grave danger." While Xuanjiang stood in confusion, Yangqian immediately turned toward a dark corner and said coldly, "Come out. Stop skulking about. I discovered you from the very beginning." From within the darkness, a figure gradually emerged. It was no other than Qi Fan. In his heart, Qi Fan felt utterly speechless. He had believed himself to be the Oriole watching from behind, never expecting that Yangqian had been tailing him all along. As the saying goes, the older ginger is always spicier. He had failed to detect the pursuer the entire time. Of course, there might be another reason. Yangqian had studied footwork techniques. Fortunately, he had kept his face covered throughout, so Yangqian likely had not recognized him. Just passing through. Qi Fan spoke in a falsetto, preparing to leave. Upon seeing Qi Fan retreat, Yangqian's mind raced, judging that this person was at most at second-level blood elevation. "Where do you think you're going?" Boom. Yangqian struck without hesitation. His footwork was swift, his speed extraordinary, and spiritual energy surged through his right arm as he launched toward Qi Fan. Qi Fan's speed was no match for Yangqian's. He was quickly overtaken with no escape route remaining. Qi Fan immediately circulated his spiritual energy and threw a simple, unadorned punch directly at Yangqian. An absolutely astonishing scene unfolded. With a crack, Yangqian's arm shattered instantaneously. Like a cannonball, he was sent hurtling backwards, stumbling repeatedly. Both Yangqian and Qi Fan were shocked by this turn of events. "My strength. It's actually this formidable." Qi Fan was astonished. Though he knew he surpassed warriors of the same cultivation level, he never imagined the gap would be this vast. Yangqian was also at third-level blood elevation, and so was Qi Fan. Moreover, Qi Fan had only broken through recently, yet he had completely dominated Yangqian. Could this be the advantage of absorbing immortal essence? "Master, hold on. I'll fetch reinforcements." Xuanjiang also hadn't anticipated that the mysterious person's ally would be so terrifyingly powerful. A single exchange had taken down Master Yangqian. For the first time, he felt the threat of death looming. He made a decisive judgment and bolted wildly in another direction. Witnessing this, a chill washed over Yangqian's heart. Though he knew Xuanjiang's presence would be useless, the speed at which Xuanjiang fled made Yangqian feel he had misjudged his character. The reason he had invested so much in cultivating Xuanjiang was because he hoped Xuanjiang would rapidly reach the tempered bone stage, then repay the favor and help him break through to the tempered bone stage as well. Such investments were commonplace on Lingguan Mountain. But given Xuanjiang's current reaction, he would likely prove to be an ungrateful wretch. All his investments would come to nothing. Cultivating the Tao. 8 wasted years. Not only have I failed to pursue cultivation, I haven't even mastered martial arts, and my judgment of character is this flawed. This Xuanjiang world. I should never have come. Murmuring to himself, Yangqian's laughter turned bitter and forlorn. He had already abandoned resistance. But to his utter surprise, the powerful, mysterious person bypassed him entirely and chased after Xuanjiang at full speed. Yangqian felt bewildered. This mysterious figure had neither robbed him nor killed him, simply passed right by. This was entirely irrational. As for Qi Fan, he held no grudge against Yangqian. Yangqian had even offered him guidance, making him something of a half-master, so Qi Fan would never have killed him. He quickened his pace to pursue Xuanjiang. Upon spotting the mysterious figure gaining on him from behind, Xuanjiang's scalp went numb with terror. He sprinted wildly while crying out, "Help! Help! There's a killer! Someone's killing people!" Xuanjiang screamed, all along, his voice echoing through the valley. Yet they were still more than 10 li from the main peak of Lingguan Mountain with nobody in sight. Qi Fan's brows furrowed as he pursued swiftly and within moments he caught up with Xuanjiang. Upon seeing Qi Fan arrive, Xuanjiang had absolutely no intention of resisting. He dropped to his knees before Qi Fan and immediately begged for mercy. "Spare my life, good sir. Please spare my life." Xuanjiang kowtowed, prostrating himself on the ground, trembling all over and daring not to raise his head. Only at this moment did Xuanjiang truly comprehend the brutality of the Xuanjiang world. Prior to this, his martial arts aptitude had been outstanding. He had passed through countless trials, received cultivation support, and for the past half-year had been the object of flattery among everyone in Class 11. Even class monitor Deng Xiang dared not offend him, showing reverence instead. This had led him to believe that coming to the Xuanjiang world was the wisest decision of his life. But now he regretted it. If he had never come to the Xuanjiang world, though merely an ordinary man, he could still live to 70 or 80 enjoying the conveniences of civilization. Xuanjiang watched the mysterious figure's feet approach and trembled, even more cold sweat drenching his body. Crack! Suddenly the mysterious figure stepped on his right arm with their foot. The excruciating pain made Xuanjiang let out a blood-curdling scream, bead like sweat rolling down his cheeks. Xuanjiang's right arm was shattered. Lying on the ground, he gazed in terror at the figure still drawing near. The mysterious person bent down, removed the backpack from their shoulders, then stepped over him and vanished into the depths of the dark forest. Only when Xuanjiang saw the figure disappear did he dare to breathe heavily. Meanwhile, Qi Fan took the backpack and departed, having chosen not to kill Xuanjiang. In truth, Qi Fan had initially harbored killing intent, but ultimately chose to abandon it. First, a mysterious figure had appeared midway, and Qi Fan had his suspicions about that person's identity. Second, Yang Can had also shown up along the way. If Qi Fan killed Xuanjiang and let Yang Can escape, Yang Can would very likely report to the Enforcement Division for a thorough investigation. There should not be many people who held grudges against Xuanjiang. At the very least, Qi Fan himself was a widely known enemy. When the Enforcement Division searched for suspects, it was highly possible they would trace it back to him. At that point, the fact that he had reached the third stage of blood rising might also be exposed. Therefore, to play it safe, Qi Fan had chosen to sever one of his arms, instead settling the old grievance. Qi Fan opened the backpack and quickly sorted through the spoils. Without conscious thought, Qi Fan recalled the palm technique Yang Can had employed earlier. It had to be the heart-shattering palm. The reason Yang Can fell to Qi Fan's hands despite wielding the heart-shattering palm lay in his choice to clash head-on. Had he not done so, it would have been hard to predict who would have emerged victorious. Because Qi Fan's weakness was far too obvious, he possessed no martial arts techniques whatsoever. Having a martial arts technique and not having one are entirely different concepts. But if I practice the heart-shattering palm, it may expose me in the future. Yet if I do not practice it, I cannot find a reliable technique anytime soon. Qi Fan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to learn it. Since he lacked combat techniques, studying it as a transitional measure would suffice. Moreover, he would not openly engage in violent disputes. Since every strike he delivered resulted in a fatality with no survivors, the technique would naturally never leak out. 150 contribution points. What a windfall. Working hard for a living still cannot compare to the quick gains of being a robber, Qi Fan mused silently. Of course, he only thought about it. The blood-rising realm was merely at the bottom tier on Lingguan Mountain. Should he ever encounter a bone-tempering realm expert, it would be disastrous. Qi Fan returned to his residence where Feng Bin was still awake, anxiously waiting inside the room. He knew Qi Fan had gone to the black market to purchase blood-rising soup for him. Feng Bin paused, then smiled and said, "It's all right. As long as you're back safe, that's what matters. I was worried you'd been robbed and abandoned in the wilderness. By the way, I've been thinking. It's more important for you to advance first. With you protecting me here, we have food and clothing covered. Plus, I lack talent for martial arts, so drinking it would be a waste. Just kidding. I bought the blood-rising soup." Qi Fan placed the 14 bags of blood-rising soup from his back onto the table. Good heavens. So many. Feng Bin's eyes widened upon seeing the table full of blood-rising soup. Qi Fan said, "Blood-rising soup has a shelf life of only 7 days. Drink 2 bags per day. Remember, do not let this leak. Its origin is not entirely legitimate. If word gets out, it will bring trouble." I understand. Feng Bin nodded repeatedly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he quickly said, "Qi Fan, you drink it. You advance your cultivation first. When you've risen higher, help pull me up." Feng Bin had no idea that Qi Fan had already reached the 3rd stage of blood rising. He still believed Qi Fan was merely at the 1st stage. Qi Fan felt no particular attraction to blood-rising soup because he possessed a far more perfect immortal qi. He felt that immortal qi coursing through his body would make him significantly stronger than warriors of the same realm. Drinking medicinal potions might defile his physique. Enough. Just drink it when I tell you to. If you break through to the first stage of blood rising and change jobs, you'll earn considerably more in the future. Alright. Feng Bin nodded firmly and patted Qi Fan on the shoulder, saying nothing more. Having grown up together since childhood, no words of gratitude were needed between them. Early the next morning, Feng Bin drank a bowl of blood-rising soup and practiced the Yuyang stance with Qi Fan by the riverbank. As for the second bowl, Feng Bin saved it for his lunch break at work. Drinking a large quantity at once produced the most potent medicinal effect, but it risked damaging one's foundation, making future breakthroughs more difficult. This was something Qi Fan and others only discovered later, which also explained why Yang Can had never mentioned drinking multiple bowls. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Qi Fan practiced the Yuyang stance every morning and the heart-shattering palm in his room every evening. The heart-shattering palm was relatively gentle and produced minimal commotion. Feng Bin did not ask many questions. Moreover, he would never leak any of Qi Fan's secrets. Within these 7 days, Feng Bin had also finished all the blood-rising soup. Unfortunately, he still had not broken through to the blood-rising realm. Qi Fan had been mentally prepared for this outcome. Qi Fan asked Feng Bin to wait 3 more days. On the 3rd day, the black market opened once again. This time he invited Mo Changqian, who readily agreed to accompany him. Late at night, the two wove through the dense forest. Using the cover of darkness, Qi Fan secretly observed Mo Changqian's right arm and noticed a slight, barely perceptible bulge compared to his left arm. It truly is him. Qi Fan had already confirmed that the mysterious person who had fought Xuanjiang before was none other than Mo Changqian. But why had Mo Changqian attacked Xuanjiang? Could it be because Xuanjiang had asked about the referral commission rebate at the black market entrance, causing him embarrassment and loss of face? No, Mo Changqian was not the type of person so petty and narrow-minded. Perhaps it was because of the blood-raising soup. Furthermore, Mo Changqian was acquainted with Xuanjiang. A bit of observation would have revealed that Xuanjiang had received cultivation from Yang Can and likely possessed a substantial amount of contribution points. Perhaps this very reason drove Mo Changqian to take such a risk and attempt the robbery. The young master, outwardly gentle and refined as jade, harbored such a hidden side. It proved true that human hearts are profoundly complex. Qi Fan grew secretly vigilant on the inside. Still, he would not sever ties with Mo Changqian over this matter. In a sense, they were cut from the same cloth. Upon arriving at the black market, Mo Changqian and Qi Fan parted ways to shop separately. Qi Fan purchased 7 more servings of blood-raising soup, then waited at the market entrance for Mo Changqian before they returned together. They maintained an unspoken understanding, neither asking what the other had bought. 5 days slipped by in a flash, and on the evening of the 5th day, when Qi Fan returned to his dwelling, Feng Bin approached with great joy and said to Qi Fan, "I've broken through. I've reached the first stage of blood-raising." Excellent. Excellent. Upon hearing this, Qi Fan's eyes also lit up with delight. Feng Bin expressed his joy, saying, "It's been 7 months since we arrived at Lingguan Mountain, and I've finally broken through to the first stage of blood raising. By the way, apart from you and your group who broke through at the martial arts practice ground, no one else in our class has achieved this in the past half year. I'm the first." Qi Fan suddenly thought of something and asked, "Earlier Deng Zhang allocated 5 slots for those 5 individuals to later assist their classmates in reaching the blood-raising realm. Did they keep their promise?" Feng Bin replied, "Keep their promise. Don't make me laugh. Of those 5 original slots, only 3 actually broke through. Huang Yating, Wang Qiwen, and Xuanjiang. Li Xingru and Gao Feng failed to advance." The classmates who had funded Li Xingru and Gao Feng grew resentful since they contributed equally but received nothing in return. The situation became a tangled mess until the class monitor intervened, proposing they establish a shared account where Huang Yuting and the other 5 would deposit their monthly contribution points until enough accumulated to provide each benefactor with 10 bowls of blood-raising soup. Qi Fan fell silent for a moment before pressing further. "Then who's keeping the joint account?" "Naturally, the class monitor. Only he commands everyone's trust." "How interesting." Qi Fan smiled to himself, noting that among the 9 classmates who had originally contributed to fund those 5, only he, Feng Bin, Xuanjiang, and Deng Zhang himself had stayed out of it. 9 people would require 90 bowls of blood-raising soup total, which at the market rate of 50 per bowl comes to 4500 contribution points. Huang Yiting and the other 2 were shouldering the bulk of this, but with each contributing roughly 40 contribution points monthly, it would take at least 3 to 4 years to accumulate the full amount. And during that time, wouldn't Deng Zhang have the opportunity to misuse those funds? Oh right, I recall Li Xingru and Li Yuru had also supported Deng Zhang's breakthrough back then. Didn't they try to claim anything from him? Qi Fan seemed to recall something else and pressed further. Feng Bin shook his head, saying, "I asked Li Yuru about it. She mentioned her sister didn't want anything, so she just gave it to Deng Zhang." "How intriguing. Our class monitor certainly knows how to work things." Qi Fan smiled and decided not to pursue it further. He was fortunate he had kept his distance from the rest of Class 11, otherwise Deng Zhang would have bled him dry. Had he refused, Deng Xiang's manipulative tactics would have turned the entire class against him. By the way, now that your realm has advanced, you could go to the General Affairs Division to request a position change. Let me ask Mo Xuanjiang if he has any connections that could help secure you a better role. Maybe you won't have to keep raising pigs anymore. Qi Fan spoke up. But to his surprise, Feng Bin immediately declined, saying, No. Qi Fan, I had already scouted out a position in the logistics department, 18 contribution points monthly. It may be on the lower end for the first stage of blood raising, but as management, I have the opportunity to skim off the top and occasionally bring some meat back home. Qi Fan hesitated, his words dying on his lips. 18 points was far too little. If he stayed at the first stage of blood raising for 2 or 3 years, the shortfall would be enormous. Yet Feng Bin was not someone who shied away from hardship, so there must have been some other reason driving his desire to remain in the logistics department. Qi Fan eventually nodded and agreed. Do as you please. In the days that followed, Qi Fan adhered to his routine, reporting to work each day, practicing the Jade Yang stance cultivation, and drilling the heart-shattering palm technique at night. Before he knew it, a full year had passed since arriving at Lingguan Mountain, and roughly half a year since Qi Fan had broken through to the third stage of blood raising. He finally sensed the initial signs of bone tempering. That morning, Qi Fan woke before dawn and discovered his refined blood was actively nourishing his muscles and bones, every bone in his body pricked as if by needles, the pain piercing through him. I'm about to reach the bone-tempering realm. While elated at this discovery, Qi Fan endured the excruciating pain. The conditioning period lasted a full 3 hours. 3 hours later, before dawn had broken, Qi Fan's bedding was thoroughly soaked through. He flipped out of bed in one motion, leaping upward and finding himself lighter than a swallow, as if reborn into a completely new body. He executed the heart-shattering palm technique with greater ease and natural flow, and a faint dark yellow hue began emerging from his palm bones. Vital energy, surging bones revealing their copper luster. I've entered the copper bone stage of the bone-tempering realm. Qi Fan's eyes shone brilliantly. Like the blood-raising realm, bone tempering also progresses through 3 stages: copper bone, silver bone, and golden bone. He had just entered the copper bone stage. Yet according to the information Qi Fan had gathered, others needed at least a full year of conditioning before their bones would reveal that copper luster. But he had only just broken through and was already at this stage. This must be the reason I absorb immortal energy daily. By the way, now that I've reached the bone-tempering realm, I wonder if I can finally defeat that annoying black butterfly insect. Qi Fan changed into a set of clothes he had prepared long ago and put on gloves to conceal his golden copper bones. Wearing gloves at the Taoling division was common practice to prevent hands from absorbing excessive cold qi from prolonged soaking. That evening, Qi Fan entered the eggshell space where the black butterfly insect was still guarding the entrance. Actually, it had built its nest on a blade of grass near the opening, clearly preparing to lay eggs. Nearly a year had passed, and this creature was still waiting for him. He couldn't tell if the time flow here differed from the Xuanjiang world or for some other reason, but the patience was truly remarkable. However, his current strength was far greater than before. He wondered if he could now contend with it. Qi Fan cautiously peeked his head out. The black butterfly insect immediately flew toward Qi Fan. As it beat its wings and descended, Qi Fan was already prepared to respond. But to his astonishment, the black butterfly insect suddenly expelled a ball of black flame from its mouth. Qi Fan was startled and quickly retreated back into the eggshell. It can actually breathe fire. Qi Fan was startled, though fortunately the black butterfly flying insect's flames lasted only a moment and could not sustain. The distance wasn't long, roughly the length of its body. Qi Fan quickly hid inside the eggshell. The black butterfly flying insect guarded the eggshell's entrance, watching Qi Fan inside with predatory eyes. It seems I'm still far from being a match for it. No rush, no rush. Qi Fan abandoned the idea of leaving the eggshell. Now I can start preparing to exchange for the gathering qi pill. Qi Fan mused to himself. The gathering qi pill was the most precious elixir across all of Lingguan Mountain, and the sole reason why those open meridian grandmasters remained here. As is well known, those with weak spiritual roots cannot directly pursue cultivation. They must first enter the path through martial arts, opening the 5 meridians, gathering qi through the 5 meridians, and expanding the weak spiritual root to achieve the purpose of cultivation. The gathering qi pill was refined by a Xuanjiang sect cultivator capable of maximizing the power of the 5 meridians and increasing the probability of expanding weak spiritual roots. Class teacher Song Qingmin had exchanged for 2 gathering qi pills, which granted him the opportunity to glimpse the path of cultivation. The exchange conditions for the gathering qi pill were extremely stringent. First, 3,000 contribution points were required. Second, one must find a spiritual root possessor to become a disciple of Xuanjiang sect. Both conditions were indispensable. Song Qingmin found Chun Yao and Yin Haochen, while also spending 6,000 contribution points from his own pocket, only then managing to exchange for 2 gathering qi pills. The second condition of finding a spiritual root possessor also had requirements. To find a spiritual root possessor, one must leave Lingguan Mountain, as members within Lingguan Mountain did not count. To leave Lingguan Mountain, a deposit of 300 contribution points was required. This way Lingguan Mountain need not worry about anyone absconding, as the 300 contribution point deposit held too much value. There was another point: the fee for spiritual root testing. Searching for a cultivator to test spiritual roots required payment 100 contribution points per person. Generally speaking, low-ranked tempering bone realm martial artists could hardly afford to pay this sum. Only open meridian grandmasters could afford it. Moreover, after testing, if one did not possess a weak spiritual root, then even with the gathering chi pill, there would be no hope for cultivation. At most, one could only reach the realm of opening the 5 meridians. Chi Fan had just entered the tempering bone realm, but he currently had no need for contribution points. Therefore, he could immediately begin preparing the contribution points needed to exchange for the gathering chi pill. The occupation of spirit washer had great potential. Many martial artists who had reached the 3rd stage blood elevation realm chose to transfer to other divisions, but since Chi Fan's time joining Lingguan Mountain was still short, it was most appropriate to earn contribution points by taking on top work for others. Top work, as the name suggests, meant taking another person's token to work on their behalf. During this period, one could cover one's face and conceal one's identity with no one investigating. This was very common at Lingguan Mountain. The root cause of all this was the severe factionalism at Lingguan Mountain. Some people were excluded and suppressed in their respective divisions, so they could only apply for division transfers through the General Affairs Division. Others made excuses to apply for transfers, creating an overwhelming workload for the General Affairs Division. Later, the higher-ups changed the rules, making it difficult to transfer divisions. Except for some special positions, the vast majority of positions could be substituted by others doing top work. As long as the minimum workload was completed, the higher-ups would not investigate. If Chi Fan wanted to do top work for others, he would need to find someone to do top work on his own position as a spirit washer. He only needed to complete at least 90 grams of earth spirit sand quota per month. Chi Fan also had a suitable candidate in mind. "You want me to do your top work?" When Feng Bin returned in the evening and heard Chi Fan's words, he was overjoyed. But he immediately calmed down and asked, "What about you then? If I do your work, what will you do?" Chi Fan said, "I'll do someone else's top work." "Good, good. Then I'll find Li Yueru to do my top work." Feng Bin said with a smile. "Can Li Yueru handle your work? She's not a blood elevation realm martial artist, so by the rules, she shouldn't be able to do it right." Chi Fan asked with confusion. Feng Bin smiled and said, "Rules are dead, people are alive. Our logistics division doesn't manage that strictly. I can make some arrangements here." Chi Fan nodded and let Feng Bin make the arrangements. Feng Bin's work would be taken by Li Yueru, and Li Yueru's work was assigned to Lu Tianyu from their class. That Lu Tianyu had once clashed with Gao Feng before and had pent-up resentment in his heart. He wanted to turn his life around, working as a mountain carrier during the day and looking for part-time top work everywhere at night. On the 3rd day, Feng Bin had everything arranged. He took Chi Fan's token and went to work at the spirit washing division. As for Chi Fan, he arrived at a street behind the medicinal kitchen division. This was the famous top work street, where martial artists from the tempering bone realm down to ordinary people who hadn't even broken through to the blood elevation realm all came here to exchange work. Of course, most were temporary arrangements. For instance, if someone felt unwell, but Lingguan Mountain had no vacation system, they would need to find someone here to do top work. Top work. Stone breaking work, simple and easy, 3 contribution points per day. First come, first served. Can be long term. Blowing ash work, 4 contribution points for 3 days. Need someone for 9 days. As Chi Fan walked into Top Work Street, people on both sides of the street were hawking their work. Among these, the vast majority were making a profit from the price difference. For instance, that stone-breaking work, Lingguan Mountain paid him at least 100 contribution points for a month, but that person sold it for 3 contribution points per day, totaling 90 contribution points for a month. By the time someone finished working the full month, he had missed 1 day of work and thus earned 10 contribution points in profit. As for that blowing ash work, the job was quite arduous. It was part of the wood spirit stone production process. After burning Xuanjiang spirit wood into ash, someone needed to carry the wood ash to a canyon wind point using the strong wind to blow away the wood ash and leave behind the wood spirit sand. It was said that Xuanjiang sect cultivators had set up a massive wind formation at the canyon wind point. The wind was extremely strong, and people couldn't withstand it if they worked there too long. Although there was 1 contribution point in daily wages, many people still didn't want to do it. So even though that person had subsidized it from his own pocket, selling 4 contribution points for 3 days, he still couldn't find anyone to replace him for a few days. Most of those hawking were blood elevation realm martial artist jobs. Chi Fan didn't stop at the street, but walked directly to a small room at the end of the street with a clear goal in mind. "May I ask if you are looking for work, or do you need someone to do top work?" Inside this small room, a middle-aged man sat in the center reading a book. When he saw someone approaching, the middle-aged man immediately stood up. "Looking for work? Oh, do you have any requirements?" "The more contribution points, the better. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Our Sanyang gang has too many jobs in hand. It would be better if you tell us your cultivation realm. That way we can match you with suitable work." "Copperbone realm," Chi Fan answered. The middle-aged man immediately took out a black sphere and said, "Please squeeze this power testing sphere." Chi Fan reached out and grabbed the black sphere, squeezing hard. The black sphere deformed in his hand, and like soft mud, several long clumps squeezed out from between his fingers. The middle-aged man's expression instantly changed. "What impressive strength you have, sir. A typical Copperbone realm martial artist couldn't possibly have such power. At most they could leave finger marks on the sphere." Chi Fan completely exceeded this level, even comparable to a Silver Bone realm martial artist. The middle-aged man walked to a wall beside him. On this wall hung many tokens. Eventually the middle-aged man took out a token and said, "This job takes 10 commission per month. More work means more earnings, and it can be done long-term." Chi Fan took the token and looked. On the front was written Woodcutting Division, and on the back was written the name of this position's person by Chinian. The Woodcutting Division's work was felling Xuanjiang spirit wood. This work required at least a tempering bone realm martial artist to do it. The monthly minimum requirement was to fell 8 Xuanjiang spirit wood trees with 100 contribution points per tree. The Sanyang gang's 10 commission was considered market rate commission. Chi Fan nodded and said, "All right, I'll take this woodcutter job." Chi Fan left Top Work Street and headed to the Woodcutting Division. "Excellent. This job requires a deposit of 500 contribution points. Please proceed, honored guest." Chi Fan understood this was the standard practice. The deposit existed to prevent workers from abandoning their posts midway, with the Law Enforcement Division imposing penalties for such breaches. Over these past 6 months, Chi Fan had accumulated approximately 540 contribution points. After paying the deposit, he departed from the Dingong Street with his waste token in hand. The following day, Chi Fan arrived at the Xuanjiang forest with a conical straw hat obscuring his features and his waste token in hand. The forest had no restrictions on working hours. One merely needed to deliver at least 8 Xuanjiang spirit trees each month to fulfill the quota. More work meant more earnings, and finishing early allowed for vacation time. At the forest entrance stood a team of law enforcers, and among them was unexpectedly someone Chi Fan recognized. Mo Xuanjiang. What is he doing here? Chi Fan felt quite surprised upon seeing Mo Xuanjiang. According to his knowledge, Mo Xuanjiang's martial cultivation had recently reached the 3rd stage of blood elevation. Meanwhile, Xuanjiang, who had once been more talented than him, was actually a step behind, still stuck at the 2nd stage of blood elevation. The root cause lay in Xuanjiang's fallout with Yang, which had cost him Yang's patronage. In contrast, Mo Xuanjiang's uncle was a formidable expert at the Golden Bone stage, ensuring Mo Xuanjiang never missed a single dose of blood elevation soup. Yet Chi Fan remained quite surprised that Mo Xuanjiang could appear here. The Xuanjiang forest required a minimum cultivation of the tempered bone stage. As expected, rules are rigid while people are flexible. When you have someone backing you up, even blood elevation stage workers can handle tempered bone stage work. Chi Fan mused to himself. Compared to rich 2nd-generation individuals like Mo Xuanjiang, he had nothing. He could only painstakingly make progress step by step. Impossible. This Xuanjiang forest requires at least tempered bone stage martial artists to even cut. The trees are too hard. Chi Fan is still stuck at the 1st stage of blood elevation. He couldn't possibly be here. Mo Xuanjiang felt he was overthinking. After all, with his decent talent and his uncle's support, it had taken him a whole year before he reached the 3rd stage of blood elevation just a few days ago. In comparison, Chi Fan had poor talent, taking 30 days per blood elevation, and had no backing. In this lifetime, reaching the 3rd stage of blood elevation would essentially be his limit. Waste token. A law enforcer blocked Chi Fan's path. Chi Fan handed over his waste token. After examining it, the enforcer gave Chi Fan a bundle containing an axe and a red marker arrow. Once inside, remember that trees with red markers are being cut by others. Don't cut those. Additionally, some trees are still too small and have forbidden to cut signs posted on them. Don't cut those either. If you need to stop work midway, remember to insert the red marker into the tree. Chi Fan accepted the red marker and axe, discovering that both bore the inscription by Chinian. They were indeed a matching set. He carried the bundle into the Xuanjiang forest. All around were tree stumps from felled trees, each at least as thick as an adult could encircle with both arms. The deeper he went, the more he heard the clanging sounds of metal striking metal. The sound wasn't like tree chopping at all. It resembled blacksmithing. Before long, Chi Fan spotted someone actively cutting a Xuanjiang spirit tree. It was a middle-aged woman, tall in stature, wearing a vest with her exposed skin tanned and carrying a faint bronze hue. She gripped an axe with both hands, striking a large blue-green tree with powerful strokes. But that tree was as hard as iron. With each chop, the axe penetrated only an imperceptible amount. This tree is truly difficult to cut. Chi Fan was secretly astonished upon witnessing this. He ventured deeper into the Xuanjiang forest and noticed that many smaller trees bore marks and were partially cut. The larger trees, however, had no one cutting them. All schemers, Fan commented. The woodcutting division calculated contribution points based on the number of trees, not their size. Naturally, these workers preferred cutting smaller ones. In the end, Fan selected a relatively large Xuanjiang spirit tree to cut. He gripped the axe tightly and brought it down with full force. The axe sank nearly 1 centimeter deep. Excellent, my strength is indeed greater than that of ordinary tempered bone stage warriors in the copper bone substage. At the very least, I'm far stronger than that woman I just saw. Fan continued chopping. Unlike the spirit washing division, the woodcutting division didn't provide lunch, but Fan had long prepared dried meat for this. He chopped for 8 consecutive hours before finally stopping. The Xuanjiang spirit tree was nearly half cut through. Calculating this way, I should be able to cut 15 Xuanjiang spirit trees in a month, which would be 1500 contribution points. Subtracting the 10 commission taken by the 3C's gang, that leaves 1350 contribution points. However, I'm still far from the 300 contribution points needed to exchange for a spirit gathering pill. The worst part is I still have to find someone who possesses a spirit root. Fan felt that finding a spirit root possessor would certainly be difficult. It was like gambling on probabilities in a game. Xuanjiang had taken all 20 classmates to be tested, and besides Xuanjiang and Yin Haochen, everyone else had weak spirit roots, a ratio that itself was abnormal. If searching among the natives of the Xuanjiang world, one might test hundreds of people without encountering even a single spirit root possessor. At 1000 contribution points per test, that could consume over 1 million points. How terrifying. I wonder how much the salary of a path opening grandmaster is. If it's not very high, I might work until I die and still not save enough. The more Fan calculated, the more despairing he became. However, he still had one greatest advantage. His combat power far exceeded that of martial artists at the same stage. Perhaps he could seek some side income. And so Fan began his daily life of wearing a conical hat concealing his identity and working as a woodcutter. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. During these 2 months, Fan absorbed immortal energy to cultivate every day, but his martial progress had noticeably slowed. I estimate it will take about a year before I can break through to the silver bone substage. Of course, I could choose to exchange for bone strengthening soup from the medicinal kitchen division to accelerate my progress, but there's no need for that. Fan didn't want to rely on medicinal enhancement, fearing he might lose his advantage of vastly surpassing martial artists at the same stage in combat power. And so half a year swiftly elapsed. It had been a year and a half since Fan had arrived at Lingwan Mountain, and he was nearly 20 years old. That evening, as usual, Fan prepared to go out for training. He had thoroughly mastered the heart-shattering palm technique and later acquired a movement skill called the 7 cicada steps to practice. Movement skills couldn't be practiced indoors, so he could only train outside. But unexpectedly, Feng Bin stopped him, asking him to help purchase blood elevation soup from the black market. Thinking about it, Feng Bin had saved up approximately enough contribution points for 7 bowls of blood elevation soup. Alright, I'll buy you 7 more bowls. Drinking 2 bowls daily produces better effects, Fan said to Feng Bin. Feng Bin immediately waved his hand in refusal. No, I'll pay for this myself. Just buy the 7 bowls. Fan said, are you being polite with me? How about writing an IOU and paying me back when you have the money later? Feng Bin still insisted on refusing, and at the same time offered a reason that left Fan stunned. This blood elevation soup isn't actually for me to drink. It's for Li Yueru. Feng Bin said, somewhat flushed. Li Yueru. You too. Fan was dumbfounded. Feng Bin said shyly, Li Yueru and I are dating. We made it official a month ago. At the word dating, Fan was momentarily at a loss for words. Feng Bin, however, soon opened up and eagerly asked, by the way, what do you think of Li Yueru? Fan nodded. She's nice, gentle and kind. Even better than her older sister. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he quickly followed up, has Li Yueru come of age yet? She's already 19, almost 20. Feng Bin emphasized. Bro, we've been at Lingwan Mountain for a year and a half. Even the youngest in our cohort is over 18. Then that's good. Fan nodded. Feng Bin immediately grinned. Fan, what about you? Have you ever considered your own matters of the heart? Back on Earth, your family was poor. I doubt any girl would have had eyes for you. But now that you're in the Xuanjiang world, things are different. You're one of the few blood ascension cultivators in our class. If you went after the girls here, you'd likely succeed. I haven't thought about that, Fan said, shaking his head. Ever since his grandparents passed away, he had grown accustomed to solitude. Subconsciously, he resisted anything resembling romance, for he feared once again bearing the pain of losing those closest to him. Alright, I'll go buy you some blood ascension soup. Feng Bin handed Fan 175 contribution points. Fan again made his way to the black market and purchased 7 servings of blood ascension soup for him. 6 days later on that afternoon, after chopping Xuanjiang's spiritual wood, Qi Fan returned to his dwelling and found Feng Bin and Li Yueru inside. Li Yueru had prepared a magnificent spread of dishes to express her gratitude. I've reached the first stage of blood ascension, she explained. Qi Fan couldn't help but sigh. If you'd taken your sister's spot back, then you likely would have broken through to the first stage right away. Li Yueru smiled and said, I willingly gave my place to my sister. Qi Fan did not press further. To say more might sound like sowing discord. Truth be told, he did not know her older sister Li Xingru well. During their school days, Li Yueru had simply left a better impression on him. When Qi Fan had first arrived at Lingguan Mountain and suffered an attack of hypoglycemia, it was Li Yueru who had offered him candy to restore his strength. After the three finished dinner, Li Yueru thoughtfully cleared the table. Before that, she had thoroughly cleaned the room inside and out. Truly a model of domestic grace. Fan Zaiwell, my girlfriend isn't bad, is she? Aren't you envious? After seeing Li Yueru off, Feng Bin boasted proudly to Qi Fan. Indeed, she is remarkable, Qi Fan replied. With a girl like her, you must strive to advance your cultivation so you can protect her in this world. Tut, tut, tut. We're talking about love, and you're giving me a lecture on responsibility. You're just jealous, admit it. From that point on, Feng Bin wore a constant smile and often stayed out all night. Another half-year passed. 2 years had elapsed since Qi Fan arrived at Lingguan Mountain. On this day, Qi Fan was practicing the Xuanjiang technique on several wooden stakes at the Xuanjiang timber camp. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he immediately sat cross-legged upon one of the stakes. Within his body, his refined blood surged and churned, nourishing his copper bones. The process continued for nearly half a day. The copper hue faded from his bones, transforming into silver. His flesh, blood, sinews, and bones harmonized into one, radiating the vibrant vitality of new life, much like an infant bursting with renewed strength. After a full year, I have finally broken through to the silver bone stage. Qi Fan opened his eyes, grabbed his axe, and approached a Xuanjiang spiritual tree. Let me see what strength the silver bone stage affords. Qi Fan raised his axe and struck with full force. Clang! The blade sank an entire finger's depth into the trunk, far deadlier than before. Excellent. The silver bone stage is truly extraordinary. From now on, felling Xuanjiang spiritual wood will be twice as efficient. Since then, Qi Fan's rate of harvesting Xuanjiang trees increased dramatically. Where he had previously harvested one tree every 2 days, he now completed one per day. Converted into contribution points after the Sanhai Gang's cut, he earned approximately 2700 points per month. For a full month, Qi Fan immersed himself in the daily rhythm of chopping wood and cultivating. His accumulated contribution points and martial progress both rose steadily. One evening, Feng Bin returned late, looking utterly devastated. What's wrong? Qi Fan asked curiously. Something serious has happened. Yueru is pregnant. Pregnant? Qi Fan was astonished, rendered speechless by the sudden news. What do you plan to do? He asked. I don't even feel like I've grown up yet. How can I become a father? But if I terminate this pregnancy, I'd be a wretched person. And if I keep it, we can barely survive here at Lingguan Mountain. How could we possibly raise a child? Brother Fan, you've always been thoughtful. Please help me figure this out. Feng Bin pleaded for advice. Qi Fan shook his head. This is your life's great decision. I dare not offer counsel, especially with no experience of my own. But if the issue lies in the cost of raising a child, I have accumulated a considerable sum over these years. You need not worry at all. Without further word, Qi Fan opened the chest beneath his sleeping mat and withdrew a fist-sized contribution point coin. A single contribution point equaled 1000 points. Upon seeing it, Feng Bin was so startled that his jaw dropped. How did you save so many contribution points? Feng Bin could scarcely believe it. Even working at double Qi Fan's pace, he managed only 30 contribution points per month. Over a year, even if he spent nothing, he would accumulate nearly 360 points. They had been working formally at Lingguan Mountain for exactly 2 years. Furthermore, Qi Fan had recently purchased 14 servings of blood ascension soup from the black market for himself. Feng Bin racked his brains, but could not comprehend how Qi Fan had amassed such wealth. This should cover your child's upbringing, yes? Qi Fan asked. Feng Bin's eyes reddened. More than enough. Qi Fan, this great kindness of yours, I don't know how I could ever repay you. Deeply moved, Feng Bin understood that one contribution point, when exchanged for mortal currency, could sustain a family of 3 for an entire month. And this was under Lingguan Mountain's pricing. Outside, the value was even more staggering. Now go do whatever you wish, Qi Fan encouraged. Feng Bin's gaze gradually hardened. I will marry Yueru. I will give her and the child a home. Thereafter, he set about preparing for the wedding. Meanwhile, Qi Fan chose to move out to give the couple space. He relocated from the upper reaches of the West River to the martial Immortal Caves, the very residence that required a starting bid of 10 contribution points carved into the cliffs of Lingguan Mountain's main peak. All who dwelt in the martial Immortal Caves were either of deep background or masters beyond the marrow cleansing stage. For within each cave of the martial immortal caves lay martial arts manuals and cultivation insights left behind by numerous supreme experts who had spent their final days at Lingguan Mountain. Most crucial among these were the insights on practicing the Xuanjiang technique. With such records, it was as though a martial grandmaster personally guided one's cultivation. This was the fundamental reason behind the martial immortal cave's exorbitant rent. The rental of a martial immortal cave is governed by two rules. First, none of the martial arts manuals within the cave may be divulged in the slightest. Second, the lease must run for at least 3 years, meaning a single payment of no fewer than 360 contribution points. Chi Fan proceeded to the rental office for martial immortal caves where a man with long eyebrows explained the terms. In what ways do these martial immortal caves differ? Chi Fan pressed. The long-browed man produced a booklet, and opening it said the principal distinction among martial immortal caves lies in the martial inheritances found within. Some contain martial inheritances left by meridian opening grandmasters, others do not. Some carry experiential insights on cultivating the Yuyang stance, while others lack them. It all depends on your needs. Chi Fan pondered, then asked what would a cave cost that possesses both the martial inheritance of a meridian opening grandmaster and insights on Yuyang stance cultivation. It ranges from 100 to 300 contribution points, depending mainly on how many inheritances the grandmasters left behind. In some caves 5 or 6 meridian opening grandmasters left their martial legacy, in others only 1. This is the detailed manual. Inspect it at your leisure. The long-browed man handed the manual to Chi Fan, who scrutinized it carefully. As he progressed into the later stages of cultivation, he became increasingly aware of many doubts within him. He absolutely required a renowned master's shared experience to avoid treading a tortuous path. To anyone else, this rent would have been far too steep, and they likely could not have scraped it together, having to spend most of their contribution points on medicine. He, however, had no such need at the moment. With a monthly wage of 2700 points, he could fully afford it. In the end, Chi Fan selected a martial immortal cave where 3 meridian opening grandmasters had left their inheritances. Of those 3, 1 was an outsider who had never practiced the Yuyang stance. The other 2, however, had both begun training in the Yuyang stance from the Blood Ascension realm and later became meridian opening grandmasters, leaving behind 2 sets of cultivation experience. The rent was likewise exorbitant, 250 points a month, a full 300 points a year. Paying once for 3 years meant no less than 900 contribution points. Chi Fan had spent 1 year and 1 month felling Xuanjiang spirit wood. In the first year, he received 1350 contribution points monthly. In the final month after his breakthrough to the Silver Bone realm, he received 2700. Even after giving Feng Bin 100 and deducting his expenses over those 2 years, roughly 1700 points still remained in his possession. Spending 900 contribution points diminished Chi Fan's wealth by more than half, and he felt a pang in his heart. The long-browed middle-aged man watching Chi Fan put forward such a sum was astonished in turn. Yet such cases were hardly rare on Lingguan Mountain. With a history exceeding 200 years, the mountain hosted many young people of unassuming strength, but formidable backing who engaged in no productive labor and merely practiced martial arts here. Without question, the long-browed middle-aged man took Chi Fan for that very sort of person. He handed Chi Fan a golden key inscribed with the characters Jia 27. This is your dwelling. Take care never to bring anyone else into the cave, nor are you permitted to damage in the least the martial manuals within. If you wish to leave behind an inheritance of your own, you must have reached at least the bone tempering realm. Understood. Chi Fan nodded, accepted the key, and hurried off to his residence. It had been 2 years since he last trod this straight mountain road. Back then, when he and his classmates from Class 11 first arrived at Lingguan Mountain, they had come down precisely this way. Chi Fan now ascended with cave dwellings extending into the slopes along both sides. He promptly took that path. It was cramped wide enough for only 2 people side by side, wedged among sheer cliffs above a deep abyss, and perched at least 200 or 300 meters above the ground, where harsh gusts swept through. Chi Fan advanced dozens of meters, passing one cave entrance after another. Within these cave stone doors were set some 3 meters inside, and beside each stood an upright stone pillar marked with a number. When he passed room Jia 23, a young woman happened to open the door and emerge. She was slightly over 20, draped in immaculate white robes, and plainly no laborer. Chi Fan inwardly marveled that she was likely a rich scion on a wholly higher echelon than Mo Changxian. Mo Changxian drank a bowl of blood ascension soup daily, dwelt in the upper reaches east of the river, and could even take on work across cultivation realms. In earlier days, Chi Fan had regarded him as someone above the ordinary. Yet this woman dwelled in a martial immortal cave in the Jia area, had no need to report for work, and presumably enjoyed an inexhaustible supply of medicinal cuisine, able to consume however much she desired. She must have a meridian opening grandmaster backing her, Chi Fan mused. The white-clad woman, noticing Qi Fan pass by her door, was briefly startled as well. Qi Fan nodded, slightly swept past her threshold, and proceeded to his own cave, where he inserted the key and entered. He pushed open the heavy stone door and saw within the cave 3 recessed channels inlaid with luminous night pearls that suffused the entire space with bright, translucent light. The cave, however, seemed not to have been opened for a long time. A breath of dust and stagnant, deathly Qi met his face. Qi Fan entered. The cavern was elongated, roughly 5 meters wide, with straight walls densely covered in tiny fly-head-sized script and depictions of martial arts moves. At its far end there was another small chamber of some 15 square meters, furnished with a stone bed and a squatting toilet, the depths of which led to unknown places. The conditions are hardly admirable, but neither are they unbearable. Most importantly, none of that matters. Let me examine these martial inheritances. Qi Fan then began to study the martial inheritances within cave Jia 27. Altogether, the cave housed martial inheritances from 3 meridian opening grandmasters and 7 great experts at the golden bone stage of the bone tempering realm. The martial manuals, numbering 32 in varying sizes, included palm arts, fist arts, sword arts, spear arts, body arts, and more. Set before the outside world, any one of these would be regarded as an unrivaled supreme martial art. Compared with them, the heart-shattering palm technique Qi Fan had once learned stood on an entirely different plane, its might in no way comparable. Worth far more than its price. Qi Fan's eyes sparkled, yet he did not hasten to practice those martial moves. His current repertoire, the heart-shattering palm and the 7 cicada steps, might not be highly exquisite, but it sufficed. For martial arts, the paramount factor was always realm and depth of power. As the adage goes, 1 force prevails over 10 skills. With his profound cultivation, those of equal realm could not receive a single punch from him. Hardening his realm remained the most reliable course. Moreover, martial arts were, after all, but a stepping stone. What Qi Fan actually yearned for was the immortal path of eternal life. He began to examine the Xuanjiang stance cultivation experiences left by the 2 meridian opening grandmasters. Of these 2, one had opened a single meridian, and the other 3 meridians. The insights they left were both profound and lucid, dispersing layer after layer of doubt for Qi Fan. His Xuanjiang stance cultivation thus advanced with greater ease. 3 days later, carrying a bamboo hat and a bundle, he left the cave and encountered the white-clad woman once more. She too happened to be going out, so the two exchanged a few simple words. The white-clad woman's name was Lin Aoshua, and from Qi Fan's observation, she was at the Copper Bone realm. From Lin Aoshua, Qi Fan learned that 8 of the 10 dwellings from Jia 20 to Jia 30 had been let. If he had never seen the other residents, it was because they had all departed Lingguan Mountain to dwell outside, returning only once in a while. Qi Fan was stunned by the revelation, but after a moment's thought he found it hardly unexpected. Life on Lingguan Mountain was austere with scant entertainment, and those spoiled young masters and ladies could not endure staying there. Moreover, one could enter and leave Lingguan Mountain simply by depositing 3 contribution points, so they naturally would not remain long. Qi Fan, lacking the abundant family reserves of those young masters and ladies, had no choice but to continue working day after day. Every day, when he was not descending the mountain to fell Xuanjiang spirit, would he cultivated martial arts within the cave. In a flash, 10 days passed. One day, Qi Fan received good news from Feng Bin. His wedding with Li Yueru would be held at Wuxing Tower in Lingguan Town at the end of the month, and everyone in the class would be invited. 15 more days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and it was already the end of the month. That afternoon, after finishing his shift at Xuanjiang Forest Farm, Qi Fan did not return directly to Wuxing Cave. Instead, he changed into a neat set of clothes and set off for Wuxing Tower in Lingguan Town to attend Feng Bin's wedding. Lingguan Town also had many service facilities, and restaurants were among them. There were also gambling houses and the like. Wuxing Tower was one of the 3 major restaurants in Lingguan Town, and it likewise enjoyed the backing of a gang. Wuxing Tower had 3 floors in total, and Feng Bin had reserved the 3rd floor to hold a simple wedding ceremony. Qi Fan entered Wuxing Tower, climbed the stairs, and reached the 3rd floor. A small table had been set up at the top of the stairs on the 3rd floor. Class monitor Deng Xiang and Li Yu's elder sister Li Xingru sat beside it receiving gifts. Qi Fan, long time no see. Deng Xiang greeted him with a smile. Qi Fan nodded to Deng Xiang, then glanced at the gift registry in front of him. 5 names had already been recorded on it: Deng Xiang, Gao Feng, Huang Yating, Mei Shui, and Jiang Yan. Among the 5, Deng Xiang had given 2 contribution points, while Gao Feng, Huang Yating, and the other 3 had each given 1 contribution point. Although 1 contribution point might seem insignificant, those who had not succeeded in breaking through to the Blood Ascension realm had to work for nearly half a month, or even a full month, just to earn it. After setting aside living expenses, a single contribution point still took a long time to save. Of course, that was not to say they were being particularly generous. Qi Fan knew that the root cause of it all was that Feng Bin and Li Yu had both advanced to the Blood Ascension realm. Had it been the wedding of classmates who had not reached the Blood Ascension realm, they would not necessarily have offered such valuable gifts. As for why Deng Xiang gave 2 points, Chi Fan did not quite understand. After a moment's thought, he guessed it was to display the broad-mindedness expected of a class monitor so as to win the approval of the others. Seeing this, Chi Fan took out a coin worth 2 contribution points and registered his gift. Brother Fan, you're here. Why bring a gift? Go have a seat. Feng Bin had been busying himself here and there. When he came up from downstairs and saw Chi Fan, he hurried over to receive him. It's your wedding, so of course I have to give a gift. It'll be recorded in the registry and you'll have to return it someday. Chi Fan smiled and said, you go ahead and take care of things. I'll just sit anywhere. Alright. If you feel out of place, feel free to leave first. Feng Bin knew that Chi Fan's relationship with this group of people was merely SOSO. After all, Chi Fan had only attended 1 year of senior high school. Moreover, he and Chi Fan had once grown estranged from the other students of class 11. For this wedding, Feng Bin had originally planned to invite only Chi Fan and his sister-in-law Li Xingru. But Li Xingru would not agree. She insisted that the whole class be invited. She would not allow her younger sister to marry Feng Bin in a hasty manner and leave regrets behind. Chi Fan nodded and walked toward the seating area. Though it was called a banquet, there were only 2 tables in all. After all, only 20 people had originally come to Lingwan Mountain together, and the 2 prodigies of the immortal path, Xuanjiang and Yin Haochen, had never once shown their faces. They would not be coming. At that moment, of all the classmates, only Huang Yiting, the English class representative Gao Feng, and the other 2 female students of the class, Mei Shui and Jiang Yan, had arrived. According to what Feng Bin had mentioned before, the other classmates were all sharing rented accommodations. Huang Yiting, Mei Shui, and Jiang Yan shared a place together, so it was hardly surprising that they arrived together. However, Huang Yiting did not sit at the same table as the other 2. Instead, she sat alone at her own table, which was rather strange. At that moment, Gao Feng was sitting together with the 2 female classmates, Mei Shui and Jiang Yan. Gao Feng's right sleeve hung empty. In just 2 years, he had aged at least 10 years. His weathered, careworn face made him look less like a young man of 20 and more like a middle-aged man in his 30s. The other 2 female classmates, Mei Shui and Jiang Yan, also looked clearly different. Mei Shui, whose face had once been covered with acne, now saw every blemish vanish without a trace, which also signified that her youth had slipped away. There was no doubt that life over these past 2 years had not been easy. At least it was far less comfortable than school. Chi Fan, sit here. Huang Yiting waved at Chi Fan with a bright smile, signaling him to sit at her table. Chi Fan did not want to sit at the same table as Gao Feng either, so he sat at Huang Yiting's table several seats away from her. Huang Yiting asked with a grin, Chi Fan, I heard you've been having Feng Bin cover your shifts. What work are you doing yourself? I take odd jobs now and then. Usually I don't work, I just rest. Chi Fan naturally could not confide the real situation to Huang Yiting. Huang Yiting said, why don't you ask the class monitor to help you out? The class monitor? Chi Fan asked, puzzled. Huang Yiting said with a slightly smug air, don't you know? The class monitor has joined the Xuanjiang gang. The Xuanjiang gang has a batch of jobs on hand. If you get him to work things out for you, finding a suitable job won't be a problem. Chi Fan shook his head. No, I'm rather lazy. I just want to rest. That won't do. You've only been at Lingwan Mountain for a few years and already want to rest. Do you still want to cultivate immortality later on? Even if you don't, you should at least reach the bone-tempering realm, or even the meridian opening realm, so that after saving up enough money you can go out and see the Xuanjiang world. Without 30,000 contribution points, you'll grow old and die on Lingwan Mountain, and you can forget about leaving for the rest of your life. Huang Yiting's little mouth chattered on without pause. Chi Fan took a tactical sip of water and paid her little attention. Still, what Huang Yiting had said was true. With 30,000 contribution points saved up, once the time was right, he could indeed go out and see the outside world. By the way, have you heard any news about Xuanjiang from our class? Huang Yiting asked again. Chi Fan shook his head to indicate that he had not. Huang Yiting said, Xuanjiang has fallen into misfortune. I heard his right arm was broken by someone, and he's become disabled, just like Gao Feng. Our senior Yang can also cut off his support and severed the master-disciple relationship with him. Huang Yiting did not lower her voice. Gao Feng at the neighboring table heard every word clearly, yet he said nothing. I reckon Xuanjiang offended someone formidable. Even our senior Yang can had to distance himself from him to stay safe, so the rest of us classmates don't dare associate with him either. Chi Fan was speechless. Back then it was he himself who had broken Xuanjiang's arm, a comminuted fracture, the kind that could not be set back together. As for why Yang Can had severed the master-disciple relationship, it was likely because Xuanjiang had fled at the critical moment, abandoning Yang Can to run off alone, which had chilled Yang Can to the core. Had it not been for what Chi Fan had done, Xuanjiang would have continued living a carefree life. It could only be said that he had brought it upon himself. Before long, the rest of the classmates arrived one after another. But everyone tacitly observed a rule: those who had not reached the blood ascension realm consciously sat at one table, while those who had reached it sat at another. After 2 years, everyone has grown up. Chi Fan sighed inwardly. In their student days, friendship had come first. Once they became adults, such innocent friendship no longer existed, and people unconsciously ranked one another into different classes. Senior Yang Can is here. Senior Yang Can. Before long, a special guest arrived at the banquet. Their Senior Yang Can. Everyone rose to greet him. Class monitor Deng Xiang even personally escorted Yang Can to a seat at Qi Fan's table. Qi Fan deliberately glanced at Yang Can's right arm. Yang Can's right arm had also been broken by Qi Fan, but unlike Xuanjiang's injury, it now appeared to have healed without issue. This eased Qi Fan's conscience a little. Before long, it was almost time for the banquet to begin, and most of the classmates had arrived. At Qi Fan's table there were already 7 people: himself, Huang Yaoting Yang, Xuanjiang, Wang Qiwen Yang, Can, and Deng Xiang. At the other table sat 8 people: Gao Feng, Mei Xuejiang, Yanjiang Sihui, Yukuan Guazishuan, Tu Jiang, and Lu Tianyu. There was still one person who had not arrived: Xuanjiang. Everyone tacitly avoided mentioning Xuanjiang, for his affairs were known to all. The wedding ceremony was simple. Feng Bin led Li Yueru, dressed in crimson bridal attire, forward. The couple offered wine and tea to Li Xingru, officially becoming husband and wife. The entire process took no more than 10 minutes. Exquisite delicacies were soon served. The culinary offerings at Wuxing Lu were not inexpensive, and this time Feng Bin had spared no expense for everyone. Every dish was of the highest grade, with each table costing 5 contribution points. Such a joyous occasion surely warrants wine. At the banquet, class monitor Deng Xiang produced a box and opened it to reveal a large jar within. Upon lifting the lid, a fragrant aroma of wine immediately wafted forth. "Is this wine?" Yang Can's eyes brightened as he eagerly leaned in. Deng Xiang smiled and said, "Indeed. This is wine specially brewed by Li Xingru. I've tried it. The flavor is truly exceptional. Everyone please do try some." Deng Xiang then had Li Xingru bring cups and served everyone. Both men and women alike sampled this wine from the Xuanjiang world. Yang Can was the first to drink a cup. Qi Fan also took a sip. He did not enjoy drinking and could not discern whether it was good or not. He simply felt that the fruit juice from Lingguan Mountain was far more delicious. Lingguan Mountain abounded with rare and exotic fruits, some possessing wine-like flavors and even intoxicating effects. Other fruit juices were far superior to the milk tea back on Earth. When he previously worked at Taoling Sea, the rest area above the underground river freely offered many varieties of fruit juice, some even capable of dispelling cold. Speaking of which, the Xuanjiang world has no such thing as wine. Our wine might just be a path to riches, someone remarked. Indeed, if this wine could be promoted, the profits would be staggering. Class monitor, could we invest and get this started? Among the crowd, some had already begun making arrangements. Qi Fan glanced at those speaking and furrowed his brow. He had always believed that each place nurtured its own people. Baijiu in China could not be said to be universally popular. It only flourished during particular periods of Chinese history. Abroad it was merely average, and to bring it to the Xuanjiang world, that was even more questionable. What angered him was not this alone, but whether this might be one of Deng Xiang's schemes, deliberately bringing out wine at Feng Bin's wedding, then orchestrating some kind of plot. After all, calculating the timing, he controlled the shared account, and was approaching the deadline for fulfilling his promise to other classmates regarding the Xingxue soup. Deng Xiang smiled and said, "As for business matters, let us set them aside for now. Today is the joyous day of Feng Bin and Li Yueru's wedding. Let us raise our glasses together to congratulate this newlywed couple. Their future children will be the purest-blooded earthlings, the shared offspring of our entire class 11. We must all look after them." Deng Xiang spoke with such eloquence that even Feng Bin, who held him in low regard, found the words deeply comforting. The guests began passing cups and exchanging toasts. After several drinks, the atmosphere grew lively and warm. Male classmates began taking turns to offer toasts. Qi Fan sat at his seat, unaccustomed to such occasions. However, today was his good brother Feng Bin's joyous wedding day, so he could not simply leave early. Otherwise, if someone caused trouble with him, absent Feng Bin might not be able to keep control of the situation. But unexpectedly, an empty sleeve dangled beside him. Qi Fan turned to see Gao Feng holding a cup of wine in his left hand, while also carrying a wine pot. Appearing tense and uneasy, he set down a wine cup before Qi Fan and poured wine into his cup. "Oh, Gao Feng, you're pouring wine for Qi Fan now. Weren't you the one who couldn't stand the sight of him?" When Huang Yiting, seated not far away, witnessed this scene, she immediately covered her mouth in feigned surprise and raised her voice. A classic case of someone who couldn't bear to see the world at peace. Everyone turned to look. Gao Feng became even more mortified and embarrassed, to the point of wishing he could vanish into the ground. His left hand, pouring wine for Qi Fan, trembled so much that some splashed out. "Qi Fan, I was foolish and ignorant back then. Now I offer this cup of wine to you as an apology. I hope you can forgive past grievances." Gao Feng forced himself to finish speaking, then raised his cup with one hand and drained it in a single gulp. Without waiting for Qi Fan's response, Gao Feng poured wine for Yang, and then said to him, "Senior Yang, you broke my arm back then. It was fully deserved, and I bear no resentment toward you. This cup of wine I offer to you. After Gao Feng finished speaking, he stood there helplessly looking at Yang Can and Qi Fan. Huang Yiting laughed and said, Gao Feng, if you're going to toast, you should toast Senior Yang first, then Qi Fan. You've gotten the order completely backwards. Gao Feng, reminded by Huang Yiting, felt even more ashamed and awkward. In any other situation, Qi Fan would never have let this go unchallenged. He knew that Gao Feng's humility today was because he had been beaten by society for 2 years and had finally come to understand reality. Both he and Feng Bin were martial artists, and Feng Bin now also had Li Yueru as a martial artist wife. Among Class 11, their status was considerable. If neither he nor Feng Bin had reached the martial artist realm, Gao Feng would never have bowed his head. So Gao Feng submitted to strength, submitted to reality, not because he had truly recognized his errors. But today was Feng Bin's grand wedding day. Qi Fan did not want to spoil the occasion and said to Gao Feng, those past matters, I've nearly forgotten them all. While Qi Fan spoke thus in his heart, he thought he would observe Gao Feng's future conduct, waiting to see whether he would take the night road. It seems you've grown much over these 2 years. Yang Can spoke, gazing at Gao Feng's empty right sleeve, and sighed softly. Those past matters are over and done with. It seems these 2 years have also taught you a lesson. As for your arm, don't lose heart. I can exchange a martial arts technique called the one-armed God Fist for you. It will allow your left hand to move with dexterity no different from an ordinary person. Gao Feng was overjoyed and quickly thanked him profusely, saying, Thank you, Senior Yang. Thank you, Senior Yang. Senior Yang is simply too kind, Qi Fan muttered to himself. He knew of Yang Can's experiences, previously deceived by Xuanjiang, and now his soft heart was leading him to exchange martial techniques for Gao Feng. If it were himself, he would not give him the time of day, merely making a show of drinking a toast at most. The banquet concluded peacefully until the end, with no one causing any trouble. Feng Bin was thoroughly drunk. Qi Fan personally supported him, and together with Li Yueru and Li Xingru, they escorted Feng Bin to a separate courtyard upstream by the river. Indeed, Feng Bin had also moved. To give his child a better and safer living environment, he had rented a separate courtyard. This place cost 2 contribution points per month. Over a year, that amounted to 24 points, equivalent to 1 bowl of xingxue soup. For the other classmates, this was already an astronomical price. And all of this was possible because of the 1,000 contribution points Qi Fan had provided as backing. Qi Fan had specifically instructed Feng Bin that this 1,000 contribution points must not be disclosed to anyone, not even Li Yueru. Feng Bin gave his word without hesitation, and Qi Fan believed he would keep silent. After Feng Bin's wedding, Qi Fan's life returned to its normal routine. Whenever he had time, he would visit Feng Bin's home, where Li Yueru's culinary skills were superb, preparing authentic Sichuan dishes. Li Yueru's belly also gradually began to show. When Li Yueru was 5 months pregnant, one day as Qi Fan arrived at Feng Bin's home, he happened to catch Li Yueru's sister, Li Xingru, walking out from inside. Feng Bin was seeing her to the door and even handed Li Xingru a pouch of money. Seeing Qi Fan's arrival, Li Xingru's eyes brightened. After exchanging greetings, she asked, Qi Fan, you've come at just the right moment. The class monitor is planning to develop the wine I brew into something grand and is recruiting classmates to invest. Would you like to buy a share? Qi Fan shook his head and declined. I would very much like to invest, but I have no money. Li Xingru wanted to say something, but then she remembered that Qi Fan's job had been taken by her brother-in-law Feng Bin. If she encouraged him to work hard, he might end up reclaiming Feng Bin's position, leaving her sister's family with difficulties in making a living. After a moment's thought, she said, How about you come help us? We need hands. Just put in your effort, and you'll get a share of the profits when we make money. Qi Fan still refused. No thank you. I haven't studied much, I'm afraid I'll ruin your business. Enough, Sister Xingru. Qi Fan is working hard on his martial arts practice now, don't try to pull him in anymore. Feng Bin intervened on Qi Fan's behalf. Li Xingru finally dropped it and said to Feng Bin, Alright Feng Bin, consider this money as your investment. When we make profits, you'll get your dividend. After Li Xingru left, Qi Fan asked, You invested money? Feng Bin smiled bitterly. Yes, I invested 50 contribution points. There was no choice but to. Li Xingru is now with Deng Xiang, and he'll probably become my brother-in-law eventually. I guess it's just throwing money away. Hearing that Li Xingru was with Deng Xiang, Qi Fan was not particularly surprised. As far back as their student days, Li Xingru had harbored feelings for Deng Xiang. Otherwise, Deng Xiang would never have been able to obtain the blood-raising soup from her and break through to the blood-raising realm. However, Qi Fan had always been wary of Deng Xiang. Qi Fan said, Anyway, be careful with Deng Xiang. He is quite scheming and has many tricks up his sleeve. You'd better keep your distance from him. And as for you, Ru, you should warn her too. Don't let Deng Xiang manipulate her through her older sister and affect your whole family. Feng Bin nodded. Rest assured, Ru is not someone who would favor outsiders over family. I had originally planned to invest 100 points, but she held me back and told me to only invest 50, saving the rest as security for our child. That's good then. Qi Fan felt somewhat relieved. He had feared that Li Ru might be one of those pathological family supporters, but it seemed clearly not the case. In the days that followed, Qi Fan continued his daily routine of work and martial practice, tempering his body and bones. His strength gradually improved, slowly approaching the Golden Bone realm. In the blink of an eye, 5 more months passed. One day Feng Bin sent word with good news. His child had been born. Qi Fan hurried over, immediately bringing 2 specially prepared gifts. One was a portion of blood-raising soup for Li Yuru to replenish her qi and blood, and the other was a longevity lock for the baby. In Feng Bin's room, both Li Xingru and Deng Xiang were present. Li Yuru lay on the bed while an older woman held the baby nearby. "Brother Fan, come take a look quickly. This is my son," Feng Bin exclaimed as soon as he spotted Qi Fan. Qi Fan leaned in and observed the tiny, delicate infant, finding it quite remarkable. "Why is it so small?" he asked in surprise. Feng Bin chuckled. "It's just been born. How could it not be small? By the way, my son still doesn't have a name. Brother Fan, why don't you give him one?" Qi Fan shook his head. "I'm not educated enough. You should do it yourself." "Then how about letting Ziyang name him? He had the best Chinese grades among all of us," Li Xingru said with a smile, linking her arm with Deng Xiang's. Deng Xiang also began to ponder. No, Brother Fan must name him. "We agreed on this when we were children," Feng Bin lied, immediately refusing. Deep down he knew that his stable life and ability to marry and have children were all due to the blood-raising soup Qi Fan had given him, along with those 1,000 contribution points. Not to mention Deng Xiang, even Li Xingru could never rank above Qi Fan in Feng Bin's heart. Not wanting to disappoint Feng Bin's sincerity, Qi Fan thought for a moment and said, "How about Buchuan? A gentleman stands apart from the crowd, so from now on let's call him Feng Buchuan." Feng Bin smiled wryly. "Brother Fan, how about changing it? What about Bufan? Your name is Qi Fan, so his would be Feng Bufan, greater than you in the future." Qi Fan's face darkened immediately. "With this name, strangers would think he's my son." Feng Bin gave an awkward laugh. "Since we're mentioning the smiling proud wanderer, why not just name him Feng Chong? Ling Hu Chong is the protagonist of that story. Perhaps your son could strive to be the protagonist of this world too." Deng Xiang spoke up. "Feng Chong. Feng Chong." Feng Bin thought the name was quite good, but since he had just insisted that Qi Fan name him, this put him in a bit of a dilemma. Qi Fan perceived Feng Bin's difficulty and quickly said, "I also think Feng Chong sounds better. Rush forward. At minimum, break out of Lingguan Mountain and charge into the cultivation world." "Excellent. Then it shall be Feng Chong." Feng Bin made his decision. With the house full of bustle, Qi Fan and Deng Xiang delivered their gifts and then departed. On the way, Deng Xiang casually asked, "Qi Fan, what have you been up to these past few months?" "Practicing martial arts," Qi Fan replied. "Back then among our batch, you and Xuanjiang had the highest aptitude. It's a pity that illness affected you. I heard you no longer suffer from it after breaking through to the blood-raising realm. You've been practicing for 2 years now. You should have made good progress, right?" "Not bad. Almost at the 2nd stage of blood-raising," Qi Fan replied. "Xiang has already reached the 3rd stage. Li Xingru immediately said proudly beside them. "Oh, so fast." Qi Fan was somewhat surprised. But thinking about it, Deng Xiang had embezzled the contribution points from Huang Yuting and others, and presumably drank plenty of blood-raising soup. Plus he had infiltrated that so-called giant whale gang. He was not someone who worked honestly. People like him always sought shortcuts, so they progressed faster than ordinary folk. However, reaching the 3rd stage of blood-raising in just over 3 years should not be possible solely on the support from Class 11, right? Deng Xiang quickly explained, "Senior Yangkin sponsored me." "Yangkin?" Qi Fan was speechless. Why did Yangkin keep getting taken advantage of? Yangkin arrived at Lingguan Mountain in 2008 and reached the 3rd stage of blood-raising in 8 years. In the subsequent years, he made no progress. With his cultivation level, earning 100 or 200 contribution points per month was no problem, so he had accumulated considerable wealth over the years. Quite normal. As for why he hadn't invested the money in himself, Qi Fan actually knew the reason. Yangkin's body had been damaged from early work and his martial progress had always been hindered. Ordinary medicines were no longer effective. Only if a Golden Bone Realm warrior could break through to the Meridian Opening Grandmaster realm, or if a Meridian Opening Grandmaster divided a wisp of innate Qi during the opening of new meridians, could the stasis and hidden ailments be cleared, nourishing the bones and muscles to reach the Bone Tempering realm. Otherwise, Yangkin could never break through to the Bone Tempering realm in his lifetime. But having a Golden Bone Realm or Meridian Opening Grandmaster divide a wisp of innate Qi would cause damage to them. No matter how much money Yangkin offered, no one would agree. Therefore, he could only sponsor people like Xuanjiang, hoping they would help him when they attempted to break through to the Meridian Opening Grandmaster realm. "I've got a connection with the internal high-level management of the Whale Gang. They can help me pull some strings so I can open a wine shop in Lingguan Town where I'll promote our baijiu. Do you want to invest?" Deng Xiang personally invited Qi Fan to join. Opening a business establishment in Lingguan Town was no easy feat. It required both power and a powerful patron. To think that Deng Xiang could actually convince the internal high-level management of the Whale Gang. Qi Fan remained skeptical, contemplating the credibility of Deng Xiang's words. What if the communication fell through and all the money got embezzled instead? That would be a laughingstock. I'm still not joining. I want to focus on martial cultivation. Qi Fan continued to refuse. Deng Xiang sighed lightly and said, Qi Fan, in the end you still don't have faith in me. Actually, I don't need your contribution points at all. I was just thinking of our old classmate bond, wanting to help you get rich together. Since you won't agree, if you want to join later, it won't be at this price anymore. Deng Xiang left with Li Xingru. Qi Fan continued his 2-point life, occasionally visiting Feng Bin's home to see Feng Chong. In the blink of an eye, 4 years had passed since Qi Fan arrived at Lingguan Mountain. He had been trapped at the Silverbone realm for 2 years. One day, as Qi Fan practiced the Jade Yang stance in the martial immortal cave, he suddenly felt a stirring and stood motionless. For 3 full days, Qi Fan's body was stripped of all adornments and golden light flickered beneath his skin, the unmistakable sign of the Golden Bone realm. 4 years, and today I've finally achieved the Golden Bone realm. My sinews and bones have been completely reshaped, and the pulse-opening realm awaits. Qi Fan let out a long, cleansing breath. Only upon entering the Golden Bone realm could one truly experience a complete transformation. Now below the pulse-opening grandmasters, he was invincible. That very night, Qi Fan tested himself against the black butterfly flying insects. Indeed, for 4 long years, the black butterfly flying insects had remained at his cave entrance. Not only did they stay at the cave entrance, but they had also laid eggs on a blade of grass nearby. If they hatched, there would be black butterfly flying insects everywhere outside his eggshell, making it even more impossible for him to defeat them. Unfortunately, even upon reaching the Golden Bone realm, where his starving worm body had evolved once more, he still couldn't withstand the flames spewed by the black butterfly flying insects. Fortunately, I can resist them a little now. If I keep training for a while longer, I should be able to fully resist the flames. Then I'll swallow those eggs whole. Qi Fan stared at the eggs on the grass blade near his eggshell cave entrance, contemplating. Wonder what effect it would have to swallow this creature's eggs. From then on, Qi Fan continued his cultivation. Each day, he still went to the Xuanjiang forest to chop down Xuanjiang spirit trees, but the quantity changed, from 1 tree per day to 1 tree per half day, cutting 60 trees in a single month. This matter eventually reached the 3 C's gang, who paid his wages. One of their pulse-opening grandmaster leaders personally invited Qi Fan to join the 3 C's gang. Because a Golden Bone realm martial artist was already qualified to aspire toward the pulse-opening realm. And on Lingguan Mountain, those who reached the pulse-opening realm could truly enter the circles of power, becoming the group closest to immortality. Even if they were later found to lack weak spiritual roots, they could still branch out and establish themselves in the outside world, creating a family lineage where descendants could inherit their contribution point wealth, becoming a martial family, to awe an entire region. But Qi Fan still refused. Because as he understood it, joining the 3 C's gang meant he wouldn't be able to chop trees every day. His position would be taken by someone else, and he would have to leave Lingguan Mountain to work for the 3 C's gang elsewhere. Indeed, the 3 C's gang appeared to be a gang of Lingguan Mountain, but in reality, it was a force composed of 3 martial families united together. Each year, they would send their family descendants to train at Lingguan Mountain, ultimately using this martial arts holy land to extend their family's influence. In truth, their main body existed outside Lingguan Mountain. Among them, 2 families' pulse-opening grandmasters were already over 100 years old, living in retirement outside. Qi Fan continued chopping trees and practicing martial arts every day, finding endless joy in it. 6 months passed in the blink of an eye. His golden bone was gradually approaching minor completion. Feng Bin's son Feng Chong was already over a year old. Qi Fan occasionally went to see the little fellow, providing a bit of seasoning to his monotonous life. One day, Qi Fan visited Feng Bin's home and learned from Feng Bin that class leader Deng Xiang's wine shop project was already making money, with all former classmates receiving dividends. It actually succeeded. Qi Fan was surprised. Did Deng Xiang really pull off this wine shop? Feng Bin nodded and said it really did. You would never guess how Deng Xiang made it work. He partnered with the Whale Gang to sell bottled wine. This wine was sold to those martial artists who couldn't leave Lingguan Mountain, ranging from 3 to 30 contribution points per bottle. Then those who bought his wine could use the Whale Gang to transfer secular wealth to their relatives and friends in the mortal world, as well as communicate with them. Qi Fan pondered and said, so this is essentially converting contribution points into secular gold and silver, with him profiting from the difference. Exactly, but then he'd have to share profits with the Whale Gang, since the Whale Gang provides the errand running service. That leaves quite slim margins. Qi Fan analyzed privately. If the margins were high, other gangs would have jumped on it long ago. No. Deng Xiang made the profits absolutely monstrous, almost taking more than half. And they're still willing to buy us. Qi Fan exclaimed in amazement. Feng Bin explained, because it's not just about exchanging for silver or communicating. He also created a membership point system. As long as you purchase a certain amount of baijiu, you become a member. Once you're a member, you can distribute the wine. When you distribute it out, you get a commission. And the person you distributed to can also become a member if they purchase a certain amount, and so on layer upon layer of distribution. This is a pyramid scheme. Qi Fan hit the nail on the head. Huh, this is a pyramid scheme. Feng Bin was shocked. Qi Fan nodded and said this distribution method is exactly a pyramid scheme, a game of hot potato. The day one link in the chain breaks, the entire game collapses instantly. A large group of people will be duped, and when public resentment rises since they can't escape Lingguan Mountain, they might suffer from disaster through no fault of their own. What? It's that serious? Feng Bin's expression turned grim. Then I need to get out immediately. Qi Fan nodded and said, getting out early is the right move. As for the shares you got from your 50-point investment, either give them to Li Xingru or resell them to someone else. Got it. Got it. Feng Bin didn't dare delay and immediately set about withdrawing from Deng Xiang's wine shop. A month later, when Qi Fan inquired, Feng Bin had completely sold off all his shares. The buyer was Yang Can, who bought them at the original price of 50 points. Adding the previous dividend of 5 points, Feng Bin had actually profited 5 points. When Qi Fan learned it was this sucker, he was somewhat speechless. However, he had no intention of warning Yang Can. First, his friendship with Yang Can wasn't deep enough. Second, this group was currently riding high on their success. If he really went to advise them, others would just think he was jealous. This kind of thing was far from rare on Earth. Qi Fan continued his cultivation. Another half-year passed. It had been exactly 5 years since Qi Fan arrived at Lingguan Mountain. His Golden Bone realm had completely reached major completion, and he was gradually moving toward the pulse-opening realm. One day, Qi Fan visited Feng Bin's home as usual. A toddler stumbled over and ran into Qi Fan's arms, calling out sweetly, "Godfather, you came to see Xuanjiang again." Qi Fan smiled and said, "Yes, and I brought Xuanjiang a little gift." Qi Fan took out a box of exquisite pastries and handed it to Feng Chong, who was so happy, he kept kissing Qi Fan's cheeks. "Fanji, you're buying Xuanjiang pastries again. He won't eat his meals if he eats too much of those." Li Yueru complained beside him. Qi Fan said, "No worries. This isn't Earth. These pastries have no additives. They're very green and healthy. Alright, I'm going to buy groceries. Fanji, please keep an eye on Xuanjiang. My sister and the class leader are coming over." Li Yueru handed the child to Qi Fan and hurried off with her shopping basket. Soon Li Xingru and Deng Xiang arrived. Both were dressed in magnificent clothing, and Li Xingru was radiant as ever. Qi Fan's gaze immediately fell on Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang walked with hands clasped behind his back, steady and confident. His demeanor and aura were different from before, exuding an air of composure. Could he have reached the quenching bone realm? Qi Fan speculated privately. As expected, when Deng Xiang cradled Feng Chong, a strip of his forearm was revealed with a faint bronze luster seeping from beneath the skin. This signified that Deng Xiang had already reached the bronze bone stage of the tempered bone realm. Qi Fan, I shall host a tempered bone banquet at the Martial Star Building on the 15th of next month. Do try to make it. No gifts required. Very well. Qi Fan's expression remained placid as he nodded in assent. Deng Xiang frowned slightly. He had half expected Qi Fan to be astonished upon hearing the announcement, yet this fellow's countenance betrayed not a whisper of surprise. What on earth was Qi Fan up to? Was he merely putting on a bold front? By the way, class monitor, when shall we get to drink your wedding wine with Xingru? The two had been together for years now, a fact known to every soul in the class. Yet Deng Xiang had thus far sidestepped any mention of a formal wedding, and deep down Li Xingru yearned for the day. Deng Xiang replied, "Within Lingguan Mountain, the tempered bone stage is but middling, like willow catkins carried by the wind, powerless to chart one's own fate. I must first establish myself firmly here, acquire the means to shield my wife and children from harm before I consider marriage and progeny. I will not let them suffer so much as a bruise." Hearing this, Li Xingru's heart swelled with sweetness, her eyes brimming with adoration as she clasped Deng Xiang's hand. Qi Fan silently speculated that in Deng Xiang's eyes Li Xingru was hardly the optimal match. She might as well prove her worth through her brewing recipe, but once her utility waned, or should Deng Xiang stumble upon a more advantageous prospect, he would surely discard her without a second thought. That, however, suited him perfectly. At the very least, it meant Feng Bin would never forge kinship ties with Deng Xiang. Shortly thereafter, Feng Bin returned from work, and Li Yueru had procured provisions, preparing a sumptuous feast spread across the table. After the evening meal, Qi Fan rose to take his leave. Deng Xiang, accompanied by Li Xingru, also departed from Feng Bin's residence. Huh, Brother Yang, look, Qi Fan's heading that way. Isn't there no residence in that direction? Li Xingru watched as Qi Fan crossed the stone bridge, making his way northward upstream along the eastern river, her brow furrowed in bewilderment. Deng Xiang's own brows knitted together as he murmured to himself, "That direction leads toward Wuxian Cave. Could it be that he resides there? Impossible. Qi Fan has never held steady employment. According to Feng Bin, he spent all his time training alone, can barely afford medicinal herbs. How could he possibly afford to rent a place in Wuxian Cave? I'll go take a look." Having spoken, Deng Xiang slipped away, entailing Qi Fan discreetly. Naturally, Chi Fan detected his pursuer almost immediately. In that instant, his mind raced, weighing the consequences should he strike Deng Xiang down right now. For one, it would prevent Feng Bin from ever becoming related to Deng Xiang. A favorable outcome indeed. However, Deng Xiang's pyramid scheme would inevitably collapse, and every member of Class 11 would face reckoning. As far as he knew, the giant whale gang had already detected irregularities and was lurking behind the scenes. When the scandal erupted, they would inevitably sacrifice Class 11 to quell public outrage. By then, they might all perish senselessly. As Chi Fan wavered in his deliberation, a squad of law enforcement officers passed by, effectively severing Deng Xiang's pursuit. Chi Fan sighed, and ultimately decided against action, turning away stealthily. Where'd he go? Once the law enforcement patrol had moved on, Deng Xiang peered from beneath the bridge toward where Chi Fan had vanished, but found no trace of him. Deng Xiang retraced his steps, confusion etched across his face. Li Xingru asked, "Brother Yang, what happened?" "Lost him." A patrol unit passed by. Li Xingru remarked, "The public security situation upstream along the eastern river truly is excellent. Law enforcement patrols, even at night. Brother Yang, when we eventually have children, shall we move here? It'd be closer to you, Ru, and our child would have a companion. What do you think, Brother Yang?" Deng Xiang stroked Li Xingru's hair affectionately and responded, "Upstream along the eastern river. My ambitions extend beyond such modest pursuits. After the Tempered Bone Banquet, I intend to settle with you in Wuxian Cave. Word is that place boasts numerous martial arts inheritances." Wuxian Cave. Li Xingru's eyes sparkled with yearning. Only the true elite of Lingguan Mountain could afford to reside there. Fortunately, Deng Xiang's current financial standing, though barely adequate, would suffice. Brother Yang, isn't that rather extravagant? Not at all. Certain investments are indispensable. But Brother Yang, I haven't yet broken through to the ascending blood realm. With me by your side, isn't it merely a question of time? Let me finish these affairs first, and then I'll arrange everything for you. We must press onward decisively, aiming for at least 3 breakthroughs within the ascending blood realm. Very well, Brother Yang. I'll follow your lead. 1 month slipped away in the blink of an eye, and the day of Deng Xiang's Tempered Bone Banquet arrived. Chi Fan too planned to take a respite. He had spent the greater part of the past 6 years laboring, accumulating over 1,300 contribution points. He intended to withdraw 300 points as a deposit and venture beyond Lingguan Mountain for a while, granting himself at least a month's holiday. 6 consecutive years of relentless labor. Who matches my dedication? Can I not indulge myself, if only briefly? What have you been busy with lately, Chi Fan? Sitting across from him was Huang Yuting, the English class representative. Nearly 3 years had passed since their last encounter, and Huang Yuting appeared somewhat more mature than before, yet her tone remained as frivolous as ever. "Martial cultivation," Chi Fan replied succinctly. Huang Yuting laughed. "You were already talking about martial cultivation back then, and you even quit your job. You've been training for almost 4 or 5 years now. So how's your training going now? Have you reached the second blood elevation stage yet?" Chi Fan knew Huang Yuting was simply trying to make fun of him for entertainment, so he couldn't be bothered to respond. Unexpectedly, Yang, sitting on the other side, spoke up as well. "Chi Fan, your martial cultivation talent is actually quite good, but it doesn't reach the level of a martial prodigy. Without external assistance, you may still have hope to break through, but it's extremely difficult, and the progress would be too slow. Lingguan Mountain's greatest advantage is the medicinal baths provided by the Xuanjiang sect. These are things one cannot obtain in the outside world, no matter how much one begs. You should make use of them, break through sooner, and not waste your natural gifts." Yang clearly meant well. Chi Fan nodded and said, "Thank you for the reminder, Senior Brother Yang." Huang Yuting then interjected, "Senior Brother Yang, you wouldn't believe this. Our class monitor personally invited him to join our Zhujiang wine shop, but he refused. He missed a golden opportunity to make a fortune." "What? This happened?" Yang furrowed his brow, seemingly feeling regretful for Chi Fan. "What a shame. During that time, Brother Fan borrowed money to help our couple prepare for the wedding, and there was also the cost of buying blood elevation soup for Feng Bin. Our funds were tight, so we didn't invest in shares." Chi Fan couldn't be bothered to respond to Huang Yuting. Li Yueru, sitting beside him, answered on his behalf. Huang Yuting pressed on relentlessly. You two as a couple shouldn't keep making excuses for him. Didn't he cause you two enough suffering?" "Cause us suffering? Huang Yuting, you'd better speak clearly about what you mean." Feng Bin's tone carried a hint of anger. Huang Yuting, completely oblivious to his reaction, continued, "Feng Bin, you invested 50 contribution points in the Zhujiang wine shop back, then holding original shares. Yet you later sold those original shares because Chi Fan advised you to. Do you have any idea how many shares you would have received if you hadn't withdrawn your investment?" "There's such a thing." Feng Bin took a huge loss. As soon as Huang Yuting said this, Xuanjiang, Lu Tianyu, and others around them suddenly realized. Clearly they had no idea why Feng Bin had withdrawn his investment back then. "That was my own choice. It had nothing to do with Brother Fan," Feng Bin explained. Before Huang Yiting could speak again, Qi Fan asked with a puzzled expression, Huang Yiting, you weren't present when the class monitor invited me to invest, nor when Feng Bin withdrew his investment. How do you know so many details about this? Hearing this, Huang Yiting suddenly became flustered. Qi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately asked Li Xingru, who was sitting on the other side, Xingru, did you tell Huang Yiting about this? Li Xingru was Li Yueru's older sister. Since Qi Fan had asked Feng Bin to withdraw his investment, Li Yueru had probably shared some details with her sister, being close siblings after all. Thinking Qi Fan was accusing her, Li Xingru quickly explained, no, I never told Huang Yiting anything about it. Qi Fan, don't wrong an innocent person. Qi Fan spoke a thought-provoking sentence. Then most likely the class monitor told Huang Yiting. Before Li Xingru could react, Huang Yiting, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leaped up abruptly. Qi Fan, stop your wild guessing. This is something I deduced myself. Isn't it obvious? You were the only one who didn't buy shares in the class. Feng Bin was so close to you, yet he invested and then withdrew. It must have been your doing behind the scenes. Huang Yiting, sit down. Yang Can coldly rebuked. Can't you see what day it is today and how many members are present? Do you want everyone to make a laughingstock of us? With Yang Can speaking, Huang Yiting had no choice but to sit back down dejectedly. Qi Fan, however, was deep in thought. Huang Yiting's reaction was far too strange. First, logically speaking, she shouldn't have known such confidential matters at all. Second, when he just mentioned that the class monitor told her, her reaction was far too intense. There must be something going on between her and Deng Ziyang. With this deduction combined with Huang Yiting's behavior at Feng Bin's banquet before, Qi Fan became even more certain. As Qi Fan gazed at Huang Yiting, his eyes couldn't help but carry a mix of contempt and pity. Had Huang Yiting secretly become Deng Ziyang's mistress? Everyone, please settle down and allow me to introduce our 3 gold members of the Xuanjiang wine shop. At this moment, Deng Ziyang walked down from the second-floor staircase and announced. Everyone turned to look toward the staircase. 2 men and 1 woman walked up from the stairway. All 3 wore splendid attire with smiles on their faces. Deng Ziyang immediately began the introductions. Allow me to introduce this individual. Wei Hongying, a member of the Kaisher department, a master at the copper bone stage of bone tempering. This individual is Lu Zhanlong, a member of the Jifa department, a master at the silver bone stage of bone tempering. This individual is by Xinchuan, the hall master of Yulong Hall of the Xuanjiang, a master at the gold bone stage of bone tempering. The most powerful among them, by Xinchuan, raised his hand to quiet the crowd. Once everyone fell silent, he spoke with a smile. You're all too kind. There are no masters or ordinary folk here today. We are all members of the Xuanjiang wine shop, one big family, who loves and cares for each other. Well said. We are all one family. Everyone raise your glasses together. Let's grow bigger and stronger and create more glory. Everyone raise your glasses. Deng Ziyang raised his wine glass high. Everyone else followed suit. Qi Fan was already regretting deeply for coming to this pyramid scheme banquet. He had been tricked by Deng Ziyang into being a free audience for his performance. Fortunately, after Deng Ziyang raised his glass, he led the 3 gold members up to the 3rd floor for their gathering. The service staff of Wuxing Lu immediately began serving dishes. Various delicacies and rare dishes were brought to the tables, all of high caliber. Most astonishing was that each table was served a pot of wine, a blend of blood elevation soup, and baijiu, 1 cup per person. The bronze members on the 1st floor and the silver members on the 2nd floor were all shocked by this extravagant gesture. They all believed that following the Xuanjiang wine shop would lead to great prospects in the future. At Qi Fan's table, he ate some dishes and prepared to take his leave. But just as he was about to rise, he heard a commotion coming from the 2nd-floor staircase. Who says someone without some ridiculous membership can't attend this banquet? Go ask Deng Ziyang if he dares to say a single word against me. Get lost. Boom. 2 order-maintaining shop assistants from the Xuanjiang wine shop were sent flying up from the 2nd-floor staircase. They lay on the ground vomiting blood profusely. The silver members on the 2nd floor erupted in an uproar. Yang Can and others immediately rose to their feet. Who's causing trouble here? Yang Can shouted. Under everyone's gaze, a young man in a long robe walked up with hands clasped behind his back. It's him, Yan Haochen. The students from class 11 all felt a shock upon seeing this young man. This person was none other than Yan Haochen, who had been discovered to possess a true spiritual root all those years ago. Yan Haochen arrived and surveyed the scene. Yang Can did not recognize Yan Haochen and simply assumed he was there to cause trouble. As a shareholder of the Xuanjiang Tavern, he naturally would not tolerate it. With a single leap, Yang Can landed right in front of Yan Haochen and reached out to press down on his shoulder. Yan Haochen, however, made no attempt to dodge or block. A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth as he allowed Yang Can's hand to fall on his shoulder. The moment Yang Can's hand touched Yan Haochen's shoulder, he felt his strength vanish like a clay ox sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace in that instant. So strong. Senior Yangqin. Yan Haochen, don't attack him. He's our senior. The crowd reacted in different ways. Some rushed to help Yangqin up, while others hurried to hold people back. Chi Fan, seeing Yan Haochen send Yangqin flying without any effort, was secretly startled. Old Yan, don't wreck the place. He's our senior. Xuanjiang immediately went up to Yan Haochen and spoke. Xuanjiang had always been fairly close to Yan Haochen, so his intervention did indeed have some effect. Yan Haochen asked in surprise, still a senior. Did Teacher Song send people in before us? Yeah. Old Yan, where have you been all this time? Xuanjiang was clearly a little nervous talking with his old friend. 5 years had passed, and he now understood all too deeply how enormous the gap between them had become. Yan Haochen laughed. Cultivating immortality, of course. What else could I be doing? I happened to come from the sect and had to return to Lingguan Mountain for some matters, so I thought I'd drop by and see you old classmates. I never expected you wouldn't even let me in. Looks like I'm not welcome. How could that be? How could we not welcome you? Exactly. Yan Haochen, you should have said something. If you told us you were coming, the whole class would have come out to welcome you. Xiang would definitely have come to pick you up personally. The crowd chimed in with flattery. Yan Haochen, Xiang is on the 3rd floor. I'll take you up. Li Xingru, taking it upon herself to play the hostess, greeted Yan Haochen. Yan Haochen smiled and said, sure. I heard you guys opened some kind of tavern, and it's pretty lively. I wanted to come and join the fun. Welcome, welcome. Li Xingru led the way, and Yan Haochen followed her. Suddenly, as if something had occurred to him, he called out to Xuanjiang, Xuanjiang, what are you standing there for? Come on up with us. Come up and take a look with me. Xuanjiang stammered nervously, I. Huang Yiting immediately shoved Xuanjiang and said, Brother Haochen, told you to go up. Why are you still talking nonsense? Get going. Hurry up. Xuanjiang walked over at once. Yan Haochen wrapped an arm around Xuanjiang's shoulder and said with great loyalty, Xuanjiang, you are my best brother. Even if I've taken up cultivation, you're still my brother. From now on, anyone who bullies you is bullying me, Yan Haochen. Hearing those words, Xuanjiang was so moved that his eyes turned red. Yan Haochen meanwhile glanced at his former classmates with a self-satisfied smirk. Sure enough, every classmate wore an envious expression. Yan Haochen felt immensely pleased. In the past, he had been at the bottom of the class, a joke that everyone could trample on. But now the situation had completely reversed. He was already an immortal descended to the mortal world, while the former classmates who had once looked down on him now could only look up to him. Just a little goodwill casually shown to Xuanjiang, and they were all bursting with envy. Interesting. It seems Yan Haochen still hasn't grown up after all these 5 years. Chi Fan saw this and laughed inwardly. Yan Haochen's behavior was no different from his old hooligan posturing. Still, that guy's strength was truly extraordinary. Chi Fan had no idea how he had pulled off that move. Li Xingru led the way with Yan Haochen following behind, while keeping his arm around Xuanjiang's shoulder. When Yan Haochen watched the alluring sway of Li Xingru's figure climbing the stairs, he swallowed hard. Despite all his blustering in front of his classmates, he had actually lived like an ascetic in the Xuanjiang sect. At 24 years old, he had never even touched a woman's hand. Li Xingru brought Yan Haochen and Xuanjiang upstairs. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Deng Xiang was still chatting with the 3 golden members at the bone forging realm. These 3 were not really golden members at all. They were the 3 pillars behind the Zhujiang Tavern. Still, the 3 of them were shrewd characters. Knowing that the Zhujiang Tavern's business model could blow up, they only claimed to be golden members. If anything went wrong, they could play the victims, with Deng Xiang bearing the brunt at the front. This time, they were making an appearance for Deng Xiang to support the tavern's growth. The 4 of them were discussing how to divide the benefits when they suddenly saw Li Xingru and the others come upstairs. Bai Xinchuan frowned and looked at Deng Xiang in confusion. Class monitor, you certainly have an imperious air. Yan Haochen mocked from behind Li Xingru. Yan Haochen's appearance had changed considerably from his old image. Now his long hair was tied in a top knot, and he wore a flowing robe. Deng Xiang looked carefully and finally recognized him. In an instant, a brilliant gleam flashed in Deng Xiang's eyes. He immediately rose and hurried toward Yan Haochen, laughing loudly as he walked. Ha! Haochen, you finally come back. I thought you were never going to show up again. Deng Xiang greeted him with great warmth and gave Yan Haochen an enthusiastic embrace. Yan Haochen had originally planned to cut Deng Xiang down a notch and put him in his place, since back when he was tested and revealed spiritual roots, Deng Xiang had even struck him. But being received like this made Yan Haochen too embarrassed to follow through. Deng Xiang released him and even thumped his shoulder, asking with a smile, so how is it? Has the life of cultivation been good? Good my ass. Every day is like living as a monk. I'm so damn fed up, I almost don't want to cultivate anymore. Yan Haochen looked at the delicacies on the table and without standing on ceremony sat down, grabbed a piece of meat, and began to devour it. Little Deng, who is this? Bai Xinchuan and the other 2 furrowed their brows. Deng Xiang and Yan Haochen had just been speaking in the Huaxiao language, so they could not understand a word. Deng Xiang coughed and said, Home Master Bai, I forgot to introduce him. This is my good brother Yan Haochen. 5 years ago we came to Lingguan Mountain together. He was tested and found to possess spiritual roots, so he was taken to the Xuanjiang sect to cultivate immortality. What? An immortal from the Xuanjiang sect? Hearing this, Bai Xinchuan and the other two shot to their feet, clearly frightened out of their wits. Bai Xinchuan and his companions were paralyzed with terror. Everyone who descended from Xuanjiang sect were immortals. Not to mention them, even opening meridian grandmasters would have to bow respectfully upon meeting such figures. A single casual remark from such a person could determine the life or death of an opening meridian grandmaster. And this Deng Xiang actually had an immortal brother. Deng Xiang, who said we were brothers. My brother is Xuanjiang. Yin Haochen said with displeasure. After speaking, he waved at Xuanjiang and said, Xuanjiang, what are you standing there like a fool for? Come over and eat. Bai Xinchuan and his companions' gazes instantly shifted to Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang was extremely nervous. Originally, upon seeing someone as important as Bai Xinchuan, he wouldn't even have the qualification to speak. Yet now he could sit at the same table with them, even seeing reverence in their eyes. Deng Xiang had his face publicly rejected by Yin Haochen, yet he showed no anger. Instead, he casually sat down on Yin Haochen's other side. Without waiting for Yin Haochen to react, Deng Xiang immediately changed the subject. Try the wine brewed by our classmates. This is our business. Oh, then I'll have a taste. Yin Haochen took a sip and clicked his tongue. Not bad. Barely drinkable, but something feels off. Deng Xiang smiled. What's missing? Why be so polite with me? If you need anything, just say it. I'll do my best to accommodate you. Seeing Deng Xiang being so accommodating, Yin Haochen's inner fire ignited. He glanced at the shapely Li Xingru beside him, hinting meaningfully, I miss those days on Earth. Drinking at the bar, holding beauties. Now that was living. I regret coming here now. I really want to go back. Upon hearing Yin Haochen's words, Deng Xiang followed his gaze and immediately understood. Without hesitation, he said to Li Xingru, Xingru, what are you standing there for? Pour Haochen a drink. Li Xingru immediately lifted the wine pitcher, bending down beside Yin Haochen to pour. Yin Haochen inhaled her enticing fragrance and gazed at her voluptuous figure, his heart instantly racing. Yin Haochen grew bold and directly reached out, grabbing Li Xingru's buttocks. Li Xingru was startled, the wine pitcher falling onto the table. She hastily stepped back, staring at Yin Haochen with fear and fury. Yin Haochen, what do you think you're doing? Yin Haochen had expected Li Xingru to be sensible too, but she absolutely wouldn't cooperate. He felt both embarrassed and furious, coldly snorting. What's my problem? I accidentally brushed against you. Does it warrant such an overreaction? You splashed wine all over me. Looks like you're not welcoming me at all. Then forget the meal. No one else gets to eat, either. As he spoke, Yin Haochen was about to rise and flare up. The three across from him, Bai Xinchuan and company, didn't dare breathe. Deng Xiang hastily restrained Yin Haochen, persuading him. Haochen, what are you doing? We're classmates. Just met and already leaving. Xingru was just being careless. Xingru apologized to Haochen. With that, Deng Xiang glared at Li Xingru fiercely. Li Xingong felt deeply wronged. Even a fool could tell Yin Haochen had done that on purpose. But she had always obeyed Deng Xiang, so she could only lower her head and mutter an apology to Yin Haochen. Yin Haochen had lost face, but still insisted on leaving. Deng Xiang immediately said to Xuanjiang, Xuanjiang, why don't you try to persuade him? Xuanjiang had once received Deng Xiang's kindness. Deng Xiang had included him among the 5 spots, allowing him to break through to the blood elevation realm. Over the years, Deng Xiang had taken care of him many times. Xuanjiang immediately spoke up for Deng Xiang. Old Yin, what are you doing? Give me some face. Calm down, all right. Yin Haochen sat back down, but still wore a long face. I'll give Xuanjiang face. But the meal can be eaten. This anger won't dissipate. After saying this, he stared at Li Xingru again. Li Xingru, you just offended me. One apology won't make this go away. Sit down and drink with me. Li Xingru wasn't a fool. How could she not understand Yin Haochen's intentions? She glanced at Deng Xiang with some grievance. But Deng Xiang refused to meet her gaze. Xuanjiang also sensed Yin Haochen's intentions. Was he making moves on Li Xingru? Li Xingru was no fool. How could she not understand Yin Haochen's intentions? She glanced at Deng Xiang with some grievance. But Deng Xiang refused to meet her gaze. Xuanjiang's voice was low, but Li Xingru was right beside him. How could she not hear? When she heard Xuanjiang's words, her face instantly changed. She immediately said, no. My sister is already married. Looking at the silent Deng Xiang beside her, her heart filled with heartache and fury. She never expected that the man who had made countless promises of eternal love would remain silent now. Li Xingru steeled herself, pushed past Deng Xiang, and sat beside Yin Haochen. I'll accompany you. Seeing Li Xingru's display, Yin Haochen's heart raced. He reached out and pulled her slender waist, smiling. That's more like it. We're all classmates, why make things unpleasant? With me looking after you, won't life on Spirit Crown Mountain be good? Li Xingru's heart rebelled, but she dared not resist, forcing a smile. Seeing Li Xingru not resist, Yin Haochen's lewd intentions grew stronger. He glanced at Bai Xinchuan and his companions across the table. Why are you three still sitting there? Get out if you're not wanted. The three hastily retreated, hurrying downstairs. Deng Xiang was about to leave as well. Suddenly remembering something, Yan Haochen called out to Deng Xiang. Class monitor, have Li Yu come up too. Li Xingru's expression changed hastily, saying, Yan Haochen, isn't it enough that I'm keeping you company? Don't call my sister. Yan Haochen smiled. My brother Xuanjiang doesn't have anyone to accompany him. Hearing this, Xuanjiang hastily waved his hand. Old Yan, I don't need anyone. Don't involve me. If you want to cause trouble, do it yourself. I won't play. Yan Haochen glared at Xuanjiang, dissatisfied. Xuanjiang, you're being unreasonable. I'm finding you a woman, and you refuse. Didn't you say you loved mature women back in school? Your brother is fulfilling that little wish of yours today. Yan Haochen thought to himself, since they were going to play, they might as well make it exciting. Li Xingru and Li Yu were twin sisters. Playing with both would certainly be interesting. Class monitor, what are you waiting for? Go call her. After this is over today, you're my real brother, Yan Haochen. Yan Haochen urged Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang laughed apologetically. You win. But it's not that I want you to look after me. It's to look after all our classmates. We all depend on you. Hearing Deng Xiang's words, Li Xingru's attitude toward him shifted somewhat. So he was doing this for the future of his classmates. Go on. Hurry up. I have limited time and can't linger at the foot of the mountain too long. Yan Haochen urged again. Deng Xiang turned and walked downstairs. Li Xingru snapped back to her senses and begged. Yan Haochen, I'm begging you, don't call my sister. Let me accompany you both. You'll destroy her. Li Xingru, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I'm giving you and your sister a chance to soar to greatness. You and your sister will thank me. Yan Haochen's anger flared, his large hand grabbing at Li Xingru. Li Xingru was overwhelmed with grievance, tears streaming down her face. On the second floor, the crowd helped the injured Yang Can up, examining his wounds. Bai Xinchuan and his three companions hastily descended from the third floor, their faces filled with confusion. Soon after, Deng Xiang also came downstairs. Wang Qiwen hastily approached Deng Xiang. Class monitor, senior brother Yang is injured. Yet Deng Xiang had no attention to spare for Yang Can. He merely glanced at Yang Can before passing him, turning to look at Li Yu. Yu, your sister wants you to come up. My sister wants me to go up. Why? I'm not even a gold member. Li Yu exclaimed in surprise. Deng Xiang said, just go up. There must be something. All right, Fanji, help me look after Chong'er. Yu and I will go up and take a look. Feng Bin placed Feng Chong into Qi Fan's arms and prepared to stand. Qi Fan frowned, sensing something unusual, and directly said, why go up? We had nothing to do with the Jueyang wine shop's business. We shouldn't even have come to this meal today. No need to go up. Qi Fan, this is none of your business. Deng Xiang reached out to block Qi Fan. Qi Fan coldly said, Feng Bin's matters are my matters. Deng Xiang, get out of my way. Qi Fan's single cry of get lost stunned everyone present. Although Deng Xiang was a classmate of all of them, the prestige he had accumulated in daily life, coupled with his advancement into the copper bone stage of the bone-tempering realm, meant that even Yang Can, a senior schoolmate, would not presume to act arrogant in front of Deng Xiang. But now Qi Fan had not only called Deng Xiang by his full name, but actually told him to get lost. Even Deng Xiang was stunned for a moment, never expecting that Qi Fan would have the audacity to insult him. Deng Xiang had already been harboring a belly full of anger since he was on the third floor, and Qi Fan's words now instantly ignited the powder keg. His face was grim and icy, and he laughed in furious rage. Fine. Qi Fan, you really have opened my eyes today, wanting me to get lost. But this is my bone-tempering banquet. If anyone is getting lost, it's you. Boom. Deng Xiang struck out. His hand grabbed straight at Qi Fan's shoulder, the copper bones on his arm clearly visible. That grab split the air, accompanied by a roaring sonic boom, its force dreadful to behold. Class monitor, don't. Feng Bin cried out in alarm, trying to shield Qi Fan. After all, he considered himself Deng Xiang's brother-in-law, so Deng should be willing to pull his punch. But he never expected that Qi Fan would stop him with his left hand and drive a punch straight at Deng Xiang with his right. Boom. A cracking explosion, completely overwhelming the sound of Deng Xiang's attack, thundered through the hall. The next instant, Deng Xiang, like a cannonball, was sent flying by Qi Fan's iron fist and slammed into the corridor by the third-floor stairway, vomiting a large mouthful of blood. What? Class monitor. Wave after wave of exclamations rose from the crowd. The people of Class 11 in particular stared with wide, incredulous eyes. What a powerful young man. Bai Xinchuan and the other two bone-tempering realm experts who had just come down from the third floor had not left. They were waiting at the side. They did not want to miss the chance to come into contact with an immortal. Once the immortal had finished, they would offer beautiful women to curry favor and ensure a bright future at Lingwan Mountain. They had never expected, however, to witness infighting among Deng Xiang and his group. Moreover, that young man who looked just over 20 actually possessed such terrifying strength. Even Bai Xinchuan, a dignified golden bone stage expert, could not see through Qi Fan's exact strength. He was merely stunned by his age and skill. A monstrous genius. Whose descendant is he? Could he be the direct descendant of Grandmaster Song? By Xuanjiang knew of Song Qingmin, a grandmaster who had opened 5 meridians. He also knew that Deng Xiang and the others were juniors brought along from Song Qingmin's hometown, so he had a rough guess. How can this Chief Fan be so strong? The injured Yang can also saw everything. Looking at Chief Fan standing motionless in the same spot, he found it impossible to calm the surging turmoil in his heart. He could not tell whether Chief Fan had reached the Golden Bone stage or the Meridian Opening realm, but he was most likely not limited to the Silver Bone stage. Could it be Golden Bone? 5 years, Golden Bone. What kind of speed was this? Unbelievable. Feng Bin and Li Yueru were also dumbfounded. They were the closest to Chief Fan and actually knew that he had been engaged in something mysterious. Feng Bin in particular. When Chief Fan had given him one of his 0 contribution points, he knew there were secrets, but since Chief Fan said nothing, he did not ask. But no matter how he thought, he never imagined that this brother would be so powerful. And no one was more shaken than Deng Xiang himself. At this moment, he felt that his right arm had been fractured. It might even end up as crippled as Gao Feng's. And the one who had done all this was none other than Chief Fan. How had Chief Fan done it? How could he possibly have trained his strength to such a level in merely 5 years? After all, reaching the bone-tempering realm had required him to drain blood from others, swindle, and cheat everywhere, and even empty Yongcan savings. What right did Chief Fan have to surpass him by so much? The entire second floor of Wuxing Tower fell silent for a moment because of Chief Fan's punch. Class monitor, are you all right? After recovering her senses, Huang Yiting hurriedly helped Deng Xiang up, her eyes red with anxiety. Feng Bin, let's go, Chief Fan said to Feng Bin. Feng Bin immediately hoisted the child Feng Chong in his arms, took Li Yueru's hand, and followed behind Chief Fan. Feng Chong was 2 years old and did not understand friend or foe. He only saw Uncle Deng, who used to hold him, often lying on the ground spitting blood, and he wailed in fright. Li Yueru also felt a little dazed. On one side stood her husband Feng Bin's sworn brother, the child's godfather. On the other side was her sister's man. Also, what was her sister Li Xingru doing on the 3rd floor? What exactly was up there? While Li Yueru was hesitating over whether to go up, a figure came down from the 3rd floor stairway. It was Yin Haochen, who had heard the commotion. Seeing Deng Xiang's sorry state, Yin Haochen was shocked. Class monitor, what happened? Who beat you so miserably? It's him, Chief Fan. Yin Haochen, help us beat him. Huang Yiting immediately pointed furiously at Chief Fan. Fine. Chief Fan, you impudent wretch, you've grown quite capable. Hitting even the class monitor. It seems you don't take any of your classmates seriously. Yin Haochen stood at the top of the stairs and shouted down at Chief Fan from a commanding height. Chief Fan looked up at Yin Haochen. Behind Yin Haochen stood Li Xingru in disheveled clothes. Her eyes were reddened. She had clearly been crying. Chief Fan instantly understood what had happened. He simply had not expected Deng Xiang to be even more heartless and despicable than he had imagined, actually offering his own woman to Yin Haochen. He stared at Yin Haochen and said, Yin Haochen, now that you've cultivated immortality, you still act as Deng Xiang's dog. What conditions did Deng Xiang offer to win you over? Chief Fan's words pointed it out, and many classmates suddenly caught on. Yes. Why had Deng Xiang come down alone? Why had he left Li Xingru up there? And why had he told Li Yueru to go up as well? After 5 years of rough and tumble experiences, most of them were no longer the naive high school students they had once been. Several classmates immediately read between the lines and looked at the miserable Li Xingru behind them, their minds churning. Yin Haochen flew into a rage and roared, dog. Chief Fan, you actually dare curse even me. Today I'll let you know that an immortal master must not be humiliated. Boom. Yin Haochen, seizing the chance to stand up for the class monitor, redeem his own honor, act with justification, and display his strength, immediately jumped down the stairs and landed at the 2nd floor stairway. Yin Haochen kept his left hand behind his back, extended his right hand, clenched it into a fist, and struck at Chief Fan. Chief Fan, don't say I'm bullying you with superior strength. For the sake of our schoolmate days today, I'll fight you with one hand. Inner chi released outward. This is a meridian opening grandmaster. Several knowledgeable bone-tempering realm experts in the hall cried out. The crowd exclaimed and backed away in fear. Chief Fan narrowed his eyes, not daring to be careless, his body arched like a cat. Boom. As Yin Haochen's punch came smashing over, Chief Fan executed the 7 cicada steps he had practiced for years. With a bounce, he darted through the air like a flying cicada, skimming the sky, evading to Yin Haochen's left. Yin Haochen's punch struck squarely against one of Wuxing Tower's great pillars. The massive pillar was actually snapped by his fist on the spot, and the entire Wuxing Tower shook violently. What terrifying strength! Oh no! Wuxing Tower may collapse. The crowd screamed in panic, and some quickly jumped out of the windows, afraid of being caught in the disaster. Yin Haochen charged toward Chief Fan like a ferocious primordial beast. Every punch he threw shook the entire Wuxing Tower. Yet Chief Fan's footwork was extraordinarily nimble. Yin Haochen couldn't even graze the hem of his clothes. Furious, Yin Haochen roared, Qi Fan, do you only know how to dodge? If you're a man, face me head on. While evading, Qi Fan observed Yin Haochen closely. He had come to a realization. Yin Haochen's cultivation was likely only at the meridian opening stage. Moreover, Yin Haochen possessed neither martial techniques nor refined movement skills. Could he possibly defeat someone of a higher realm? But what would happen if he killed him? Yin Haochen was a spirit root disciple of the Xuanjiang sect, while he himself was merely a minor. Would killing him result in his own death? And if he didn't kill him, what then? Yin Haochen was a prideful ruffian. Having humiliated him today, even if Qi Fan didn't kill him, the man would find every conceivable way to seek revenge. Then what would he do when that day came? Furthermore, this man had set his sights on Liu'eru. If he retreated today, and she fell victim to his humiliation, how could she possibly go on living? Crash. While Qi Fan was both fending off Yin Haochen and lost in contemplation, Yin Haochen suddenly pivoted and lunged toward Feng Bin with devastating force. Since you won't face me head-on, I'll beat Feng Bin to death instead. You dare? Qi Fan erupted in fury. His 7 cicada steps surged to their absolute limit, propelling him like a cannonball. Crack. The floor beneath his feet collapsed from the force. Qi Fan materialized instantly before Feng Bin. Yin Haochen grinned savagely. You can't escape now. Crash. He threw a crushing punch directly at Qi Fan. Heart shatter. Qi Fan likewise mustered every ounce of his strength, channeling the heart-shattering palm technique to its limit. His cultivation had already reached the great perfection of Golden Bone stage. The full power of his body had never been fully unleashed until now. At this moment of total activation, a dragon's roar echoed from deep within his body. His right palm shimmered like gold, the golden bone faintly visible beneath, radiating brilliant light. What formidable golden bones! Bai Xinchuan, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in astonishment. Though they shared the same golden bone realm, his own golden bones were undoubtedly inferior to this young man called Qi Fan, possibly by several times over. Crash! Qi Fan's heart-shattering palm collided with Yin Haochen's raw technique-less punch. The floor beneath them both exploded, and the two men plummeted from the second floor into the main hall below. The ordinary members of the Zhuyang wine house in the main hall had heard the commotion upstairs and noticed the entire Wuxing Tower trembling. But many of them were reluctant to leave their tables. The blood-rising soup mixed with baijiu was quite a lavish spread, and not everyone was willing to abandon such extravagance. Suddenly, the ceiling cracked open, and 2 figures came crashing down. The terrified crowd scrambled backward. Crash! Without hesitation, Qi Fan immediately launched another heart-shattering palm at Yin Haochen. Yin Haochen hastily gathered all his internal energy to defend. Boom, boom, boom. With every exchange, residual force blasted outward in all directions, injuring numerous bystanders. Meanwhile, an ocean of shock was churning within Yin Haochen's heart. How is Qi Fan this strong? This is impossible. I've been consuming top-grade pills for washing the meridians and reshaping the marrow for years. My foundation is solid and my progress swift. But miners like them use potions that tax their potential, their foundations are unstable, and their growth slow. How could he possibly have caught up to me? After trading blows for a while, Yin Haochen found himself increasingly unable to keep up. Now it was his turn to dodge. Yin Haochen, didn't you demand to face me head-on? Qi Fan stalked forward like a deity of slaughter, chasing after Yin Haochen. The overwhelming killing intent made Yin Haochen's scalp go numb. Desperately, he shouted, Qi Fan, I'm a disciple of the Xuanjiang sect. If you kill me, you won't survive either. Qi Fan's killing intent blazed as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang out from above the sky. Qi Fan, stop. Qi Fan looked up. A breathtakingly beautiful woman in a green robe stood upon a golden-winged pung bird approximately 5 or 6 meters wide. She descended gracefully from dozens of meters high, landing steadily between Qi Fan and Yin Haochen. This person was none other than Chen Yao, one of his Class 11 classmates who had also tested positive for a true spirit root. However, Chen Yao's current appearance was utterly different from before. Qi Fan and Chen Yao had attended the same middle school, though in different classes. During the school's organization of subsidies for impoverished students, they had gone together to the review committee to explain their family circumstances. As far as he knew, Chen Yao came from a poor family that prioritized boys over girls. They had wanted her to drop out and work, and the food she received was so poor that she was perpetually emaciated and sallow. Unlike his own fabricated hypoglycemia, hers was genuine. During the high school entrance exam, Chen Yao's hypoglycemia flared up, and she collapsed in the examination room. As a result, she could only enroll in Xuanjiang No. 2 middle school's Class 11, a notorious struggling class. Yet she was the only student with a realistic chance of getting into a university. By now, the phrase, a girl changes 18 times before coming of age, was utterly insufficient to describe Chen Yao's transformation. The current Chen Yao involuntarily reminded Qi Fan of the fairy sister he had seen on Earth television. Both her features and her aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. Who's that? Could it possibly be Chen Yao? Good heavens. Is this really Chen Yao? The class 11 students on the second floor of Wuxing Tower were all stunned upon seeing Chen Yao. Senior Sister Chen, you've come at the perfect time. This Qi Fan is utterly audacious. He just bullied Deng Xiang, and now he wants to kill me too. He's completely lawless. You must punish him. Yan Haochen immediately appealed to Chen Yao for help upon seeing her. Silence. Chen Yao snapped. Yan Haochen surprisingly did not dare to argue back. Chen Yao glanced at Qi Fan, then stepped closer and asked, Qi Fan, what happened? Qi Fan summarized concisely. Yan Haochen attempted to assault Li Xingru and her sister. Deng Xiang aided his villainy. I intervened heroically. Oh. Upon hearing this, Chen Yao's expression shifted slightly. You're slandering me. Qi Fan, you're absolutely slandering me. Yan Haochen immediately denied, everything jumping up and down in rage. Chen Yao flicked her wrist. Though they were several meters apart, a flash of blue internal energy streaked through the air. The slap sent Yan Haochen tumbling through the air several rotations before he crashed to the ground. Chen Yao said coldly, Yan Haochen, you are a disciple of the Xuanjiang sect. You know full well the sect forbids disciples from privately associating with ordinary people outside the sect's territory. Yet you dare violate this rule. Now get lost and go up the mountain to confess your crimes to Senior Uncle Ji and the others. Yan Haochen scrambled to his feet, shooting a furious glare at Qi Fan before hurrying away. Chen Yao turned to face Qi Fan. Her gaze also carried a hint of astonishment. It seemed she also couldn't understand why Qi Fan had been able to defeat Yan Haochen. Qi Fan, do you have any news about Teacher Song? Chen Yao asked. Qi Fan hadn't expected Chen Yao to ask about this. He replied, Teacher Song has already left Lingwan Mountain. He said he would return in 10 years. By my count, there are 5 years remaining. Chen Yao said, good. If Teacher Song returns, you must inform me. How am I supposed to contact you? Qi Fan asked in return. Chen Yao drew a black egg from her breast pocket. It was roughly the size of a chicken egg, but with a small hole cracked open in it. This made Qi Fan involuntarily think of his own dire situation with the hungry worm. His heart lurched. He thought Chen Yao might have discovered his greatest secret. Fortunately, Chen Yao quickly explained, this contains a spirit messenger bird. If you have any news, you can write it down and tie it to its leg. It will fly to find me. What does it eat? Qi Fan gazed at the tiny bird inside, which was only about the size of 2 thumbs curled up in a ball. It was quite a curious sight. It doesn't eat anything. It absorbs spiritual energy on its own. Alright, I must go now. The Xuanjiang sect's rules forbid me from privately associating with people below the mountain. If there's anything, contact me through the spirit messenger bird. By the way, if you help me find Teacher Song, I have a gift as repayment. After Chen Yao finished speaking, she whistled toward the sky. The golden-winged peng bird in the heavens immediately swooped down. Chen Yao leaped lightly onto the golden-winged peng bird's back and soared away into the distant horizon. After Chen Yao departed on the golden-winged great peng, the people of Class 11 on the second floor of Wuxing Tower remained dazed for a long while. Just then a group of law enforcement members arrived to interrogate them. The leader of the law enforcement team was a middle-aged woman with a formidable build. What has happened here? The female leader barked. Deng Xiang's invited gold member, who was also a law enforcement officer, hurried forward and briefly explained that this matter involved an immortal of the Xuanjiang sect. Hearing this, the female leader's expression changed as well, and she hastily recalled her team. Meanwhile, Qi Fan bid farewell to the Fengbin family, and they too departed from Wuxing Tower. Yueru, wait for me. Li Xingru glanced at Deng Xiang, wiped away her tears, and immediately ran after Li Yueru. Qi Fan. Deng Xiang watched Li Xingru depart alongside Qi Fan, and the others, his gaze growing unfathomably deep. Then a smile spread across his face as he murmured, it is fate. It is destiny. This time heaven is aiding me. Just you wait and see. Qi Fan returned to Fengbin's residence with the Fengbin family and Li Xingru in tow. During the journey, Fengbin kept asking Li Xingru what exactly she intended for his wife to do on the 3rd floor, but she refused to answer. It was Li Yueru who caught the underlying meaning and warned Fengbin to stop pressing the matter. Fengbin then quietly asked Qi Fan, and once Qi Fan revealed the truth, Fengbin erupted in fury. Deng Xiang, that bastard. He actually handed his own woman over to Yan Haochen, and now he wants to drag my wife into this mess. He really is no better than an animal. I had gradually improved my opinion of him over these 5 years, thinking only that he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals, but I never imagined his emotional detachment could run this deep. He's worse than a beast. Fengbin raged on inside his home for over 2 or 3 hours. Meanwhile, Qi Fan had no time to listen to his impotent fury. He knew he could kill Deng Xiang, but he would not act on it. Lingwan Mountain had its rules, and they had clashed openly in public. If Deng Xiang were to die, Qi Fan would share the blame. Qi Fan retrieved his spirit prospecting badge from Fengbin and rushed back to Wuxing Cave, producing the spirit messenger bird Chen Yao had given him. The spirit messenger bird was still resting within its eggshell. Qi Fan released it, and it shot outward like a streak of black lightning. Its speed was utterly terrifying. Fortunately, Chi Fan had anticipated this and secured the stone door beforehand, preventing it from escaping entirely. This thing is remarkably fast, he mused. Could I use this spirit messenger bird to seek help from Xuanjiang in times of trouble? Chi Fan pondered in silence. But upon further reflection, he felt the likelihood was slim. Though he and Xuanjiang were classmates, they had not spent much time together. In fact, they hardly counted as friends. Xuanjiang had explicitly stated that once Song Qingmin returned, she would be notified via the spirit messenger bird and would provide compensation in return. It was clear that Xuanjiang did not deal in free favors, nor would she tolerate others taking advantage of her. Relying on others is futile, self-reliance is paramount, Chi Fan resolved. I must strengthen myself, work diligently to earn and seek out immortal herbs to gather what is needed for the Chi gathering pill. Chi Fan stored the spirit messenger bird away and headed to the General Affairs Office the following day to request a position change. His abilities had already been exposed at Marshall Star Tower, so there was no point in concealment. He wished to avoid the Sanhai Gang's commission cuts. The General Affairs Office had stringent requirements for position transfers, but one stood out: as long as his cultivation realm improved, he could qualify. Chi Fan's last registration at the office had been 5 years prior, when he advanced to the Blood Rising realm and obtained the spirit prospecting position. This time he registered at the Golden Bone realm directly. The clerk was startled, suspecting Chi Fan had misreported his cultivation level, and after triple checking led him into a private room. "We will wait for our examiner to arrive and assess your realm, sir," the clerk informed him, offering a cup of tea. The elder walked with his hands behind his back, flanked by the two men. He glanced at Chi Fan, surprised by his youth. "You truly are at the Golden Bone realm. Boy, the General Affairs Office does not tolerate jests. I will test you personally. Can you withstand 50 years of my expertise?" A minute later, the two middle-aged men supported the injured elder as they left the examination room. "Sir Chi, your realm is indeed confirmed as Golden Bone. Here is a catalog of positions available for your selection," the General Affairs Office clerk said, presenting the booklet with considerably more deference. Chi Fan flipped through the catalog and found that the selectable positions were limited, mostly management roles. Indeed, at the Golden Bone realm, one naturally occupied an upper management position on Spirit Crown Mountain. The salaries for these positions were not low, generally ranging from 3,000 to 4,000 per month. However, Chi Fan earned 6,000 points monthly cutting Xuanjiang's spiritual timber at the Xuanjiang Forest Farm, felling 60 pieces a month. In comparison, these management salaries seemed rather meager. But Chi Fan understood that salary could not be calculated so simply. At the Xuanjiang Forest Farm, he chopped without rest, earning piece rate wages. Higher earnings reflected his strength and diligence. These management positions offered steady income without physical labor, and there might be hidden benefits attached. Still, I cannot abandon the logging work at Xuanjiang Forest Farm. It would be ideal if I could balance both. Eventually, Chi Fan settled on the position of Xuanjiang Forest Farm Patrol Captain. The role involved patrolling the forest to prevent theft of Xuanjiang's spiritual timber and protecting young saplings from damage. The salary was modest at only 3,000 points per month, but Chi Fan saw considerable room for maneuver. He could retain his logging worker status with the Sanhai Gang and carve a few strokes whenever time permitted, easily meeting the quota of 8 pieces per month. Moreover, he would not be alone. The Xuanjiang Forest Farm was vast, and as patrol captain, he would have subordinates under him. He could arrange for Fongbin to join as well. "I will accept the position of Xuanjiang Forest Farm Patrol Captain," Chi Fan said, pointing to the role in the catalog. The clerk immediately replaced his spirit prospecting badge. The following day, Chi Fan headed to Xuanjiang Forest Farm without concealing his face. Outside the forest farm perimeter, a 10-person team stood in formation, awaiting their new commander, like soldiers awaiting inspection. "Changqian, what gift have you prepared for the new captain?" one of the middle-aged men whispered to a slightly younger man in the ranks. The young man replied, 300 contribution points. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow. "Would 300 points be too little? What if he makes things difficult for you and prevents your clan brother from covering your shifts?" The young man sighed deeply. "Third brother, you know, I recently purchased bone tempering powder. My contribution points are nearly depleted." The middle-aged man fell silent. He understood that pressing further might only prompt Mo Changqian to borrow money from him. Mo Changqian himself was troubled. A year ago, he had reached the bronze stage of the bone tempering realm and transitioned from a top worker to a formal patrolman at the Xuanjiang Forest Farm. He had continued his old practice of having his clan brother, who had ascended the Blood Rising realm, 3 times cover his shifts while he took on other workers' quotas, collecting dual wages. But unexpectedly, a new captain had been suddenly appointed. The patrolman position could not be outsourced, and the minimum cultivation requirement was the bone tempering realm. If the captain turned a blind eye, it might work. The key question was whether this new captain would be willing to loosen the rules. Just as Mo Changqian was lost in worry, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching in the distance. Huh, why is he here? From afar, Mo Changqian spotted Qi Fan and wondered what had brought him here. Could he be a tree tender? Or has he come to take over a tree tender's post? Mo Changqian mulled it over. At Xuanjiang Forest Farm, the only task openly available to blood ascension cultivators was tree tending. Tree tending meant watering and nurturing the young Xuanjiang spirit trees so that they could grow more quickly. This position required a third-stage blood ascension cultivator. Of course, on the labor market, a second-stage blood ascension cultivator could also fill the post. It's been years. I wonder how far his cultivation has advanced. Was it second-stage or third-stage blood ascension? His thoughts wandered. In truth, the main reason he had always looked after Qi Fan was that he saw his own shadow in Qi Fan. In the training grounds in the old days, Qi Fan had been the one who, like him, got up earliest every morning to practice. Later, by the riverbank, the two of them remained the most arduous and diligent. The only difference was that Qi Fan had no noble benefactor to elevate him and no backing. He, on the other hand, had an uncle at the Golden Bone stage looking after him. That uncle had occasionally appeared in the clan when Mo Changqian was very young. Every time he showed up, the whole clan turned out in full force to welcome him. Mo Changqian even had to kneel 3 times and cow down 9 times to salute him. It was hard for him not to feel defiant. In his eyes, even without his uncle's help, he could have carved out a place for himself on Lingguan Mountain. He therefore wanted to see through Qi Fan, a person so much like himself, how far one could go without a patron. But reality was cruel. After 5 years on Lingguan Mountain, Mo Changqian had gained not just age, but also insight. He had seen too many people with better aptitudes than him being left further and further behind, one step at a time. The source of all this was his uncle's support, a bowl of blood ascension soup every day. In the end, he understood that birth outweighed effort and outweighed talent as well. Mo Changqian gradually withdrew his gaze from Qi Fan. The two had not seen each other for years, and from now on their paths would not cross again. Huh, is that Mo Changqian? Meanwhile, Qi Fan was holding a name list and searching for his subordinates. He was looking around when he saw Mo Changqian in the distance and was taken aback. He had known long ago that Mo Changqian was working part-time at Xuanjiang Forest Farm. But Mo Changqian had not appeared there since a year ago. Why had he suddenly shown up today? As if a thought struck him, Qi Fan immediately unfolded the list in his hand. There on the list was unexpectedly Mo Changqian's name. Interesting. Qi Fan was speechless, but quickly understood. The reason Mo Changqian had vanished for a year was that he had been made a regular employee. His forest ranger position had been taken over by someone else, and he could take a 10% commission. No. Strictly speaking, the position of forest ranger was supposed to be held by a bone-tempering cultivator. Yet when Qi Fan usually came to cut Xuanjiang spirit trees, he discovered that some of the rangers were only at blood ascension stage, so the commission could not be 10%. It might be 70% or even 80%. And since Mo Changqian went to other places to take even better interim posts, the contribution points he earned every month were alarmingly high. Qi Fan walked over toward Mo Changqian. He had always concealed his strength before, and Mo Changqian had looked after him considerably back in the riverbank days. Now, by a twist of fate, he had unexpectedly become his superior. It was time to repay him. Brother Mo, long time no see. Qi Fan greeted Mo Changqian, who was deep in thought. Mo Changqian looked up and was surprised that Qi Fan had actually walked straight over. He also did not expect Qi Fan to be so bold. He was a forest ranger and Qi Fan was a tree tender. If the other man made excessive demands in the future, what would happen if the trouble rebounded on him? With this in mind, Mo Changqian merely nodded at Qi Fan and said indifferently, "It has indeed been some years, Brother Qi. I'm working right now. Let's talk when we have another chance." Qi Fan frowned. After so many years, he had expected Mo Changqian to be warm, but he had not imagined Mo Changqian would be this cold. Then, as if something occurred to him, a strange expression stole over his face. "Brother Mo, I heard you are a forest ranger at Xuanjiang Forest Farm. I was thinking." Mo Changqian's expression instantly turned cold, and he rejected him in a deep voice. "Brother Qi, please don't make this difficult for me. Xuanjiang Forest Farm has its own rules. If you want to cross them, I'm afraid I cannot obey." Fine. Qi Fan smiled and took out the list in his hand. Mo Changqian was confused, but an old hand beside him who had welcomed quite a few newly appointed captains recognized it as the captain's roll call register. The old hand first glanced at the young Qi Fan, and while shock filled his heart, he quickly jogged over. As he walked, he said, "Are you, sir, the new captain of the 8th Forest Patrol Squad of Xuanjiang Forest Farm?" The moment these words were spoken, everyone around crowded in. Mo Changqian hastily said, "Brother Gao, you've mistaken him. This is a friend of mine. To hold the post of captain of forest rangers, one had to be at least a great expert at the golden bone stage of bone tempering. That was the strongest realm below a meridian opening grandmaster. Qi Fan. Impossible. In this lifetime, he could never reach such a realm. For an ordinary person like him, struggling at blood ascension stage forever would be the final outcome. After saying this, Xuanjiang said coldly to Chi Fan, don't make a nuisance of yourself. We have official business to attend to here. Chi Fan could not be bothered to argue with Xuanjiang. He directly produced a waste token, raised it, and announced, I am Chi Fan, the new captain of the 8th Forest Patrol Squad of Xuanjiang Forest Farm. Line up all of you. We will begin roll call now. After saying this, Chi Fan took out the roster. When Xuanjiang saw the waste token in Chi Fan's hand, it was as if a thunderbolt had struck him. He stood frozen in place, unable to come to his senses for a long while. It was only when the person beside him tugged his sleeve and urged him to line up that he gradually regained his senses. No. Impossible. It has only been 5 years. How? How could he possibly have reached the Golden Bone stage? This is fake. What on earth is going on? Still doubting, Xuanjiang could not help saying, Chi Fan, stop messing around. By the time this gets out of hand, even I won't be able to save you. Seeing Xuanjiang's reaction, Chi Fan smiled. He struck a palm toward Xuanjiang. In that instant, golden light flickered faintly as his palm tore through the void. The dreadful power made everyone else turn their heads in awe. Xuanjiang, who had just entered the copper bone stage of bone tempering, faced that palm strike head-on and sucked in a cold breath. How could he not understand now? Chi Fan had truly stepped into the Golden Bone stage. Moreover, judging by the might of that strike, he was far stronger than that uncle of the Mo family. Just as Xuanjiang thought Chi Fan was going to wound him and establish his authority, Chi Fan's palm suddenly shifted direction and struck a Xuanjiang spirit tree beside him. A deep handprint was starkly left on that indestructible Xuanjiang spirit tree. Every bone-tempering martial artist present could not help gasping. All of them were at bone-tempering stage, but the gap between them was like the distance between heaven and earth. Captain Chi, your cultivation is profound beyond measure. We are in awe. A smooth-talking old hand was quick to cup his fists and flatter. Captain Chi, your cultivation is profound beyond measure. We are in awe. The others snapped back to reality and began flattering Chi Fan as well. Xuanjiang at this point wholly questioned his life. Chi Fan took out the roster and went through a simple roll call. When he called Xuanjiang's whole body trembled, and he answered, here. Chi Fan put down the roster, swept his gaze over the group, and said, very good. Next I will be your captain. We are responsible for patrolling Sector Jia 8. I hope that during the time we work together everyone will stay honest and follow the rules. Otherwise don't blame me for turning ruthless when the time comes. Alright, if there's nothing else, go patrol. The crowd dispersed. Chi Fan also began to walk around with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing the rows of Xuanjiang spirit trees, Chi Fan suppressed his urge to cut them down. It was his first day on the job, so he had to keep up some dignity. Less than an hour later, a furtive figure suddenly emerged from the forest, a middle-aged man. Xuanjiang, why aren't you on patrol? What are you doing in my area? Seeing the middle-aged man, Chi Fan barked in a low voice. This man was indeed one of his subordinates, a martial artist at the copper bone stage of the bone-tempering realm. Xuanjiang smiled ingratiatingly. Captain Chi, I saw that palm strike of yours was vastly powerful, so I have swallowed my pride to come by that palm technique from you. I beg Captain Chi to grant me this small wish. As he spoke, Xuanjiang handed over a black bag. The bag had a small corner open, and inside were a large number of contribution points. Chi Fan gave it a quick glance. If there wasn't 1,000, there were at least 800. This wasn't buying his martial art at all. This was openly bribing him. Chi Fan looked around, confirmed no one was watching, and took it. When he opened it, he saw exactly 800 contribution points. Chi Fan laughed inwardly. This management position truly came with hidden perks. Chi Fan nodded and said, good. When I have time, I'll pass that martial technique of mine to you. My rule is that it must not be passed on to anyone else privately, understand? Xuanjiang nodded repeatedly. I understand, sir. I understand. By the way, if I study Captain Chi's martial technique, it may affect my work shifts. Therefore, I'd like to find someone to cover my post so that I can devote myself wholeheartedly to learning Captain Chi's martial arts. I wonder if Captain Chi can. That's convenient. After taking the money, Chi Fan readily agreed, and Xuanjiang left overjoyed. Chi Fan continued his patrol. Less than 30 minutes later, another subordinate. This subordinate brought 400 contribution points and made the same request. He wanted to find someone to fill his post while he went out to earn it. Chi Fan's expression turned cold. Those who hold a position must do their duty. If you just sit and draw pay while neglecting your work, there are plenty of others who would be glad to take your place. Startled, the man hurriedly pulled out another 200 contribution points and said he would make up the remaining 200 next month. Chi Fan's expression eased slightly. Since you have difficulties, I'll give you a month's grace. We'll see how things go after that. The man wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly withdrew. After leaving the forest where Chi Fan was, he soon met up with the other 4 people. The other 4 had the same request. They all wanted to find cheap third-stage blood ascension martial artists to cover their shifts, take a little more for themselves, and then go out to substitute on other people's jobs. Old Xing, how much? I gave him 600, and only after promising another 200 did he let up. Damn, he's crooked. even more crooked than the last one. Old Xing cursed. Old Xing, don't talk nonsense. Beside him, Gu Tianyong nudged Old Xing's arm and signaled with his eyes toward Mo Changqian. Old Xing caught on and immediately asked, Xiao Mo, aren't you acquainted with Captain Qi? Just what kind of person is he anyway? Can you put in a word with him and get him to charge less? Mo Changqian said bitterly, Brother Xing, you really think too highly of me. I already offended him a moment ago. I'll be lucky if he doesn't make things difficult for me, so how could I bargain? Old Xing fell silent. Then you're in a difficult position. Can you still cover shifts? Old Xing asked. Mo Changqian did not answer. He figured he probably could not. Immediately he hardened his heart and said, if you can't bring yourself to stake the bait, you won't catch the wolf. The worst that can happen is I give him a cut. The two who had not yet paid tribute were startled and quickly said, then go pay tribute last. Don't whet his appetite. The two also paid tribute to Qi Fan in turn, each giving 800 points. On his very first day on the job, Qi Fan had obtained 3-0 contribution points and immediately felt that this job had great prospects. Of course, this was a one-time affair. They couldn't possibly keep paying tribute in the future. Here he comes. Before long, Qi Fan spotted Mo Changqian looking awkward. Brother Qi, I truly never expected you to be such a martial prodigy, rising to the Golden Bone stage in just 5 years. Is there something you need? Qi Fan asked with a cold expression. Mo Changqian hurriedly took out his 200 contribution points as a bribe and said, Brother Qi, we have known each other for years, so I won't beat around the bush. I want to find someone to cover my shifts while I earn some extra money outside. I beg Brother Qi to make an exception. These 200 contribution points are just an appetizer. From now on, I'm willing to give Brother Qi a 10% cut from this position every month. An ordinary forest ranger's salary was only 800 points, but a 10% share was still not a small amount. 80 points a month meant 960 points a year. Mo Changqian was really bleeding himself. Qi Fan said coldly, Brother Mo, please don't put me in a difficult position. Qingang Forest has Qingang Forest rules. If you overstep the rules, I'm afraid I cannot comply. When Mo Changqian heard Qi Fan throw his own words back at him verbatim, his expression became extremely embarrassed. He lowered his head and said, Brother Qi, that was my fault earlier. I am willing to give up 20 points and beg Brother Qi to forgive me. Mo Changqian waited for a moment. Suddenly a hand reached over and took the 200 contribution points from his hand. Mo Changqian breathed a sigh of relief. After giving up 20 points, Qi Fan had finally agreed. But Qi Fan's next words made Mo Changqian wish he could crawl into a crack in the ground. However, Brother Mo, since you are an old friend of mine, I can naturally make an exception. Keep those 20 points for yourself. I'll just take these 200 contribution points to spend on drinks. When Mo Changqian looked up, Qi Fan had already turned and walked away. Mo Changqian remained speechless for a long time. After finishing work, Qi Fan went to Feng Bin's home and asked Feng Bin to cover his post. When Feng Bin learned that Qi Fan was the captain of the Forest Rangers, he was startled and quickly waved his hands. Brother Fan, this won't do. Your position can only be taken by an expert at the Golden Bone stage. I'm only at the second stage Blood Ascension realm. How could I possibly cover your shift? Feng Bin had already broken through to the second stage Blood Ascension realm as early as last year, but he was still far from being able to take Qi Fan's place. Qi Fan already had a response. It's not exactly to cover my post, but to patrol the forest with me. I need to cut down trees, and you'll keep watch. If anyone from the enforcement squad comes to check on our posts, notify me in advance. As for pay, 100 contribution points a month. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Fine. I can do this. But 100 points is too much. Just give me 50. If I said 100, it's 100. The extra is for you to hire a good master for Chong'er and build up his martial foundation, Qi Fan said. Feng Bin was deeply grateful and no longer declined. From then on, Qi Fan lived a life of drawing 2 salaries, still holding the lumberjack job with the Sanhai gang while collecting his regular wages. If he cut with all his strength, he could chop down 3 or even 4 trees a day, but an ordinary Golden Bone expert's limit was 2 trees. To avoid making a spectacle, Qi Fan also cut only 2. Thus a week passed in a flash. One day after finishing work, Qi Fan returned to Wuxin Cave. Halfway along the mountain road from Jia 20 to Jia 30, there was a protruding terrace where an ancient tree resembling a pine had been planted. On that terrace, a pavilion had also been built to serve as a public rest area. Usually no one was there at all, but at the moment at least 7 or 8 people had gathered. What's going on? Why have so many people suddenly appeared here? Qi Fan looked confused. Taking a closer look, Qi Fan discovered that his beautiful neighbor Lin Aoshue was standing respectfully behind a middle-aged man whose temples were tinged with frost. In front of the middle-aged man stood an old woman leaning on a cane with a few young people standing behind her. The old woman and the middle-aged man seemed to be conversing. Suddenly Qi Fan appeared and everyone's gaze turned toward him. Mr. Qi. Lin Aoshue greeted him. Qi Fan gave her a nod in acknowledgement. As Qi Fan passed by the stone platform, the old woman withdrew her gaze from him and asked the middle-aged man, "Young friend Lin, I hear the disturbance is considerable this time. It is not only the two of us who have received orders to return to the mountain. Other pulse-opening grandmasters also seem to be hurrying back to Lingwan Mountain. Does Sister Qin truly not know the reason?" The middle-aged man pressed. The old woman shook her head. "I do not know. But in my 60-plus years at Lingwan Mountain, this is the first time I have seen a mobilization of such scale. Perhaps something major has happened on the mountain." The old woman looked up toward the peak of Lingwan Mountain. Something major on the mountain. Meanwhile, although Qi Fan had already walked far away, his golden bones had reforged his body and heightened his sixth senses, allowing him to overhear their conversation. Lost in doubt, he returned to his cave dwelling. Something major on the mountain. What could it be? Right, Qin Yao and Yin Haochen also happened to come back. Could this be connected to that matter? Qi Fan's thoughts churned. Unfortunately, his level was too low to have access to such information. Even if the sky collapses, the taller ones will hold it up, he said to himself. Qi Fan continued to cultivate while chopping trees. His wealth was slowly increasing, and his strength was slowly increasing as well. Thus a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day Qi Fan was chopping trees in the Xuanjiang forest when Feng Bin suddenly ran over and said, "Someone has come. And the one in the lead is Chun Yao." Chun Yao? Qi Fan immediately put down his axe and hurried back to his lookout post. Sure enough, Chun Yao was standing atop a Xuanjiang spirit tree, dozens of meters tall, scanning the surroundings. Beneath the tree, two people were standing in respectful attendance. One of them was none other than the middle-aged man with frost-flecked temples, a senior from Lin Aoshue's side, whom Qi Fan had seen before. The middle-aged man seemed somewhat surprised to see Qi Fan. He furrowed his brow and demanded, "Are you the forest patrol captain here?" Qi Fan cupped his hands and said, "That is right." The middle-aged man immediately rebuked him. "You have some nerve. During your watch you actually neglect your duty." Qi Fan paid no attention to the middle-aged man because Chun Yao had already descended from the treetop. "Qi Fan, are you on duty here?" Chun Yao called out Qi Fan's name directly, leaving the middle-aged man frozen in shock. The other pulse-opening grandmaster was also visibly taken aback. Qi Fan nodded. "Yes, I serve as the forest patrol captain here. Have you noticed anything unusual here?" Chun Yao asked. "Unusual?" Qi Fan shook his head. "No." "Chun Yao, what exactly are you referring to?" Chun Yao turned to look at the two accompanying pulse-opening grandmasters. "You two may withdraw first." The two did not dare to delay and quickly retreated. Once the two were gone, Chun Yao finally spoke. "A magical treasure has gone missing from the mountain. The treasure is extremely valuable. The thief has been wounded and should still be within Lingwan Mountain. We are searching for him. If you see any suspicious person, send me word immediately. Once the information is confirmed, the Xuanjiang sect will reward 3 Qi gathering pills." 3 Qi gathering pills. Hearing this, Qi Fan's eyes narrowed. He knew that Song Chengmin had gone to great lengths before making elaborate arrangements to find 2 immortal seedlings, Chun Yao and Yin Haochen, and only in exchange received 2 Qi gathering pills. And now merely providing a clue about the suspect would actually earn a reward of 3 Qi gathering pills. "Is that person a cultivator?" Qi Fan asked. Chun Yao nodded. "He is a rogue cultivator. He secretly slipped into Lingwan Mountain, went up to the peak, and stole a spirit artifact. However, he was already wounded by the spirit beast raised by my martial uncle Ji, and we are still searching for him. Alright, you get back to your work. I'll go search elsewhere." Qi Fan was about to take his leave when Chun Yao suddenly called him back. "By the way, be careful of Yin Haochen. Like me, he came back this time to investigate the thief who stole the spirit artifact. During this period, he will be able to approach some pulse-opening grandmasters, and he might tell them to make a move against you. I have already warned him repeatedly, but I cannot follow you around all the time. You know him well. That man avenges the pettiest grievance. Also, when I stopped you from killing him back then, I was not shielding him. If you had killed Yin Haochen, you would have been executed by Lingwan Mountain. He has taken a master in the Xuanjiang sect, and that master cares a great deal about face." Hearing this, Qi Fan grew solemn. He cupped his hands toward Chun Yao. "Thank you for telling me." After parting with Chun Yao, Qi Fan returned to Wuxian Cave after his shift, heavy-hearted. "There is still some distance before I break through to the pulse-opening realm. Should I exchange for a pulse-opening pill to speed up my progress?" After thinking it over, Qi Fan set the idea aside for the time being. He felt that he could break through to the pulse-opening realm within a year. A foundation built through medicine would never be as solid as one built through one's own cultivation. But I must be on guard against Yin Haochen. Let me first secure some means to protect myself. For one thing, he did not delight in fighting. For another, his goal was not martial arts, but the path of immortality. Martial arts were merely a stepping stone. Therefore, apart from the heart-shattering palm and the 7 cicada steps, he had not learned any other martial techniques. To be honest, those 2 techniques were rather basic, almost a dime a dozen at the bone-tempering realm. But this spear art, the heaven-opening spear art, is worth learning. His gaze immediately locked onto a fragmentary spear manual. The incomplete spear art was called the Heaven-Opening Spear Art, and it contained only 3 moves. According to that pulse-opening grandmaster, he had chanced upon the incomplete manual in an ancient tomb. From the message left by the tomb's owner, the owner was a grandmaster who opened 5 meridians at the age of 30. Having failed to expand his spiritual route, he could only stop at the end of the martial path. But he refused to accept it, so he traveled to many places and after 60 years of painstaking effort, created the Heaven-Opening Spear Art. With this spear art, he could exchange 6 moves with a low-level cultivator without being defeated. Yet that cultivator was still too strong. The spiritual power inflicted hidden injuries on his body, and within less than a year of returning home he died. The Heaven-Opening Spear Art originally had a total of 6 forms. Unfortunately, with the passage of ages, the first 3 forms in the manual had rotted away, leaving only the last 3. The pulse-opening grandmaster who obtained the manual later discovered that the key to this spear art lay in 2 points. First, the weapon. The spear had to be heavy and resilient. Second, the practitioner's own strength had to be extremely powerful. However, with the first 3 forms missing and certain techniques for directing chi involved, the art could still easily exceed the body's limits and cause injury. He left behind a warning for later generations to practice it with care. Opening 5 meridians at 30 and creating ultimate martial arts moves to battle a cultivator. This is truly a peerless genius of the martial path. Qi Fan was deeply astonished. Whether or not he had relied on medicine, reaching the martial limit at 30 made him a monstrous prodigy, 1 in a billion. The Heaven-Opening Spear Art is extremely powerful. It is a spear art meant for fighting above one's level, so I might as well learn it. As for overdrawing my body, I am not afraid at all. Qi Fan had already realized that every time he absorbed immortal qi in that immortal realm, all the fatigue and hidden injuries in his body would slowly heal. This was also why he could spend several consecutive years chopping Xuanjiang spirit trees every day under an exhausting workload. Other people, even if their strength was exactly the same as his, would not hold out after 3 straight days. Only he, after a night's sleep, would be perfectly fine. First, I need to get a spear. Qi Fan left Wuxian Cave planning to go out and acquire a spear. According to the Meridian Opening Grandmaster who cultivated the Kaitian Spear Art, the spear used to execute the Kaitian Spear Art was of paramount importance. It had to be heavy and resilient. Iron, for instance, would not do. It might meet the weight requirement, but it lacked resilience. I'm a novice when it comes to weapons, so I need to choose carefully. Qi Fan had barely walked a few steps past the entrance when he noticed the middle-aged man and the old woman were again huddled together in the pavilion chatting. Lin Aoshue was pouring tea for them. At this moment, only the 3 of them were inside the pavilion. This time, the middle-aged man's expression changed the moment he saw Qi Fan. He rose to his feet, cupped his fist in greeting, and said warmly, "Young friend Qi, are you heading out?" The middle-aged man's fervent attitude left Lin Aoshue and the old woman bewildered. Qi Fan, however, knew exactly why. Having seen that Qi Fan was acquainted with Xuanjiang, the man's attitude had changed dramatically. This man is probably a Meridian Opening Grandmaster. I might as well ask him where I can obtain a top-quality spear. Qi Fan then asked, "Senior, is there something you need?" "Nothing in particular. I merely noticed that you, young friend Qi, have already reached the Golden Bone realm at such a young age. I am deeply impressed and would like to make your acquaintance. I wonder if I might have that honor." The middle-aged man said with a smile. Lin Aoshue was somewhat surprised. She had crossed paths with Qi Fan many times, yet had never known his cultivation level. It turned out that he was actually a step above her. She was only at the Silver Bone realm, while he had reached the Golden Bone realm. And her father was being so courteous to him. Was it because of his background? "Since you have graciously invited me, senior, it would be impolite of me to decline." Qi Fan entered the pavilion and sat down between the middle-aged man and the old woman, striking up a conversation with them. Through the conversation, Qi Fan learned that the middle-aged man was Lin Aoshue's father, named Lin Changyun, a martial grandmaster who had opened 3 meridians. The old woman named Qin Yun was a martial grandmaster who had opened 4 meridians. Lin Changyun's grandparents had entered Lingguan Mountain as minors, so he had grown up there since childhood. After reaching the Meridian Opening realm, Lin Changyun had established an escort agency in a place called Yunzhou outside the mountain to protect the Lin family. A Meridian Opening Grandmaster like him was no longer restricted to serving within Lingguan Mountain. He could establish a mortal family outside Lingguan Mountain, making it a vassal of the mountain. However, if Lingguan Mountain issued a summoning order, they had to rush back. During the conversation, Lin Changyun also asked about Qi Fan's origins. Upon learning that Qi Fan was a fellow townsman of Song Qingmin, both Lin Changyun and Qin Yun showed traces of surprise. Undoubtedly, Song Qingmin enjoyed considerable renown in Lingguan Mountain. Qi Fan asked about Song Qingmin's past, but the two knew little about it, until Qin Yun mentioned something that astonished Qi Fan. That was the feat of having slain 2 grandmasters who had opened 5 meridians, earning him a fearsome reputation in Lingguan Mountain. Teacher Song truly keeps his abilities well hidden. Qi Fan said to himself. Additionally, Qi Fan asked about why cultivators practiced martial arts. It turned out these two indeed knew a bit more than the average person. According to Lin Changyun's explanation, if one was a young immortal seedling, there was no need to practice martial arts. By cultivating directly, the act of absorbing spiritual energy would imperceptibly widen their spiritual root to its limit. However, if one was over 18, though they could still cultivate, their spiritual root had already solidified and could no longer be widened. Therefore, for the convenience of future cultivation, those older immortal seedlings would still choose to walk the path of martial arts anew, opening the chi of the 5 meridians to expand their spiritual roots to the limit. In this way, their future entry into immortal cultivation would proceed more smoothly. Of course, for minors like themselves in Lingguan Mountain, martial arts cultivation was extremely difficult, but for the immortal seedlings of the Xuanjiang sect, it was very easy. They had marrow-cleansing pills personally refined by alchemists. Even a martial arts dullard, after swallowing one, could become suited to martial arts practice. Moreover, they could refine and consume other spiritual pills, which left almost no dregs. Unlike common goods, such as the blood-raising decoction, these pills had no side effects, allowing rapid advancement in martial cultivation without harming one's foundation. May I ask where I can find a high-quality spear? After some casual conversation, Qi Fan got to the point. A spear? Lin Changyun chuckled. Spears come in different types. There are long spears, short spears, and whip spears. What kind do you need, young friend Qi? I want a heavy spear with ample resilience, and price is not an issue. Pointing at Qin Yun's cane, Lin Changyun said, Sister Qin's cane here might suit you well. Why don't you try to see if it feels right in your hands? Qi Fan looked at Qin Yun, who handed him her cane. When Qi Fan reached out to take it, he found it was indeed extremely heavy. It looked like a small stick, yet weighed at least 200 jin. What kind of wood is this? Qi Fan asked in astonishment, examining the cane. It felt somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen it before. This is the root of a Xuanjiang spiritwood tree, Qin Yun replied. The root of a Xuanjiang spiritwood tree. Realization dawned on Qi Fan, and he asked, Lingguan Mountain imposes strict control over Xuanjiang spiritwood. How did you obtain this root, Senior Qin? After each Xuanjiang spiritwood tree was felled, the stump was protected. A few years later, a new tree would grow from the original stump, and it grew at an astonishing rate. In roughly 3, 5, or 6 years, it would reach a harvestable state. Qi Fan had heard that it was because of a spirit vein beneath the ground that the Xuanjiang spiritwood grew so rapidly. Similarly, the 1,000 June stones in the Earth Spirit Stone Mine only produced spirit sand because they absorbed the spiritual energy of the spirit vein. As for what exactly a spirit vein was, Qi Fan had no idea. Qin Yun said, over 30 years ago, a Xuanjiang spiritwood tree was struck by lightning and burned entirely down to its roots. The mountain authorities ordered the tree roots to be completely uprooted. I spent 30,000 contribution points to buy this one root. This root has been saturated by the spirit vein. Although it is not a spiritual artifact used by cultivators, it is incomparable to any mortal weapon. In the mortal world, any weapon that touches it will snap on impact, and it is exceptionally resilient. If you can get a straight Xuanjiang spiritwood root to use as the spear shaft, it would undoubtedly be the finest material. After saying this, Qin Yun's gaze appraised Qi Fan. Lin Changyun beside her also remained silent. To obtain a Xuanjiang spiritwood root, only the immortals on the mountain could make it happen. They knew Qi Fan had some connection with Xuanyao, but they did not know how deep it was. If Xuanyao was unwilling to help Qi Fan, then their connection was merely a casual acquaintance. Thank you both for the information. Qi Fan returned to his quarters and immediately wrote a letter. Now that his very life was at stake, he could not afford to be overly modest or polite. He did not want to freeload, but he had nothing of his own to offer in return. The so-called contribution points would presumably be useless to Xuanyao. After finishing the letter, Qi Fan tied it to the leg of a spirit gung bird. The bird immediately flew out of the cave and vanished like a bolt of black lightning. Still at Lingguan Mountain, Qi Fan discovered that the spirit messenger bird was flying straight toward the summit of Lingguan Mountain, proving that Xuanyao was still at the summit. Sure enough, within half an hour the spirit messenger bird flew back, carrying Xuanyao's reply. Xuanyao asked Qi Fan to wait for her at Xuanjiang Forest Farm the next morning. Early the next morning, Qi Fan arrived at Xuanjiang Forest Farm to wait. Xuanyao did not come. Instead, Lin Changyun hurried over carrying a wooden box. Immortal Chun is still cultivating and cannot spare the time, so she specifically ordered me to deliver this to young friend Qi. Lin Changyun looked at Qi Fan with mixed emotions, unable to conceal his envy. Just yesterday, he had told Qi Fan that the roots of the Xuanjiang spirit wood were excellent material for a spear shaft, and now early this morning Xuanyao had ordered him to deliver something to Qi Fan. The box he carried was exceedingly heavy, making him involuntarily wonder whether it might contain a Xuanjiang spirit wood root. Qi Fan opened the box and saw a straight yellow tree root with specks of green light shimmering within the yellow. It was unmistakably with spirit sand. This is the main root of a Xuanjiang spirit wood. Lin Chongyun drew in a sharp breath, his envy deepening. Xuanjiang's root had been merely a scrap containing only sparse traces of wood spirit sand. But in Qi Fan's root the wood spirit sand was visibly abundant. This main root of Xuanjiang spirit wood was extremely precious. Other meridian opening grandmasters would likely fight tooth and nail over it. Besides the main root of Xuanjiang spirit wood, in another corner of the box lay a lump of black iron small in size, roughly the size of an adult's fist. What is this? Qi Fan picked up the lump of iron and asked in confusion. Lin Chongyun said enviously, this is the material used to make a spearhead. Chen Yao is quite thoughtful. Qi Fan noted this gesture of schoolmate camaraderie in his heart. Lin Chongyun could not help asking, young friend Qi, what exactly is your relationship with immortal Chen? Me and Chen Yao. Qi Fan thought briefly. He and Chen Yao had been schoolmates at the same junior high school. The only time they had truly crossed paths was when they both went to the financial aid review together. That time they had not even exchanged a word. Oh, it must be that matter. Qi Fan recalled an incident in class 11 of the first year at Xuanjiang High School. Chen Yao had applied for financial aid again, but at that time two classmates had forged their financial aid applications. At the time, Qi Fan directly exposed them at the review meeting, and those two were rejected. Later he was selected, and Chen Yao was selected as well. Could it be because of that incident? Qi Fan was speechless. Back then he had simply felt that his grandparents worked too hard, and that he had to obtain the financial aid. Other students who should not have taken the slots were occupying them, reducing his chances of being selected, so he indignantly exposed them. It was likely because of this that Chen Yao was also selected, and so she kept it in her heart. This should be Red Cloud Iron Crystal, truly the best material for making a spearhead. Lin Chongyun volunteered. Young friend Qi, if you can trust me, leave these two materials to me. I know a master spear maker in Yunzhou whose craftsmanship is superb. Several grandmasters who use spears have had their spears custom made by him. I'll ask him to forge a spear for you. Qi Fan thanked him and said, then I'll trouble you, Senior Lin. How much will it cost? Oh, you and I hit it off as soon as we met. Why talk about payment? Besides, don't call me senior. I'm more than 20 years older than you. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Lin. Uncle Lin, then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll trouble you. Easy to say. Lin Chongyun hugged the box and went off joyfully to handle the matter for Qi Fan. Qi Fan of course knew the root of Lin Chongyun's enthusiasm. It all stemmed from Chen Yao. But since the resource was readily available, why not use it? Lin Chongyun moved quickly. About half a month later, he brought the finished product. The spear was 3 meters and 7/10 in length and weighed 1,342 jin. In the hand it felt weighty, truly a heavy spear. Qi Fan tried it out at Xuanjiang Forest Farm. With a full-powered strike, he could drive the spearhead directly into the hard Xuanjiang spirit wood. What a heavy, fierce spear. Lin Chongyun beside him also sighed. The spear maker said this is the finest spear he has ever made. The materials were all top grade. Oh, it doesn't have a name yet. Give it one. When you come to Yunzhou as a guest later, I'll have the master inscribe it on. Lin Chongyun reminded him. Qi Fan thought for a moment and said, since it's the best spear, why not call it number 1 spear? Number 1 spear. Lin Chongyun thought the name was rather terrible, but he still nodded with a smile and said, a good name. Very imposing. Young friend Qi, if you need anything, feel free to find Aoshua anytime. The Lin family may not have much else, but we do have some connections and resources. Qi Fan thanked Lin Chongyun, and Lin Chongyun left at once. Now I can practice my sky-opening spear technique properly. Qi Fan could not unleash it inside Wuxing Cave, so he practiced the sky-opening spear technique in the Xuanjiang Forest Farm. The sky-opening spear technique originally had 6 forms, but 3 were missing, leaving only the last 3. The final 3 forms were named Tiger in the Mountain, Crimson Dragon's Roar, and Crane opens the sky. Each form possessed tremendous power, and generally only meridian opening grandmasters could execute them. Especially the last form, Crane opens the sky. Even many grandmasters who had opened 5 meridians might not master it, because it required too profound a level of cultivation. The sky-opening spear technique indeed placed an enormous burden on the body. After one day of practice, he felt as if wounds had appeared all along his meridians. If he kept practicing without rest, even his bones could be damaged. However, after a night's rest, Qi Fan absorbed the immortal Qi from the celestial realm and fully recovered by the next day, allowing him to continue practicing. And so Qi Fan practiced Tiger in the Mountain every day, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. One day Qi Fan stood in an open area of the Xuanjiang Forest Farm, holding the number 1 spear. Suddenly he snapped his eyes open, and the spear moved. In an instant a tiger's roar echoed through the mountain forest. His inner force gathered upon the number 1 spear, and the surrounding air seemed to blur and distort. He thrust the spear at the trunk of a Xuanjiang spirit wood tree. With a thunderous boom, the spear pierced entirely through the entire Xuanjiang spirit wood tree, leaving only the shaft embedded in the trunk. So powerful. I've finally mastered it. It's 2 or 3 times stronger than my usual power. But after that thrust, my body really can't take it. Qi Fan felt pain all over, as if his entire body were falling apart. He pulled the number 1 spear out, sat on the ground, and rested slowly. After about half an hour, Qi Fan recovered, took up the spear, and prepared to leave the Xuanjiang forest farm. He met up with Feng Bin and told him that his shift was over. Feng Bin looked doubtfully toward a certain direction with a puzzled expression. Qi Fan asked, "What's wrong?" Feng Bin said, "Nothing much. It's just that a one-armed fellow just walked out of the forest, his face covered. But judging by his build, he looked a bit like Xuanjiang." Xuanjiang. Qi Fan was surprised and said, "Has Xuanjiang broken through to the 3rd level of the Blood Ascension realm?" "Not the 3rd level of Blood Ascension. He was carrying a Xuanjiang spirit wood log as a woodcutter, so he's at least in the bone forging realm." Feng Bin said, "Then it shouldn't be him. Don't overthink it," Qi Fan said, patting Feng Bin on the shoulder. Feng Bin also nodded, feeling the thought was somewhat absurd. The next day, Qi Fan arrived at the entrance of Xuanjiang Forest Farm early in the morning. He did not go to practice or cut wood, but hid in the shadows and waited patiently. Woodcutters and treekeepers filed in one by one. Before long, a mysterious figure wearing a bamboo hat appeared. His right sleeve hung empty, clearly a one-armed man. Xuanjiang's aptitude was indeed decent, but more than 4 years ago Yang had stopped supporting him, and Qi Fan had broken his arm. How could he possibly have entered the bone forging realm? He really does look like Xuanjiang. Qi Fan stared at the man's figure full of suspicion. Qi Fan secretly trailed the mysterious figure with a severed arm. After reaching a spot in the Xuanjiang spirit forest, the man produced an axe, gripped its handle with his left hand, and began striking the Xuanjiang spiritual timber again and again. Witnessing the axe bite deep into the wood, Qi Fan's heart trembled with alarm. He must be at the Silver Bone realm, he thought, a chill running down his spine. The reason he had reached the Golden Bone realm was 99% due to his relentless day and night training, with just 1% attributed to the influence of immortal energy. Meanwhile, Mo Changqian, despite his uncle providing him a bowl of blood-nourishing soup every day for 4 consecutive years, could barely scrape into the Copper Bone realm. How could this Xuanjiang possibly surpass him and break through to the Silver Bone realm? Could it not be Xuanjiang? Qi Fan stroked his chin, suspicion brewing within him. Yet among those who had lost their right arms atop Lingguan Mountain, few existed. For someone to be both armless and resemble Xuanjiang in appearance, such coincidence seemed unlikely. This matter must be investigated thoroughly. Qi Fan kept vigil all day long. When the afternoon shift ended, he discreetly followed once more. The mysterious figure entered the medicinal kitchen without removing his bamboo hat. Such attire was quite common on Lingguan Mountain, drawing no questions. Roughly 5 minutes later, Qi Fan spotted the figure exiting the kitchen. Qi Fan continued tailing him. What puzzled him was that the man was not heading back toward Lingguan town, but instead moving swiftly into the mountain forest to the southwest. Indeed, something is wrong. Qi Fan continued following, maintaining distance as they trekked through the mountain forest for at least 50 kilometers. By now, darkness had fallen. Using the moonlight, Qi Fan observed the figure ahead reach the interior of a cave, glancing around cautiously, as if ensuring no one was watching. Qi Fan had concealed himself well and went unnoticed. The next moment, the man entered the cave. Why would someone choose to dwell in a cave in such a desolate wilderness? Qi Fan pondered silently. Regardless of whether this man was Xuanjiang, his behavior was highly suspicious. A thought surfaced in his mind. Xuanyao had previously mentioned a cultivator thief who had infiltrated the mountain and stolen a spiritual artifact. Could this be the very place? Qi Fan stared at the cave entrance, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. I must notify Xuanyao. He produced a small scrap of paper, retrieved the spirit messenger bird from his bosom, hastily scribbled a brief note, and released the bird. Qi Fan settled into a crouch near the cave entrance and waited. The spirit messenger bird moved with remarkable speed, arriving at Xunyao's residence atop Lingguan Mountain in less than a minute. Xuanyao opened the note and frowned. Qi Fan's message contained no concrete evidence of a thief, only a suspicion. But since Qi Fan had sent word, she felt compelled to investigate personally. Xuanyao whistled, and a golden-winged pung bird descended from the sky. Mounting the magnificent creature, she instructed the spirit messenger bird to lead the way toward Qi Fan's location. As for the mysterious figure, after entering the cave, he removed his outer robe, revealing himself to be none other than Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang, where is today's medicine? A voice echoed from within the cave. In a corner of the cave, a lean, elderly man in long robes sat in meditation. Upon seeing Xuanjiang awaken, he opened his eyes and asked, Xuanjiang immediately produced the medicinal herbs purchased from the medicinal kitchen, knelt before the lean elder, and presented them with both hands. Master, these are the herbs you requested. The lean elder examined the herbs and nodded. Excellent. The quantity is more than sufficient. How are matters outside these days? Xuanjiang replied, they are still investigating. They have also forbidden all personnel from leaving. Currently only entry is permitted on Lingguan Mountain. No one may exit. The lean elder sneered coldly. These fools are rather sharp-witted. They know I remain on Lingguan Mountain. However, I have plenty of time to wear them down. By the way, stop purchasing herbs for the time being. Be careful not to be discovered by them. Yes, master. Xuanjiang kowtowed. The lean elder produced a pill from his robe and tossed it to Xuanjiang. Good disciple, serve me faithfully, and I shall one day guide you on the path of immortality. Xuanjiang caught the pill, his face barely concealing his elation. This was a marrow-nourishing pill. He had consumed one before, which nurtured his bones and muscles, accelerating his accumulation in the bone-tempering realm. This substance proved far more effective than the bone-tempering medicinal meals provided by the kitchen and carried no adverse side effects. Thank you, master, for your generous bestowal. Xuanjiang kowtowed once more. Hungry. I am so starving. Suddenly, a roaring voice erupted from another corner of the cave. Go feed Abin something to eat. The lean elder commanded. Yes. Xuanjiang quickly prepared food and made his way to the cave corner. There a bald, burly man lay on the ground, pounding his belly while shouting, my stomach aches from hunger. My stomach is so hungry. Xuanjiang dared not approach too closely, instead tossing the food from a distance. The bald man scrambled to grab it, devouring everything greedily, grease smeared across his face, oblivious. A picture of complete madness. Yet Xuanjiang dared not offend him. This man's name was Xuanjiang, formerly a martial arts grandmaster at the Open 3 Meridian stage. After being force-fed an unknown pill by his master, he had been reduced to a fool, now obeying his master's every command. If I ever lose my usefulness, I wonder whether master would feed me that same pill, Xuanjiang pondered darkly. He considered it for a moment and concluded it was unlikely. After all, he himself possessed little practical value, whereas Xuanjiang, being, at the very least, an Open 2 Meridian's grandmaster, could still offer some protection to his master. Shadowing this old Taoist is like making a deal with the devil. Yet if I do not follow him, I shall never rise again on Lingguan Mountain. Xuanjiang muttered to himself. Chi Fan, just wait. Before long I shall repay you for this severed arm tenfold. Xuanjiang touched his empty sleeve, hatred blazing in the depths of his eyes. Some days prior he had encountered class monitor Deng Xiang, who revealed that Chi Fan had already reached the Golden Bone realm and had even injured Yan Haochen, a cultivator. Deng Xiang had asked Xuanjiang to investigate Chi Fan's whereabouts, promising to inform him if Chi Fan was ever found alone. This news struck Xuanjiang with considerable shock. Connecting the dots, Xuanjiang suddenly recalled the suspicious circumstances surrounding his own severed arm. It had always been deeply unsettling, for the masked robber had clearly defeated Master Yang, and yet deliberately spared his life, instead pursuing Xuanjiang, robbing him of his possessions and severing his arm. This matter had always troubled Xuanjiang's suspicions. After all, by all logic, the masked figure could have simply killed Yang, and then slain him and buried them both somewhere with no one the wiser. Yet he had deliberately spared Yang while brutally crippling himself. Since the man was a robber, he certainly was no virtuous soul. The only plausible explanation was that this person was an acquaintance of Yang Kan's. Now that Deng Xiang had disclosed Chi Fan's true strength, Xuanjiang connected all the pieces and was 80% certain that Chi Fan had been the one behind the attack all along. Chi Fan couldn't possibly have broken through this fast on his own. He must have obtained Teacher Song's inheritance. This was Deng Xiang's analysis, and Xuanjiang shared the same belief. Chi Fan, oh Chi Fan, you could never dream that I have attached myself to an injured immortal. This is my celestial fortune. You shall soon be surpassed by me. When that day comes, I will dismantle your limbs and let you taste the suffering of being crippled. The more Xuanjiang thought about it, the angrier he became, though he knew mere indignation was useless. Xuanjiang immediately swallowed the pill his master had given him and sat cross-legged nearby to meditate and regulate his breath. Meanwhile, Chen Yao had already arrived by golden-winged Peng bird at a woodland area not far from the cave entrance. To avoid giving away their presence, Chen Yao had the Peng bird land several kilometers away. She followed the spirit messenger bird swiftly through the forest and soon reunited with Chi Fan. Chi Fan, what exactly is the situation? Seeing Chi Fan concealed among the trees, Chen Yao immediately leaned close and whispered. The faint fragrance emanating from Chen Yao's body washed over Chi Fan, making him distinctly uncomfortable. Chi Fan pointed to the cave ahead and said, someone is in there. That masked person who looked like Xuanjiang went in. Oh, are you sure? Moreover, Lingguan Mountain covered a vast area, and some criminals would hide within it. Unless they fled outside the mountain, they would be discovered and caught by the birds and beasts placed by the patrol teams around the mountain. But if they stayed inside the mountain, they would indeed be difficult to find. Chief Fan shook his head. I can't be certain either. Xuanjiang hesitated. If she went inside and it really was that thief, she wasn't confident she could capture that person. But if it was, calling the elders from the mountain for nothing would be somewhat reckless. By now, multiple suspicious incidents had occurred on Lingwan Mountain, and they had already made many fruitless trips. Just as Xuanjiang hesitated, she suddenly heard a strange bird's cry from within the forest. Bad. This is the watch hawk used specifically for sentry duty. Upon hearing this sound, Xuanjiang's expression changed. She urgently blew her whistle with all her might. After she blew it, the golden-winged rock several kilometers away received the order and swiftly flew toward the peak of Lingwan Mountain to seek reinforcements. Inside the cave, the thin old man also heard the watch hawk's cry outside. His face changed, and he immediately shouted, Bad. We've been exposed. Xuanjiang, you take a bin and lead the charge. Get out quickly and draw them away. The thin old man shouted at Xuanjiang. After speaking, the thin old man also said to Abin, listen to Xuanjiang. Do whatever he tells you to do. He gives you food. Food? Good. Good. I'll listen. Abin nodded repeatedly. Xuanjiang, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go. The thin old man shouted. Xuanjiang's expression changed, but now he could only force himself to shout at the foolish Abin, let's go. Abin immediately rushed out of the cave with Xuanjiang following close behind. The two rushed out of the cave one after the other. Boom. Xuanjiang, who had been ambushing at the cave entrance, had already struck. Like a leopard, she charged toward Abin at an extremely terrifying speed, simultaneously drawing a flexible sword from her waist. Sword light surged heavenward as she thrust directly at Abin. The power of this single strike made even Chi Fan look on with admiration. So powerful. She must be a third pulse grandmaster. Chi Fan exclaimed in shock. Yin Haochen had only opened one pulse, yet Xuanjiang had already opened 3 pulses. Her cultivation speed was far ahead of his. Abin roared in anger, pushing both palms forward as he shouted, Cloud dispelling palm. Boom. In an instant, visible force burst from Abin's palms toward Xuanjiang. But Xuanjiang's techniques were also extremely refined. Her sword cleaved through the clouds, charging straight to Abin's front and engaging him in close combat. Chi Fan catch Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang shouted. Actually, without Xuanjiang's shout, Chi Fan had already struck. He strode rapidly toward Xuanjiang. Abin now obeyed Xuanjiang's every word. He slapped both palms toward Xuanjiang, temporarily driving her back, then immediately turned to charge at Chi Fan. Chi Fan was only at the Golden Bone realm. How would he dare to receive this fierce man's palm strike? He hastily retreated. Go! Xuanjiang shouted to Abin, then crazily fled toward the other direction. Thinking of escaping won't be that easy. Xuanjiang was about to pursue Xuanjiang when Xuanjiang hastily whispered, Xuanjiang, the real culprit is in the cave. This person and I were just sent by him to draw you away. Don't waste your effort on us. Xuanjiang suddenly realized and immediately stopped. Boom. From within the cave, a burst of black mist suddenly erupted. Xuanjiang hastily retreated. The next moment, a black shadow burst forth from the black mist. Within this shadow, a flying sword shot out, thrusting directly toward Xuanjiang's face. Xuanjiang was greatly alarmed and hastily swung her flexible sword to defend. But the flying sword's power was truly too strong. Clang! Xuanjiang's sword and all was sent flying backward, vomiting blood profusely in midair. Chi Fan was quick thinking. He immediately rushed behind Xuanjiang and caught her in his arms. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Chi Fan fled while holding Xuanjiang. I didn't expect such a fledgling to dare come capture this old man. You're too arrogant. A blurry figure appeared within the black mist. Xuanjiang beside him was startled. Had that old man heard that he had betrayed him just now? Xuanjiang, what are you standing there for? Take a bin and kill those two. Silence them permanently. Yes. Xuanjiang immediately signaled a bin to pursue Chi Fan and Xuanjiang. After all four had left, the thin old man's gaze turned profound. He quickly departed the cave and fled into the darkness. Abin, run faster. Catch up with them quickly. In the forest, Chi Fan held the injured Xuanjiang and fled swiftly. Behind them, Xuanjiang urged Abin to pursue quickly. Xuanjiang knew that today he must kill both Chi Fan and Xuanjiang to survive. Otherwise, once those two reported to Lingwan Mountain, he would inevitably face death. Abin's speed was extremely fast, much faster than Chi Fan. The distance between the two sides gradually narrowed. The injured Xuanjiang and Chi Fan's arms weakly said, Chi Fan, put me down. You go by yourself. I'm a cultivator. Xuanjiang won't dare kill me. Chi Fan said, only by killing both of us can Xuanjiang survive. He won't leave you alive. Then put me down and help me deliver the message back. Take revenge for me. Xuanjiang gritted her teeth and said again, it hasn't come to that yet. Chi Fan's goal was clear. He zigzag ran through the dense forest, continuously fleeing. But Abin was after all a third pulse grandmaster with incredible speed. Just as Chi Fan was about to be caught up with, he arrived at the edge of a cliff. Holding Xuanjiang, he jumped off. Xuanjiang was startled, but fortunately, when she looked down, she saw the cliff was only about 10 meters high, with a large waterpool below. Chi Fan and Xuanjiang dove into the waterpool together. On Abin's end, upon reaching the waterpool's edge, he stopped. Shortly after, Xuanjiang caught up. "Where are they?" Xuanjiang hastily asked. Abin stupidly pointed at the waterpool. "They jumped in." "Then why are you standing there? Go down and kill them," Xuanjiang said. "Okay." Abin jumped down. At this moment, within the pool's water, Chi Fan held Xuanjiang as they sank downward. But this deep pool was only about 5 meters deep. The two of them immediately touched the bottom. Xuanjiang couldn't swim. In this water, she was so frightened that her hands instinctively and tightly wrapped around Chi Fan's neck. Chi Fan had no choice but to let Xuanjiang cling to him. He drew the first spear from behind him, his gaze fixed upward. Catching a glimpse of a figure descending, he forcefully pushed off the ground and thrust his spear directly at the figure above. Abin's brain wasn't very sharp to begin with. Having just entered the water, his vision wasn't adapted to this environment. Suddenly, a spear thrust at him, appearing before him and aiming directly at his chest. But Abin was indeed a martial arts grandmaster. He instinctively dodged to the side. This spear only pierced his shoulder armor, not his heart. Abin jumped up in pain, blood flowing profusely from his right shoulder armor. "Ow. It hurts so much. Abin is bleeding. Abin wants to go home and find mommy." Abin cried out. Xuanjiang shouted, "What are you walking away for? Wait here. Kill those two people, and I'll buy you medicine and buy you meat to eat." "Meat? Meat. Abin wants meat." Only then did Abin stop running, guarding by the deep pool. Xuanjiang's eyes were gloomy as he coldly smiled. "I see how long you can hide." On Chi Fan's end, seeing Abin escape, he knew his previous strike hadn't killed him, and he was greatly disappointed. However, this was no time for disappointment. Xuanjiang was already struggling to hold her breath. And he himself, if he delayed any longer, would have even less chance to resist. He held Xuanjiang with one arm, while gripping the first spear with the other. With all his strength, he fiercely struck the rock at the bottom of the deep pool. The shaft of the first spear bent into a tremendous arc, then flung both Chi Fan and Xuanjiang upward. Whoosh! Chi Fan and Xuanjiang directly leaped 7 or 8 meters out of the water. Xuanjiang, guarding the pool's edge, hadn't expected the two of them to jump so high. But as long as they emerged, they were certain to die. "Abin, attack! Kill them!" Xuanjiang shouted. Abin forcefully slapped both palms toward the two figures descending from the sky. Cloud dispelling palm. Boom! Abin's force erupted outward, surging like rolling clouds toward Chi Fan and Xuanjiang. Chi Fan's gaze sharpened as he hurriedly activated the first spear, unleashing Mountain Tiger. Roar! Mountain Tiger was extremely formidable. Chi Fan's most supreme spear strike. It split apart a portion of the incoming force, but the residual blast still sent him flying, carrying Xuanjiang along with him as they retreated into the forest across from the deep pool. "Abin, kill him," Xuanjiang urged. "Kill!" Abin shouted, stamped his foot, and leaped over Xuanjiang, landing opposite Chi Fan and Xuanjiang. Cloud pushing palm. Boom! Abin once again unleashed the cloud pushing palm. All around, trees in the mountain forest toppled in swathes. One enormous ancient tree was snapped off and shot toward Chi Fan, carrying Abin's mighty palm force. Chi Fan gritted his teeth and once again unleashed Mountain Tiger, driving his spear straight through the ancient tree. The tree burst apart in an instant, and Chi Fan, still holding Xuanjiang in his arms, was blasted back several steps. Chi Fan, hurry. Go. Xuanjiang's consciousness was already fading, and she mumbled in a slurred voice. Chi Fan did not put Xuanjiang down, because setting her down would only leave her to a single casual strike from Abin, and he still had no way to escape. "Abin, attack!" Xuanjiang caught up and urged him again. Cloud pushing palm. "I'll push, push, push." Abin immediately unleashed the cloud pushing palm with reckless abandon. It seemed to be the only move he knew. Mountain Tiger. Suppressing the intense pain ravaging his body, Chi Fan used Mountain Tiger again and again, weakening the cloud pushing palm power surging toward him. When he used it for the 5th time in a row, Chi Fan spat out a mouthful of congested blood, and it landed on Xuanjiang's face. This was not from Abin's attack. It was internal damage caused by the backlash of the heaven-opening spear technique, his meridians already critically wounded. Xuanjiang suddenly regained much of her clarity. Seeing Chi Fan's ghastly pale face and the blood he had spat, her heart churned with 1,000 mixed emotions. Abin, wait. Seeing that Chi Fan could no longer resist, Xuanjiang suddenly called Abin to a halt. Xuanjiang laughed heartily. "Chi Fan, today is your day of death. Before you die, settle 3 matters. If you explain them clearly, I may leave you with an intact corpse. Let me ask you, was it you who broke my arm?" Chi Fan's expression turned strange at that moment because he realized his heart had suddenly begun pounding violently. At this rate, his heart rate had already soared to at least 300. "Chi Fan, you." Xuanjiang, held in Chi Fan's arms, could also feel Chi Fan's violent heartbeat. Each beat more forceful than the last, each beat swifter than the last. "Chi Fan, answer me." Xuanjiang roared furiously. Chi Fan still did not answer. Xuanjiang sneered, do you think I won't kill you just because you stay silent? I'll kill not only you, but your good brother Feng Bin, and Feng Bin's family too. Not one of them will escape. I did it. Qi Fan narrowed his eyes, and answered in a low voice. So it was you. I knew it was you. Xuanjiang clutched his empty right sleeve with his left hand, his eyes nearly splitting apart with rage. Let me ask you again, how were you able to improve so fast? Did Teacher Song give you something? Yes. Qi Fan answered without hesitation. What was it? Xuanjiang immediately pressed. Qi Fan said I hid it away. Why don't I take you to get it? Xuanjiang sneered, Qi Fan, you're full of tricks. Don't think I don't know. It was most likely a spirit pill for enhancing martial talent, and you swallowed it long ago, didn't you? Stop racking your brains. You will die today. Third question, back in the dormitory, was it you who stole my things? Hearing Xuanjiang bring up the question yet again, Qi Fan was speechless. It seemed this had become Xuanjiang's inner demon. Qi Fan, answer me. Xuanjiang shouted. Qi Fan countered, we've already arrived in the Xuanjiang world. Is the answer to this question still so important? Of course. Xuanjiang's expression twisted as he said, do you know that back then you falsely accused me of falsely accusing you, and made me apologize to you in front of the entire class? Do you know how much effort I spent afterward? I followed you, secretly photographed you. I know your family is poor, no father, no mother, and that you live with your grandparents. Your grandmother picks through trash, your grandfather is an old charlatan selling herbal medicine, and you take odd jobs everywhere. In class you put on a decent facade, but in private you're nothing but a street punk. You made me Xuanjiang apologize to you. Are you worthy? Do you know what kind of family I come from? Hearing this, Qi Fan's expression gradually turned icy. He vaguely knew about Xuanjiang's family. His father was some minor figure in the education department, and his mother was the head of a county town bank. Still, he had not expected Xuanjiang to have followed him back then. The more Xuanjiang spoke, the angrier he grew, and he continued, I asked my father to pressure the school into clearing my name, but my father scolded me and beat me. He scolded me for not focusing on my studies, scolded me for poor grades, for being too competitive, too arrogant, too rigid. Then he grew even more disgusted with me and turned around to buy my younger brother a new phone and a new computer. But I got nothing. Do you understand? Because of you I'm treated even worse at home. Xuanjiang's face was already grotesquely twisted, and he cursed, I want to prove to him. Xuanjiang did not lie. All I want is dignity. A clean name. Fairness. Tell me, was I wrong? Hearing this, Qi Fan laughed. He had not imagined that Xuanjiang would use so many underhanded tricks for this matter. To blame all his parents' favoritism on him. What utter nonsense. Xuanjiang pointed at Qi Fan and roared, Qi Fan, a piece of garbage like you. You say you didn't steal my things. Who would believe you? Tell me back, then, did you steal my things or not? Qi Fan did not answer. He simply grinned. Qi Fan, death is staring you in the face, and you can still laugh. Xuanjiang fumed. Qi Fan smiled back, who said, I'm the one staring death in the face. Today I'm afraid it's you who is staring death in the face. Qi Fan gripped the long spear in his hand again, and an overwhelming force instantly poured into the spear. Roar. This time an unprecedented force surged from Qi Fan's body. That terrifying pressure moved the air around him without any wind. This is meridian opening. Xuanjiang could hardly believe it. Correct. It was precisely because of your long-windedness that I've stepped into the meridian opening realm. Feeling the abundant power within his body, Qi Fan understood that meridian opening and everything below it were two utterly different levels. He also finally understood why meridian opening was called the Grandmaster realm. Indeed, after unleashing the heaven-opening spear technique repeatedly, his body had reached its absolute limit. Without noticing, he had opened his heart meridian and stepped into the first meridian Grandmaster realm. Impossible. How could you improve this fast? What exactly did Song Qingmin leave you? Xuanjiang's eyes looked ready to split, and he angrily continued, Qi Fan, do you really think that reaching the meridian opening Grandmaster realm makes you invincible? You're still far inferior to Abin. Abin, make your move. Yes. Abin immediately jumped out, and once again sent a palm strike toward Qi Fan. Cloud-pushing palm. Mountain tiger. Roar. The two clashed once more in their pinnacle showdown. But this time when Qi Fan unleashed Mountain Tiger, his force burst outward. Above the first spear, his inner energy actually condensed into a formless tiger's head. The difference in power was already as vast as heaven and earth. Boom. Qi Fan thrust his spear with all his might, clashing once again against Abin's cloud-splitting palm. Unlike before when he was sent flying by the palm force, this time Qi Fan's spear sliced through the cloud-splitting palm technique, like a fierce tiger bursting from the mountain, parting the waves of clouds, as the spear tip charged toward Abin. Abin's face contorted in shock. Seeing the incoming spear thrust, he clasped his hands together, catching Qi Fan's spear between his palms. An overwhelming force immediately crashed over him like a tidal wave. Previously, when Abin had submerged into the deep pool, Qi Fan had ambushed him with a spear strike. Now as Abin continued to exert himself, blood kept seeping from the wound, soaking through his front garments. His complexion grew increasingly pallid. Unaware of his condition, Abin continued to shout, "Push! Push, push, push!" Chi Fan was being driven backward by Abin's relentless force, his feet scraping back across the ground. Chi Fan died. At the moment when Chi Fan and Abin were locked in stalemate, Xuanjiang seized his opportunity. Bursting forth from the nearby dense forest, he prepared to strike Chi Fan's back with his heart-shattering palm. At that moment, Chun Yao, still dangling from Chi Fan, caught sight of the advancing Xuanjiang through the haze of her fading consciousness. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, she thrust her sword toward him. The blade pierced through Xuanjiang's remaining left arm, sending him reeling backward in agony as he writhed on the ground. Having expended all her energy in that single strike, Chun Yao's consciousness finally gave way. She slumped limply from Chi Fan's embrace, collapsing into unconsciousness. "Chun Yao? Chun Yao!" Chi Fan called out twice, but with his full attention demanded by Abin's assault, he had no chance to attend to her. Receiving no response, he turned his complete focus to facing Abin. Whoosh whoosh. Chi Fan swiftly evaded to the side, refusing to match Abin head-on. His feet traced the 7 cicada steps, making his movements impossibly nimble. "Come on, fight me. Fight me!" Abin roared repeatedly, yet he could not lay a hand on Chi Fan. It seemed he had forgotten all his technique save for the cloud-splitting palm. Now, Chi Fan seized the opening and launched his heart-shattering palm toward Abin. By now Abin had lost too much blood, his consciousness fading into a blur. His desperate palm guard was utterly inadequate against Chi Fan's strike. Abin was sent hurtling through the air by the blow, crashing into a tree before crumpling to the ground unconscious. Chi Fan rushed immediately to Chun Yao's side, pressing his fingers to her nose to check her breathing. The faint warmth of her breath reassured him. She was still alive. Gripping his spear, Chi Fan advanced toward Xuanjiang, whose arms had been severed. Xuanjiang writhed on the ground, his face contorted with terror. "Chi Fan, please. Let me go. I'm already a broken husk now. I'm begging you for the sake of our shared school days, just let me go. I'll never oppose you again." Chi Fan extended his spear, its tip hovering at Xuanjiang's brow. "What? Don't you want to know whether I actually stole your things back then?" "No, I don't." "Wait, no. You didn't steal anything from me, I'm absolutely certain now." Chi Fan replied, "Out of consideration for our shared past, I'll grant you the chance to die knowing the truth. I never stole anything from you." Xuanjiang's face twisted in bewilderment, unable to comprehend. Yet faced with Chi Fan's spear tip pressing against his brow, he had no choice but to accept it. At this moment, Chi Fan had absolutely no reason to deceive him. Had he truly been wrong all along? Had he unjustly accused Chi Fan from the very beginning? Then, a sickening crunch. While Xuanjiang stood frozen in shock, Chi Fan's spear pierced clean through his skull, emerging from the back of his head. Xuanjiang's consciousness faded into oblivion. At the threshold of death, scenes of his father's beatings and scoldings flooded unbidden through his mind. Chi Fan withdrew his spear from Xuanjiang's brow, and the body crumpled to the ground. Chi Fan grimaced at the grotesque mess of white and crimson spilling outward. To be precise, this was the first time he had taken a human life. It was neither as terrifying as he had imagined, nor as tranquil as he might have expected. Chi Fan hurried to Chun Yao's side, supporting her upright. Channeling his internal energy, he cleared the stagnant blood pooling in her body. After approximately 3 minutes, Chun Yao expelled a mouthful of dark blood and finally regained consciousness. "Chi Fan, are you all right?" Chun Yao inquired urgently. Chi Fan shook his head. "I'm fine." Chun Yao's voice trailed off as she took in the sight. Xuanjiang, lying motionless with blood still seeping from his brow, and had been unconscious in the distance. Shock rippled across her features. Chun Yao was aware that Chi Fan had opened his heart meridian and broken through to the meridian opening realm. Yet she still could not have anticipated that a cultivator who had only just entered this realm would be capable of defeating Abin. Even an injured Abin should under normal circumstances have been beyond Chi Fan's ability to defeat. "Did you kill Xuanjiang? Did you extract information about that cultivator's whereabouts?" Chun Yao pressed. Chi Fan shook his head. There was no point asking. That cultivator clearly dispatched Xuanjiang and his companion to lead us astray. Xuanjiang could not possibly know where he went. Chun Yao nodded. "Thank you for saving me this time." Chi Fan offered a faint smile. "You saved me too." Just then, from high above, the cries of birds echoed endlessly through the sky. Chi Fan lifted his gaze upward and spotted the golden-winged great eagle that Chun Yao had ridden circling overhead in search, with another figure perched upon its back. Chun Yao immediately blew a shrill whistle. The great eagle swooped down without hesitation. Seated upon its back was a young man clad in black robes, a square-jawed tall figure whose very presence radiated an overwhelming pressure. "Junior sister Chun, what's the situation?" The black-robed youth glanced at Chun Yao's disheveled, damp appearance and furrowed his brow. His gaze then shifted to Chi Fan. Chun Yao spoke swiftly. "Senior brother Xiao, my friend here, discovered the trail of the thief who stole the spirit artifact. These two were the thief's accomplices and have been subdued by my friend. The man addressed as senior brother Xiao demanded, and the thief. Where is he? He escaped. Understood. Junior sister Chen we must pursue immediately. Senior brother Xiao hurried Xuanjiang onto the golden eagle's back, then instructed Qi Fan, proceed immediately to the summit of Spirit Crown Mountain and await questioning. Xuanjiang interjected quickly, my friend here just finished a fierce battle and sustained injuries. There is no need for questioning. We have a survivor here whom we can interrogate later. Upon hearing Xuanjiang's words, senior brother Xiao assented with a nod. Seizing the unconscious A Bin, he departed swiftly with Xuanjiang aboard the Great Eagle. Meanwhile, Qi Fan found himself growing weary from the successive battles. After catching his breath briefly, he approached Xuanjiang's corpse to search for valuables. What's this? Among Xuanjiang's belongings, Qi Fan discovered only a small medicinal pill bottle containing a single red-colored pill. Beyond this, Xuanjiang possessed nothing else, utterly destitute. Qi Fan guessed that his resources had likely gone toward purchasing healing medicine from that cultivator. After examining the pill closely, Qi Fan dared not consume it. Securing the elixir, he departed the forest without delay. Upon returning to the martial immortal cave, he bathed, changed into fresh garments, and lay upon his bed awaiting sleep. Now that I've reached the meridian opening realm, that black butterfly insect surely cannot be my match anymore. With eager anticipation, Qi Fan drifted into the realm of dreams. Shortly after, he found himself within the eggshell once more. Qi Fan examined his form immediately. Sure enough, he had evolved again. His insect body now bore a faint golden radiance, and his sense of raw power was unprecedented. Come then. 4 or 5 years you've been lying in wait for me. Now let's see if you're still a match for me. Qi Fan gradually poked his head out through the opening in the eggshell. It resorted to its old tactics, spewing a mouthful of flames. Gritting his teeth, Qi Fan chose not to dodge this time. He endured the flames directly, feeling only a slight stinging sensation across his body, yet he managed to withstand it. It works. My insect carapace can withstand even this fire. Qi Fan rejoiced. Yet he feigned weakness, collapsing at the shell's entrance and playing dead. The black butterfly insect took the bait without hesitation. Triumphantly, it swooped down and extended its tentacles to grasp Qi Fan's shell, dragging him out of the eggshell. Now, with a sudden explosive motion, Qi Fan struck out, driving his head antennae forward into the black butterfly insect's abdomen. The black butterfly insect was sent hurtling away, its form wobbling unsteadily through the air. Seemingly terrified, it stumbled away into the distance. Damn it, I didn't manage to kill it. Qi Fan cursed inwardly with frustration. His gaze then shifted to the black butterfly insect's former nest. Upon that leaf lay at least a dozen or more of its eggs. Scanning his surroundings to ensure no other creatures lurked nearby, Qi Fan scrambled out of the eggshell and made his way to the leaf. Carefully gathering all the insect eggs upon it, he counted 13 in total. Clutching the 13 eggs, Qi Fan darted swiftly back into the eggshell. Could I possibly eat these things, he wondered. If I do, what effects might they have? Qi Fan stared at the 13 eggs, lost in contemplation. That black butterfly insect may be venomous, but these eggs, they certainly cannot be. No more hesitation. I'll try one and see what happens. Qi Fan opened his ravenous insect maw wide and swallowed an egg in a single bite. After consuming the insect egg, Qi Fan felt refreshed and invigorated. To his surprise, its taste was remarkably exquisite. Not bad. It's truly effective, not poisoned. I'll take a few more. Qi Fan swallowed 5 additional pills in rapid succession. This time his abdomen swelled with warmth, and he felt a peculiar energy spreading from his midsection throughout his limbs and meridians. His blood surged with accelerated flow, and excruciating pain seared across his skin. I'm about to shed my shell and be reborn. Qi Fan was overjoyed. Having undergone this process several times before, he already knew that every realm breakthrough required molting. The difference was that major breakthroughs demanded a far more thorough shedding, while minor ones amounted to merely sloughing off a layer of skin. After approximately 3 minutes, Qi Fan's insectoid body had shed another layer of skin, becoming somewhat harder than before, and the golden spots upon it had multiplied slightly. Seeing this, Qi Fan proceeded to consume the remaining 7 insect eggs all at once. His body underwent another mutation, slowly molting again. After completing 2 rounds of molting, Qi Fan emerged from within that eggshell world. Early the next morning, Qi Fan opened his eyes and found his body brimming with vitality unlike anything he had ever experienced. He instantly sprang from his bed, relishing the changes coursing through him. My heart, liver, and spleen. All 3 organ meridians have been opened. That means I am now a grandmaster of the 3 meridian opening stage. Qi Fan was radiant with vigor. The insect eggs had allowed him to open 2 meridians in succession. a feat that rivaled, if not surpassed, the effects of those spiritual elixirs. Let me check whether my martial force has weakened from taking this shortcut. Qi Fan had always been reluctant to rely on pills. Realms built upon medicinal shortcuts tended to possess unstable foundations, falling somewhat short of those achieved through genuine steady cultivation. Furthermore, major realm breakthroughs would inevitably encounter impediments down the line. However, these insect eggs were not subject to such limitations. Qi Fan put his strength to the test and found that his 3-meridian opening power far exceeded that of a bin from before. If I were to encounter a bin now, 2 strikes would inflict serious injury upon him, and 3 would be enough to slay him. Qi Fan thought to himself. Of course, a bin was no ordinary 3-meridian opening grandmaster. The man appeared somewhat simple-minded, knowing only a single technique, the cloud-parting palm, and relying entirely on brute strength. Should he truly face a proper 3-meridian opening grandmaster, Qi Fan's internal energy would completely overwhelm his opponent. Yet in terms of combat technique, he was considerably inferior. This primarily concerned footwork and battle forms against opponents. I can choose another footwork technique, but the heaven-splitting spear method will suffice for offense. As the saying goes, overwhelming force conquers all skill. As long as he could match his enemy's speed and land a single strike of the heaven-splitting spear, the battle would be decided. There aren't many quality footwork techniques here, nothing truly refined. I should ask Uncle Lin Xuanjiang. Qi Fan left the cave and arrived at the entrance of Lin Aoshue's dwelling, where he knocked on the door. Upon opening the door and seeing Qi Fan, Lin Aoshue did not wear her usual tranquil and aloof expression. Instead, she appeared somewhat constrained and nervous, for she had already learned from her father Lin Changyun that Qi Fan enjoyed an intimate relationship with a certain female immortal upon the mountain. Within Lingguan Mountain, there existed a regulation forbidding residents from forming ties with outsiders below the mountain. Consequently, those martial grandmasters on the mountain maintained no relations with its immortals. Yet this Qi Fan had actually persuaded that female immortal to gift him materials for forging a spear, an act that already bordered on rule-breaking. "Where is your father?" Qi Fan asked bluntly. "Master Qi, please wait a moment. Let me fetch my father." "There's no great urgency," Qi Fan replied. "If Uncle Lin is occupied with other matters, we can meet another time." "No, my father specifically instructed that any matter concerning Brother Qi takes priority." Lin Aoshue escorted Qi Fan into the pavilion to wait. Wuxian Cave held a rule that aside from tenants, no one could enter another person's dwelling without permission. After waiting roughly 20 minutes, Lin Changyun arrived. "Young friend Qi, what brings you here?" Lin Changyun wore an enthusiastic smile. Qi Fan cut straight to the point, directly inquiring about refined footwork techniques. "Then to learn this art, do I need to rent Cave Jia 7? Qi Fan pressed. "Cave Jia 7 is already occupied," Lin Changyun replied. Qi Fan furrowed his brow. Lin Changyun shifted his tone and continued, "But matters can always be resolved. I know a few people on Lingguan Mountain. Let me see if I can persuade that person to temporarily vacate the cave, allowing you to enter and study the techniques for a while." Touched by his generosity, Qi Fan immediately clasped his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Lin. Should you ever require my service, I shall not decline." "Haha, please don't be so formal." Lin Changyun patted Qi Fan on the shoulder, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He had been waiting precisely for those words. 3 days later, Lin Changyun notified Qi Fan that he could move in. He had already paid a considerable price to relocate the occupant of Cave Jia 7. Qi Fan offered to compensate Lin Changyun with contribution points, but the older man refused vehemently. Qi Fan understood that what Lin Changyun truly sought was his personal loyalty, not mere points, so he let it drop. The layout of Cave Jia 7 closely resembled Qi Fan's former Cave Jia 27. However, unlike his previous dwelling, this cave contained the legacies of 5 meridian opening grandmasters, one of whom had even reached the 5 meridian opening stage. That supreme tier lightness skill Zhang Tianxing had been left behind by that 5 meridian grandmaster. Qi Fan surveyed the other martial arts and found their refinement marginally superior to what he had possessed in his old cave. Yet in terms of offensive power, none could compare with the heaven-splitting spear method. Moreover, with only 1 month at his disposal, Qi Fan had no time to dawdle over other techniques. He began practicing Zhang Tianxing. Meanwhile, he also continued training the second form of the heaven-splitting spear, the Red Dragon's Cry. The Red Dragon's Cry possessed tremendous power, surpassing even the Mountain Tiger technique. That was not to say the Mountain Tiger was useless, however. It was better suited for one-on-one combat, whereas Red Dragon's Cry excelled against multiple opponents. Furthermore, the Red Dragon's Cry incorporated sonic attacks, and a sudden strike employing it could yield extraordinary results. Thus, Qi Fan trained at Xuanjiang Forest Camp for 7 days. On this day, another spiritual messenger bird flew into Qi Fan's cave. He noticed an envelope tied to its leg. Upon opening it, he found a letter from Chun Yao. Chen Yao's letter was brief. She and senior brother Xiao had failed to locate the thief who had stolen the spiritual artifact, meaning Qi Fan would not receive his 3 Qi gathering pills. However, Qi Fan had rendered a meritorious service by rescuing her, a disciple of the Xuanjiang sect. As compensation, he would receive half a Qi gathering pill. And there was a particular reason for this arrangement. According to the regulations of Lingguan Mountain, exchanging for a Qi gathering pill required meeting 2 conditions. The first was to find a true spiritual-rooted cultivator worthy of the title. The second condition was to possess 300 contribution points. Since rescuing Chen Yao had already fulfilled the first requirement, Qi Fan needed only to accumulate the remaining 300 contribution points before he could successfully exchange for a single Qi gathering pill. I am afraid Chen Yao played a significant part in this, Qi Fan thought to himself. 300 contribution points might be an astronomical sum to others, but compared with the first condition, finding spirit seedlings, that was utterly insignificant. Among the Meridian opening grandmasters of Lingguan Mountain, almost everyone could produce 300 contribution points, yet very few could exchange them for a Qi condensation pill. That alone was enough to show how difficult it was to find spirit seedlings. After finding spirit seedlings, one still had to go up the mountain for testing at a fee of 100 contribution points per person, a gamble on probability. With good luck, a few tries would yield one, with bad luck, not even 100 people would yield a single one. Qi Fan had been with Lingguan Mountain for years, so he understood the reason Xuanjiang sect did this. Testing spiritual roots consumed spirit stones, and Xuanjiang sect clearly did not want to bear that loss, so it shifted the loss onto minors like them. Of course, Xuanjiang sect was not simply taking without giving. The renewable Qi condensation pills were their reward. Qi Fan wrote a reply to Chen Yao asking how her injuries were recovering, but after 3 days no reply came. Qi Fan pondered briefly, a suspicion forming in his mind. Perhaps Chen Yao helped me get half a Qi condensation pill because she did not want to owe me a favor. Even if I step into the Meridian opening realm, compared with Chen Yao, my status and potential are not on the same level at all. Qi Fan did not feel disappointed. As someone orphaned since childhood, he had endured too many cold stares and mockery, which Chen Yao's willingness to repay her debt of gratitude was already more than decent. At the summit of Lingguan Mountain stood a crude wooden hut surrounded by a bamboo fence. Inside the fence were all kinds of exotic flowers and rare herbs. At that moment, Chen Yao said respectfully to an old farmer who was planting vegetables, "Senior Uncle G, the thief who stole the spirit artifact has not been caught yet, so I think I should not return to the sect for now. I will stay here to help you investigate. I have already confirmed that he is on Lingguan Mountain." The old farmer put down his small hoe and took a slip of paper from his bag. "This is that kid's reply to you. Take a look." Chen Yao received it with both hands and saw Qi Fan asking about her injuries in the letter. A warmth flowed through her heart. "Senior Uncle G, why did you intercept my letter?" Chen Yao asked. Senior Uncle G did not answer directly, but instead asked Xiao, "Yao, take a look at how these spirit herbs in the courtyard are growing. With your careful nurturing, Senior Uncle G, they are naturally excellent," Chen Yao replied. Senior Uncle G nodded. "Yes. For a seedling to thrive, it needs careful nurturing. Those that grow crooked must be straightened." Senior Uncle G straightened up and looked at Chen Yao. "Cultivation is like traveling through the mountains. If you carry too much, how can you climb high, see far, and reach the summit? But now, before you have even set foot on this mountain path, you are already eager to stuff more baggage onto yourself. As a mountain climber who has walked this path for a long time, I naturally have to remind you. Go back. Lingguan Mountain does not need you here for now. Devote yourself to cultivation and do not waste your fine aptitude." Chen Yao cupped her hands and said, "I will humbly follow Senior Uncle's instruction." Chen Yao flew onto the back of the great golden-winged bird. As the bird left Lingguan Mountain, her gaze fell on a remote mountain forest. But the farther the bird flew, the more blurred that mountain forest became. In the following days, each day became more fulfilling for Qi Fan. He practiced the heaven-measuring step and the crimson dragon's roar of the sky-opening spear technique, and then he had to chop trees. Now he only needed to gather 300 contribution points to obtain a Qi condensation pill. With the aid of a Qi condensation pill, his 5 meridians would become more solid, and his chances of widening his weak spiritual root would be greater. Thus a month passed in the blink of an eye. Qi Fan had fully mastered the Crimson Dragon's Roar and could use it 10 times in a row without any problem. Of course, using it more than that would cause some pain to his physical body. As for the heaven-measuring step, Qi Fan had reached minor completion. Though he had not achieved major completion, his footwork had clearly improved by a tremendous amount. With my current strength, even a grandmaster who has opened 4 meridians cannot gain the slightest advantage over me. I am afraid only a great grandmaster who has opened 5 meridians can outmatch me. Qi Fan thought to himself. Let me try going out of the eggshell this time to forage and find prey I can devour. That day, Qi Fan moved out of Cave No. 7 and returned to his own Cave No. 27. Strictly speaking, Qi Fan was not allowed to rent short-term. The minimum lease was 3 years. But Lin Changyan had pulled some strings on his side, so he could cancel the lease after 1 month. At night, Chi Fan fell asleep in his old cave, full of anticipation. In his hungry insect body, he looked around from the entrance of the eggshell, and only after confirming there was no danger carefully crawled out. Chi Fan's hungry insect body moved through the grass and fallen leaves. After his real body had mastered the heaven-measuring step, he found that even the hungry insect body had become much more agile. When my strength increases in reality, the hungry insect body evolves accordingly. In this immortal realm, when the hungry insect body evolves, my strength in reality also increases. This is truly marvelous. If that is so, does that mean I have no bottleneck to break through? Chi Fan thought to himself. He slowed down and looked around, searching for food like insect eggs to evolve his hungry insect body. Screech. Suddenly a firebird wreathed in flames swooped over from one of the large trees. It was not particularly large, but it was still more than 3 times Chi Fan's size. It was too fast. It shot down from the treetop and extended its sharp claws straight at Chi Fan's hungry insect body to seize it. Not good. Chi Fan was greatly alarmed, but he was completely outmatched by the firebird's speed. Just as he was about to be caught by the firebird, a yellow figure suddenly shot up from the fallen leaves not far from Chi Fan and lunged at the firebird. The firebird was so startled that it immediately climbed higher into the sky, but the yellow figure still bit off several of its feathers, frightening it into a shrieking flight. Chi Fan looked closely and saw that what had been hiding among the fallen leaves was a giant yellow three-eyed python, at least dozens of times his size. At that moment, the yellow python raised its head, gazing after the firebird that had just fled. It seemed to have no interest in Chi Fan whatsoever. Chi Fan hurriedly withdrew in silence. Only after he had backed all the way into the eggshell did he heave a sigh of relief. Too dangerous. I was almost done for. I'd better not go out anymore. I'll just find some wild grass to eat, and that will be enough. After recuperating for 3 days, Chi Fan finally dared to leave the eggshell again. This time he did not dare go far. He plucked a handful of grass leaves and immediately scurried back into the eggshell. Let me have a taste. Chi Fan took a bite, feeling only a bitter and astringent flavor in his mouth, but he guessed it was not poisonous. After eating it, Chi Fan felt no reaction. He neither became stronger nor weaker. No effect at all. It seems that even in the immortal realm, not every type of grass is effective. Chi Fan wanted to experiment with more grass, but after thinking it over, he gave up the idea. In ancient times, a Xuanjiang tasted 100 herbs and was poisoned who knows how many times. If he ate a poisonous herb, it would be terrible. He would probably be poisoned to death. I should just develop steadily, observe more, leave the eggshell less, and see if a suitable opportunity appears. If there is none, I am not anxious. Chi Fan thought to himself. And so another month passed. Chi Fan became more and more proficient in the heaven-measuring step. He tried to practice the final move of the sky-opening spear technique, crane opens the sky, but to his disappointment, he found that he could not activate this move at all. Chi Fan had no choice but to give up, intending to practice it again when he opened the 4th meridian. One day, while Chi Fan was practicing the heaven-measuring step at Xuanjiang Forest Farm, Lin Xuanjiang suddenly came to him. Lin Xuanjiang told Chi Fan a piece of shocking news. Uncle Lin, are you sure you saw right? Did you really discover the trail of that cultivator? Chi Fan asked in shock after hearing Lin Xuanjiang's words. Lin Xuanjiang said, I can't be 100% certain, but I do think that person is highly suspicious. Didn't you encounter that person with Immortal Chen Yao? Come with me to confirm it. Once we pass the news to Immortal Chen, we can claim the credit. Chi Fan nodded and followed Lin Xuanjiang out of Xuanjiang Forest Farm. Lin Xuanjiang led the way and Chi Fan followed him deep into the heart of Lingguan Mountain until they reached a desolate, uninhabited place. Seeing this, Chi Fan felt a flicker of suspicion. Lin Xuanjiang smiled and said ahead of him, Chi Fan, don't blame me for being greedy. At most, I'll share 1 spirit condensation pill with you. I'll keep the other 2 for Aoshua, hoping she can broaden her weak spiritual root. I heard one can take up to 3 pills at once. Chi Fan asked Uncle Lin, why don't you take them yourself? Lin Xuanjiang sighed, I tested my spiritual root long ago. I have no root, not even a weak one. Aoshua at least has a weak spiritual root. Chi Fan nodded, then asked again, Uncle Lin, how did you know I met that cultivator? Lin Xuanjiang chuckled naturally, Immortal Chen told me. Of course, don't worry, I won't spread it around. I know you usually keep a low profile and fear stirring up trouble. Thank you for understanding, Uncle Lin. Chi Fan followed behind Lin Xuanjiang, and the 2 continued weaving through the dense forest. Uncle Lin, where exactly is that cultivator? Don't be anxious. We're almost there. Another 10 minutes passed, and Chi Fan and Lin Xuanjiang were now at least 80 kilometers away from the main peak of Lingguan Mountain. Lin Xuanjiang suddenly stopped at the edge of a cliff. Uncle Lin, where's the man? Chi Fan asked, looking around. Lin Xuanjiang didn't turn back, gazing ahead and saying, there's no one. It's only the 2 of us. That's not right. Hasn't Yin Haochen come? Chi Fan frowned and pressed on. Yin Haochen. Lin Xuanjiang turned his head and stared at Chi Fan suspiciously. Chi Fan, what are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Chi Fan said calmly, Uncle Lin, are you not here on Yin Haochen's orders to kill me? Lin Xuanjiang narrowed his eyes, shock visible in his gaze. He quickly scanned the area behind Chi Fan, confirming no one had followed, then shifted his gaze back to Chi Fan. Chi Fan, how did you know I was acting under Immortal Yan's orders? Chi Fan grinned and said, I bluffed you. I never expected you to confess so easily. Lin Changyun's expression turned as gloomy as water. He couldn't imagine where he had revealed his hand. What he didn't know was that Chi Fan and Xuanjiang had never from beginning to end seen the true face of the cultivator who had stolen the spirit artifact. If Lin Changyun had truly learned this information from Xuanjiang, he would inevitably have mentioned that point. Moreover, Xuanjiang had warned Chi Fan earlier that Yin Haochen might send someone to harm him in the shadows. Therefore, the only way Lin Changyun could know that Chi Fan had encountered that cultivator with Xuanjiang was through someone else on the mountain, and that person could only be Yin Haochen. As for why Chi Fan had refrained from exposing Lin Changyun, it was precisely to see if he could run into Yin Haochen and eliminate that deep-seated threat once and for all. Unfortunately, that man hadn't come. Lin Changyun gazed into the sky beyond the cliff and said flatly, Chi Fan, don't blame me. Pleasing an ordinary mortal who merely has connections to an immortal is far less reliable than pleasing an actual immortal. What price did Yin Haochen offer you? Chi Fan asked calmly. Lin Changyun replied, 3 spirit condensation pills. 3, that much. Catching that cultivator only pays 3 pills too. Chi Fan frowned and asked, aren't you afraid he's playing you? Giving you empty promises. Lin Changyun smiled. He might play me, you might play me too, and Immortal Chun might play you as well. Isn't this world just like that? You deceive me, I deceive you. Who can guarantee true sincerity? Those who come for profit will naturally leave for profit. As long as I have value to Immortal, then he will naturally keep promoting me and my Lin family. Chi Fan nodded and said, well said. Those who come for profit will naturally leave for profit. I should have expected this long ago. Chi Fan sighed. Previously, Lin Changyun had helped him many times, and Chi Fan had even believed Lin Changyun appreciated him and was investing in him. Of course, there was no denying that he had genuinely thought that way before. But now, having found a better option, he unhesitatingly turned his blade against Chi Fan. This made Chi Fan realize all the more clearly what the word profit truly meant. The character for profit has grain in front, but knife behind. Uncle Lin, do you have any last words? Since you've helped me many times, I'll give you the chance to speak them. Chi Fan said with his eyes closed, and his words stunned Lin Changyun for quite a while. Chi Fan, did you bring people with you? Lin Changyun once again searched the dense forest behind Chi Fan. No. Then on what basis do you say that? On the strength of the spear in my hand. This very first spear you forged for me. Chi Fan took the spear from his back. Lin Changyun laughed, saying, I heard from Immortal Yin that you have the combat power of 1 open meridian. You live in cave dwelling A. 27 Oi, and you asked me to forge a spear. You must have been practicing that incomplete heaven-rending spear technique, right? I've heard that spear technique is quite formidable. But what makes you think that a mere youth with the combat power of 1 open meridian can defeat me, an old-school grandmaster with 3 open meridians, just by relying on a single spear technique? Chi Fan didn't waste words. He swung the spear around his body, then suddenly pointed it forward. Mountain tiger. Roar. Instantly, the tiger's roar shook the forest, and trees within dozens of meters were violently swayed by the terrifying inner force emanating from Chi Fan. Chi Fan infused his inner force into the first spear, condensing it into the maw of a fierce tiger, and charged at Lin Changyun. Lin Changyun's heart jolted in alarm, but there was no time to think. He immediately drew the long saber at his waist and slashed upward toward Chi Fan. Boom. When saber and spear clashed, Lin Changyun felt his tiger's mouth split open. The overwhelming mountain-toppling force even felt stronger than that of a 4-meridian grandmaster. Lin Changyun, along with his saber, was blasted, flying more than 10 meters, stumbling to a stop at the very edge of the cliff. Crimson Dragon's roar. Chi Fan activated Heaven Measuring Step, his figure moving at extreme speed as the second spear strike arrived in quick succession. With this downward/terrifying force coiled around the spear shaft and erupted into a dragon's roar that tore through the sky, nearly bursting eardrums. No. Lin Changyun's eyes nearly split apart as he mustered all his strength to block the strike once more. But this blow was even more devastating. It sent him flying straight off the cliff. Chi Fan stood at the edge of the cliff, watching Lin Changyun vanish as he fell. He then leaped down as well, using the cliff face for frequent footholds, his heaven measuring step, making his movements incredibly agile. Where there was no foothold, he drove the first spear into the rock wall. Soon he reached the bottom of the cliff, where Lin Changyun lay covered in blood from the fall. Chi Fan raised his spear and thrust it straight through Lin Changyun's chest, then searched his body. He found nothing on him. Lin Changyun had brought nothing but a saber. Chi Fan reached out, closed Lin Changyun's eyes, then struck the cliff wall with his spear. Rocks tumbled down, burying Lin Changyun's corpse. Deng Xiang's tavern business has been thriving lately. He launched a distilled liquor called Flying Immortal Wine, priced at 1 to 0 contribution points per bottle, with a minimum purchase of 3 bottles. Buyers immediately became gold members, and rumor had it that no fewer than 10 people had already purchased it. At Xuanjiang Forest Farm, Qi Fan for once was not cultivating, he was chatting with Feng Bin, who passed on what he had learned about Deng Xiang. 7 days had passed since Qi Fan slew Lin Chuanyuan. Over those 7 days, Qi Fan had reasoned that Yin Haochen might not know Lin Chuanyuan had grown close to Qi Fan, and after all, Yin Haochen lived up on the mountain and would not have much energy to investigate Qi Fan. Moreover, Qi Fan had once struck Deng Xiang at Wuxing Tower. If Deng Xiang was the one scheming for Yin Haochen, that would be understandable. Therefore, Qi Fan planned to find a chance to teach this class monitor a lesson. 1,000 contribution points for a bottle of flying immortal wine. People still buy it at such a price. Are they crazy? Qi Fan said in astonishment. With a minimum order of 3 bottles and more than 10 buyers, that meant a net profit of more than 300 contribution points. Feng Bin smiled ruefully. Most buyers I hear are Meridian opening grandmasters. They are not crazy. They know that Deng Xiang has Yin Haochen as a backer. Yin Haochen is an immortal. In other words, there is an immortal behind Xuanjiang Tavern. And I hear that once you become a gold member, you stand a chance to dine with the immortal Yin Haochen in the future. Think about it. For 300 contribution points, you could dine with an immortal. What is that money to those grandmasters? Nothing but a drop in the bucket. And when the bronze and silver members saw that so many Meridian opening grandmasters had bought it, they naturally followed the craze, scrambling to buy and even referring others. Qi Fan could not help but admire Deng Xiang's ability to borrow wind and ride on others' power. That guy is something of a talent. By the way, how do you know all this in such detail? Feng Bin smiled wryly. I ran into Yang Shu earlier, and he told me. Yang Shu. That single-minded math class representative surfaced in Qi Fan's mind. Yang Shu had previously succeeded in Blood Ascension and had been assigned to the Toweling Bureau together with Qi Fan. Qi Fan's impression of him was rather good. Since Qi Fan had not gone out of his way to conceal his strength while at the Toweling Bureau, he had asked Yang Shu to keep it confidential, and Yang Shu had indeed kept his word. Feng Bin sighed. Yang Shu was expelled from Xuanjiang Tavern by Huang Yiting. He has completely broken with that group now. Oh, why? Qi Fan asked. Feng Bin replied, because Yang Shu calculated that with all the referral recruiting Xuanjiang Tavern was doing, it was bound to collapse sooner or later. Moreover, he found that the tavern's accounts did not add up, so he publicly argued with Deng Xiang. Qi Fan chuckled and asked, and how did Deng Xiang respond? Deng Xiang said part of the money had been paid as tribute, but he did not explain to whom. Deng Xiang did not make things difficult for Yang Shu, but Huang Yiting, who had long disliked Yang Shu, kicked him out on the spot. Huang Yiting is now the woman running Xuanjiang Tavern, and she is also said to be Deng Xiang's girlfriend. That Deng Xiang is a real beast. Before even a few months have passed, he's already hooked up with Huang Yiting. Feng Bin was still indignant on Li Xingru's behalf. Qi Fan was not surprised in the slightest. He had long since noticed that Huang Yiting and Deng Xiang had something going on. Keep watching Deng Xiang for me. See if he ever walks at night. But you have to be careful not to be discovered. Qi Fan told Feng Bin. All right. Feng Bin nodded. He too loathed Deng Xiang, because Deng Xiang had once tried to send his own wife to keep that worthless little punk, Yin Haochen company. By the way, this pill should be helpful for cultivation. Eat it. Qi Fan took out the pill he had seized from Xuanjiang and handed it to Feng Bin. He had previously scraped off a booger-sized bit and fed it to an ant. Since the ant showed no ill effects after eating it, the pill was most likely a fine pill beneficial to cultivation, not some poison. Feng Bin was deeply moved, but he still refused. I don't want it. You've already given me more than enough. Far too much. I'm content with my life now. Keep this pill for yourself. I'm afraid it's poisonous, so you'd better eat it. Screw you. In the end, Feng Bin swallowed the pill with Qi Fan watching over him. After a long while, Feng Bin's body began to change. He grew hot all over, his skin flushed red, and there were signs of blood ascension. Half an hour later, Feng Bin indeed reached the 3rd stage of blood ascension. However, this blood ascension was different from the previous 2. This time Feng Bin was drenched in sweat, and from every pore oozed black grime with a foul stench. Qi Fan could not help but give him a wide berth. Feng Bin opened his eyes, and they were bright. Feng Bin, how do you feel? Qi Fan asked at once. Feng Bin said excitedly, I feel as light as a swallow, and my martial force flows much more smoothly. What kind of pill is this? It's simply miraculous. Qi Fan was stunned. He had never expected the pill to be of such quality. It really seemed to be a product of immortal cultivators. The reason Yin Haochen and Chun Yao could break through so quickly must have been pills like this. I just wonder what this pill is called. Qi Fan did not envy them. He was advancing steadily through the meridian opening realm and would soon reach the stage of opening 5 meridians. Right now, the most important thing was to gather 300 contribution points. Qi Fan had 1500 contribution points in savings, halfway to 300. If he kept working as usual, it would not be too difficult to collect the remaining amount before opening the 5 meridians. Nevertheless, to be safe, he planned to get his hands on 1 or even 2 more qi gathering pills. One could swallow at most 3 qi gathering pills at a time. Song Qingmin had also redeemed 2 pills earlier. Of course, not everyone needed qi-gathering pills. Some grandmasters who had opened 5 meridians managed to gather qi and broaden their weak spiritual roots on their own without any pill. Some succeeded with a single pill, while others failed even after swallowing 3. All in all, the more qi-gathering pills one consumed, the fuller the qi of the 5 meridians would be. Hence, when circumstances allowed, preparing 3 qi-gathering pills was the safest option. I can register as a meridian-opening grandmaster now and switch to a different assignment, Qi Fan said to himself. He had also learned many hidden secrets of Lingwan Mountain from Lin Xuanjiang. On Lingwan Mountain, the meridian-opening realm, and everything below it were 2 entirely different concepts. Generally speaking, meridian-opening grandmasters had 3 career paths. First, they could participate in the decision-making and management of Lingwan Mountain and hold major administrative positions. Of course, this was not something one could achieve alone. One often had to join an interest group or have a family that had served Lingwan Mountain for several generations, accumulating deep connections and resources. Qi Fan could never be appointed to such a position. Even if he joined an interest group without decades of loyalty or a major contribution, no one would yield such a coveted prize. Second, an external posting. An external posting meant carrying out missions abroad on behalf of, no, to be precise, not Lingwan Mountain, but the Xuanjiang sect. For instance, assisting Xuanjiang sect disciples in governing a city or founding a sect in the mortal world and becoming a vassal of the Xuanjiang sect. According to the information Qi Fan had gotten from Lin Xuanyun, the Xuanjiang sect controlled a vast kingdom called the Yang Nation, comprising 12 prefectures and nearly 1,000 cities. In a mortal kingdom of such scale, the lord of every city was in fact a Xuanjiang sect disciple. The leaders of the 12 prefectures and the king of the Yang Nation, among others, were even more so Xuanjiang sect insiders appointed by the sect. However, these Xuanjiang sect disciples usually had to devote themselves to cultivation and seclusion and would not manage mundane affairs. That was why agents were needed. Martial grandmasters nurtured by forces under the Xuanjiang sect made the best agents. Qi Fan, however, would not consider this path because it meant being almost completely cut off from the immortal path. The third path was stone refining at Lingwan Mountain. Lingwan Mountain had wood spirit mines and earth spirit mines, and both yielded spirit sand. Melting spirit sand into spirit stones was known as stone refining. Only a meridian-opening grandmaster could perform stone refining. Stone refining offered generous pay, 2 contribution points per month, far higher than the visible salaries of outside postings or managerial positions. Qi Fan hurried to the Bureau of General Affairs. After a series of tedious verifications confirming his strength as a meridian-opening grandmaster, he chose a position in the Stone Refining Bureau. Of course, on the surface, Qi Fan had only revealed the strength of a single open meridian. Even so, the examiners were stunned. They found it astonishing that he had reached the meridian-opening grandmaster realm at the age of 24. Such a feat was not common even in today's Lingwan Mountain, yet it had not reached the point of shocking the world. Some heirs of second and third generation families began blood ascension at just a few years old, performed it twice, or even 3 times before reaching 10, reached the peak of the bone-tempering realm at 18, and even stepped into the meridian-opening realm before 20. Some families even scouted martial prodigies from outside to take in as disciples, and then sent them into Lingwan Mountain. Such prodigies, aided by spirit pills, advanced even more swiftly. A few surged straight to the great grandmaster realm with 5 open meridians before turning 30. Even more exceptional were children discovered to possess true spiritual roots at a young age. They entered the Xuanjiang sect to cultivate, and were already true immortals by their teens. This was the power of accumulated generations. As for Qi Fan, after registering as a stone refiner, a designated guide led him to his workplace. It was a narrow, elongated gorge about 30 kilometers from the main peak of Lingwan Mountain. Grandmaster Qi were almost there, the guide said. She was a woman in her 20s at the Golden Bone realm, not much older than Qi Fan by the look of her, yet her cultivation was genuinely formidable. Without a doubt, she, like Lin Aoshue, possessed a family inheritance. Under her guidance, Qi Fan arrived in a valley behind the gorge. There were unexpectedly many hot springs here with mist drifting everywhere. Farther back was an artificial cave, and at the cave entrance sat 4 elderly cultivators cross-legged in meditation. Their auras were long and unbroken. A single look told Qi Fan these 4 were extraordinary. They are likely great grandmasters who have opened 5 meridians. He privately guessed. The guide said, "Grandmaster Qi, I can only go this far. I'll take my leave now." Qi retreated, and one of the elders guarding the cave called out, "Your token." Qi Fan presented his stone refiner identity token. The elder said, "Follow me." He led the way, and Qi Fan followed behind him. After entering the cave, Qi Fan clearly felt waves of heat rolling over him. He advanced more than 100 paces and reached a huge chamber where lava and earth fire flowed along grooves in the floor. The grooves formed a strange, enormous circular pattern that converged beneath a blood-red jade bed at the center. On that jade bed, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The man bore a mark on his brow, and the chest of his Taoist robe was embroidered with the words Xuanjiang. A large golden sun emblazoned the back. He's a disciple of the Xuanjiang sect. Qi Fan exclaimed inwardly. This should be a genuine immortal cultivator. The fact that a true cultivator was stationed here showed how important this place was. Remember, Immortal Qin does not like to talk. Do not try to strike up a conversation or curry favor with him, or he will kill you on the spot. Qi Fan glanced before Immortal Qin. On the left and right were two enormous yellow vats, each about half a meter tall, with a valve at the bottom. On the other side lay a pile of small yellow jars, each about the size of two adult fists. Qi Fan stepped up to Immortal Qin's jade bed, picked up a small yellow jar, and placed it under the valve of one of the large yellow vats. He opened the valve and golden spirit sand immediately flowed out. This is Earth Spirit Sand. Having worked in the Spirit Sifting Bureau for many years, Qi Fan recognized it at a glance. Since the one on the left was Earth Spirit Sand, the one on the right should be Wood Spirit Sand. Inside the small yellow jar was a measuring line. Qi Fan turned off the valve the moment the sand reached the line. He glanced up at Immortal Qin and saw that the immortal had opened his eyes and was looking at the earthen jar in his hand. Qi Fan was startled, but he remembered the elder's warning and did not speak to Immortal Qin. Carrying the earthen jar, he returned to the elder. The elder made a cupped fist salute to Immortal Qin, then led Qi Fan deeper inside. Behind them lay a spacious passageway lined with rows of stone doors. Behind those doors were probably individual rooms. The deeper they went, the more scorching it became. The elder explained behind these stone doors are the stone refining chambers. The farther back you go, the higher the temperature, and the more cultivation is required to withstand it. If you see a red plaque in front of a stone door, it means someone is occupying the chamber. If there is no plaque, the chamber is free. I'll take you inside first and teach you how to refine stones. In the very center of this stone chamber, a churning mass of magma surged upward and especially made chain hung down from above. The temperature in the room was extreme, probably close to 100 degrees centigrade. The elder had already channeled his inner force to wrap around his body and block the heat. Seeing this, Qi Fan also released his inner force in imitation. The elder led Qi Fan into the chamber, took the yellow jar filled with Earth Spirit Sand from Qi Fan's hand, and placed it on the ring formed by the hanging chain, somewhat similar to a hanging pot from Earth. How long does it need to boil? Qi Fan asked curiously. The elder said it depends on the temperature of the magma fire underground. The temperature in this chamber is not very high, so it will take about 250 hours. 200 hours. Senior, does it really take that long? Qi Fan thought he had misheard and asked again. The elder replied, this is spirit sand, a material of the immortals. What is so strange about boiling it for 200 hours? Every day you guard it. If you can no longer endure the heat and need to rest, or when you leave work, carry the jar out of here and deposit it in the storage room. The next day bring it back and continue boiling. When the spirit sand has boiled into liquid, the most crucial step follows, fusion. At that point you must control the heat and release your inner force outward to envelop and shape it. When that time comes, find me, and I will teach you. Halt! The two guards raised their arms, blocking Qi Fan and the elder. The elder pointed at Qi Fan and said, I brought him here to understand the storage procedure. One of the two said, hand over the refining jar. He fills out the registration form and receives a tag. Next time, he must come in person to retrieve it with the tag. Qi Fan nodded and asked the elder, should I deposit it now? The elder said, no need. I just brought you here to familiarize you with the process. All right, choose your own chamber and start practicing. Remember, if the jar remains, you remain. If the jar is destroyed, so are you. Also, the Stone Refining Bureau has a rule: you must refine at least one spirit stone per month. If you fail, you will be penalized. But the more you produce, the more you earn. Each additional spirit stone brings another 100 contribution points. When the spirit sand has boiled into liquid, come and find me, and I will teach you how to shape the spirit stone. After leaving this instruction, the elder departed at once. Qi Fan carried the clay pot back to the secret chamber, simmering it slowly. In truth, he didn't need to divert his attention at all. The spirit sand within showed absolutely no movement. Qi Fan felt that one person could easily tend to dozens of portions simultaneously. Yet Lingguan Mountain still insisted on one pot per person, one at a time, likely related to production output. Lingguan Mountain lacked nothing in grandmasters of stone refinement, only spirit sand. I wonder how many spirit stones Lingguan Mountain can produce in a single month. Qi Fan couldn't calculate it either. In this cramped secret chamber, boredom plagued him. The space was far too confined. He couldn't practice the Xuanjiang heaven walking body technique, the open heaven spear art, nor the jade yang stance. There simply wasn't room to move. This is truly like imprisonment. Chi Fan sighed. This was even less free than chopping trees. Yet tree cutting couldn't match the wages here. And so Chi Fan boiled for 8 hours daily continuously for 25 days until finally the earth-type spirit sand within the pot melted into spirit sand liquid gold. He immediately went to find the old man. The elder arrived and personally demonstrated to Chi Fan. He deployed his robust internal energy, projecting it outward to form an invisible giant hand that enveloped the spirit sand liquid gold within the pot, constantly compressing and squeezing it. Chi Fan sensed the elder's terrifying internal energy and that intangible hand moving as if it were his own arm. Inwardly he marveled. This robust internal energy, this exquisite control down to the finest detail, these were beyond his current reach. Truly a grandmaster who has opened 5 meridians. Chi Fan murmured inwardly. During the shaping and compression process, the elder continuously pulled the chains, raising the pot's height. The entire process lasted 3 hours. After the 3 hours, the spirit sand liquid within the pot had been kneaded into a square-shaped stone roughly the size of an infant's fist. The elder poured it out from the pot, then produced a seal, and thrust it downward with all his strength. The 4 characters, made by Xuanjiang's sect, were clearly impressed. The elder tossed the seal to Chi Fan, saying, "Did you see the process clearly? When you're done, stamp 1 mark, then hand it over to Immortal Qin." "Perfectly clear." Chi Fan nodded. The elder said, "Good. Next time you refine, call me over. I want to watch you do it yourself. What about this month's contribution points?" "Naturally yours, your newcomer welfare period, but at most 3 months. If you still can't manage after 3 months, then get lost." Another 25 days passed. Chi Fan called the elder over and under his guidance personally attempted refining spirit stones. As Chi Fan deployed his internal energy for shaping, the elder exclaimed in surprise, "Boy, your internal energy control is quite impressive. Rarely seen." Chi Fan smiled without speaking. In truth, he hadn't displayed his full strength, merely 3 or 4/10 of it. Of course, his internal energy still fell short compared to the elder's. Chi Fan estimated that upon reaching the 4 meridian opening, he would match the elder's internal energy. And so Chi Fan settled into a daily rhythm of spirit stone refinement. When he had been chopping trees, he never rested. But refining spirit stones required at least 3 days of rest each month. Because refining spirit stones was truly monotonous and tedious, it was a form of torment for people. Yet Chi Fan's wealth was also rapidly accumulating. 9 months passed this way. The contribution points in Chi Fan's hand broke through the 300,000 threshold. He was now qualified to exchange for gathering Chi pills. However, Chi Fan remained at the 3rd meridian opening stage, far from needing the gathering Chi pills. After some consideration, he decided it was best not to exchange for them for now. Exchanging for gathering Chi pills. If news leaked out, those 5th meridian grandmasters would go mad. He wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life, especially since he still had this enemy Yin Haochen on Lingwan Mountain. Though it seems I'm close to opening the 4th meridian. Chi Fan murmured inwardly. Chi Fan continued his nightly sessions of inhaling immortal Chi from the immortal realm. He had emerged from his eggshell once more, but didn't dare venture far. According to his observations, the firebird that had attacked him before had even built its nest in the tree. Chi Fan had even wondered if there might be eggs in that firebird's nest, and what effect eating them might have. Of course, Chi Fan could only think about it. He dared not climb up to eat the eggs. As for the yellow snake, that even the firebird feared, there was no trace of it. Chi Fan feared that yellow snake even more. Another 2 months passed, exactly 7 years since Chi Fan had arrived at Lingwan Mountain. One day, as Chi Fan sat in meditation within the secret chamber, he suddenly sensed his lungs undergoing a transformation. 1 meridian channel was completely opened. Upon opening the lung meridian, Chi Fan's internal energy within also rapidly surged. And Chi Fan's breathing after opening the lung meridian became even more prolonged. The 4th meridian is open. 1 more, the kidney meridian, and I'll have reached the ultimate of martial arts. Chi Fan's eyes sparkled brilliantly. The meridian opening realm consisted of opening 5 meridians: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Among these, the heart and kidney meridians were the most crucial, providing the greatest increase in strength. Particularly the final kidney meridian. It was the root from which the previous 4 meridians converged to produce innate Chi. I've opened the 4th meridian today. Time to leave work early. Chi Fan was in excellent spirits. Now that no cultivators were appearing who could possibly kill him. 7 years of careful, cautious existence. Finally, he had some self-preservation strength in this Xuanjiang world. From now on, I can attempt to practice the final move of the open heaven spear art. The crane pierces heaven. Chi Fan murmured to himself. After depositing the yellow pot, Chi Fan directly went to Feng Bin's home. At Feng Bin's home, Li Yueru was cooking in the kitchen, while Li Xingru was teaching Feng Chong martial arts. Since breaking with Deng Xiang, Li Xingru had been living together with Li Yueru and Feng Bin. Half a year ago, with Feng Bin's financial support, Li Xingru had successfully broken through to the 2nd blood elevation stage. Every day after work, she became a teacher for 4-year-old Feng Chong, teaching him literacy and martial arts. Feng Bin's fortune was even greater. After Qi Fan had given Feng Bin that mysterious pill to swallow, his martial arts talent had increased dramatically. A month prior, he had completed the first stage of tempering bones, reaching the copper bone realm. With Qi Fan's help, he smoothly obtained a forestry patrol job at Xuanjiang Forest. Now, like Qi Fan once had, he collected 2 salaries. On one hand, he was a nominal patrol officer, and on the other, he secretly chopped trees for extra income. Life was carefree, and he had accumulated some wealth. The 1,000 contribution points Qi Fan had given him back then had been repaid in full, along with his wife Li Yuuru, who had also broken through to the second blood elevation stage. Brother Fan, I'm planning to let Yuuru take over my patrol job once she reaches the 3rd blood elevation stage. Feng Bin told Qi Fan. Qi Fan nodded. 3rd blood elevation stage. That should suffice. By the way, Brother Fan, I have another favor to ask. After Feng Bin finished speaking, he returned to the room and brought out 10,000 contribution points before Qi Fan. Qi Fan was shocked. What do you mean by this? You already repaid the contribution points you borrowed from me. Feng Bin smiled. Brother Fan, don't misunderstand. I want you to take Chong'er up the mountain and have the people there test if he has spiritual roots. If Chong'er has spiritual roots, he can start cultivating at 4 years old. In the future, he won't need to walk the martial arts path, saving considerable time. And we won't need to fear that scoundrel Yan Haochen anymore. Qi Fan looked at little Feng Chong, practicing martial arts, and nodded. All right, I'll take Chong'er up the mountain for a trip. Qi Fan looked at the little boy practicing martial arts and nodded. All right, I'll take Chong'er up the mountain for a visit. Qi Fan carried 4-year-old Feng Chong as they ascended the main path to the summit of Lingguan Mountain. 7 years have passed since I last stood at this peak. I wonder if Song Chengmin succeeded in his pursuit of immortality. Qi Fan murmured to himself. Godfather, what is cultivation? Feng Chong nestled in his arms, overheard, and asked curiously. Cultivation means practicing martial arts far more powerful than ordinary one's arts that may even grant eternal life. Oh, eternal life? Then Chong'er wants to cultivate. But will Mom, Dad, Aunt, and Godfather all grow old and die? Cultivation is something you do alone. If we don't cultivate, we will all grow old and perish just the same. Then Chong'er doesn't want to cultivate. If all of you are dead, what's the point of me living? Who would play with me then? The young Feng Chong shook his head vigorously like a rattle drum. Before long, the two arrived at the archway marking the summit of Lingguan Mountain. An inscription upon it read, Xuanjiang Lingguan Mountain. Beside it stood a stone tablet warning outsiders to stop. Guards flanked the entrance on both sides. State your business. When Qi Fan appeared, one of the guards immediately blocked his path. Qi Fan replied, to test spiritual roots. For yourself or for this child, the man pressed. For the child. You're only testing one, the gate guard asked. Qi Fan was puzzled. Is that not allowed? Of course it's allowed, but after the restrictions were lifted recently, many people have been bringing others from outside to test spiritual roots. Immortal Jiang is quite overwhelmed, so a new rule was established. Each person may only come once per year to test with no limit on how many people they bring. If you're seeking the chance to find spiritual roots, I'd suggest gathering at least 10 people for testing. Qi Fan refined stones every day and had not heard that the restrictions had been lifted. He wondered if they had caught that cultivator. No need. We'll just test this one for now. A year was something he could easily wait. Besides, he was still accumulating wealth. Then present your waste token so we can register your information. The man produced a registration form. At the top, Qi Fan distinctly saw a name, Deng Xiang. A wave of astonishment washed over him. Why would Deng Xiang come to test his spiritual roots? Hadn't he already been tested before? May I ask, Senior, when did this person come for testing? Qi Fan inquired. Why are you asking so many? Before the guard could finish, Qi Fan slipped a contribution coin worth 500 points into his hand. He came the day before yesterday, bringing 20 children to test their spiritual roots. Unfortunately, he had terrible luck. I watched him take all 20 back down the mountain. That means not a single one had spiritual roots. Though I suppose it's possible some might have had weak spiritual roots. The guard spoke quickly. Thank you, Senior. Qi Fan carried Feng Chong through the mountain gate, and the guard personally led the way. The summit of Lingguan Mountain was dense with trees, leaving little visible space. Soon the guard brought Qi Fan to the dwelling of that female immortal. The same one he and his classmates had visited 7 years ago. It was a wooden cabin, rather simple in appearance. But in one corner of the cabin lurked a golden-winged python, its presence utterly terrifying. What a huge snake! Feng Chong, cradled in Qi Fan's arms, stared with wide eyes, transfixed by the massive serpent. Qi Fan also studied the python. Is this snake a demon? How powerful is it? I wonder if I could defeat it. And that yellow snake from the immortal realm. Its size doesn't compare to this one. Who would win between them? The two waited for a full half hour before the wooden cabin door finally opened. It was the same female immortal who had tested Qi Fan and the others back then. 7 years had passed, and her appearance had changed only slightly. Even immortals cannot prolong their lives indefinitely. But perhaps it's because Immortal Zhang's cultivation is too shallow. Qi Fan speculated silently. If one's cultivation were sufficient, they wouldn't be stuck doing this tedious work, constantly testing spiritual roots for mortals. Who's here to test their spiritual roots? Come forward and place your hand on this 5 elements spiritual root testing disc. Immortal Zhang produced the pentagonal-based disc they had used 7 years ago. Qi Fan carried Feng Chong forward and had the child place his small hand on it. Qi Fan felt a mix of anticipation. Feng Chong had grown up under his watch, and the boy had regarded Qi Fan as his godfather since childhood, making him one of Qi Fan's few concerns in this world. Immortal Zhang asked Qi Fan, "Would you like to be tested?" Clearly, with so many people to test, she hadn't recognized that Qi Fan had already been tested 7 years ago. Greatly disappointed, Qi Fan shook his head. "No need. Thank you, Immortal Zhang." With that, he left with Feng Chong. "Godfather, can Chong cultivate?" On the road, Feng Chong asked curiously. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Fan replied, "Not for now." "Yay? Chong doesn't have to cultivate. I want to grow old together with Godfather, Mom, Dad, and Aunt. I don't want to cultivate." Qi Fan couldn't help but laugh, ruffling Feng Chong's head. "Silly child, only through cultivation can you protect yourself. Won't Godfather protect me? But you're my godfather." "There are times when even your godfather cannot protect himself." "No, Daddy said Godfather is amazing. There are many people far more powerful than your godfather." "Oh, who?" "Chonger will beat them up." When Feng Bin and his wife learned their son had only a weak spiritual root, they were somewhat disappointed as well. "It doesn't matter. Chonger has such excellent starting conditions. In the future, he can at least become a bone-tempering expert, or even a meridian opening grandmaster. After that, if we broaden his spiritual roots, he'll have a chance at cultivation." Feng Bin spoke up. Qi Fan patted Feng Chong's shoulder. "Chonger work even harder at martial arts from now on. You need to protect Mom, Dad, Godfather," and Anne understood. "I understand. Godfather, don't worry. Chonger will train hard in martial arts." Feng Chong thumped his small chest as a promise. Originally, he had resisted cultivation, but after Qi Fan explained it would help protect his loved ones, this little man found renewed determination. After leaving Feng Bin's home, Qi Fan did not return directly to the Immortal Martial Cave. Instead, he went to the market in Lingguan Town to purchase daily necessities. The Immortal Martial Cave is too austere. I should find a time soon to move down, and perhaps hire a servant to cook for me, Qi Fan thought to himself. It had been over a year since Qi Fan last visited the market. He noticed a new eye-catching building in one corner, a shop that stood even taller than the Martial Star Tower at a prime crossroads location. Its signboard bore the grand inscription, "Nanyang Wine Shop." The Nanyang Wine Shop has grown to such an extent. After some consideration, Qi Fan decided to walk inside. Inside the first floor of the Nanyang Wine Shop, a few scattered customers were selecting baijiu. Qi Fan spotted Mei Shui, a former high school classmate dressed in elegant attire, introducing baijiu to 3 of the customers. Each type of wine carried a unique story, leaving the 3 customers utterly enchanted. Meanwhile, at the counter, Wang Qiwen, their former Chinese class representative, was on duty. Wang Qiwen bent over the counter, writing furiously while occasional chuckles escaped his lips. Qi Fan approached the counter, yet he remained oblivious. It was only when Qi Fan knocked on the counter that Wang Qiwen looked up. Qi Fan. He sprang to his feet, somewhat flustered, though he himself couldn't understand why. "What are you writing?" Qi Fan asked. "And nothing much." Wang Qiwen hastily closed his notebook, but Qi Fan had caught a glimpse of the title on the cover, "Journey to the West." Qi Fan couldn't help but smile. So Wang Qiwen still harbored dreams of becoming a literary giant in another world. "Qi Fan, what brings you here?" Wang Qiwen inquired. "Nothing much, just want to have a chat with the class monitor." Previously, when Lin Changyun had ambushed and attempted to kill Qi Fan, he had pondered that Deng Xiang was likely the mastermind behind it. Otherwise, with Yin Haochen's intelligence, he might not have conceived such a scheme. During this period, Qi Fan had considered seeking revenge on Deng Xiang, but Feng Bin had found no opportunity to catch Deng Xiang alone. Later, Qi Fan took up work refining stones, leaving early and returning late every day with no time to deal with Deng Xiang. Earlier, upon ascending Lingguan Mountain and seeing Deng Xiang's registration record, Qi Fan sensed that this fellow was growing much faster than he had imagined. "You want to see the class monitor?" Wang Qiwen hesitated. "Is that not allowed? In broad daylight, what could I possibly do?" Qi Fan smiled. "All right, wait for me." Wang Qiwen hurried upstairs. Less than a minute later, he came back down with Yang Can. Having not seen Yang Can for over a year, Chi Fan was surprised to find him looking much more spirited. Upon closer observation, Chi Fan noticed a faint bronze tint beneath Yang Can's skin. He's entered the bronze bone stage of the quenching bone realm. Chi Fan marveled inwardly. From what he knew, Yang Can had suffered internal injuries that required at least a golden bone realm warrior to spare a thread of innate internal chi for treatment. Without healing this injury, he could never reach the quenching bone realm. Yet now he had actually achieved it. How was this possible? Could he have found a golden bone realm expert who disregarded his own body to grant him a thread of innate internal chi? Chi Fan, long time no see. Yang Can's gaze was sharp as he smiled at Chi Fan. Come upstairs for some tea. Chi Fan, confident in his abilities, feared no scheme from Deng Xiang and his associates. He ascended to the second floor, which was a tea room elegantly and exquisitely decorated, divided by folding screens. At that moment, a few tables were occupied with people chatting. Yang Can guided Chi Fan to one of the seats and sat across from him. Senior Yang, I've come to find Deng Xiang. Chi Fan stated. Yang Can shook his head. Xiang is no longer on Lingguan Mountain. Not on Lingguan Mountain. Where did he go? He went out naturally. He's already made a name for the Nine Yang wine shop. Now he's opening a shop in the mortal world. Chi Fan fell silent, calculating privately. If he could learn Deng Xiang's whereabouts, he could finally have his revenge. Yang Can said, all of us here are original shareholders. The money your batch of classmates invested at the start has already yielded 100-fold profit. The 50 contribution points you had Feng Bin sell for you have returned me over 5000 points. So Senior Yang, what exactly are you trying to say? Chi Fan pressed. Yang Can said, Chi Fan, rest assured I mean no harm. Your talent is exceptional. I was blind before. Over a year ago you had already reached the Golden Bone realm. You can be called a martial arts prodigy. But based on my many years of experience mingling on Lingguan Mountain, going it alone, you won't get far on this mountain. Setting aside everything else, if you break through to the Meridian Grandmaster realm, without any support you'll either be posted elsewhere, or you'll be refining stones right here on Lingguan Mountain. Your life would be worse than that of miners. It would be absolutely impossible for you to truly enter the core management circle. Chi Fan was speechless because he truly was working as a stone refiner. Senior Yang, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Chi Fan was tired of listening to Yang Can show off. Chi Fan. Yang Can cut straight to the point. I won't beat around the bush with you. I can't bear to see a piece of unpolished jade like you be buried. Ultimately, you and Xiang have no deep-seated grudge. If you're willing, when Xiang returns, I'll mediate between you. Then I'll bring you into the Nine Yang wine shop. Bring me into the Nine Yang wine shop. Why? Chi Fan questioned. Yang Can said, naturally it's to pave the way for you. Currently, the Nine Yang wine shop has dozens of Meridian Grandmaster members. With their support, after you break through to the Meridian Grandmaster realm, you won't be alone. You won't struggle so desperately on Lingguan Mountain. You'll have more time to strive for higher realms. In the future, you might even retrace Teacher Song's path and step onto the path of cultivation. Chi Fan laughed. Senior Yang, are you serious? Yang Can replied earnestly, of course. Chi Fan, you're the best martial arts prodigy I've ever seen, even surpassing Xiang. Xiang has a clever mind, but you have exceptional talent. Since you're both classmates, you two should join hands. Together you could truly make a name for yourselves in this Xuanjiang world. Senior Yang, what you say makes perfect sense. Right now I want to go find Deng Xiang for a talk. Do you know his whereabouts? Alas. Chi Fan, it seems you still haven't let go of this grudge. Looking back a few decades from now, you'll realize that this petty enmity between you doesn't amount to much at all. Yang Can lamented. Chi Fan furrowed his brows. Deng Xiang had colluded with Yan Haochen to set up a scheme to kill him. This was by no means a petty grudge. Furthermore, with Yan Haochen present, Deng Xiang could never reconcile with him anyway. Of course, the most important reason was that Deng Xiang would abandon anything for profit. There was truly no possibility of cooperating with him, otherwise one day he might be sold without even knowing it. Chi Fan rose and said, Senior Yang, I'll take my leave first. Chi Fan, flowers may bloom again, but a person never returns to youth. Don't let a moment of stubbornness make you take a winding road for years to come. Yang Can exclaimed with genuine pain. But Chi Fan had already waved and descended the stairs. Chi Fan left the Nine Yang wine shop. By now night had fallen. Chi Fan glanced back at the Nine Yang wine shop. Its lights grew increasingly bright as members entered one after another, even livelier than during the day. Chi Fan's figure merged into the darkness. After a long while, when the members had gradually dispersed and the streets of Lingguan town had grown quiet, a ghost-like masked figure light, as a swallow leapt several zhang high, and silently glided from the outer eaves toward the highest floor of the Nine Yang wine shop. Yang Can may not know Deng Xiang's whereabouts, but his wife Huang Yiting should. I'll first extract information about Deng Xiang's location from Huang Yiting. Chi Fan murmured to himself. Before long, the masked Chi Fan had already arrived at the 4th floor of the Zhuang wine shop, the highest level on the rooftop itself. Quietly, Chi Fan pried open a tile on the roof and peered through a narrow gap below. This fourth floor was unexpectedly a room furnished with a large bed within. Qi Fan looked carefully and discovered that on the bed 2 pale figures were entwined together. The woman's face was turned upward, her gaze hazy, her cheeks flushed crimson. Qi Fan squinted and recognized this woman as Huang Yiting. Yonkan lied to me. Deng Xiang is still here. A thrill of joy surged in Qi Fan's heart. With his current strength, he could eliminate Deng Xiang without anyone knowing. However, upon closer observation, he realized something was amiss. The man was not Deng Xiang at all, but rather a middle-aged muscular fellow. Qi Fan's expression twisted into one of peculiarity. Deng Xiang had left Lingguan Mountain and Huang Yiting was directly cuckolding him. How interesting. Truly fascinating. Qi Fan, hidden on the rooftop, watched with utter fascination. But after a while, Qi Fan noticed something peculiar about Huang Yiting. After Huang Yiting rolled over, a faint golden vortex pattern emerged on her back, barely visible. What is that? Qi Fan observed more intently, discovering that the bones beneath her skin were unmistakably golden in color. Golden bones. She has actually reached the golden bone realm. Qi Fan found this utterly incomprehensible. Huang Yiting had reached the golden bone realm. How did she manage it? When did she achieve it? Even if she had become the female owner of the Xuanjiang wine shop, never lacking funds, indulging in medicinal meals daily, with her talent, it should have been impossible to reach the golden bone realm in merely 7 years, right? What exactly went wrong? And what is this mysterious pattern on Huang Yiting's back? After the middle-aged muscular man had his way with Huang Yiting, he spoke with evident dissatisfaction. You little vixen is quite formidable. With other women I can last an hour or so, but with you 3 minutes at most. I truly don't understand how you do it. There must be something fishy about this girl. Oh dear. Brother Long, isn't happiness the most important thing? Don't you think? Huang Yiting lay atop the middle-aged muscular man, cooing coquettishly. Alright, it's getting late. I'll take my leave now. I'll come find you again when I have time. This middle-aged muscular man called Brother Long rose, dressed himself, and departed. After he left, Qi Fan saw Huang Yiting immediately sit cross-legged in meditation, as if cultivating. As Huang Yiting circulated her internal energy, the golden vortex pattern on her back grew increasingly distinct. Huh, could this be some kind of special martial art? Qi Fan observed intently. After roughly half an hour, Huang Yiting finally concluded her cultivation. She rose from the bed, dressed herself, and murmured to herself, if I absorb a bit more internal energy, I'll have the confidence to break through to the open pulse realm. Sure enough, it's an evil technique. Qi Fan's heart was filled with suspicion. Where had Huang Yiting obtained this evil technique? Could it have been from Deng Xiang? But where did Deng Xiang acquire it? Qi Fan saw Huang Yiting preparing to leave the room. Without hesitation, he descended directly from the rooftop. Who? Huang Yiting detected the movement and immediately thrust her palm toward the figure descending from above. Qi Fan midair flicked a single finger, projecting his internal energy outward. It struck Huang Yiting's shoulder, sending her tumbling to the ground. Huang Yiting's face turned ashen, yet her gaze remained fixed intently on the masked Qi Fan. Despite this, her tone carried a hint of seduction, a distinguished open-pulse master striking a defenseless woman like me. Isn't that a bit too bullying? Qi Fan spoke in a falsetto voice. I have come solely for Deng Xiang. Tell me his whereabouts, and I may spare your life. What grudge does Brother Yang have with you? Upon hearing Qi Fan mention Deng Xiang, all trace of seduction vanished from Huang Yiting's face. But in the next instant, Huang Yiting's face was filled with terror, because she discovered that the mysterious figure standing a few meters away had moved like a specter, instantly appearing directly before her. Moreover, his hand had seized her throat. That's none of your concern. You only need to tell me, where is Deng Xiang? I don't know. I only heard him say he was going to Yunzhou to find an immortal seedling. His movements are unpredictable. Huang Yiting answered immediately. Find an immortal seedling. Qi Fan furrowed his brow. Combined with the registration records he had seen atop Lingguan Mountain that day, he could confirm Huang Yiting was not lying. What does he need an immortal seedling for? Senior, your question is rather unnecessary. Finding an immortal seedling naturally serves to exchange for gathering qi pills. What is his current realm? Huang Yiting said nothing. Qi Fan had already guessed in his heart. If Huang Yiting could reach the Golden Bone realm, he would readily believe that Deng Xiang had attained the Open Pulse Master realm. What martial art are you practicing? Qi Fan continued to press. Huang Yiting did not answer, her eyes fixed unceasingly on Qi Fan's gaze. It seems you refuse to cooperate. Qi Fan began to increase his grip. Huang Yiting coughed violently. Qi Fan, do you truly intend to kill me? Huang Yiting suddenly spoke. Qi Fan was not surprised in the slightest. People with a grudge against Deng Xiang should be few and far between. Moreover, at such close proximity, her ability to recognize him was hardly unexpected. Qi Fan neither confirmed nor denied. He said to Huang Yiting, give me one reason not to kill you. Huang Yiting said, if you spare me, you might obtain the whereabouts of the cultivator that Lingguan Mountain is tracking. That would be 3 gathering qi pills. A cultivator. Chi Fan's gaze hardened. So this martial art of yours was passed down by that cultivator. Exactly. This martial art is called the sun-absorbing great method. Through intimate relations, it allows me to silently absorb other men's internal energy. I can also transfer internal energy to other men through intimate relations. Chi Fan's expression twisted oddly. So this was taught to you by Deng Xiang. Huang Yuting spoke with self-mockery indeed. It was passed to me by Deng Xiang. Ironic, isn't it? Deng Xiang, for the sake of enhancing his own strength, would even give away a woman like me, allowing those open-pulse masters to sleep with me at will. Chi Fan said, this is hardly surprising. When you served as Deng Xiang's mistress, you should have understood this. He could abandon you at any moment. No. Huang Yuting's expression immediately changed, her fury erupting. I'm nothing like that foolish woman Li Xingru. Brother Yang treats me differently from how he treated her. We've transcended the physical relationship and become true soulmates. You cannot conflate the two. Hopelessly deluded. But I have no interest in your romantic affairs. Tell me, where is that cultivator? Chi Fan pressed on. Huang Yuting said, I don't know for certain at present. Only Brother Yang has personal contact with him. Do you think such useless information can save your life? Chi Fan retorted. Huang Yuting laughed mockingly. I'm simply creating a backup plan for myself. If Deng Xiang truly is the kind of man who stabs you in the back the moment things change, then once I learn that cultivator's whereabouts, I will certainly tell you. Consider it revenge. Of course, if he's not that kind of man, even if I know, I won't breathe a single word to you. So what do you say, Chi Fan? Do you dare take this gamble? Huang Yuting stared at Chi Fan. Chi Fan released his grip from Huang Yuting's throat and spoke with a sneer. You already have the answer in your heart, yet you still make this wager with me. You're really betting against yourself, aren't you? Very well, I'll await your good news. Chi Fan vaulted into the air and vanished through the hole in the roof. Huang Yuting gazed at the hollow opening in the ceiling. Her gaze gradually grew hollow and lost. Am I really betting against myself? No, Brother Yang will never let me down. He definitely will never let me down. Another year passed in a flash. On this day, Chi Fan wielded his spear to its fullest in a deserted, dense forest. Instantly, his internal energy took the form of a white crane soaring into the heavens, tearing through the sky and piercing straight through a cliff face dozens of meters away. The cliff face exploded with a thunderous roar, leaving a massive circular crater 1 meter in diameter. Heaven-cleaving crane is finally complete. Such awe-inspiring power. No wonder its creator could spar with cultivators in the past. Even with Chi Fan's current cultivation, executing this move left him slightly strained. He reckoned he could manage no more than 3 strikes before his strength was completely exhausted. Chi Fan registered at the External Affairs Department, paid a deposit of 30,000 contribution points, obtained his travel permit, and hurried toward the outer reaches of Lingguan Mountain. Lingguan Mountain spanned at least 300 square kilometers, bordered by rivers on both the east and south sides. These waters harbored poisoned beasts bred by the Xuanjiang sect. No matter how accomplished a meridian-opening grandmaster, crossing them alive would be impossible. To the west lay a miasma thick with formations laid by the Xuanjiang sect, making passage even more treacherous. Guard towers manned by trained birds and beasts patrolled all 3 directions, reinforced by rotating sentries of meridian-opening grandmasters. The north faced the main peak of Lingguan Mountain, where cultivators maintained their residence. Consequently, those within found it nearly impossible to escape, just as those outside struggled to breach its borders. I wonder how that cultivator managed to flee back then, Chi Fan pondered silently. If they had not succeeded, the ceiling of Lingguan Mountain would never have been lifted. Deng Xiang must have played a part in it. Chi Fan arrived at the southern riverbank. A patrol unit waited nearby, and a wooden boat bobbed in the river. The hull of the wooden boat was coated with an unusual green substance. Halt! Identify yourselves. The patrol members approached and demanded. We're departing the mountain. Here's my travel warrant. Chi Fan produced his travel permit. After the man verified it without issue, he gestured toward the boat. Board the vessel. Chi Fan stepped onto the boat. It was quite spacious, over 10 meters in length. Inside the cabin, 3 passengers awaited. 2 men and 1 woman, all appearing young and well-dressed, gathered in quiet conversation. Judging by their attire and bearing, they were clearly second-generation residents of Lingguan Mountain. For someone like Chi Fan, without connections or backing, the mountain was simply a place of hard labor and sweat. Yet for these second- and third-generation inhabitants, Lingguan Mountain was a treasure trove, a sanctuary where they could hone their martial arts and retreat for cultivation. They would visit periodically to practice, then venture out to live ordinary lives freely and unburdened. The boat remained stationary for roughly 20 minutes, waiting for a predetermined hour before setting sail. As the boat glided through the water, Chi Fan peered beneath the surface and spotted fanged black fish darting through the depths with remarkable speed. Though they bore sharp horns on their heads, none dared approach within 3 feet of the hull. This must be the special coating Chi Fan used studying the green paint on the hull. I wonder how powerful these fanged black fish truly are. He dared not test them. Even that cultivator had lain hidden in Lingguan Mountain for 1 or 2 years before daring to leave. A clear testament to the ferocity of these fanged black fish. The river stretched roughly 300 meters wide, and within minutes the boat reached the opposite shore. Chi Fan disappeared into the forest, trailing the 3 individuals ahead. With his Xuanjiang nearly at completion and his profound for Meridian's foundation, none of the 3 bone-tempering youths detected the pursuer behind them. Thus, Chi Fan followed the trio through over 100 kilometers of terrain until they finally reached a mortal settlement. All around him, destitute commoners clad in tattered garments filled the streets, some begging, others hawking wares while acrobats performed for coins. 8 years in the Xuanjiang world, and this is my first time leaving Lingguan Mountain to see the outside world. However, the outside world seems rather impoverished. Chi Fan watched the gaunt yellow-complexioned natives passing by, a sense of disconnection stirring within him. He soon learned this was Qingyou Town, a small settlement in Xuanjiang Kingdom. Chi Fan made no stop in Qingyou Town and departed directly for the larger city of Pingwu. The bustling atmosphere there was a stark contrast, and he granted himself 2 days of much-needed respite. 2 days later, Chi Fan left Pingwu City and traveled through surrounding villages and towns in search of spiritual seeds. Indeed, his departure from Lingguan Mountain stemmed from 2 years of refining stones that had accumulated substantial contribution points, which he now intended to exchange for his second chi-gathering pill by seeking spiritual seeds. Chi Fan's requirement for selecting spiritual seeds was strict. They had to come from impoverished families. After 7 days, he gathered 20 children. The group included both boys and girls ranging in age from 5 to 17. Some had lost both parents, others were fallen beggars, and a few sought escape from abuse at home. Chi Fan led the 20 of them back toward Lingguan Mountain. The journey was long, taking another 7 days for Chi Fan to reach Lingguan Mountain. Upon arriving at the river crossing, he boarded a ferry boat with the 20. 6 passengers were already aboard, waiting for departure. They stared in astonishment at the group Chi Fan had brought with him. A woman among them spoke up, "Sir, you're venturing out to find spiritual seeds, correct? But some in your group are too young. If they lack spiritual roots, they'll have to remain at Lingguan Mountain, or you'd need to pay a 30,000 contribution point deposit for each of them to leave. At such young ages, the mining districts won't assign them work. They need to be at least 16. How will they survive at Lingguan Mountain during these years?" Chi Fan responded calmly, "I will fund their care until they turn 16. His words stunned the woman and left the other 5 speechless. Was there truly someone this generous? Chi Fan gazed at the 20 children, his eyes softening with warmth. Having lost his parents young, he'd been raised by loving grandparents, but many of these children had nothing at all, only the kindness of strangers to sustain them. In saving them, Chi Fan was also saving the child he once was. After disembarking, he led the 20 youths along the path toward Lingguan Mountain's main peak. Leading the 20 up the mountain path, Chi Fan felt as though he'd returned 8 years in time, becoming in spirit Song Chengmin once more. The sole difference was that Song Chengmin could traverse between worlds, whereas Chi Fan possessed nothing except sheer determination and relentless effort to reach where he stood today. May heaven favor me. Half an hour later, Chi Fan descended the mountain with the 20. Not a single one of them possessed spiritual roots, though 5 had only the faintest trace of potential. Chi Fan settled them in Lingguan Town and provided the older ones with 1,000 contribution points each to cover their living expenses. He established clear protocols. A dedicated bookkeeper managed accounts, while another controlled funds with incentives offered for reporting any embezzlement. With everything in order, Chi Fan returned to his daily work, refining stones, methodically building toward the resources needed for his next search for spiritual seeds. Chi Fan returned to Wuxian Cave, planning to move down from the cave so that he could visit the orphans on ordinary days. At the stone gate, he saw a letter left for him by Lin Aoshue. It turned out that Lin Aoshue's father had disappeared, and disorder was already stirring within her clan. She had hurried back to take charge of the Lin family's chaos. Moreover, she had left the Lin family's address, telling Chi Fan that he could find her when he reached Yinzhou. Chi Fan wrote down the address. In the past, Lin Xuanjiang had helped him many times, and he had always carried that kindness in his heart. If he ever had the chance to go to Yinzhou, and if Lin Aoshue ever needed help, he would step forward and repay that debt of gratitude. Another year passed. It was already the 9th year since Chi Fan had arrived at Mount Lingguan. That year, Chi Fan changed his residence and moved down from Wuxian Cave. He rented a huge compound in the upper reaches of the Hudong River where he could practice martial arts. During that year, he sensed that he had reached the limit of the 4th meridian opening stage and could break through to the 5th stage at any moment, reaching the pinnacle of the martial path. His heaven-measuring step had also finally reached great perfection. Among mortals, his movement technique was undoubtedly top tier. That year, he chose a spot closer to the back of the Lianshe Cave where the flames were stronger, greatly speeding up his spirit stone refining. In 1 month, he could refine 2 spirit stones and earn 300 contribution points. Qi Fan now had 650 contribution points. He stopped working and began to train hard in the Jade Sun stance in his courtyard. I'm only a small step away from the 5th meridian opening stage. After this breakthrough, I'll go out once more and bring back a batch of immortal seedlings, Qi Fan said to himself. He continued practicing the Jade Sun stance. What a brilliant light. At that moment, at the spiritual root testing site on Mount Lingwan, Deng Xiang was leading a group of finely dressed young men and women to the place where immortal Jiang was conducting tests. When a gaunt 16-year-old boy reached out and touched the spiritual root testing device, a fiery red light blazed from one corner of the 5-star array plate. Deng Xiang's face also showed surprise and delight. Boy, you're quite lucky. Out of only about 60 or so, a low-grade fire spiritual root appeared. I can take him under my wing. Immortal Jiang looked at Deng Xiang and asked, do you want to exchange for a Qi gathering pill? Yes. But Immortal Jiang, could you grant me a few days' grace? I'll go down the mountain to raise the money. Deng Xiang clasped his hands and answered, you can bring the money whenever you like. It's simply cash in exchange for goods. Immortal Jiang put away the spiritual root testing device and had the boy who had revealed a spiritual root stay behind. Brother Deng. The boy called out to Deng Xiang, nervous and afraid. Deng Xiang pulled him aside and patted his shoulder. Xiaochun, brother Deng can only bring you this far. From here on you have to walk by yourself. How far you can go depends entirely on your own fortune. The boy named Xiaochun asked with red-rimmed eyes, brother Deng, can't you cultivate immortality? Deng Xiang gave a bitter smile. My spiritual root is too weak, so for the time being I can't cultivate immortality. But I won't give up. I'll keep working hard so that I can always be your brother Deng and protect our Xiaochun. Brother Deng. Xiaochun was deeply moved and secretly vowed that if he achieved anything in the future, he would surely help brother Deng set foot on the immortal path. All right, Xiaochun, cultivate diligently. When there's a chance, I'll go to the Xuanjiang sect to see you. Xiaochun nodded heavily, his gaze growing resolute. Deng Xiang then led the other 19 young men and women down the mountain. On the way, he said, go and find work on Mount Lingwan on your own. The 19 were stunned. One of them hastily said, brother Deng, didn't we agree at the outset that we would pay tuition, and even if we didn't have spiritual roots, this place you brought us to would teach top-tier martial arts? Deng Xiang smiled lightly. Correct. You also understand that tuition must be paid. But didn't we already give you the money? Deng Xiang sneered. What you gave me wasn't tuition, but a guide fee. That was merely mortal world money. As for learning top-tier martial arts, what's required is contribution points from this place. Once you've gathered enough contribution points, you can naturally go to the registration office, pay the tuition, and learn the Jade Sun stance. After saying this, Deng Xiang turned and left before the 19 could react. He arrived at the Xuanjiang wine shop. Class monitor, you're back. Inside the Xuanjiang wine shop, Wang Qiwen, the Chinese class representative, and several attendants in the main hall saw Deng Xiang appear, and all greeted him warmly. Over the past few years under Deng Xiang's management, the Xuanjiang wine shop had enjoyed booming business. Its membership had long surpassed 2,000, including dozens of meridian opening grandmasters. They had also opened a branch in Yunzhou where it was hugely popular. The number of members in Yunzhou had already exceeded 10,000. Where is Huang Yating? She's on the 4th floor, Wang Qiwen said. Deng Xiang went straight up to the 4th floor. Only gold members Deng Xiang and Huang Yating could enter the 4th floor, no one else was allowed. When Deng Xiang reached the 4th floor entrance, seductive sounds were drifting out from the room. He waited outside the door for a full 3 minutes. Then the door was pushed open and a ruddy-faced, white-haired old man walked out. Shopkeeper Deng. The white-haired old man was visibly flustered and embarrassed when he saw Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang smiled. Grandmaster He, why are you still here so late at night? The white-haired old man quickly said, ahem, I was going over my commission with shopkeeper Huang. In the past few days, I brought another batch of people into the business, so by rights my commission should be paid out by now. Oh, I see. Rest assured, Grandmaster He, not a single cent of your commission will be missing. Grandmaster He smiled. That's good. That's good. By the way, how much longer will it be before Immortal Yin comes down the mountain? Soon. I've been in constant correspondence with him. He is about to make his push into the immortal path, and once his realm is stabilized, he will leave the mountain. Good, good. I'll wait for your good news. Grandmaster He hurried away. Deng Xiang pushed open the door. Inside the room, Huang Yating was sitting cross-legged in meditation, refining her power. When she saw Deng Xiang return, joy instantly lit up her face. Ignoring her cultivation, she hurried over to Deng Xiang and threw herself into his arms. Brother Yang, you're finally back. How was it? Did the trip go smoothly? Deng Xiang waved a hand. It's nothing. But the moment he finished speaking, a wisp of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Brother Yang, what's wrong? Huang Yating hastily supported Deng Xiang. Deng Xiang said bitterly, that old fiend Xiao Yao planted a goo worm inside my body. What? That detestable old fiend. Brother Yang, I warned you back, then not to get too close to him. Deng Xiang waved a hand. As the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought amid danger. If I hadn't cooperated with him, I could never have reached the Meridian Opening Realm, and you could never have reached the Golden Bone Realm. Huang Yiting said, Brother Yang, while you were away, I gathered a lot of power again. Let me transfer it to you, and see if it can ease your injuries. Deng Xiang stroked Huang Yiting's forehead, and said this power should be kept for you to break through to the Meridian Opening Realm. No. Brother Yang, in your condition, how can I cultivate with peace of mind? Huang Yiting smiled bitterly, and pushed Deng Xiang down. 3 minutes later, Huang Yiting was horrified to discover that Deng Xiang was still absorbing the internal energy from her body. Brother Yang, what are you doing? Huang Yiting tried to struggle, but Deng Xiang's hands pressed her shoulders down firmly, and she could not move in the slightest. Huang Yiting's face visibly withered at an alarming speed. In her eyes were unwillingness, resentment, regret, and a faint trace of release. At last, Huang Yiting collapsed onto the bed as a dried corpse. Deng Xiang, meanwhile, was brimming with vigor, as if he had received tremendous nourishment. He stood up, glanced at Huang Yiting, and slowly dressed. Taking a key from Huang Yiting's bag, he opened a hidden compartment in the floor and took out a box. When he opened it, there were more than 2,000 contribution points inside. Deng Xiang looked at Huang Yiting's corpse and sighed. One general's glory is built on 10,000 withered bones. Yiting, I'm sorry. You knew about my cooperation with Daoist Xiaoyao, and I don't want to be hunted down by the Xuanjiang sect. Therefore you must die? This journey to Mount Lingguan should end here as well. Deng Xiang vanished from the Zhuyang wine shop. 3 days slipped by in a flash. The Zhuyang tavern continued to operate as usual, but Wang Qiwen, who managed the first floor, felt somewhat puzzled. Ever since Deng Xiang had appeared 3 days ago, the man had never shown his face again. Huang Yiting had also stopped appearing. Strange, he muttered. 3 days have passed by now. Surely, any lingering affection should have been resolved. Is there really a need to cling to each other for so long? Wang Qiwen's mind conjured up many indecent scenes. But I've already paid out all the money here. I'll have to ask Manager Huang for another advance. The Zhuyang Tavern appeared to be open for business, but in fact for those below gold membership the referral fee was even higher than the membership fee. In other words, capital outflow exceeded capital inflow. The reason it could maintain so much cash flow was purely because it had recruited enough people, delayed payments, and collected membership fees from that batch of gold members. Wang Qiwen went to the door on the 4th floor, coughed, and knocked. Class monitor. Manager Huang. He called out several times, but there was no response from inside. Not daring to barge in, he went downstairs with a puzzled expression. Soon after, Yang Can arrived. Wang Qiwen immediately told Yang Can about how Huang Yiting and the class monitor Deng Xiang had not responded. Yang Can frowned. Xiang is not the kind of person to wallow in the comforts of a love nest and forget his ambitions. I'll go up and look. Yang Can went up to the 4th floor and knocked for a while, but again there was no response. Yang Can was puzzled. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he asked Wang Qiwen, do you smell a foul odor? A foul odor. It seems. It does seem to be something. What is that smell? Wang Qiwen was still confused. Yang Can, however, seemed to have realized something. He immediately kicked open the door to the 4th floor room. The moment he saw the corpse inside, his eyes bulged wide. Oh, someone is dead. Someone is dead. Although Wang Qiwen had already reached the 3rd stage of the Blood Ascension realm, he had never killed anyone. Confronted with such a ghastly, desiccated corpse, he shrieked again and again in terror. Shut up. Yang Can had a stronger mind. He barked at Wang Qiwen, then covered his nose and entered the room to inspect it carefully. It's Huang Yiting. Yang Can said in a deep voice. Wang Qiwen asked tremulously, Senior Yang, how could Manager Huang have died? Earlier, only the class monitor came in. Could it be the class monitor? Nonsense. Yang Can was quick to respond. What reason could Xiang have to kill Yiting? Did you truly see clearly that the person was Xiang? Maybe he was wearing a disguise. Well, Wang Qiwen was no longer certain either. Senior Yang, what should we do now? Yang Can pondered for a moment, then said, don't breathe a word about this for now. Keep the Zhuyang Tavern open, as usual. We'll wait for Xiang to return and make the decision. But we've run out of funds. No matter. I still have over 10,000 contribution points here. Take them to cover the expenses first. Yang Can drew out all his savings and handed them to Wang Qiwen. Also keep watch on the 4th floor. Don't let anyone in and don't touch anything at the scene. When Xiang comes back, perhaps he may find some clues. Fine. Fine. Wang Qiwen nodded hastily, already at his wit's end. Yang Can patted him on the shoulder. Steady yourself. As long as Xiang is here, the Zhuyang Tavern can't collapse. Wang Qiwen felt that this reasoning was sound, but there was still a doubt in his heart. What if the man 3 days ago really was Deng Xiang? Another 7 days passed. Frowning deeply, Wang Qiwen found Yang Can and told him the contribution points were all used up. Yang Can was silent for a moment, then said, gather all your classmates. Now that the Zhuyang Tavern is in trouble, we are all shareholders, so we must bear the burden together. Wang Qiwen was silent for a moment, then said, what if all our money runs out, and the class monitor still hasn't come back? What should we do then? Yang said things haven't reached that point yet. For now, we must do our utmost to hold up the Xuanjiang tavern. Senior Yang, I suggest we close for a while. Bang! Yang slammed his palm on the table and said in a deep voice, Wang Chuan, what on earth are you saying? Since the Xuanjiang tavern opened, it has never once closed its doors. Do you realize that this golden signboard is hard to light up, and once it dims, relighting it is even harder? Go. Call all your classmates over. In the past, when dividends were shared, everyone smiled until their faces nearly split. Now that trouble has arisen, you want to slack off. There is no such easy thing in this world. All right. Wang Chuan could not prevail over Yang, and so he went to summon all the other classmates who had invested in the tavern. There were not many of them. Only 9 classmates: Xuanjiang, Tu Jiang, Lu Tianyu, Guizishuan, Gaofeng Yu Kuan, Mei Shui Jiang Yin, and Zhang Sihui. When Yang explained the matter, the classmates were all deeply shocked. Now we need everyone to put up some money to prop up the Xuanjiang tavern. In these years, you all entered the Blood Ascension realm because of the Xuanjiang tavern. With your wages from work, you should all have some savings by now. Don't worry. On Xiang's behalf, I can promise you the money you contribute will be regarded as a loan from you to the tavern, and it will be repaid with interest when the time comes. The classmates whispered to one another and drew out money one after another. But the amount was not large. After pooling, they had only a little over 5,000 contribution points. Yang brows were also tightly knitted. He handed the money to Wang Chuan and left the Xuanjiang tavern. He went all the way to a courtyard house in the upper reaches of the East River and knocked on the door. After a while, a boy of 5 or 6 opened the door and looked at Yang in puzzlement. Show who is it outside? A woman's voice came from inside the house, and a pretty woman walked out. Yang said, you little rascal, so young and already able to lie. Isn't your mother at home? This is my aunt, not my mother. Feng Chong answered at once. Only then did Yang piece it together. Li Xingru and Li Yuru looked exactly alike, and since this was Feng Bin's home, he had failed to tell them apart. Li Xingru walked out. Seeing Yang, she promptly greeted him. Senior Yang, why are you here? Come on in and sit down. Yang said, I won't sit. Where's Feng Bin? I'll go find him. Li Xingru became wary and asked Senior Yang, what do you want with Feng Bin? Yang said the Xuanjiang tavern is facing some difficulty. Wasn't he an old shareholder? I heard he has stepped into the bone tempering realm. After all these years, he should have some savings. I wanted to borrow some from him. Li Xingru's face turned dark. She said coldly, Senior Yang, if it's a personal loan, you don't need to find Feng Bin. I can lend it to you myself. But if it's for the Xuanjiang tavern, no. Not a cent. Yang sighed. Xingru, you were, after all, the female boss of the Jiuxing tavern back then. The brewing technique was even your creation. Now that the Xuanjiang tavern is in trouble, can you really bear to wash your hands of it? Even if you and Xiang broke up, the Xuanjiang tavern is innocent. Li Xingru, infuriated, clutched the doorframe and said through gritted teeth, Senior Yang, do you really not know, or are you pretending not to? Back then, Deng Xiang gave me to Yan Haochen as a drinking companion just to please Yan Haochen. A man so heartless and disloyal will one day cast you aside too. Bang! After Li Xingru said this, she slammed the door shut. A cold wind blew onto Yang Can's face, rousing him to a measure of clarity. Back then, when Yang Can and the other classmates were at Wuxing Tower and saw Li Xingru walk away from Deng Xiang, some of them had the same guess, but no one had hard proof. But as the Nine Yang wine shop flourished over the years, the matter had long been forgotten. No. Impossible. The Nine Yang wine shop is thriving now. Deng Xiang has no reason to give it up. Yang can return to the Nine Yang wine shop in a days. 3 more days passed, and their funds were finally used up. Wang Chuan had already written a notice and posted it on the door of the Nine Yang wine shop, announcing that it would be temporarily closed for a few days. Yang had no alternative but to let it close, though he himself remained at the Nine Yang wine shop. Having come to the Xuanjiang world many years ago, he had been stuck in the Blood Ascension realm all along. Only by hitching a ride on the Nine Yang wine shop's fast track had he broken through to the bone tempering realm. He knew how difficult it was to make further progress on Lingguan Mountain without background or resources. The Nine Yang wine shop was his only hope of turning his fortunes around. Even if he himself fell, the Nine Yang wine shop absolutely could not fall. The next day, customers gradually appeared outside the Nine Yang wine shop, and everyone talked in hushed tones. 3 more days passed, and some people noticed something was wrong and began knocking on the door. By the 5th day, the crowd had grown to at least 100 or so. Someone smashed open the door and found that Yang Qin was the only one inside, seated behind the counter with lifeless eyes. Shopkeeper Yang, why has your wine shop closed? Is it because you have run out of money? Someone shouted at once. Yang Qin abruptly snapped back to his senses and quickly said, we have money. Once Xiang comes back, we will have money. What are you trying to do? Deng Xiang still isn't here. Does that mean you have all skipped town? Why waste words on him? Seize him, loot the place, and make the Nine Yang wine shop pay us back. The crowd was seething with fury, and someone grabbed at Yang Can. Yang shouted in anger, "Who dares?" Unfortunately, one of the members was stronger than he was. He slapped Yang flying, then pressed down on his shoulder and demanded, "Where is Deng Xiang? And where are the other shareholders of the Nine Yang wine shop?" Yang kept his mouth shut. "Why are you still wasting words on him? Carry things off. Empty this place." The crowd began madly hauling away goods from the Nine Yang wine shop. Yang was powerless to stop them and could only feel his dream beginning to shatter. Someone discovered Huang Yiting's corpse on the 4th floor, but nobody stopped. The body appearing in the Nine Yang wine shop only made them more certain that it had collapsed. In fact, many of these members had known that the Nine Yang wine shop would go bankrupt sooner or later, yet they had stayed in not without the idea of grabbing a fortune and then pulling out. But now that the Nine Yang wine shop had gone bust, they could no longer grab a fortune. Half an hour later, more and more members gathered at the entrance, and the great surging crowd shouted that the shop's shareholders must be dragged out. By now the enforcement squad had been alerted. When they arrived, the crowd poured out their grievances. A 5 Meridian Grandmaster in the enforcement squad immediately declared the Nine Yang wine shop sealed and ordered the arrest of all its shareholders. Former shareholders such as Wang Qiwen and Xuanjiang were found one after another bound by the enforcement squad and held at the door of the Nine Yang wine shop. More and more onlookers gathered outside, their anger blazing, and many clamored for these people to be put to death. "Injustice. I have been wronged. I left the Nine Yang wine shop long ago. I am not a shareholder." Among the former classmates brought there one shouted injustice. It was Yang Shu, who had withdrawn from the shop years earlier. Yang Shu had long calculated that the Nine Yang wine shop would eventually blow up and that its accounts were problematic. Back then he had confronted Deng Xiang to his face only to be kicked out by Huang Yiting afterward. But he had not expected the enforcement squad to seize him this time either. "Wrong, my ass. Even if you left the Nine Yang wine shop, you must have made a fortune in the early years. That was all our blood and sweat." "That's right. Captain Xing, every former shareholder of the Nine Yang wine shop should be arrested." Someone in the crowd pleaded with the enforcement squad captain. Captain Xing knew the crowd was inflamed, and only by severely punishing everyone from the Nine Yang wine shop could the situation be prevented from escalating. He immediately waved his hand and ordered, "Look into it. Who else are the shareholders of the Nine Yang wine shop? Arrest them all." Yes. The enforcement squad members immediately checked the records. Before long, both Li Xingru and Feng Bin were found to have once been shareholders of the Nine Yang wine shop. The enforcement squad immediately went to seize them. "Are you really going to arrest us? Do you know who our backer is?" At that moment, Xuanjiang, who had already been detained, suddenly spoke. Captain Xing sneered, "A backer? Let me hear it. Who is your backer?" Xuanjiang said in a deep voice, "My sworn brother is Yin Haochen, a disciple of the Xuanjiang sect. This Nine Yang wine shop is basically one of his businesses. Do you dare to arrest us? Aren't you afraid my brother will take revenge on you?" At the words "disciple of the Xuanjiang sect," even Captain Xing, a grandmaster in the Meridian opening realm, felt his eyelids twitch violently. "Do you know what crime it is to slander an immortal?" Captain Xing narrowed his eyes and asked. Seeing that he had managed to intimidate Captain Xing, Xuanjiang immediately said, "Slandering. Whether I'm slandering or not, go and verify it yourself." Captain Xing likewise knew that the matter had become tricky. If this really was the property of an immortal on the mountain, he would not dare touch it even with 10 times his courage. He immediately turned to his subordinate and said, "Report this to the chief commander and have him pass it up to the mountain." Yes. At Feng Bin's residence, Feng Bin and Li Yueru had both returned home from work. The couple both worked at the Xuanjiang forest farm. Li Yueru had taken over Feng Bin's position as forest ranger, while Feng Bin focused all his efforts on felling Xuanjiang spirit trees, following the example of Qi Fan from back then. Working together as one, the couple's days were full of promise. When they came back and learned from Li Xingru that Yang had come to borrow money because of the Nine Yang wine shop, Feng Bin immediately laughed. Brother Fan said long ago that the Nine Yang wine shop would eventually blow up. But Deng Xiang managed to prop it up for so many years. That counts as real skill. Li Yueru asked worriedly, "Will those classmates of ours suffer disaster?" Li Xingru said with hatred, "They brought it on themselves. If you run with Deng Xiang, you should have that much expectation." Feng Bin laughed. "I wonder if Brother Fan has come out of seclusion yet. If he is, I must invite him over for a few drinks to celebrate properly." Li Yueru said in exasperation, "You're so heartless. Among our old classmates, there are still some who treated us well. They attended our wedding and gave us gifts. And there's Lu Tianyu, who covered my shift back then. Now you're already talking about a victory toast." Feng Bin said awkwardly, "Yueru, don't worry. At worst, they'll be stripped of their money. Their lives won't be in danger. When the time comes, we can just help out Lu Tianyu and the others, can't we? Open up. Open up." Just then, urgent knocking sounded from outside. Li Xingru opened the door and was startled to see the enforcement squad in their uniforms. "What do you want?" "We're here to make arrests." "Which one is Feng Bin?" "And Li Xingru?" While Li Xingru remained in a daze, Feng Bin stepped forward bravely. "I am Feng Bin. Why are you arresting me? What crime did I commit?" "Did you invest in the Xuanjiang wine shop back then?" the law enforcement team member demanded. "Yes, but that was so many years ago. I sold my shares long ago. The Xuanjiang wine shop has nothing to do with me. Feng Bin answered without hesitation. Whether it's related or not isn't for you to decide. Take him away. Someone immediately moved forward to seize Feng Bin. And Li Xingru. Which of you is Li Xingru? Me. Li Xingru stepped forward immediately, afraid of implicating her sister. The law enforcement team detained Li Xingru as well. Li Yueru was completely thrown into confusion while Feng Chong grabbed the law enforcement officer's hand, crying and begging them to let go of dad and aunt. Feng Bin quickly tried to comfort her. Yueru, don't worry. We'll be fine. At worst, they'll just fine us. We only invested 50 contribution points back then. How much can they possibly fine us? 500 at the most, or 5,000 at worst. We can afford it. Stop the nonsense and take them away. The law enforcement team dragged Li Xingru and Feng Bin away. Li Yueru's heart burned with anxiety. Though Feng Bin made sense this was after all not Earth, there was no guarantee they would receive fair treatment. Feng Chong cried, Mom, let's go find Godfather. Let's have Godfather beat up these bad guys. Right? Let's find your Godfather. Let's find your Godfather. Li Yueru came to her senses and hurriedly carried Feng Chong to find Qi Fan. Qi Fan's residence was not far from their home, just about 100 meters away. Li Yueru arrived at Qi Fan's gate clutching her child and knocked vigorously. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Qi Fan stood upon a wooden post, face turned toward the sky, like a statue carved in stone. Within his body, earth-shaking changes were also taking place. The two kidneys had been connected by an open meridian linked together by this vital energy channel. With the emergence of this meridian, 5 distinct breaths within Qi Fan's body converged in his chest, showing faint signs of surging upward. 5 meridians converging. This is the 5 meridians convergence. Qi Fan carefully sensed the change. After opening the kidney meridian, his internal power had doubled directly. This growth was simply incomparable to anything before. Now Qi Fan finally understood why before opening the 5 meridians, all were merely called masters. Only upon opening the 5 meridians did one earn the title of Grand Master. Qi Fan lightly clenched his fist, internal energy gathering within, flowing like electric serpents, visible even to the naked eye. Now I must be the strongest among those who have opened the meridians, right? Qi Fan mused silently. Throughout his cultivation journey to this realm, he had been absorbing immortal essence, making him far more powerful than others at the same stage. Even that legendary genius who created the sky-splitting spear technique was surely no match for his current strength. I wonder though, how would I compare to the weakest cultivator? Qi Fan murmured to himself. He picked up the first spear and casually executed a move. The crane opens heaven. This technique could exhaust even 5 meridian grandmasters from its internal energy demands. Previously, Qi Fan could barely perform it, managing at most 3 times. But now it felt no different from performing an ordinary spear technique. His internal power had reached an extraordinarily rare level. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, urgent knocking came from outside. Filled with curiosity, Qi Fan opened the door to find Li Yueru holding Feng Chong's hand. Tears glistened at the corners of Li Yueru's eyes. Feng Chong rushed forward and threw his arms around Qi Fan's leg, crying, Godfather, please save my dad and aunt. They were taken away by bad people. There's no need for excessive worry. For one thing, you withdrew your shares long ago, and for another, the worst they'll face is a fine. Simply pay to resolve the trouble. After hearing Li Yueru's account, Qi Fan offered his judgment. However, he was concerned about the large number of members at the Xuanjiang wine shop. Often when there are many people, emotions run high and they easily lose their rationality. Let's go together and take a look, Qi Fan said calmly. Seeing that Qi Fan remained composed, Li Yueru was influenced by his demeanor and felt considerably more at ease. She cradled Feng Chong and walked with Qi Fan toward the center of Lingguan town. Before they even reached the Xuanjiang wine shop, they encountered a sea of people packed 3 layers deep. By now the sky was darkening, already past get-off-work hours. The gathered crowd numbered no less than 800, possibly over 500. Yang Can and the others were all bound at the entrance of the Xuanjiang wine shop. Feng Bin and Li Xingru were also escorted to this location. A portion of the crowd was raising their arms in unison, shouting, Refund! Refund! Give us our money back! Li Yueru stood outside the crowd with Feng Chong and Qi Fan, witnessing the passionate fury of the masses. Her heart was seized by anxiety once more. She worriedly asked, Fan Ji, will Feng Bin and my sister be okay? Qi Fan's gaze swept across the law enforcement team. There were 20 to 30 enforcement members, all starting from the bone-tempering realm. The captain and 2 deputy captains required the meridian opening realm to hold their positions, capable of keeping back this angry crowd. Those gold members who had reached the meridian master realm had probably heard the news too. However, those people honored as masters still had some dignity. They would never act like these low-level martial artists standing on the street shouting for refunds. Without their participation, Feng Bin and the others were temporarily safe. Qi Fan nodded. Don't worry. They'll be fine. Captain Xing, how long are you going to keep us detained here? Yang Can asked deeply. Xuanjiang added smugly, that's right. If you're going to kill us, do it quickly. Stop dilly-dallying. And you members, didn't we give you plenty of rebates over the years? Now each of you acts like we're your sworn enemies. How realistic of you. TCH. The kind who eat the meat when the bowl is full then curse the hand that fed them. Xuanjiang spat at the crowd, further inciting their anger. Fortunately, the law enforcement members were powerful. The human wall they formed managed to hold back those furious people. On Captain Xing's end, he did not answer. He was waiting for word, for the law enforcement supreme director's response. This matter involved an immortal exceeding his authority. At that moment, the law enforcement supreme director at Lingwan Mountain had arrived outside a vegetable garden at the mountain's peak. He knelt outside the garden and reported the matter faithfully. The old farmer tending the vegetables was still bent over planting crops. After a long while, he stood up and looked at the supreme director beyond the fence, saying lightly, "I understand. I will personally punish Xuanjiang. Since he has ascended the mountain, yet remains entangled in worldly affairs below, his crime is unforgivable." The supreme director respectfully asked, "And those people below? Kill them. Only with blood will those mortals truly remember." The old farmer spoke casually. "Understood." The supreme director swiftly descended the mountain. 10 minutes later, the sky had turned completely dark. Captain Xing's subordinate finally rushed over and whispered something into his ear. Captain Xing's eyes flashed with sharpness as he stood up immediately. With Captain Xing rising, the chattering crowd fell silent one by one. Everyone. The people of the Xuanjiang wine shop used the name of an immortal to do evil, deceiving the common people. With approval from the law enforcement supreme director, they shall all be beheaded today as a warning to others. Carry out the execution. What? Beheaded and displayed as a warning. Xuanjiang and the others were so frightened their scalps went numb, all believing they must have misheard. The crowd, however, burst into cheers. No, impossible. Li Yuru nearly lost her footing, her eyes wide with shock. Qi Fan's heart tightened when he heard those words, beheading and public display. What in the world was happening? By all reason, the punishment shouldn't have been this severe. Moreover, the exact amount had yet to be investigated and no verdict had been reached, so why were they sentenced to public beheading, right? That must be the reason. Captain Xing had said that they had committed crimes in the name of the upper immortal. And Shun Yao had also told him before that those on the mountain were not allowed to have private contact with those below the mountain. It was likely a precaution against the two sides entangling, forming interest blocks, and sticking their hands into the spirit mine affairs. In other words, Xuanjiang wine shop deceiving the common people wasn't anything serious. The people on the mountain simply couldn't be bothered to care. But their association with Xuanjiang had violated a cardinal taboo of Lingwan Mountain. The enforcement squad had already taken their positions, preparing to carry out the mass beheading. Seeing this, Qi Fan immediately said to Li Yuru, "Take Chong'er and go wait for me at the ferry crossing south of Lingwan Mountain." Without another word, he raised the spear in his hand and shot it out in a streak, flying over the heads of the crowd and striking the 4-character signboard of Xuanjiang wine shop. The signboard shattered and crashed to the ground. Who? Captain Xing suddenly looked toward the back of the crowd. A cloth-masked figure appeared there, leaped into the air, and landed on the spear. "I, Deng Xiang, the chief manager of Xuanjiang wine shop, am right here. Who dares to make trouble?" Qi Fan bellowed. The crowd erupted in uproar. Captain Xing's gaze hardened. "So it's you, Deng Xiang. I was just regretting that the ringleader had slipped away, yet here you are delivering yourself to my doorstep. Still, since you do seem to have some loyalty, this captain will make an exception today and leave you a whole corpse." Boom. Captain Xing raised his palm and sent a blast at Qi Fan through the air. As the captain of the enforcement squad, a highly important department on Lingwan Mountain, Captain Xing's strength was naturally extraordinary. He was a grandmaster who had opened 4 meridians. The palm force he sent through the air stirred up a fierce gale that howled toward Qi Fan. Unfortunately, the gap between them was far too enormous. Qi Fan struck back with a palm of his own, instantly canceling Captain Xing's palm force, and the lingering energy blasted Captain Xing and several people behind him flying. A great grandmaster. He's a great grandmaster. Captain Xing was horrified and hastily shouted, "Attack together. Take him down." More than 20 members of the enforcement squad, along with 2 grandmaster-level deputies who had opened meridians, surrounded Qi Fan. The crowd cried out in shock, and Xuanjiang and the others stared blankly. Captain Xing was also dumbfounded. He had come into contact with great grandmasters who had opened 5 meridians. The chief superintendent was one such great grandmaster. But even the chief superintendent shouldn't be this powerful, right? Qi Fan's spear tip tapped the ropes binding Feng Bin, and Li Xingru and the specially made cords on them snapped apart under the terrifying force. Qi Fan. Many of the other classmates recognized him. After all, the difference between Qi Fan's figure and Deng Xiang's was too obvious. Wang Qiwen and Yang Kan in particular had seen Qi Fan in the past few days, so they were even more certain that this masked man was Qi Fan. Qi Fan immediately lifted the spear and tapped the ropes on Yang Kan and the others one by one. "Follow me," Qi Fan shouted at the group. Captain Xing yelled, "Stop them now." The former victim members of Xuanjiang wine shop naturally refused to let Qi Fan and the others simply run away. Someone immediately shouted, "Block them together. Don't let them escape. Block them." There were several hundred of them, and relying on their numbers they surged forward like a tide. Qi Fan held the spear horizontally, seized the middle of the shaft, channeled his entire internal energy, and thrust forward violently. Boom. He alone pushed against several hundred people, driving them backward as they tumbled over one another. The crowd was forced open to create a wide path. Feng Bin and the others hurriedly pressed close behind Qi Fan, their minds utterly overwhelmed by his power. Even Yang Kan found it almost impossible to believe. This was truly 1 against 100, one man holding a pass against 10,000. After all, on Lingguan Mountain practically everyone was a martial artist. These were not ordinary people. Qi Fan's inner force was so profound it could be said to be unmatched through the ages. Seeing this, Captain Xing broke out in a cold sweat. He knew that the mysterious man had already shown mercy, otherwise one palm strike would have left him dead without question. If he provoked the man again, now there was no guarantee that he would stay his hand. Captain Xing immediately ordered his subordinates not to intervene. Qi Fan quickly pushed through the crowd, shoving his way from one end of the intersection to the other. The other spectators were also stunned, shaken by the astonishing divine force Qi Fan had displayed. After breaking through the crowd, Qi Fan immediately asked, "Where's Huang Yuting?" Yang Kan answered, "Dead. Her body is still on the 4th floor of Xuanjiang wine shop." Dead? Qi Fan was taken aback when he heard of Huang Yuting's death. Deng Xiang was even crueler than he had imagined. Before fleeing, he had actually killed Huang Yuting. Why did he kill her? Was it because Huang Yuting had known the location of that cultivator? Senior Yang, take Feng Bin and the others to the ferry crossing south of Lingguan Mountain at once. Remember, split up. Qi Fan spoke to Yang Kan, the strongest in the group. "Qi Fan, what about you?" Yang Kan immediately asked. "I'm staying here to take care of something." After saying that, Qi Fan added, "Remember, the others can die, but Feng Bin cannot." Bonds of friendship were divided into close and distant. Rescuing Feng Bin was the main task. Saving the others was only done along the way, and they were needed to help split the pursuers. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kan gritted his teeth and said, "Qi Fan, rest assured. If someone has to die, Feng Bin will be the last. Let's go." Yang Kan led the group of classmates and Feng Bin fleeing quickly out of Lingguan town. Qi Fan remained where he was, blocking the surging mob. On the ground where he had plowed through just before, many people lay wounded and bleeding, groaning in pain. But at that moment no one dared to step forward. Captain Xing was somewhat fearful, yet also somewhat admiring. He immediately said, "My friend, if you save these people, aren't you afraid that the matter will blow up and reach the mountain?" Qi Fan did not answer. He waited a full minute until he estimated that Yang Kan and the others had escaped far enough, then charged toward the crowd. The crowd fell back in fright. Qi Fan tapped the ground, leaped into the air, bounded more than 10 meters, landed on the outer eaves of Xuanjiang wine shop's 2nd floor, then kicked off again and vaulted to the 4th floor. Qi Fan thrust his spear through the door and entered the 4th floor. The room had already been cleaned out by the furious members, leaving nothing but a withered female corpse, barely clothed, lying on the bed. The body had probably been groped all over. Qi Fan frowned. He was about to leave. Just before he left, he suddenly seemed to think of something and looked upward, following the line above Huang Yuting's face. That was the spot where he had originally landed. The roof had been repaired with new tiles, and an extra beam had been added. Qi Fan leaped up onto the beam and discovered a letter held down by a stone atop it. Qi Fan opened the letter and found just 2 lines. The first read, "Landao Temple, 100 li west of Baiwu City, in Yunzhou." Qi Fan's heart trembled upon seeing the address. He was certain this must be the hiding place of that cultivator. And below that was another line, "The person who loved me most in this world was named Lu Bizhen. She lies buried at her Chengte Bao Beliang, Qingshui Township, Huilong Town in Jiang County. If you ever return one day, please inter me beside her." Qi Fan closed the letter, glanced at Huang Yuting, wrapped her lifeless body in a cotton quilt, and leapt directly from the 4th floor. Landing upon the rooftop of the opposite Wuxing building, he pushed off several times and vanished into Lingguan town. By now night had fully fallen, and Qi Fan soon arrived at a dense forest more than 10 kilometers outside Lingguan town. Qi Fan used his spear tip to dig into the ground, channeling his strength until he carved a pit over a meter deep. He placed Huang Yuting's body wrapped in the cotton quilt into the hole and quickly covered it with soil. Once everything was done, he departed quickly. He still had no way back to Earth, but perhaps he would meet Song Qingmin in a year's time, and then see if there was an opportunity to bring Huang Yuting home. Qi Fan did not leave Lingguan Mountain, but instead hurried toward its main peak. Though he had rescued Feng Bin and the others today, by posing as Deng Xiang, the disguise was riddled with flaws. If he remained on Lingguan Mountain, his true identity would inevitably be exposed. On a larger scale, this was defiance of the Xuanjiang's decree. He absolutely could not stay on Lingguan Mountain. But my true identity certainly has not reached Lingguan Mountain yet, so while those Xuanjiang haven't realized what's happening, I should redeem my qi gathering pill first. Qi Fan sprinted along the way, employing the Zhang Tianqing technique, his speed astonishingly swift. In no time he arrived at the mountain gate, where two Kai, my ancestors, stood guard. What are you doing here? The two guards stopped Qi Fan, one of whom had earlier accepted a bribe from him, yet now appeared to have developed a sudden case of amnesia. I seek Xuanjiang to test my spirit root, Qi Fan said. He did not wish to reveal his intention to redeem the qi gathering pill, as doing so would send these Kai, my ancestors, into a frenzy, bringing nothing but trouble. But it is so late, and we cannot bear the responsibility of disturbing Xuanjiang's rest. Come back tomorrow. The guard shook his head. Qi Fan immediately took out 5,000 contribution points and slipped them to the man. Elders, please show some leniency. In my early years, a fortune teller foretold that I must test my spirit root today. Everything will go smoothly only if I do. I only realized this on the way here, but I must complete the test today, or it will haunt me for the rest of my life. Surprised by Qi Fan's generosity, the two exchanged glances. Very well. Go find Xuanjiang. But if she grows angry, do not hold us responsible. Thank you, elders, for your indulgence. Qi Fan cupped his fist in gratitude. One of them followed behind him at a distance to ensure he did not disturb other immortals elsewhere. Yet dared not offend Xuanjiang, either. The guard stationed himself far outside. Qi Fan arrived before Xuanjiang's residence, cupped his fist, and declared, "This humble one Qi Fan begs audience with Xuanjiang." Qi Fan was somewhat tense, unsure whether disturbing Xuanjiang at this hour would anger her. Yet he absolutely could not delay until morning, for every passing night brought more variables. Nor could he possibly abandon the qi gathering pill. After a moment, the door opened, and Xuanjiang stepped out. She seemed to be in rather good spirits. "What is it, Xuanjiang asked directly, not even angered by the timing. Qi Fan breathed a sigh of relief. Qi Fan cupped his fist. Years ago, this humble one rescued immortal Xuanjiang. The Xuanjiang sect bestowed upon me half a qi gathering pill. I have now accumulated 300,000 contribution points, and have come to redeem the complete pill. I earnestly request Xuanjiang's blessing." "Oh, you rescued Xuanjiang? I recall Xuanjiang was in peril beneath the mountain. Shall we go verify this?" Xuanjiang instructed the twin-winged golden python guarding her residence. The golden python moved like lightning and soared into the sky instantly. Qi Fan's heart sank inward. Though his strength was formidable, invincible among mortals, he doubted he could match that twin-winged python. "Since you rescued Xuanjiang, you must have come from the same place as her, correct?" Just then Xuanjiang proactively addressed Qi Fan. Qi Fan nodded. "Indeed. I recall Xuanjiang was brought by that old man Song Qingmin. That fellow discovered two spiritual seedlings at once. One was Xuanjiang, the other Yan Haochen. They both came from the same place. Xuanjiang has smoothly entered cultivation. I hear her spirit root has expanded to the extreme of a lower-grade water spirit root, showing great potential." Qi Fan was hearing about Xuanjiang's situation for the first time. He had kept the spirit message bird she gave him close at hand, but after his last inquiry regarding her injuries received no reply, he ceased contact. "By the way, what is that place of yours? The output rate of spirit roots seems remarkably high," Xuanjiang asked casually. "I only know it is called Xuanjiang. As for a proper name, to be honest, I do not know. I had never left that place before, and I was illiterate. A simple country bumpkin. Only by coming to Lingguan Mountain did my fate completely change. But without finding Song Qingmin, I do not even know where my home is." Xuanjiang harbored no suspicion. Even if she racked her brains, she would never have imagined that Qi Fan and Song Qingmin and the others had arrived from another world. Even if Qi Fan were to reveal the truth, Xuanjiang would likely consider him mad. After roughly 5 minutes, the golden-scaled python, named Xiao Li, returned and nodded to Xuanjiang. Xuanjiang took out a pill bottle and tossed it to Qi Fan. The very same kind she had given Song Qingmin 9 years ago. "Thank you, Xuanjiang." Qi Fan immediately took his leave. He slipped the pill into his pocket. The gate guardian who had guided him earlier clearly saw Xuanjiang's hand over the qi gathering pill. He was envious to the point of jealousy, but dared not ask further. As a guardian of Lingguan Mountain's gate, if any underhanded schemes were exposed, 9 lives would not be enough to pay for the offense. Qi Fan departed the mountain gate smoothly and hastened down the mountain. He employed the Zhang Tianqing technique all the way heading south. Passing through Lingguan town, he saw from a distance no fewer than 100 enforcement teams searching in all directions, spreading outward from the town. They were likely tracking Feng Bin and the others. Lingguan Mountain was vast, making it exceedingly difficult to find people who otherwise the search for that cultivator would not have spanned years without success. Yet Feng Bin's group was numerous, and their strength paled in comparison to that cultivator. Qi Fan felt somewhat concerned. Soon Qi Fan located Feng Bin's party in a dense forest approximately 40 kilometers south of Lingguan town. It was nighttime, and they had been moving separately using cover to avoid detection, so they remained undiscovered. Upon seeing Qi Fan arrive, the group instantly felt as though they had found their anchor. Qi Fan glanced over the assembled crowd. Feng Bin and his family of 3 Li Xingru Yang, Kanwang Qiwenyang, Shu Zhongyang, Tu Jiang Lu Tianyu Guizishuan Gaofeng Yukuan, Mei Shui Jiang Yin, and Zhang Sihui. A total of 16 people. Of the 20 who had once come to Lingguan Mountain together, Chen Yao and Yin Haochen had been discovered to possess spiritual roots and ascended to the Xuanjiang sect, while Chun and Huang Yiting had permanently remained on Lingguan Mountain and Deng Xiang had already abandoned them. In merely 9 years, 9 fleeting years, they were no longer the naive high school graduates they had once been, each having embarked upon entirely different paths in life. Qi Fan, what should we do next? Yang Can immediately stepped forward and asked. Qi Fan replied, naturally we break through and escape. But none of us have entry or exit passes. I've heard there are many formidable patrol teams along the southern river crossing. Those people must be at least at the Golden Bone realm. Yang Can was deeply worried. Although he had never ventured out before, he had learned from Deng Xiang about how one entered and exited, as well as the terror of the patrol teams. Qi Fan said, follow me. We should be able to cross the river. Qi Fan led these 16 people and quickly made their way to the southern river crossing. Who goes there? The southern river crossing was indeed heavily fortified. When Qi Fan and his companions were still 100 meters from the ferry, a loud shout echoed from the riverbank. A patrol team wielding torches immediately surrounded Qi Fan and the others. At their head stood a middle-aged man with a square face dressed in black robes. Among the ranks behind him were quite a few elderly men with graying hair. But do not be deceived by their aged appearances, for each of them was actually a master of open meridians. The reason these elderly men still remained on Lingguan Mountain to serve it could be traced back to the mountain's special reward system. According to Lingguan Mountain's regulations, any open meridian grandmaster who served the mountain freely for 10 years would have certain positions guaranteed to their descendants with a duration of up to 100 years. Furthermore, their descendants could within 100 years enter Lingguan Mountain free of charge to study the Yuyang Zhuang Gong and receive 1 month of blood-nourishing decoction without any additional tuition. It was precisely for this reason that those open meridian grandmasters, upon knowing their time was drawing to a close, would choose to serve Lingguan Mountain and leave their martial arts legacies carved within the martial immortal cave. This patrol team numbered over 10 members, yet their oppressive aura far surpassed that of the enforcement team in Lingguan Town. Feng Bin and the others grew somewhat tense. With so many open meridian grandmasters, could Qi Fan prevail? Facing the patrol captain's questioning, Qi Fan clasped his fists and said, "Honored sir, I wish to lead this group behind me across the river. I beg your kindness." The square-faced brute sneered, "Not passing during the day, but coming at night. Besides, where are your transit passes?" Qi Fan produced a stack of golden contribution point tokens and pressed them into the man's hand, lowering his voice. "Sir, we departed in such haste that we have not yet applied for transit passes. However, with these contribution points held in your keeping, surely this will suffice." The square-faced man glanced at the contribution points in his hand. Each golden contribution token carried a value of 10,000, and Qi Fan had produced 10 in total, amounting to a full 100,000 contribution points. Even though the square-faced man was an open 5 meridians grandmaster, he was astonished by this young man's generous display. The square-faced man laughed and shook his head. "Young man, frankly speaking, your boldness is the greatest I Li Changtian have encountered since becoming patrol captain. Do you know what place this is, and you would attempt to bribe me with such things? Even if I agreed, would my veteran open meridian grandmasters behind me consent?" The cluster of elderly men behind Li Changtian all burst into derisive laughter. "Captain Li, why waste words with him? Seize him. I have lived for over 80 years, and this is the first time I have seen someone attempt to bribe the patrol team. If the patrol team can be bribed, then that cultivator from back then wouldn't have been trapped on Lingguan Mountain for years." They took turns mocking him. In their view, no matter how many contribution points there were once they died, if their descendants proved to be wastrels, the fortune would be squandered in no time. Moreover, without their protection after death, those massive contribution points would actually become a curse upon their descendants. It was far more secure and reliable to have the fixed positions allocated by Lingguan Mountain to their family lines. With those guaranteed positions, their families could maintain enduring prosperity. This was precisely why the patrol team could never be bribed. Qi Fan had not expected that even 100,000 contribution points could not bribe this group. He cast his gaze toward the river crossing where the boat lay moored at the shore. Qi Fan drew the first spear from his back. If gentle persuasion would not work, then force it must be. "Oh ho, boy, you intend to wield a spear. Come, old man, will teach you how to properly use a spear." A lean elderly man suddenly materialized before Qi Fan like a specter, reaching out to seize the first spear from his grip. A tremendous force surged through the first spear toward Qi Fan, clearly intended to wrest the weapon from him. Alas, this man had struck something far harder than expected. Qi Fan unleashed a surge of internal energy, far surpassing the old man's, sending him reeling backward in an instant. The elder staggered 3 steps before finding his footing, his expression frozen in shock as he stared at Qi Fan across from him. Lao Su, what's wrong? Lao Su, what are you doing? The others around him asked in concern. Lao Su swallowed hard and turned to Captain Li Changtian. Captain Li, this young man is quite formidable. I can see it clearly. He is a true expert. Li Changtian, being an open 5 meridians grandmaster himself, naturally understood that his subordinate had been repelled by an awe-inspiring surge of internal power. And this subordinate was a 3 meridians grandmaster, not some bottom-tier 1 meridian master. In other words, this youth before him, appearing nearly in his 20s, could very well be an open 5 meridians grandmaster, just like Li Changtian himself. The other open meridian grandmasters also drew their weapons. Qi Fan turned to Yang Kan behind him and whispered, "When the fight begins, I will cover you. Get on the boat." Before Yang Kan could respond, Li Changtian sneered, "Young man, there is no need for such fuss. If you can defeat all of us, you may simply leave. Have them step aside and watch. Better not accidentally injure them. Indeed, we are respected figures in the martial world and would never resort to such despicable tactics as taking hostages." "Very well. Then I beg you masters to instruct me." Qi Fan immediately signaled for Yang Kan and the others to withdraw and observe. Standing alone, he gripped the first spear and faced this assembly of open meridian grandmasters. The group numbered 17 in total, 4 of whom voluntarily stepped back. Without question, those 4 had not yet reached the open meridian realm. They were only at the golden bone stage. The remaining 13 were all genuine open meridian grandmasters. And among them there was more than just Li Changtian, who was an open 5 meridians grandmaster. "Attack!" Li Changtian roared in fury, and his ink-black blade suddenly transformed into lightning, surging toward Qi Fan with murderous intent. The other grandmasters' attacks followed in rapid succession. Boom! When Li Changtian and the others made their move, Qi Fan was already in motion. Even though Qi Fan was confident in his ability as the foremost pulse-opening grandmaster of his era, he would not have been so foolish as to face 13 such experts simultaneously. He immediately employed the heaven-measuring art, breaking through the circle of opponents surrounding him. Yet among the crowd, there were also those whose agility was nearly on par with Qi Fan's. She was a hag with a pockmarked face, a grandmaster who had opened 5 pulses wielding a walking staff. In an instant she was upon him, drawing a slender sword from within her staff. The blade swept forward like unceasing rain, finding every opening as it slashed toward Qi Fan. "Mountain Tiger!" Qi Fan roared in fury, driving his spear forward with terrifying force that swept across in a devastating arc, striking the old hag's staff sword squarely. She groaned in pain, her slender blade sent flying from her grasp, and she was driven back by the sheer impact. The old hag's face twisted in shock, utterly unable to comprehend why this man's internal energy was so profound when they shared the same cultivation realm of 5-pulse grandmaster. Die! Li Changtian's black blade arrived at that very moment, his timing impeccable, right when Qi Fan's strength had just been expended battling the old hag, and before he could muster his next attack. The blade came down aiming for Qi Fan's right arm, but he immediately channeled his fearsome internal energy into his legs and launched himself backward with explosive force, dodging the strike by a hair's breadth, like a cannonball bursting from its barrel. Boom! Before Qi Fan could regain his footing, a throwing knife suddenly emerged from the darkness, launched by a 4-pulse grandmaster, surnamed Zhang, whose family technique was the Little Zhang flying blade. A strike so swift it decided life and death in a single blow. The blade flew with the devastating speed of a cannonball, tearing through the air with a thunderous crack. Qi Fan instantly crossed his spear to block. Though his weapon deflected the throwing knife, the relentless barrage of attacks that followed came like a torrential downpour. While relying on his supreme agility and internal energy to withstand the onslaught, Qi Fan's mind raced with analysis. This group was dangerously well coordinated, with ranged fighters, close combat specialists, and heavy damage dealers working in tandem. It was truly a formidable challenge. To defeat them, he needed to eliminate their primary damage dealer first. Qi Fan set his sights on their leader, Li Changtian. Crane opens the sky. Boom! Qi Fan unleashed his most devastating technique. The crane opens the sky. His spear tip flashed, and his body shot upward like a spiritual crane, piercing the clouds, moving with terrifying speed like a bolt of lightning. Energy halos flanked the spear shaft, deflecting all incoming attacks from either side. His spear point aimed directly at Li Changtian. The latter felt a jolt of alarm. There was no escaping this strike, and with a grimace he summoned his most powerful blade technique. Dream-shattering slash. Boom! Li Changtian's formidable internal energy condensed into a 3-foot blade aura, and as his sword descended, the night was illuminated like daylight. The power of this blade technique was nearly comparable to the heaven-splitting spear method, ranking among the supreme sword arts of Lingguan Mountain. Alas, the moment the spear and blade clashed, Li Changtian was sent flying. Even if their martial techniques were roughly equal, the gap in internal cultivation could not be bridged. Struck from the below, Li Changtian crashed into a massive tree, vomiting blood in great gulps. He could hardly believe it. His internal energy had always been his strength, yet in a direct confrontation this young man had ruthlessly overwhelmed him. Boom! With Li Changtian grievously wounded, Qi Fan spun around and thrust his spear into the fray. True to his expectation, without Li Changtian's fierce presence bearing down on him, the pressure lifted considerably. This time he set his sights on the old hag wielding the slender sword. She too was a 5-pulse grandmaster with peerless swordsmanship. However, recognizing that Qi Fan's internal energy was unmatched in this era, she avoided direct confrontation and instead rained down exquisite sword strikes upon his head, arms, and legs. Her attacks coordinated seamlessly with the others, making it difficult for Qi Fan to overcome her. He could only abandon the attempt to defeat the old hag and instead targeted the weakest opponents to whittle down their numbers. Crimson Dragon's Roar. Qi Fan's internal energy surged as he unleashed the Crimson Dragon's Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield, magnified by Qi Fan's terrifying internal energy to shake the very heart. Several weaker pulse-opening grandmasters were so startled by the sound that they instinctively faltered. The students watching from afar had their eardrums nearly burst, their heads swimming from the deafening roar. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Fan swept the Crimson Dragon's Roar across the line of 7 pulse-opening grandmasters. Boom! His internal energy condensed into a Qi blade through the spear tip and slashed outward in one devastating stroke. 3 of the 7 managed to block, but the remaining 4, all merely first pulse grandmasters, were sent flying, rendering them combat ineffective. Fight! Come at me! With 3 more enemies eliminated, Qi Fan felt the pressure ease further. Knowing victory was now assured, he immediately unleashed Crane Opens the Sky again, grievously wounding the man who had been throwing knives from a distance. In truth, Qi Fan could have easily killed that man, but he dared not take the risk. If he drove these people to desperation, they might seize Feng Bin and the others as hostages. Moreover, these people were merely carrying out their duties. There was no personal enmity between them, no need to press the attack to the death. Everyone stop. Just then the wounded Li Changtian rose to his feet and called out. The crowd gradually ceased their attacks, their gazes falling upon Qi Fan with a mixture of reverence and astonishment. 1 against 13 pulse-opening grandmasters, 2 of whom were 5-pulse grandmasters, and he had won. A freak, a monster. Such a feat had never before appeared in the history of Lingguan Mountain. Li Changtian stared at Qi Fan and said, "Friend, you have won, and you may depart. But before you leave, I would like to understand. Why do you possess such terrifying internal energy?" Qi Fan replied, "It is due to ingesting an extraordinary substance. I do not know exactly what it is myself." His answer was not entirely deceptive. His profound internal energy stemmed from absorbing the celestial qi of the immortal realm. But whether that place was truly the immortal realm or whether that air was genuinely immortal qi, he could not be certain. Li Changtian and the others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with envy. "It must be the legendary spiritual treasure of the immortals, boy. You are truly blessed with extraordinary fortune. Go on, be off with you." Li Changtian stepped aside. Qi Fan immediately led Feng Bin and the others onto the ferry, personally rowing them slowly across the river to the opposite bank. Upon disembarking, they did not dare to linger and continued following Qi Fan through the primeval dense forest. Traveling day and night, they finally reached Qingniu Town beyond Lingguan Mountain at dawn. Yet they dared not enter the town, fearing that Lingguan Mountain might have agents searching within. Instead, they hunted wild game, gathered some fruit, and made fire beside a river outside the town to share their meal. "We should part ways now." After breakfast, Yongkan spoke up. Everyone's gaze turned toward Qi Fan. After yesterday's battle, they truly understood his strength and instinctively regarded him as their pillar of support. Qi Fan nodded in agreement. Indeed, a large group draws suspicion and presents too conspicuous a target. Dividing now benefits us all. His eyes swept across the crowd, lingering especially on Xuanjiang and Gao Feng. Xuanjiang was close friends with Yan Haochen. It was highly possible he would secretly reach out to him. Gao Feng had once borne a grudge against him. Although he had apologized at Feng Bin's wedding, who could say he wouldn't stab Qi Fan in the back if given the chance? Human hearts were unpredictable. Having led them out of Lingguan Mountain was already more than enough kindness on his part. "Where does everyone plan to go?" Wang Qiwen asked with keen interest. Unlike the dejected mood surrounding them, Wang Qiwen, the Chinese class representative, appeared almost cheerful. Those who knew him understood the reason. Wang Qiwen had always harbored a literary dream which naturally could not be realized at Lingguan Mountain, yet he lacked the 30,000 contribution points required as a deposit to leave. Now that he was departing Lingguan Mountain, he figured he would go chase his literary dream. The others exchanged bewildered glances, and none of them knew where they should go either. Only Yongkan gazed toward Lingguan Mountain, his expression fraught with complexity. Suddenly, he let out a deafening roar and buried his face headlong into the blazing fire. Senior Yang. Yangkin, what are you doing? He's lost his mind. Everyone was terrified and rushed to pull Yangkin away, but his face had already been severely burned beyond recognition, twisted into a horrifying visage. The crowd stood in shock, and Chi Fan also stared at Yangkin in disbelief. Yangkin had been perfectly fine only moments before. What madness had seized him? Yangkin wailed in anguish. I have spent over 20 years at Lingguan Mountain. After tremendous effort, I finally eliminated the hidden ailment within my body and broke through to the bone-tempering realm. Who would have imagined I would have to leave Lingguan Mountain so soon? I know that with my mediocre talents, without Lingguan Mountain's medicinal cuisine, reaching the pinnacle of martial arts is an empty fantasy, and achieving immortality is nothing but a ridiculous dream. I have devoted nearly 2 decades of my entire life to this place, and I refuse to accept it. I want to re-enter the mountain. I want to continue cultivating. I will climb step by step to the very summit, to the peak of Lingguan Mountain. Yangkin's desire to practice martial arts at Lingguan Mountain had hardened into an all-consuming obsession. By destroying his own face today, he actually created an opportunity to re-enter Lingguan Mountain through the external martial artist recruitment channel. However, such a pathway generally required attaching oneself to one of the martial arts families affiliated with Lingguan Mountain who operated in the outside world. Upon hearing this, the others fell into silence. Indeed, 9 years ago when they had descended the mountain alongside Xuanjiang, they might still have clung to illusions. But after 9 years of hardship and struggle, they had come to accept reality. The harsh truth was that without medicinal cuisine to support their martial arts training, they would never in their entire lives manage to break through to the meridian opening realm, let alone open all 5 meridians. Now that they were leaving Lingguan Mountain, all hope seemed utterly extinguished, which meant they would spend the rest of their days as ordinary mortals in this Xuanjiang world. I'm going to. Suddenly another person in the crowd lunged toward the fire. It was Yang Shu, the mathematics class representative. Yang Shu, what are you doing? Immediately someone grabbed hold of Yang Shu. It was Jiang Yin, a girl from their class. Holding him back, her voice trembling with suppressed tears, she asked, what is wrong with you? Didn't Teacher Song say there was still a possibility of returning after 10 years? 9 years have already passed. Since cultivating immortality is no longer an option, why not simply ask Teacher Song to take us back? That's right. Let's go back. We need to return. Everyone snapped out of their stupor. Some of the male classmates began to envision possibilities. They had all successfully undergone blood ascension, their combat power far surpassing that of ordinary humans. On Earth, they would be enhanced versions of Tyson. They could compete in boxing matches or MMA tournaments and easily become globally renowned superstars. With fortunes exceeding hundreds of millions, luxury mansions, young models, and yachts. All of this was within reach. Even if they could not cultivate immortality, they could still live life to its fullest. Well said. We should wait for Teacher Song to return, said Gao Feng, the armless man, his eyes shining with newfound resolve. Very well. I will remain at Lingguan Mountain. If Teacher Song returns, I will notify you all. Yangkin proved himself remarkably loyal and righteous. Chi Fan, who also wished to see Song Qingmin, took out 30,000 contribution points and handed them to Yangkin, allowing him to use the points as collateral for a deposit so he could come and go freely. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Yangkin sighed deeply upon receiving the money. Today I finally understand how profoundly mistaken my judgment was back then. First I wrongly trusted Xuanjiang, and then I misplaced my faith in Deng Xiang. If only I had bet on you back in those days, I would surely be a completely different person by now. Senior Yang, why do you say you trusted the class monitor incorrectly? Exactly. What on earth happened with the class monitor? And you mentioned before that Huang Yiting was dead. Wasn't she perfectly fine just a while ago? Others chimed in with their questions. After a moment of silence, Yangkin finally spoke. All of you were manipulated by Deng Xiang. This man is selfish to the extreme. He murdered Huang Yiting and fled on his own, forcing us to take the blame. What? The class monitor is such a person. Everyone was shattered. Xuanjiang immediately protested. Impossible. This is an unsubstantiated claim. I refuse to believe it. Perhaps the class monitor is still out there. He simply could not make it back in time. Bullshit. Li Xingru immediately retorted. Deng Xiang originally made me sleep with Yan Haochen just to curry favor with him, and he even demanded that my younger sister sleep with you. Do you truly believe he is a good person? What? Xuanjiang, you damn son of a bitch, you wanted to sleep with my wife. Feng Bin erupted in fury, strode over, and delivered a devastating slap across Xuanjiang's face, knocking several of his teeth flying. Feng Bin charged forward and pummeled Xuanjiang with relentless punches and kicks. Xuanjiang did not dare resist, desperately shouting, Feng Bin, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Yan Haochen forced me into it. I never agreed. I didn't consent at all. Just ask Li Xingru. Feng Bin turned to Li Xingru, who let out a cold snort. It is indeed true that Yan Haochen forcefully demanded it. But this guy is still defending Deng Xiang. He deserves every blow. Fine. I deserve it. Xuanjiang immediately admitted his fault and began slapping his own face. He dared not refuse. Even if Feng Bin beat him to death, right now not a single person would speak a word in his defense. Because behind Feng Bin stood Qi Fan. Yang called out, "Enough. Now is not the time for internal strife. Everyone go your separate ways. If you wish to return, I will wait at Qingyou town for 3 days and 1 year's time regardless of whether Teacher Song has returned or not." Everyone gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Wang Qiwen turned to Qi Fan with a smile. "Qi Fan, thank you for saving me. Once I finish writing Journey to the West, I'll make you the protagonist of my next novel. Just don't slander me in the book," Qi Fan replied with a chuckle. "Don't worry. You'll be portrayed as exceedingly noble. I'll even give you 8 wives." Wang Qiwen laughed and departed. Yang Kan headed directly into Qingyou town. With his face destroyed, he was virtually unrecognizable. Yang Shu meanwhile left alongside Jiang Yan. Yang Shu and Jiang Yan had maintained a good relationship long before this moment, as evidenced by Jiang Yan's desperate attempt to stop him from rushing toward the fire. Zhang Sihui and Mei Shui walked together as companions. Gao Feng helped Zhang Yang to his feet, and the two walked alongside Guo Xuan from their class. Having endured the agony of losing his arm, Gao Feng had become far more pragmatic. All these years his deliberate efforts to befriend Zhang Yang and curry favor had been motivated by one reason: Yan Haochen, who stood behind Zhang Yang. Now that he had left Lingguan Mountain, he needed to cling even more tightly to Zhang Yang, hoping to find opportunities to attach himself to Yan Haochen in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Tianyu departed together with Tu Jiang and Yu Kuan. The three had been roommates throughout high school, and their friendship had remained strong ever since. Soon only Qi Fan Feng Bin with his family of 3 and Li Xingru remained. Feng Bin, holding Feng Chong in his arms, asked Qi Fan, "Brother Fan, where are we going?" Qi Fan gazed into the distance and replied, "Yunzhou Baipu City." The second volume, Shared Contract, is about to unfold. Stay tuned for more exciting content. Is this Baiwu City? After nearly half a month of arduous journey, Qi Fan and Feng Bin's group finally arrived at Baiwu City. It was early morning, and Baiwu City lay shrouded in a thick veil of mist. The group entered the city and found an inn to stay at. Feng Bin inquired of Qi Fan, "Fanji, how long will we be staying at this inn?" Qi Fan fell silent for a moment before answering, "I'm not sure yet. After I finish my business here, if nothing unexpected happens, we should settle down in Baiwu City." Feng Bin nodded, but did not press further about what Qi Fan was occupied with. Having known Qi Fan for many years, Feng Bin understood that due to his family's circumstances, Qi Fan kept many things bottled up inside and was reluctant to confide in others. Furthermore, deep down he trusted no one but himself. Of course, Qi Fan himself was fundamentally a kind person. After dining at the inn, he immediately bade farewell to Feng Bin and the others, heading toward the western part of Baiwu City. After traveling 100 li, he arrived at a village. Qi Fan inquired with a villager about the location of the Rotten Dao Temple. The villager confirmed that there was indeed a Rotten Dao Temple about 10 kilometers outside the village. Qi Fan hurried along. When he was nearly at the Rotten Dao Temple, he changed into his specially crafted costume, a lizard-shaped animal suit in a yellow-brown color reminiscent of fallen leaves. Qi Fan slipped into the costume and crawled forward. The last time he had surveilled Xuanjiang, he had been discovered by a spirit-sensing bird that the cultivator had placed in the forest. This time Qi Fan would not make the same mistake. Qi Fan did not know the exact location of the spirit-sensing bird, but he was certain that such a creature would not report every wild beast it spotted to the cultivator. Qi Fan crawled for over 20 minutes before reaching the forest just a few hundred meters from the Rotten Dao Temple. The temple sat halfway up the mountain, constructed of stacked stones. Beside it stood a weathered stone tablet inscribed with Rotten Dao Temple. It appeared genuinely dilapidated. No wonder it bore such a name. There truly is such a place. Qi Fan observed the Rotten Dao Temple from a distance. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the cultivator, who had once stolen the spiritual artifact from Lingguan Mountain, would be hiding here. How could he capture this cultivator? What was the cultivator's strength? Could he prevail in a confrontation? Qi Fan did not rush. He would observe carefully first. After confirming whether the cultivator was truly inside, he would either send a message to Chun Yao requesting her assistance, or lure a formidable martial arts grandmaster from Baiwu City to test the cultivator's mettle on his behalf. After 3 consecutive days of surveillance, Qi Fan finally saw an elderly man with a balding crown and a gaunt frame emerge from the Rotten Dao Temple. The man's robe was caked with mud and grime, making him look even more wretched than a beggar. Yet when he exited the temple, he moved with the lightness of a swallow and incredible agility, one leap covering over a dozen zhang. Clearly no ordinary individual. Could this be the cultivator? Qi Fan watched the gaunt old man depart, but dared not follow. After the thin old man had completely vanished from sight, Qi Fan's gaze returned to the Rotten Dao Temple. The fellow had left. Surely the temple was empty now. Might he have hidden the stolen artifact from Lingguan Mountain inside? Qi Fan's mind raced. Though the odds were extremely slim, it remained a possibility. Fortune favors the bold. If I could obtain the artifact without lifting a finger, that would be ideal. Chi Fan immediately looked up, scanning the surroundings for the spirit-sensing bird's location. But the bird had hidden itself too well. There was no way to spot it. Chi Fan checked the time. It had been about 5 minutes since the gaunt old man had departed. Move fast in and out. Chi Fan did not remove his lizard costume, instead crawling rapidly toward the rotten Dao temple. Squeak! Squeak! Sure enough, the spirit-sensing bird's cry rang out from beyond the forest. The bird took flight into the sky, clearly rushing off to warn the cultivator. That beast is far too clever. Chi Fan immediately rose to his feet and dashed into the rotten Dao temple. The temple was small, merely 100 square feet or so, its walls built from stacked stones. At the altar stood a faded Taoist statue. Other than that, there was nothing. Chi Fan searched the entire temple, but found no spiritual artifact. It must have been taken with him. A miscalculation this time. We've alerted our target. Chi Fan prepared to leave. However, upon reaching the stone steps at the temple's entrance, he noticed a conspicuous muddy footprint on the ground. Something's wrong. Chi Fan recalled that the gaunt old man had been covered in mud, but the interior of the temple, though weedy, did not have such mud. Where had this mud come from? Chi Fan immediately turned back. This time he searched meticulously, and sure enough, he discovered some faint traces of fine moist earth at the edge of the Taoist statue. This statue. Chi Fan gripped the statue with both hands and lifted with all his strength. The statue, weighing several thousand jin, was raised to reveal a cavern beneath. Inside the cavern lay a passage leading somewhere unknown. What is this place? Chi Fan made his decision instantly and stepped into the passage. He had only walked a few steps when he suddenly stopped. In the tunnel ahead, there was an enormous rat, at least a meter tall, with crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness. Its 2 paws clutched a human head gnawed into a bloody, gruesome mess. It stared at Chi Fan with an eerie gaze. Suddenly, the giant rat lunged toward Chi Fan at full speed. Chi Fan thrust his spear forward with brutal force. The giant rat's 2 paws clamped down tightly on the spear shaft. With his terrifying internal energy fully channeled, the spearhead gradually advanced toward the giant rat's body. Boom! Suddenly, Chi Fan erupted with force, and the spear pierced into the rat's body. However, to Chi Fan's utter disbelief, his strike penetrated less than half an inch. It was as if he had stabbed into unbreakable steel. The giant rat was forced back, but this only enraged it further. It let out a berserk shriek and charged at Chi Fan again. Go! Chi Fan made his decision instantly and fled back the way he came. This giant rat's strength was far too formidable, surpassing even a grandmaster who had opened the 5th meridian. Moreover, its physical defenses were extraordinarily powerful. The tunnel passage was narrow, and with restricted movement, he could not possibly defeat it in a short time. Furthermore, that spirit-sensing bird had already gone to notify the cultivator. When that cultivator returned, there would be no escape. Chi Fan fled all the way out. He didn't even have time to move the statue back in place. The giant rat chased him to the cave entrance before suddenly stopping, its beady eyes scanning the surroundings before retreating back inside. After leaving the rotten Dao temple, Chi Fan deployed his Zhangxing movement technique and fled to a small river. He leaped into the water and swam downstream, carried by the current. He did this to prevent any scent on his body from being detected by that rat, which might allow the cultivator to track him. Shortly after Chi Fan submerged himself, the gaunt old man hurried back to the rotten Dao temple. Seeing the displaced statue, the old man flew into a rage. How dare they? How dare they? The old man hurriedly dove into the passage, pressing forward along the way. When the giant rat spotted the old man, it rushed over and nestled against his trouser leg. Seeing that the giant rat was still alive, the old man breathed a sigh of relief. He poured out a blood-red pill and fed it to the giant rat. The wound on the giant rat's body, stabbed open by Chi Fan, immediately stopped bleeding. Was someone here just now? The giant rat nodded immediately. Did that person go inside? The giant rat shook its head immediately. The old man turned and left the passage, pulling out a pale paper talisman from his body. With 2 fingers pressed together, he infused a peculiar power into it. After deploying this spiritual energy, the old man's face turned somewhat ashen. This pale paper talisman transformed into a flying crane racing toward the place where Chi Fan had fled. Let me see which despicable wretch dares covet my fortune and destiny. The old man hurried after him. Shortly he caught up to the riverside where Chi Fan had been swimming, and the flying crane circled above the riverbank, clearly having lost its target. Despicable. Who is it? Who could it be? Could it be that Deng Xiang? The old man contemplated in his heart. Only Deng Xiang and that woman of his knew the location of the decayed Dao temple. However, Deng Xiang didn't know the secret within the decayed Dao temple. Moreover, he possessed evidence of Deng Xiang helping him escape from Lingguan Mountain. Deng Xiang would never snitch to the Xuanjiang sect unless he wanted to drag the old man down with him in mutual destruction. Additionally, Deng Xiang's strength wasn't sufficient to harm the blood demon rat that the old man had raised. It must be some wandering grandmaster who has opened the 5 meridians accidentally trespassing. Since this person failed once, they'll likely come a second time. By then it will be their death. The old man returned with a gloomy face. Though the safest move now would be to leave the decayed Tao temple immediately, the thing beneath the temple was the key to turning his fate around. He absolutely could not leave. On Shifan's side, after swimming concealed underwater for about half an hour, he crawled out from the river. Tactically unsound, truly tactically unsound. This time I've definitely alerted the enemy. Shifan hadn't expected that after the cultivator left there would still be such a powerful giant rat inside the cave. What is that cultivator researching underground? Now that I've alerted them, will that cultivator flee immediately? Shifan wasn't certain, but now was definitely not the time to go back. Furthermore, he didn't dare send a message to Xuanjiang. The main reason was that he had already become a wanted fugitive of Lingguan Mountain. Could Xuanjiang be trusted? Taking a step back, even if Xuanjiang could be trusted, she had suffered a defeat at that cultivator's hands last time. This time she would definitely bring elders from her sect along. Upon learning that he was a wanted criminal, killing him with one palm, without even having to give 3 gathering chi pills, this would be a perfect 2-for-1 deal for her. If Xuanjiang didn't bring anyone, Shifan worried she wouldn't be a match for this cultivator once again, putting both of them in danger. Forget it, I'll just continue observing. Shifan wasn't accustomed to leaving his life in others' hands. He didn't leave entirely. After entering Haima village not far from the decayed Tao temple, and purchasing some necessary living supplies from the villagers, he went to the Black Horse Mountain behind the village. Black Horse Mountain was covered with many black trees, called black phoenix butterfly trees, whose leaves resembled black butterflies. Viewed from a distance, Black Horse Mountain looked like the head of a black horse, hence its name. Black Horse Mountain's terrain was extremely high, perfectly positioned to overlook the decayed Tao temple on the opposite mountainside. Shifan kept watch from Black Horse Mountain, but unfortunately the distance was too great, making it difficult to see clearly. If only I had a telescope. Shifan muttered to himself. He didn't need to rush, so he immediately set off for Baiwu City. He traveled at full speed, arriving at Baiwu City in less than half an hour. Shifan found an agate shop in Baiwu City and, offering a hefty sum, asked the craftsman to grind 4 pieces of lens for him. Shifan secured them in a bamboo tube and tested it. Indeed, it worked like a telescope. He immediately brought the telescope back to Black Horse Mountain. By now it was already dark, and looking toward the decayed Tao temple, he couldn't see clearly. But after keeping watch for 7 consecutive days on this afternoon, Shifan saw 4 people walk out of the decayed Tao temple at once. The leader was naturally that tall, gaunt old man. Behind him followed 3 people, each carrying a large backpack basket, following the old man toward the other side of the mountain. How are there other people? When I went in before, I didn't see anyone else. Shifan gripped his telescope tightly, constantly changing positions on this side of the mountain, observing without end. He watched the old man bring the 3 people to a pool beneath a waterfall. Each of those 3 took out a round disc, poured the contents from their back baskets into the discs, then the 3 people waded into the pool holding the discs and slowly swaying them. This action was all too familiar to Shifan. Washing for spirit stones. Shifan's eyes went wide. He finally understood what was beneath the decayed Tao temple. It was actually a spirit stone mine. More precisely, it should be an earth spirit stone mine. Less than 10 minutes passed, and as night fell, Shifan could no longer see clearly. By the next morning, the poolside was completely empty. Shifan could barely contain his shock. Here there was actually a spirit stone mine. This was far beyond Shifan's expectations. Spirit stones were the hard currency for cultivators, comparable to how gold mines were for ordinary people. Naturally invaluable. How can I get rid of this cultivator? How can I obtain this spirit mine? Shifan pondered. Cooperating with others was naturally unrealistic, because there were no suitable candidates, and there was the risk of being eaten alive by others. Shifan took out a medicine bottle containing 1 gathering chi pill. Could I have to embark on the path of cultivation to stand a chance against him? Shifan now considered himself the #1 martial arts master in the world. He really wanted to go alone and confront that old man directly. But after much deliberation, he decided to hold off for now. The spirit mine was indeed precious, but for his current self, it wasn't a necessity. On the contrary, he had the hungry worm directly connecting to the immortal realm with limitless future potential. There was no need to recklessly clash with him now. But Shifan didn't leave immediately either. Having nowhere else to go, he practiced the Xuanjiang stance in Black Horse Mountain, while simultaneously surveilling the decayed Tao temple across the way, watching for any suitable opportunity. Now that Shifan had reached the 5 Meridian Grandmaster realm, he could gather the chi of the 5 meridians at any time to strike the Baihui point atop his head. But if he struck, now the probability of failure was very high. His 5 Meridian chi was still at the chest position. To raise the 5 Meridian chi all the way to the Baihui point on the crown of the head, everyone only had 1 chance to make this attempt. If he failed, the chi would scatter, his cultivation would regress, and in severe cases he could die. If he succeeded, he would transcend the mundane and have the chance to glimpse the path of immortality. What Qi Fan needed to do now was to improve his internal strength as much as possible, making the Qi within his 5 meridians even more abundant. The more Qi, the greater the power. One gathering Qi pill might achieve the effect of what normally took 3 pills. And so Qi Fan practiced the Xuanjiang stance in the dense forest below the mountain, every morning surveilled the decayed Tao temple in the afternoon, and at night inhaled immortal Qi within the dream eggshell. Qi Fan also continued exploring the world beyond the eggshell. Now that I've reached the 5 meridian realm, my strength is greater than before. As long as I don't provoke the firebird and yellow snake, exploring in other directions while being careful shouldn't pose too much danger. That day Qi Fan crawled out of the eggshell again. Since terrifying yellow snakes and firebirds lurked ahead, he didn't dare approach. Instead, he slowly moved forward to explore in the direction behind the eggshell. Qi Fan walked extremely carefully, every time seeking cover, and before finding cover confirming whether other animals were present. Shortly Qi Fan heard the sound of rushing water. There's water. Qi Fan quietly crawled along the direction of the water flow. This was a massive pool, and for his minuscule starvation worm body, it was more accurately described as a pond rather than a pool. At that moment, a group of colorful creeping creatures were drinking water by the pool. These creatures were modest in size, roughly twice the length of Qi Fan's worm body, yet they possessed an abundance of antennae that gave them a centipede-like appearance. Their 5-segmented bodies displayed different colors on each segment. Qi Fan counted and found at least 20 such creatures crawling by the pool drinking water. Hiding in the shadows, he watched with growing restlessness. Qi Fan could only abandon the idea and turn back. The following evening Qi Fan returned and found the creatures absent. After carefully observing and confirming no other animals were nearby, he rushed to the pool's edge and took a massive gulp of water. The water was sweet upon entry, remarkably refreshing. Before Qi Fan could savor it properly, he took several more hurried gulps until his stomach felt nearly full, then rushed back. Pool edges typically attracted numerous animals seeking water, making them perilous zones. As expected, Qi Fan had barely ventured far when a massive shadow fell across the ground. Looking up, he spotted a colossal immortal bird with radiant plumage and an elongated tail gliding toward the pool. The creature's size was staggering, at least 4 or 5 times that of the earlier firebird. Qi Fan felt a chill of relief. Had he been at the pool's edge drinking, he would never have known what killed him. Not necessarily. To a creature of this magnitude, I might be nothing more than an ant. Even if I stood right beside it, it probably wouldn't bother acknowledging me. No. It's still a bird, and birds naturally prey on insects. It might casually snap me up. Numerous thoughts swirled through Qi Fan's mind, but he dared not test any of them. Qi Fan returned to his eggshell, and only then noticed subtle changes in his starvation worm body. The golden spots had expanded slightly, though not enough to trigger evolution. I'll wait until I wake to see the effects. The next morning Qi Fan awoke and immediately examined his body. My internal energy seems to have strengthened somewhat. Qi Fan carefully sensed the change. The improvement was subtle, less than 10%, but undeniably present. Excellent. That is truly sacred water. I'll check again tomorrow night and keep drinking whenever the opportunity arises. Qi Fan felt quite pleased. He had finally found a path to strength. Thus half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Over that period Qi Fan consumed the sacred water 7 times. After the 7th intake, he sensed no further effect. His internal energy had increased by at least 30%. Unknowingly Qi Fan felt he had reached his limit. The power gathered from the 5 meridians had now reached his brain from his chest, ready to launch a final assault on the spiritual root within his Biwi acupoint at any moment. This may be the maximum internal energy my body can store. No matter how much sacred water I drink, or even if I consume the flesh of immortal beasts, I cannot progress further, unless I can practice cultivation. Transform internal energy into spiritual power. Qi Fan thought to himself. He picked up the telescope and skillfully gazed once more at the dilapidated Taoist temple on the opposite mountain. Ever since witnessing them washing spirit sand that day, Qi Fan had not seen them emerge again. He surmised they likely operated at night, and his previous encounter had been coincidental. They had set out in the late afternoon before darkness fell, which is why he had seen them. Now 2 choices lay before him. First, confront the old man directly and fight him head-on. Second, consume the soul-gathering Qi pill he possessed to broaden his spiritual root and step into the realm of cultivation. Third, notify Xuanjiang. Qi Fan hesitated for a long time, unable to decide. That night, as he slept soundly, he was suddenly awakened by a tremor. He quickly sprang up, thinking a wild beast had climbed onto the tree where he resided. But he immediately realized the commotion was coming from the dilapidated Taoist temple halfway up the opposite mountain. Through the night, the temple flickered with flashes of firelight and blue light accompanied by thunderous, ear-splitting sounds. What is happening? Qi Fan was shocked. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately sprinted toward the temple. In less than a minute, wielding his Zhang Tianxing technique, he arrived outside the temple. He hastily climbed a tree to peer inside, but the darkness made it impossible to see clearly. All he heard was an angry roar from within. "Boy, you alone dare to come arrest me. You're dreaming. Old bastard, I haven't even unleashed my strongest strike yet. Let's see how long you can endure." Crack. Suddenly, an intense flash of light erupted above the temple. A spherical bolt of lightning that momentarily illuminated the structure and revealed the two combatants inside. Qi Fan focused his gaze and recognized the figure facing the tall, thin old man. It was Yin Haochen. After more than 3 years apart, Yin Haochen appeared unchanged, but he was now channeling a mysterious rune that manifested as a sphere of lightning hurtling toward the tall, thin old man. Thunder Control Talisman. The old man was greatly alarmed. He hastily drew another talisman and threw it skyward. Go! The talisman transformed into a yellow spiritual shield spanning at least 5 or 6 square feet, positioning itself before the old man like an impenetrable wall. The spherical lightning collided with the shield, releasing a terrifying shockwave that erupted outward in all directions. Qi Fan, hiding in the treetops 100 meters away, felt the entire tree shuddering. Clinging to the trunk, he watched as the old man's spiritual shield ultimately proved inferior and shattered. The old man was caught in the shockwave and blasted backward, crashing into the Taoist statue. Unfortunately, with the light fading, Qi Fan could no longer make out the scene clearly. Has Yin Haochen actually killed the old man? Qi Fan was astonished. What manner of talisman was Yin Haochen wielding? Had the Xuanjiang sect crafted some celestial artifact? The destructive power was staggering. Qi Fan knew he could never withstand even a single blow. "Damn you, old bastard. I'll be back for you." Yin Haochen's voice carried a hint of urgency, suggesting he had failed to finish off the old man. The next instant, Qi Fan saw a cyan aura enveloping Yin Haochen. His speed was so great that he resembled a streak of lightning, 5 or 6 times faster than Qi Fan's own Zhang Tianxing technique. As he shot forth from the temple, Yin Haochen fled. Was he defeated? Qi Fan was astonished, watching Yin Haochen's escape route with deep thought. Why had Yin Haochen appeared here? There could only be one explanation. Deng Xiang must have informed him. But now Qi Fan had no time to ponder Yin Haochen or any Deng Xiang. His gaze remained locked on the dilapidated temple. The old man appeared wounded from Yin Haochen's assault. If Qi Fan struck now, what were his chances of killing him? Crack. At that moment, the world flared with light once more. Qi Fan saw within the temple that the old man, his garments stained with blood, was seated in meditation upon the ground. Rumbling thunder followed. Clutching his spear tightly, Qi Fan advanced swiftly toward the temple, moving with the thunderous sounds. Qi Fan, accompanied by the rumble of thunder, flipped and leaped into the dilapidated Taoist temple. Who goes there? The old man, who had been meditating to heal his wounds, suddenly opened his eyes, glaring at the spear-wielding man. Qi Fan wasted no words. Upon striking, he unleashed his strongest move. Crane splits heaven, driving his spear straight at the old man. The old man pressed his palms together, and a yellow cone of condensed spiritual energy erupted from his hands. Go! The old man's spiritual cone surged forward, colliding head-on with the tip of Qi Fan's spear. A deafening boom echoed through the air. During the collision, Qi Fan felt an indescribable force surge through his body, cracking his palm and drawing blood. His first strike had nearly been knocked from his grip. Qi Fan was stunned, but he noticed that after the old man executed this strike, his mouth puffed up slightly, blood trapped within. The injury had been aggravated. Mountain Tiger. Boom. Qi Fan activated Thousand Li Stride beneath his feet, and his second spear strike followed instantly. Enraged, the old man reached out with both hands toward the tip of Qi Fan's first spear. His palms were wrapped in a sphere of spiritual energy, and impossibly, he caught the spear barehanded, gripping Qi Fan's weapon steadily. A mere mortal dares to play the predator. You startled this old man. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The old man gripped the spear tip and thrust it forward with immense force. And terrifying power, far purer than inner energy, surged along the spear shaft. Qi Fan exerted himself to the limit, yet he was still forced backward step by the old man's shove. So this is spiritual energy. Qi Fan was shaken to his core. This was his first encounter with a cultivator. Even though the old man was injured, this supreme martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of martial prowess was completely outmatched in raw power. Qi Fan was pushed backward relentlessly until he crashed into the stone wall of the dilapidated temple, shattering it. The two of them fought their way out of the temple. Qi Fan's inner energy enveloped his body, preventing serious injury. At the same time, he noticed that blood oozed more profusely from the corners of the old man's mouth, and his complexion had grown increasingly pale. His injury has worsened. Qi Fan's eyes blazed with intensity. He suddenly exerted all his strength and managed to push the old man backward, driving him back into the dilapidated temple. Despicable. What kind of internal energy does this fellow possess? It's simply too fierce. The old man was equally shattered, unable to believe what he was experiencing. Crack. The heavy rain poured ever harder. Inside the dilapidated temple, the two engaged in a contest of pure power. This was a clash between peak internal martial arts and the weakest form of spiritual energy. Meanwhile, on a mountain road some 30 li away from the dilapidated temple, the fleeing Yin Haochen felt the power of his talisman dissipate. He came to a stop leaning against a large tree and pulled out a healing pill from his belongings, swallowing it. At this moment, lightning flashed and a figure appeared alongside it. Deng Xiang. I fuck your fucking mother. You told me that old monster Xiaoyao was severely injured and that our earlier encounter was nothing like this. He even had a talisman on his person. Yin Haochen, you came here of your own accord. I advised you before, but you refused to listen. Who do you have to blame? Deng Xiang said calmly. Shut your fucking mouth. Isn't it because you ruined me that I have to come here to redeem myself through merit? Yin Haochen hurled abuse at Deng Xiang's mother. Previously, when the Xuanjiang Tavern incident occurred, Yin Haochen, as the backer of Xuanjiang Tavern, was also punished by the Xuanjiang sect. Naturally, Yin Haochen wanted to settle scores with Deng Xiang. As for Deng Xiang, he revealed a shocking piece of information. He knew the whereabouts of the thief who had stolen the spiritual artifact from Lingguan Mountain back then. To avoid punishment, Yin Haochen decided to take a desperate risk and single-handedly capture that cultivator. After all, based on his knowledge, that cultivator was not particularly strong, only at the Qi refining second stage, and was already wounded. Although Yin Haochen's martial arts strength was only at the 5th meridian opening level, he knew that with certain special methods, he could kill a Qi refining second stage cultivator. Moreover, the opponent was already injured. Thus, Yin Haochen found a senior brother who offered loans within the Xuanjiang sect, took out a loan to purchase several powerful talismans, and after making full preparations went straight for the target. But he never expected that the old man had recovered significantly and even possessed talismans on his person. Of course, when Yin Haochen had used the Thunder Control talisman earlier, he had actually severely wounded the old man. But he never anticipated that the old man had been feigning death and upon his approach had launched a counterattack. Now Yin Haochen himself was also badly injured. Cut the bullshit. Take me to Baiwu City to rest properly. I want to summon our senior brothers from the sect to kill that old bastard. Yin Haochen muttered curse after curse. Deng Xiang walked toward him. Suddenly Yin Haochen felt something was off about Deng Xiang and quickly retreated. Boom. A black dagger shot from within Deng Xiang's sleeve, targeting Yin Haochen with lethal intent. Yin Haochen immediately dove behind a large tree, but Deng Xiang's strike actually split the tree clean in two. Deng Xiang, what are you doing? Yin Haochen exploded in fury. Deng Xiang sneered, useless waste. You had so many talismans and still couldn't kill that old monster Xiaoyao. You are indeed mud that cannot be plastered on a wall, completely wasting such excellent spiritual root aptitude. In your next life, remember to bring a better brain. Boom. Deng Xiang attacked Yin Haochen again. Yin Haochen roared in anger, fuck your mother. Deng Xiang, even injured, I am a grandmaster with 5 meridians opened. I am not someone you little punk can kill. Enduring his wounds, Yin Haochen fought desperately against Deng Xiang. But during the exchange, Yin Haochen was stunned. Deng Xiang was also an opening meridian grandmaster. He found it unbelievable. Wasn't Deng Xiang at the bone tempering stage? Hadn't he himself given Deng Xiang a marrow washing pill to elevate his aptitude so that he could break through to the bone tempering realm? How had he reached the opening meridian stage so quickly? Judging by this power, he might even possess the strength of a 4th meridian opener. Yin Haochen's injuries worsened further. Finally, he could no longer hold on, spitting a mouthful of blood as exhaustion hit him like a tidal wave. Die! Deng Xiang seized the opportunity, driving the black dagger straight into Yin Haochen's chest. Yin Haochen's corpse fell into the torrential rain. Deng Xiang crouched down and quickly searched Yin Haochen's body. He found a pouch and opened it to discover Yin Haochen's Xuanjiang sect disciple token along with 2 pill bottles. The pills in one of the bottles were unfamiliar to Deng Xiang, but in the other bottle were 3 pills that Deng Xiang knew all too well. Qi gathering pills. 3 Qi gathering pills. Heaven assists me. Heaven truly assists me. Deng Xiang threw his head back and laughed uproariously, his figure vanishing into the night. Crack. Thunder flashed again, illuminating the dilapidated temple 30 li away. Qi Fan, exhausted from head to toe, withdrew the tip of his spear from the old man's glabella. The old man's eyes were wide open, unable to believe that he would ultimately die at the hands of a mere mortal. Qi Fan did not bother to recover his breath, and immediately began searching the old man's body. The old man had a cloth bag on him containing 23 earth spirit stones, a map, and a mysterious cultivation manual titled Wuxing Tu Xinjia. Is this really a cultivation manual? Qi Fan's eyes lit up the moment he saw the Wuxing Tu Xinjia. He immediately lit the candles beside the altar to illuminate the pages. It recorded techniques for absorbing spiritual energy, circulating it through the celestial circuit within the body, and refining it into breath, completely different from martial arts cultivation. Truly a cultivation manual. There was hope for immortality. Qi Fan had no time to study the manual in detail now. He opened another map. It appeared to be a map of the area surrounding Baiwu City within a radius of 500 kilometers. Several red dots were marked around Baiwu City with 2 or 3 more dots indicated several hundred li away from the city. What do these red dots mean? Are they also spirit mine locations? Qi Fan speculated silently, though he knew he could only verify this in the future. But there doesn't seem to be any of the spirit artifacts lost from Lingguan Mountain. Qi Fan muttered to himself. He took a moment to regulate his breathing, then lifted the old man's corpse and positioned him leaning against a pillar in a meditation posture, appearing as though he were recovering from injuries. After completing this, Qi Fan hid behind the Taoist statue and waited quietly. Yin Haochen was definitely summoned by Deng Xiang. That guy probably intends to play the Oriole waiting behind, the likely bird catcher. He may appear soon. If he dares to come, I'll send him on his way. Qi Fan circulated his internal energy to heal his injuries while waiting patiently. However, he waited until dawn when the rain stopped, yet Deng Xiang never appeared. Qi Fan realized Deng Xiang probably wouldn't come. That guy is too cautious. He moved his hands away from the statue, grabbed the old man's corpse, and carried him deeper into the passage. Inside the passage, the giant rat was still guarding the cavern. When it saw Qi Fan descending with the old man's corpse, its rat eyes widened. In the next instant, the giant rat actually flopped onto the ground, its entire body trembling violently. Qi Fan was quite surprised. He had intended to use the old man's corpse to provoke the giant rat's anger, lure it out of the burrow, and then slay it outside. But he never expected the rat to be so timid and pragmatic. Upon seeing its master killed, it seemed about to submit to him. Qi Fan immediately asked, "Do you wish to submit to me?" The giant rat could indeed understand human speech and nodded at once. Qi Fan said, "Then lead the way ahead." The giant rat immediately scurried deeper into the tunnel. Following it into the underground cave, Qi Fan discovered stone walls piled along both sides of the passage. The traces were clearly not from just a few years. Qi Fan was startled and thought to himself, could this spirit mine have existed for an extremely long time? Could there still be others who know about it? Suspicious, he immediately asked the giant rat, "Did your former master discover this spirit mine, eh?" The giant rat nodded immediately. Qi Fan felt the question was somewhat superfluous and changed his approach. Has this spirit mine existed for at least 10 years? The giant rat gazed at Qi Fan with a bewildered expression. Clearly, although it possessed intelligence, it was not smart enough to understand the concept of years. That required systematic learning. Lead the way ahead, lead the way ahead. Qi Fan knew there were other people in this spirit mine and had no intention of questioning the beast further. Under the guidance of the giant rat, Qi Fan soon penetrated deep into the mountain's interior and reached a spacious mine cavern. 2 passages ahead, each emitted the sound of chiseling gravel. He could faintly see figures working inside both mine tunnels. "Stop! Come here at once!" Qi Fan shouted loudly. However, none of the miners paid any attention to him. Qi Fan frowned in confusion. He entered one of the mine caves where 3 miners were extracting ore, 2 slightly older and 1 noticeably younger. All 3 were martial artists at the Gubone refining realm. They wielded specially crafted tools to chisel the ore, which differed from Xuanjiang stone in its dark coloration and proved more difficult to extract. "Stop!" Qi Fan called out. The 3 turned around one after another, glanced at him blankly, and then continued chiseling. These 3 are similar to a bin back then. They must have lost their sanity. Qi Fan furrowed his brow. That foolish brute from the Kai Maizong sect had left a deep impression on him. He went to another mine cave where there were 2 men and 1 woman. Among them, a white-haired old man was at the Kai Mai Grandmaster realm, also mining. Mining seemed to have become their instinct now. Inside this cave were 6 miners in total, and over on one side lay some food nearly rotted away. The stench inside was unbearable, clearly indicating they ate, drank, and relieved themselves all within the mine cave. Qi Fan did not know how to manage these people. Releasing them might only result in their starvation. Qi Fan let them continue mining and instead explored other parts of the cave. He still had not found the spirit artifact the old man had stolen from Lingguan Mountain. Qi Fan followed the left-hand passage of this mine deeper. There was a narrow crack in the mountainside. After proceeding for roughly 100 to 200 meters, the space suddenly opened up into a cavern with smooth walls on all 4 sides. At its center sat a cyan jade bed. Around the jade bed were planted 12 special small banners. These 12 banners formed a circle, and in the center between them floated a wisp of ethereal spiritual energy. What is this place? Qi Fan's eyes gleamed. This must be the old man's secret base. However, Qi Fan was somewhat wary of places containing immortal artifacts, so he sent the giant rat ahead to scout. Upon learning Qi Fan wanted it to enter onto the jade bed, the giant rat was thrilled and immediately scampered over, sitting on the jade bed and greedily breathing in the energy. Seeing no danger, Qi Fan promptly walked inside. As soon as he crossed into the circle surrounded by the banners, a familiar sensation washed over him. What fresh air! How extraordinary! This is similar to the immortal chi I absorbed in the immortal realm. Chi Fan's eye shone, though he could not determine whether the air here or that in the immortal realm was superior. Could it be that the spirit artifacts the old man stole are these banners? Chi Fan approached one of the banners and crouched to examine it closely. He discovered characters inscribed on the pole, Xuanjiang Zone, crafted by Sima Yong. He must have stolen these banners. Chi Fan was certain. He made an inference in his heart: these banners should be able to channel the power of this earth spirit vein, making this place suitable for cultivators to practice. Unfortunately, he had not yet reached the stage of cultivation, and his martial internal energy had already hit its limit. Staying here would be useless. Chi Fan looked around and suddenly noticed writing on one of the walls. Chi Fan immediately walked over. An inscription carved into the stone wall read, Tao Yuanshan, our clan's founding ancestor, discovered this earth spirit deposit in the 246th year of the Yang Kingdom. All descendants of the Tao family who come henceforth must observe the clan's mining regulations without exception. First, no outsider is to be permitted to mine here lest information leak. Second, if the clan possesses no grand cultivator of foundation establishment or beyond, no more than 100 spirit stones may be extracted within a single year. This earth spirit deposit serves merely as an auxiliary resource. Without the strength to protect it, relying upon it alone would only invite greater peril and reverse the proper order of priority. Third, if the clan has no member with a spiritual root, the mine vein shall be sealed, and the knowledge passed down only through oral tradition among the clan patriarchs. After reading through it all, Chi Fan finally understood the origin of this earth spirit mine. So it was this man named Tao Yuanshan who had first discovered it. Estimating from the timeline, nearly 150 years had passed since then. I wonder if this Tao Yuanshan is still alive, and whether anyone from the Tao clan remains. Chi Fan felt somewhat concerned. Was that old man a member of the Tao clan? What if other members of the Tao clan returned? He glanced at the 12 formation flags lying on the ground, but still refrained from touching them. Mainly because Chi Fan had no idea whether moving them would disrupt the overall arrangement here. He ordered the giant rat to continue guarding the cave entrance while he ventured out to find better food and clothing to improve the living conditions of those 6 black miners. Besides, he had noticed the giant rat was previously seen gnawing on human heads. If he did not provide it with proper food, who knew whether it might turn to devouring those 6 unfortunate black miners. Chi Fan went to the Black Horse village, the settlement nearest to the ruined Dao temple, and purchased grain from the villagers, while also probing for information about Tao Yuanshan. He had not harbored high hopes, but to his surprise, when he asked an elderly man in the village, the old man immediately became animated and eager to tell him everything. I don't know anyone named Tao Yuanshan, but I do know our Black Horse village once had an extremely powerful great clan called the Tao family. Even the nobles and high officials from Baiwu City would come to pay respects during festivals and holidays. Extremely formidable. Rumor has it someone from the Tao family became an immortal. By the way, do you know that ruined Dao temple? It's said to have been built by that Tao family immortal. Later, the Tao family apparently committed some unforgivable atrocity, and one night, they were all slain. It was over 60 years ago. I was still a child then. I personally saw lightning flashing and thunder rumbling outside, and I watched as soul-reaping spirits came to take them all away. Does the Tao family have no descendants? Chi Fan asked. Descendants? Let me think. The old man suddenly seemed to recall something and slapped his forehead. Indeed, over 20 years ago, a middle-aged man named Tao and claimed to be a descendant of the Tao family and returned here. He also asked me about the Tao family, saying this was his ancestral land. But after that, he simply disappeared. Hearing this, Chi Fan already had his suspicions. That Taoan was most likely that old man, burdened with the vengeance of a slaughtered clan, yet unfortunately meeting his end at Chi Fan's own hands. He wondered whether that vengeance had ever been carried out, but judging by his strength, it seemed unlikely. Of course, Chi Fan would not bear excessive guilt. That old man had once ordered Xuanjiang to bring Bin to hunt him down alongside Chen Yao. Had he not broken through at a critical moment, he would long ago have become nothing but a corpse. Slaying him the previous night was merely retribution. After purchasing a substantial amount of supplies, Chi Fan delivered them to the ruined Dao temple, ensured everything was well concealed, and then made his way back to Baiwu City. From Tao and's belongings, Chi Fan had obtained a cultivation technique, 23 spirit stones, and a map. Chi Fan was unsure what the map depicted, but several red dots appeared near Baiwu City. He intended to investigate them, hoping to discover whether they were other spirit deposits. Following the map's markings, Chi Fan arrived at one of the locations. This place was already on the eastern outskirts of Baiwu City, where a sprawling mansion stood belonging to a family surnamed Yin. Chi Fan examined it and found no sign of a spirit vein. Of course, he had not dug beneath the grounds, so he could not be certain. Chi Fan made inquiries about the Yin family nearby. Most people were reluctant to speak, but under the bait of his generous gold, they eventually revealed the truth. According to the information Chi Fan gathered, the Yin family had settled here over 20 years ago. Rumor had it that the family boasted an exceptionally formidable figure named Yin Tai, whose status was such that even the officials of Baiwu City accorded him a measure of respect. However, he was rarely at home. The Yin family, thanks to individuals like Yin Tai, had produced many skilled martial artists, and even a meridian opening grandmaster resided among them. Hearing this, Qi Fan's suspicions grew. A cultivator. That Yin Tai must be a cultivator, he mused to himself. He began systematically investigating the other red dots on the map. Indeed, those locations were mostly associated with remarkable individuals, though some were merely ordinary villages with nothing remarkable about them. Synthesizing what he had learned, Qi Fan became ever more convinced of his hypothesis. The red dots marked by Tao and corresponded to the locations of cultivators he knew near Baiwu City. By marking them out, Tao and must have intended to keep watch over them, perhaps to prevent them from discovering his spirit mine, or perhaps for some other reason. Currently, my most urgent priority is to converge the 5 meridians and broaden my spiritual route. But before that, I should ideally acquire 2 more Qi gathering pills. That would be the most prudent approach. Qi Fan pinched the 23 spirit stones on his person, which gave him the confidence to purchase Qi gathering pills. But where to buy them was the question. These cultivators must have their channels. Qi Fan reasoned to himself. He began eliminating possibilities based on the various cultivator locations he had investigated. In the end, he fixed his target on a town located over 20 li from Baiwu City. There the Zhou family resided. According to Qi Fan's inquiries, the Zhou family had produced a noteworthy figure named Zhou Luo 10 years prior. Zhou Luo had passed the military examination and earned the title of third-place scholar, eventually rising to the rank of 4th rank and serving as a grand general. The public believed he was a grandmaster who had opened 5 meridians, but he had resigned from office and retired 10 years ago. He was 53 years old at the time of his retirement. Later, some who had encountered Zhou Luo claimed he appeared much younger. When asked for his secret, he attributed it to the joy and peace of mind that came with leaving official life behind. However, combining this with the red dots marked by Tao and Qi Fan deduced that Zhou Luo had likely embarked upon the path of cultivation. Estimating by the timeline roughly 10 years of cultivation, his realm would not be excessively high, possibly even inferior to Tao An's. In the event of a confrontation, Qi Fan was confident he could escape. Thus, after making his preparations, Qi Fan knocked on the Zhou family gate. A maidservant opened the door and poked her head out, asking whom he sought. Qi Fan produced a large gold ingot and slipped it into the maidservant's hand, then additionally offered her a spirit stone. Please deliver this to Master Zhou Luo and inform him that I wish to pay my respects. Upon receiving the large gold ingot, the maidservant's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly fainting on the spot. Coming to her senses, she immediately replied, "Esteemed sir, our master may not see you. Many have come to visit him, and he has turned them all away. No matter. Simply deliver this to his hands, and he should receive me." Very well. Motivated by that ingot of gold, the maidservant steeled her resolve and prepared to risk everything. At the back of the Zhou family mountain, within a bamboo grove and its serene pool, a raised stone emerged from the water. Upon it sat a middle-aged man with frost-dusted temples, holding an ancient tome as he practiced his spells. As spiritual energy gathered around him, the pool water leaped time and again, transforming into water beasts or blades and arrows. Yet none could endure for 10 seconds before shattering apart. Cultivation is so difficult, harder than reaching the heavens. The middle-aged man sighed deeply. Yet he was no longer truly middle-aged. His name was Zhou Luo, and he had already lived to the age of 63. Looking back on the first half of his life, he had enjoyed considerable glory. In the 355th year of the Yang era, he entered officialdom with the distinction of 3rd place in the martial examination, and after 35 years of political turbulence, he reached the rank of a 4th-grade official. He had once thought his ambitions had reached their limit. His cultivation stalled at the 5th meridian grandmaster stage, and his official career capped at the 4th rank, for without military merit to expand territory or the patronage of noble sponsors, the 4th grade was as far as a martial officer could go. But then, through a stroke of chance, he discovered he possessed a spiritual root, the very qualification to become an immortal in legend. Having risen to the 4th rank, Zhou Luo was privy to certain secrets of the Yang kingdom. For instance, the reigning monarch held the title of Heavenly Son and was said to be the offspring of an immortal sect. He mustered the courage to petition the monarch for a qi-condensing pill to begin his cultivation, but the ruler declined, citing his advanced age as an obstacle to any meaningful achievement in the path. Refusing to accept this rebuff, Zhou Luo dared to break through without the pill, and astonishingly he succeeded. Aware that his triumph was a public contradiction of the king's judgment, he promptly resigned and retreated into seclusion. Drawing on the connections he had cultivated during his years in office, he secured various cultivation resources, including techniques and magical arts. Yet after a decade of devoted study, he remained stuck at the first stage of qi condensation, his mastery of spells merely adequate. It seems His Majesty's words have proven true. I am too old, and my cultivation shall yield little fruit. Zhou Luo harbored deep unwillingness to accept this fate. Alas, he was not born of noble lineage. He had heard that children of the aristocracy were tested for spiritual roots in their youth, and those with talent were sent to immortal sects long ago. Someone of his humble origins only discovering his spiritual root in his 50s, by then all hope was lost. Master, a maid ventured from outside the pool area kneeling timidly. A mysterious man requests an audience, and has asked me to deliver this item to you. Damn you! Who permitted you to enter? Zhou Luo erupted in fury. He had explicitly forbidden any servant from intruding upon his cultivation grounds, even his own descendants. Just as he was about to punish her, his eyes fell upon the object she held aloft with both hands, and his face instantly brightened. With a flick of his wrist, the pool water beneath the stone surged forward, forming a water hand that shot out dozens of meters and retrieved the item from her grasp. Spirit stone. A smile broke across Zhou Luo's face. Quickly escort our honored guest to the waterside pavilion and serve him the finest tea. I shall change and join him at once. Yes, master. The maid exhaled in relief. She knew she had safely accepted the gold ingot without reproach. Yet she had ultimately violated her master's rules today. Once his pleasure faded, he might well remember her transgression and exact punishment. She had to secure her freedom from servitude and leave the Zhou estate before he recalled this incident. Such a thing would have been impossible before, but with that substantial gold ingot, it was entirely within reach. The maid hastened to the gate and led Qi Fan into the pavilion. Seated there, Qi Fan felt a certain unease. This was his first formal meeting with a cultivator, and whether he could use this opportunity to enter the cultivation world depended entirely on his conduct today. Soon a middle-aged man with frost-dusted temples and an extraordinary bearing entered the pavilion with a hearty laugh. I heard a fellow Taoist sought me out. My humble Zhou estate is truly honored by your presence. Qi Fan rose and mimicked Zhou Luo's gesture and address, saying, Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhou. Qi Fan studied Zhou Luo. Though he had heard the man was 63, aside from his graying temples, his appearance was far from that of a man in his 60s, more like someone in his 40s. So cultivation truly did extend one's lifespan. If that were the case, then Tao and whom he had slain must have been quite old, perhaps far beyond what his appearance suggested. No, it may have been his injuries. A flurry of thoughts raced through Qi Fan's mind. Meanwhile, as Qi Fan observed Zhou Luo was studying him in return. The man before him looked to be in his 20s, certainly under 30. But cultivators' true ages often far exceeded their appearances, especially those with spiritual roots who could appear decades younger than they were. This man is at least in his 40s. If he has a spiritual root, he could easily be in his 70s or 80s. Zhou Luo assessed silently. Esteemed Taoist, your face is unfamiliar. Have we met before? This is my first visit to Baowu City, Qi Fan replied with a smile, so I could not possibly have encountered you, fellow Taoist Zhou. Then what is the meaning behind your gift of spirit stones? I am passing through Baowu City, and my cultivation supplies are nearly exhausted. I do not know where cultivators gather to trade nearby. Having heard of your reputation, I presumed you to be a fellow Taoist, and took the liberty of disturbing your cultivation. I beg your forbearance. Is that so? Zhou Luo chuckled. At the junction of Baowu Donghua and Yishou cities lies a place called Shigu Forest. Every month or so a cultivator gathering is held there. If you have need, you may attend the market in Shigu Forest in 18 days' time. Is any identification required? Qi Fan asked. No, Zhou Luo replied, shaking his head, but there is no guarantee of safety. Qi Fan smiled. That is of no concern. Thank you for the information, fellow Taoist Zhou. I shall not disturb your cultivation further. Zhou Luo rose immediately. I have yet to inquire after your name, esteemed Taoist. My surname is Qi. Since you are passing through Baowu City and likely have no lodging, and since you intend to attend the market in 19 days, might I invite you to stay at my Zhou estate? We could discuss the Tao together and travel to the market as companions. Would that not be most agreeable? Qi Fan knew nothing of cultivation and hardly dared to discuss the Tao with Zhou Luo. Fortunately, he had already prepared an excuse. Shaking his head, he sighed. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist Zhou. To be honest, I came to Baowu City seeking the descendants of an old acquaintance. Until I find them, I cannot stay long. Oh, I see. If you require assistance, fellow Taoist Qi, do not hesitate to ask. I still have some influence in Baowu City, and finding a person should be a straightforward matter. Zhou Luo continued. Qi Fan declined with a shake of his head. No need. I should not find him too difficult. Yet if I truly cannot locate him, I shall have to trouble you again, and I would be grateful for your assistance. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Qi. The doors of my Zhou estate are always open to you. Zhou Luo escorted Qi Fan to the outer gates. Watching him depart down the street until he vanished from sight, Zhou Luo's eyes flickered with thought. Having served in office for many years, he possessed discerning eyes and could detect something peculiar about this fellow Taoist Qi. However, his own cultivation was too low, merely the first stage of Qi condensation. Moreover, his family members were exposed to Qi Fan's gaze, so he dared not entertain any treacherous intentions. Meanwhile, having completely left the Zhou estate, Qi Fan also breathed a long sigh of relief. To conceal his identity as a martial arts expert, he had not even brought his primary weapon, arriving at the Zhou residence completely unarmed. Furthermore, to avoid capture should conflict arise, he had brought a spirit bird and forged a letter from Xuanjiang instructing him to help locate someone in Bawu City. Additionally, he had torn the treatise on the 5 elements earth in half and brought only one half, intending to use it as bargaining leverage for his life if captured. When Qi Fan returned to the Landau temple, the 6 miners had already dug out a large mound of stone debris mixed with earth spirit sand. This type of sandy stone differed from the 1000-gene stone debris. It was far lighter and considerably easier to separate. 6 people could sift out enough earth spirit sand for 1 earth spirit stone in merely 10 days. Synthesizing spirit stones required opening a special furnace. After all, this place was not Lingguan Mountain, and the various processes were not systematically organized. However, synthesis was not the problem. After accumulating a large quantity of spirit sand, one could synthesize in a single batch using any ordinary iron furnace. As for why Lingguan Mountain had meridian opening masters synthesize the spirit stones, in Qi Fan's view, it was entirely a method of control employed by Xuanjiang sect. For instance, when Lingguan Mountain recruited miners, they could have filtered applicants, selecting those with martial arts talent to enter. Coupled with Lingguan Mountain's medicinal cuisine, this would greatly increase the proportion of martial arts experts. But Lingguan Mountain did not do this. Instead, they accepted everyone without distinction. In Qi Fan's view, this was also intentionally arranged by Xuanjiang sect. Lingguan Mountain did not need so-called martial arts experts. Only people who had been domesticated and could not live without the medicinal cuisine. Like senior brother Yang Can, who had already become completely dependent on the medicinal cuisine. Even if he escaped from Lingguan Mountain, he would only be able to find ways to run back. On the contrary, martial arts powerhouses like himself who had reached the pinnacle were difficult to control and would actually hinder Lingguan Mountain's development. They would constantly try to oppose and run away from Lingguan Mountain. Currently, these 6 people can mine 3 spirit stones per month. There is no need to expand for now, as there is a risk of information leaking. Furthermore, long-term mining in this place still carries the risk of exposure. The safest approach would be to follow the example of the Tao family of old, establishing a clan here and occupying the territory. It would be best to enclose the entire area. The Tao family's destruction was probably not due to the spirit mine being discovered. Otherwise, the spirit mine would not still be here. The Tao family most likely provoked powerful enemies. Qi Fan contemplated the future mining plans in silence. Mining spirit stones was a long-term endeavor. Even Lingguan Mountain had been mining for several hundred years. The spirit mine beneath Landau Temple was likely far inferior to Lingguan Mountains, but with far fewer miners, it would also require an extremely long time to mine. The only way is to use money to grease all the channels and acquire this land. Qi Fan said to himself. He did not lack worldly gold and silver treasures. Although he had escaped from Lingguan Mountain, he still had over 200,000 contribution points. These contribution points were things that the aristocratic families of Lingguan Mountain desperately desired. Normally, it was extremely difficult to exchange worldly gold and silver for contribution points. Now he could use his contribution points to exchange for gold and silver. He only needed to find a martial arts aristocratic family serving at Lingguan Mountain. This place is only 300 li from Huzhou City. I could go to Huzhou City to exchange with the Lin family for a large amount of gold and silver jewels. Qi Fan said to himself. Qi Fan hurried to Huzhou City and arrived at where the Lin family resided. Lin Chongyun had 4 sons, 3 males and 1 female, and the youngest was Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner was also the successor of the Lin family. This was not because the Lin family was progressive or didn't favor men over women. It was mainly because Lin Wanner's 3 older brothers had mediocre martial arts talent. Lin Wanner, on the other hand, had decent talent. Since the Lin family valued martial arts as their heritage, women could also hold power. But during the 3 years since Lin Chongyun's disappearance, internal conflicts within the Lin family were severe. Lin Wanner's 3 older brothers were unwilling to be ruled by their younger sister. The 3 of them teamed up, leading the family toward division. Eventually, they established a rule: compete in martial arts once a year, and the winner would hold power for 1 year. The competition was not them fighting personally, but a contest of connections. Each side could hire people to fight on their behalf. This tradition had continued for 3 years. Lin Wanner's 3 older brothers had each taken turns being family head for 1 round. Since the 3 of them had been deeply corrupt during their tenures and suppressed Lin Wanner's forces, she could no longer afford to hire meridian opening masters to help regain power. Qi Fan arrived at the Lin family residence and met Lin Wanner privately. He was not afraid that Lin Wanner would inform Lingguan Mountain. For one thing, he did not live in Huzhou City. For another, he was incidentally helping Lin Wanner at the Lin family. If Lin Wanner informed on him, she would inevitably get implicated. The cultivators atop Lingguan Mountain cared nothing about innocent bystanders being harmed. In their eyes, people below the mountain were all ants to be discarded whenever convenient. When Lin Wanner saw Qi Fan, she was also shocked. Clearly she knew that Lingguan Mountain was pursuing him. When she learned of Qi Fan's request to exchange for gold and silver, Lin Wanner revealed the truth: the family was no longer under her control, and there was no gold or jewels. I understand. Qi Fan left Lin Wanner's room. 10 minutes later, the Meridian opening masters that her 3 brothers had hired and stationed at the Lin family were laid out at Lin Wanner's doorstep. Her 3 brothers were also knocked unconscious and brought before Lin Wanner at her mercy. Lin Wanner was also a ruthless person. She actually drew a long blade and slashed and killed her 3 older brothers one by one. Qi Fan was shocked by Lin Wanner's decisive ruthlessness, but he also knew that if these 3 men did not die, they would continue to cause trouble. If the Lin family continued like this, it would eventually be ruined. Lin Wanner's actions today might actually slow the Lin family's decline. Lin Wanner offered gold and silver jewels, not taking any of Qi Fan's contribution points. She accompanied him all the way, showing sincere emotions. Qi Fan found it difficult to be frank with her. If she knew that her father Lin Changyun was killed by him, he wondered how she would feel. After leaving the Lin family, Qi Fan returned to White Marshal City and met with Feng Bin's family. He explained the spirit mine situation to Feng Bin and asked whether Feng Bin would help oversee Landao Temple and assist in developing the spirit mine. The spirit mine under Landao Temple absolutely needed someone to preside over it, someone to constantly watch over it, to prevent any mishaps. And he himself could not stay at Landao Temple all the time guarding the spirit mine. In this Xuanjiang world, Qi Fan didn't trust anyone else. The only one he could trust was Feng Bin. When Feng Bin learned there was actually a spirit mine, he also stood up and sat back down in excitement. Brother Fan, what should we do next? Do you have a plan? Just tell me. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Feng Bin could not make up his mind on major matters, but he had excellent judgment of character. He knew that Qi Fan was thorough in his planning, capable of accomplishing things, and had loyalty. Whatever Qi Fan asked him to do, he would do. Indeed, among that group of classmates who went to Lingguan Mountain together, only he had reached the Quenching Bone realm. Everyone else was still struggling at the blood elevation stage. Qi Fan said, I plan to let you go to Haima village first to establish kinship ties. Find some broken family, and claim a distant relative, preferably one without adult family members. Then you will participate in Yang Kingdom's martial examinations. You don't need to get a very good ranking, just pass as a martial scholar. According to Yang Kingdom's regulations, a martial scholar gets a fief. You will claim the Landao Temple in Haima village, build a residence, and afterwards live there with your wife. I will do my utmost to help improve your martial arts. If you can later enter the path of cultivation, we will then discuss the spirit mine shares. Feng Bin immediately raised his hand to stop him. Brother Fan, I won't take any share of the spirit mine. Don't say such things. If not for you, Feng Bin would have been played to death by Deng Xiang long ago. How could I have the life I have today? Not to mention that you defected from Lingguan Mountain before for my sake. I don't want to talk more about these kindnesses. If I say too much, it becomes melodramatic. Don't mention the spirit mine shares anymore. Just help improve my martial arts cultivation and let Chong'er grow up without worries. That would be enough for me. Seeing Feng Bin's firm attitude, Qi Fan temporarily did not bring up the matter again. Thus, under Qi Fan's arrangement, Feng Bin first took Liuru to Haima village to find a 6-year-old orphan girl and claim kinship, posing as her uncle. He brought gifts and also helped repair her house. The villagers of Haima village naturally harbored no suspicions that anyone would target the orphan girl. Each was deeply convinced, and all praised Feng Bin for his deep affection and righteousness. 3 months later, Feng Bin would be eligible to register for the Yang Kingdom martial examination. This examination had its own requirements. On the surface, applicants could not exceed 18 years of age. Feng Bin was already 27, which in principle disqualified him from participating. But Qi Fan understood full well that money could move mountains and helped arrange a forged identity certificate for him, reducing his age to 17. While securing the false identification, Qi Fan discovered an even more convenient arrangement. The martial examination could be bypassed entirely. Provided the necessary payment, someone else could take the test on one's behalf with the title of martial scholar available at a fixed price. Upon learning of this arrangement, Qi Fan found no reason to further inconvenience Feng Bin. He simply paid the fee and waited for the 3-month period to pass, knowing that Feng Bin would then receive his martial scholar status along with allotted land for construction valid for 7 decades. With everything settled, only 3 days remained until the Shigu forest market opened. Qi Fan made his preparations and set out alone for the forest, arriving 3 days early to scout the area beforehand. Shigu Forest lay in a remote location true to its name. A valley near a small stream, densely forested and highly concealed with sheer cliffs dropping into abysses on 3 sides. Even at the valley entrance, a massive stone weighing tens of thousands of jin barred the way. Though Qi Fan couldn't fathom its purpose, the marks on the ground suggested it had been moved many times before. As long as there are traces of human presence, it proves Zhou Luo didn't deceive me. I'll return in 3 days. Qi Fan waited 3 days, and on the third night, he hurried to this place. At the valley entrance, a lantern burned. Drawing near, he discovered the entrance was unattended. Just as Qi Fan pondered this, a sudden gust of wind swept past him, and he caught sight of a middle-aged man whose legs were wreathed in spiritual energy darting past in an instant. His speed was extraordinary. Even Qi Fan admitted that employing Zhang Tianqing would barely match such swiftness. When the man reached the valley entrance, he gathered spiritual energy into his hands and seized the massive stone weighing tens of thousands of jin, tossing it upward with effortless grace. The colossal boulder rose 5 or 6 meters into the air, as though it were nothing more than a child's toy. Before the boulder descended, the middle-aged man had already slipped into the valley. So that's how it works. Qi Fan finally understood the stone's purpose: to shield the valley from ordinary mortals. Qi Fan approached the massive stone and channeled his internal energy, lifting both hands upward. Summoning all his strength, he managed to raise the tens of thousands of jin boulder. No other grandmaster who had opened 5 meridians could have lifted it with ease. Qi Fan hurled the stone skyward with all his might. While it didn't reach 4 or 5 meters high, it still climbed 2 or 3 meters, and he used the momentum to slip into the valley. The boulder crashed down, and the earth trembled beneath its weight. Having scouted the area beforehand, Qi Fan felt quite familiar with the terrain. Above him, luminous spheres hung from the great trees, bathing the valley in light as bright as day. Roughly a dozen people scattered throughout the clearing, some bartering goods, while others traded with spirit stones. As Qi Fan stepped inside, numerous eyes turned toward him. Undoubtedly, this was a modest marketplace. Few in number, and most faces were familiar. A stranger appearing among them stood out like a sore thumb. Thankfully, Qi Fan had anticipated this possibility. He maintained his composure, strolling through the gathering with nonchalance as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, his gaze landed on someone he recognized. Daoist Qi, you finally arrived. Daoist Zhou, it's been half a month since we last met. You look radiant. I presume you've made another breakthrough. Qi Fan greeted Zhou Luo with a smile. Based on what he'd learned from Tao and regarding the number of cultivators in Baiwu City, Qi Fan estimated that the 3 cities wouldn't have too many practitioners, so he had no need to disguise his face. His reasoning was straightforward. If the population was small, everyone would know each other, making any attempt at concealment stand out all the more. Only by presenting himself openly could he project the confidence of someone powerful, deterring anyone from acting rashly. Zhou Luo waved his hand dismissively. You flatter me. I've been waiting for quite some time, and was beginning to think you wouldn't come. By the way, have you found the person you were looking for? Zhou Luo smiled and introduced them. Let me present her Daoist fellow, Hemin, the founder of our Shigu Forest Marketplace. She's a great cultivator at the 3rd layer of Qi condensation. Qi Fan followed Zhou Luo's gesture and spotted a middle-aged woman across from him, surrounded by various goods displayed before her. Most were alchemical pill bottles along with talismans roughly half the size of a palm, their surfaces dense with intricate runes. There were also specialized calligraphy brushes, pigments, and other implements that Qi Fan couldn't fully identify. He gave Hemin a slight nod and said, This humble one pays his respects to Daoist He. Noticing his youthful appearance yet somewhat aloof manner, Hemin studied Qi Fan for a moment before asking, May I inquire where this Daoist Qi hails from? Qi Fan countered, What's this? Does Daoist He require a clear background just to join the market? Hemin paused, sensing the sharp undertone in his words, and frowned slightly. Zhou Luo quickly intervened to ease the tension. Daoist Qi is merely passing through Baiwu City in search of someone and will likely depart soon. Qi Fan sighed deeply. My old friend has only one remaining relative alive. She's currently in seclusion cultivation within the sect, and has asked me to help elevate that relative to the 5 meridian opening realm. I hope to see if I can guide them toward the path of immortality, which means I'll likely need to stay in Baiwu City for some time. Upon hearing these words, both Hemin and Zhou Luo exchanged slight changes in expression. The mention of within the sect carried immense weight. Throughout the entire Yang Kingdom, though numerous cultivation families existed, there was only one sect, the Xuanjiang sect. Xuanjiang sect stood as an undisputed powerhouse, and those who had earned the honor of becoming its disciples held a status far beyond what wandering cultivators like themselves could ever hope to attain. Having a friend affiliated with Xuanjiang sect within the Yang Kingdom was akin to having a government official as an ally. Ordinary folk like them could never afford to provoke such connections. Zhou Luo immediately responded with enthusiasm. Haha, Daoist Qi jests. I'd eagerly welcome the chance to share tea and discuss the Dao with you every day. After his words, seeing both expressions subdued, Qi Fan tugged Zhou Luo aside for a private conversation. Zhou Luo bid farewell to Hemin and accompanied Qi Fan. Qi Fan asked, Daoist Zhou, do you know which vendors here sell genuine goods? As a newcomer, I'd appreciate your guidance. Zhou Luo replied, the talismans Daoist He-Min was offering were quite good, perhaps the finest in Shigu Forest, but her prices typically run about 10% higher than others. As for pills, none here excel at alchemy. However, Daoist Ho is a distributor for independent pill refiners, and you can place orders there. Regarding formation flags, Daoist Lu has the most comprehensive selection, but he's stubborn and prices are steep. The craftsmanship is also rather crude. I'd suggest visiting the Yunzhou Grand Market instead, since formation flags aren't inexpensive. And spirit weapons. Though few in number, this Shigu Forest marketplace had everything one could need. Under Zhou Luo's introduction, everyone seemed to possess some particular expertise. Qi Fan's primary purpose for this journey was to acquire 2 Qi gathering pills, but he wouldn't let his intentions be so obvious. He first returned to He-Min's stall and said with a smile, I heard from Daoist friend Zhou that your spirit talismans are well crafted. What are the prices for these talismans? If the price is right, I'll buy them all. He-Min was skeptical, but immediately introduced, this is the Vajra Talisman 3 for 1 spirit stone. This is the Spring Return Talisman, also 3 for 1 spirit stone. This is a first-grade low-tier Spirit Speed Talisman, 1 spirit stone per piece. This is the Fireball Talisman 2 for 1 spirit stone. He-Min introduced the spirit talismans on her stall, and listening through Qi Fan found that the Spirit Speed Talisman was the most expensive at 1 spirit stone per piece, and she had separately noted its grade as first-grade low-tier. The other talismans had no grade mentioned, which meant they were probably substandard, perhaps even semi-finished products. Additionally, He-Min had not described the effects of these talismans, but Qi Fan could guess from their names. The Spirit Speed Talisman was likely for increasing speed. As for the Fireball Talisman, it was undoubtedly for summoning fireballs. Bring me 2 Spirit Speed Talismans, and 1 each of the others priced at 1 spirit stone. Qi Fan waved his hand and swept through the entire selection. He-Min was overjoyed, her attitude shifting significantly as she immediately said, Daoist friend Qi is so generous. Qi Fan smiled and replied, I have no choice. I am not skilled in talisman arts. Though these talismans are substandard, they will suffice to protect my friend's descendant. Upon hearing Qi Fan's words, He-Min did not get angry, but rather called him generous once more. In the end, Qi Fan spent a total of 6 spirit stones to purchase 15 talismans, and He-Min generously gave him an extra 1 for free. Qi Fan observed and guessed that He-Min probably struggled to sell her goods on regular days. Daoist friend Qi, the formation flags at my stall can also provide protection, essential for guarding one's home and clan. The man surnamed Lu hastily waved at Qi Fan. Daoist friend Qi, I have plenty of pills that can boost martial arts aptitude. They will certainly help your friend's descendant advance rapidly in martial cultivation. The man surnamed Ho was also trying to attract customers. Pills. Qi Fan seemed interested. He walked over to the vendor surnamed Ho and asked directly, what pills do you have that can boost martial arts aptitude? As long as the quality is good, price is not an issue. The cultivator surnamed Ho immediately introduced. I have marrow cleansing pills, the best choice for boosting martial aptitude. I also have blood boiling pills for the blood realm, bone simmering pills for the bone tempering realm, and vitality nourishing pills for the meridian opening realm. I won't need the blood boiling pills. What about the bone simmering pills and vitality nourishing pills? The bone simmering pills are 9 bottles for 1 spirit stone, 3 pills per bottle. The vitality nourishing pills are 3 bottles for 1 spirit stone, also 3 pills per bottle. I'll take 1 bottle of each. Qi Fan waved his hand and had him pack them up immediately. Are there any other pills that increase martial arts cultivation? Qi Fan's gaze swept over the pills on the vendor's stall. There were quite a few, but judging by their names, most seemed to be healing pills. There were also poison pills, detoxification pills, and blood pills for feeding beast taming. Daoist friend Qi, what are your requirements? I know an alchemist who is about to reach the first-grade low tier. He can craft pills to your specifications. The vendor surnamed Ho noticed Qi Fan's dissatisfaction and quickly introduced. Qi Fan asked, do you have gathering Qi pills? Yes. Will you provide materials, or should we supply them? What are the prices for both options? If we provide the materials, 1 gathering Qi pill costs 3 spirit stones. If you provide the materials, we will refine them for you, and according to the rules, we take 1 pill per batch. Don't worry. Master Fong the alchemist is about to reach the first-grade low tier. The pill yield is guaranteed. Usually at least 2 pills per batch and up to 3 in good conditions. Qi Fan roughly understood, though he had no gathering Qi pill herbs on him. He said directly, you provide the materials. I'll take 3 gathering Qi pills. How long until delivery? Qi Fan already had 1 gathering Qi pill, but he still wanted to buy 3. After all, it suited his wealthy image. As for the extra gathering Qi pill, he could leave it for Feng Bin. Though they were close friends, even brothers kept clear accounts. Since he had agreed to help guard the spirit mine and promised to aid in martial cultivation, these pills needed to be produced. Only then could he hold his head high before his wife and speak with confidence. Excellent. Daoist friend Chi, you can pick them up when the next market opens. However, according to the rules, you must pay a deposit first. 3 gathering Chi pills come to 3 spirit stones plus the pills you just purchased, totaling 5 spirit stones. The vendor's tone became even more courteous. Chi Fan casually reached into his pocket and pulled out only 4 spirit stones. He furrowed his brow. I only have 4 spirit stones on me. The rest I need to get reimbursed from my friend. I owe you 1. Can I settle it at the next market? No problem. I will personally cover the difference for you, Daoist friend Chi. The vendor surnamed Ho was savvy in handling people. He pretended to reach into his own pocket, producing 1 spirit stone to make up the shortfall, and placed it aside. Chi Fan immediately expressed his thanks while saying, the quality of these pills must not be compromised. If my friend's descendant is harmed, his anger could easily overturn your stall. Rest assured, quality is absolutely guaranteed. The vendor surnamed Ho gave his word. After purchasing, Chi Fan did not leave immediately, but continued strolling, eventually finding Zhou Luo to converse. Zhou Luo had been thoroughly shaken by Chi Fan's generous spending and took on an attendant-like demeanor. Later, several more cultivators entered the valley, but they were all buyers, not vendors. Chi Fan noticed them haggling over prices, and later some even used broken pieces of spirit stones for transactions. Only then did Chi Fan realize how extravagant he appeared. Blatant extravagance might invite trouble, but since he had made it clear he had backing from within the sect and had exhausted his spirit stones, most would dare not target him. Moreover, Chi Fan stayed with Zhou Luo until the market closed, preventing them from gathering afterward to gossip about him. Once Hemin packed up her stall first, the others followed suit. Zhou Luo then invited Chi Fan to his residence. Chi Fan did not refuse. Zhou Luo had prepared a luxurious carriage drawn by a remarkable horse, unusually large with crimson patterns on its forehead. According to Zhou Luo, he had fed the horse blood pills, making it unlike ordinary horses. This reminded Chi Fan involuntarily of the giant rat beneath the ruined temple. That rat possessed astonishing combat power, likely fed many blood pills by Taoan. After all, Taoan differed from mere poor cultivators like them. He controlled a spirit mind. Chi Fan and Zhou Luo sat together inside the carriage. Now equipped with numerous spirit talismans, Chi Fan felt more confident. He stayed at Zhou Luo's residence for 1 night, then bade farewell to the reluctant Zhou Luo the next morning. After confirming no tracking traces had been left on him, he spent half a month residing within Baiwu City before returning to Black Horse Village. This time the vendor surnamed Ho indeed had 3 gathering Chi pills ready. Chi Fan paid the remaining balance, collected the pills, and took his leave from Zhou Luo. Unexpectedly, Zhou Luo, who bought nothing, accompanied Chi Fan on the return journey. Chi Fan patiently rode in his carriage back to Baiwu City, stayed another night at his residence, and at dawn the next day, after confirming no tracking traces remained on him, he hastened back to Black Horse Village. However, being cautious by nature, he did not go to the ruined temple. Instead, he found a cave on Black Horse Mountain to avoid being followed. Whether I can broaden my weak spiritual route depends entirely on this attempt. Chi Fan spread open his palm, gazing intently at the 3 gathering Chi pills. He promptly swallowed all 3 pills. Of these 3 Chi gathering pills, 1 had been exchanged by Chi Fan at Lingguan Mountain, while the other 2 were purchased from a cultivator surnamed Ho. After swallowing them, he instantly felt energy surging from his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, all at least 3 times stronger than before. 5 streams of Chi advanced in unison, converging above Chi Fan's chest and coursing upward toward the Baiwi acupoint at the crown of his head. Break! A thunderous boom echoed. All 5 streams of Chi pierced through the Baiwi acupoint simultaneously. In that instant, Chi Fan's mind went blank, and he collapsed onto the ground unconscious. Chi Fan's consciousness also entered the eggshell. He saw his emaciated worm-like body undergoing transformation. Golden spots rapidly covered his entire carapace, yet simultaneously began shedding their skin. Beneath the old shell, his body was wrapped in a warm cocoon-like embrace. Completely evolved. Chi Fan's heart swelled with anticipation. No one knew how much time had passed when the armor on Chi Fan's emaciated worm body finally shed entirely, revealing a white soft carapace beneath. Chi Fan hurriedly touched his body with his antennae and discovered new horns growing from his head. Furthermore, his eyes had also evolved. He could actually see countless shimmering lights dancing in the air, much like a swarm of fireflies gliding through the night. What are these things? Chi Fan was astonished. He drew in a deep breath, drawing some of the floating luminous specks into his body, yet felt nothing. Chi Fan had no time to study the air, and instead turned his attention to examining himself. His body had shrunk and his shell had softened, but his agility had improved dramatically, with his speed, strength, and all other attributes comprehensively enhanced. This kind of enhancement was a doubling, completely unlike any previous evolution. It felt like a leap in the hierarchy of life itself, as if a cocoon had shattered to reveal a butterfly within. Let's see what other changes come later. I'll investigate further then. Qi Fan withdrew from the eggshell world, opened his eyes, and climbed to his feet on the cave floor. He immediately inspected the changes in his physique. All his robust internal energy had vanished. It had transformed into a slender wisp of golden energy stored within his dantian. This is spiritual energy. Qi Fan was overjoyed. Converting internal energy into spiritual energy required the transformation of spiritual roots, which meant he had successfully broadened his spiritual roots. Haha, I did it. I've finally done it. Qi Fan was filled with wild delight. As far as he knew, even those with weak spiritual roots faced a considerable risk of failure when using qi-gathering pills to broaden their spiritual roots, a failure rate that was far from negligible. And now he had succeeded. 9 years in the Xuanjiang world. I am 27 years old now, and I have finally stepped onto the path of immortality. This journey had been truly arduous. Qi Fan, filled with exhilaration, gazed at the bare cave walls, intending to compose a poem to commemorate this unforgettable moment. But alas, his literary education was insufficient, and no matter how he racked his brains, nothing came to him. In the end, Qi Fan condensed his spiritual energy at his fingertip and inscribed onto the stone wall. At the age of 27, Qi Fan formally entered the path of immortality within this cave. Excellent. If it were merely internal energy, how could one achieve such refinement? Spiritual power truly possesses infinite utility and devastating power. This most perilous hurdle, I have finally conquered it. Qi Fan's mood was extraordinarily cheerful as he conducted further experiments. Though the spiritual energy within him was meager, only a single wisp, its power when wielded was astonishing. He enveloped his feet in spiritual energy and executed Zhang Tianxing, achieving a speed at least double that produced by internal energy. Channeling spiritual energy into his first spear and unleashing the Kaixian spear technique, he could sever a massive tree over 100 meters away. My combat prowess has increased beyond comparison. Qi Fan sighed inwardly. No wonder martial artists could never defeat cultivators. With merely a wisp of spiritual energy, any casual strike far surpassed the power of internal energy. To draw an analogy, internal energy was like a lump of tofu, while spiritual energy was like a stone. Striking with stone naturally inflicted far more pain and force. Their fundamental quality was entirely different. Let's see the power of spirit talismans. Qi Fan took out an earth spike talisman, preparing to gauge the gap between himself and talismanic attacks. He tossed the earth spike talisman toward the cave entrance, and it instantly sank into the ground. The next moment, the earth churned like crashing waves as rows of spiritual energy spikes, each 1 or 2 meters tall, surged upward in formation. In the blink of an eye, over 100 square meters of ground before him lay utterly devastated, with massive trees reduced to splintered fragments. Qi Fan sucked in a cold breath. The gap between us is far too vast. Qi Fan understood this was the difference between arcane arts and ordinary techniques. Spirit talismans compressed arcane arts and mystical powers onto a single sheet of paper. And he, possessing only spiritual energy without command of arcane arts, found his martial arts techniques were not the correct application of spiritual power. I must learn some arcane arts and mystical powers, Qi Fan muttered to himself. However, arcane arts and mystical powers are secondary. The primary concern is cultivation methods. Cultivation techniques are the most crucial element. Qi Fan took out the 5 elements earth true explanation from his person and frowned slightly. Having spent many years at Lingguan Mountain, he had also gathered some basic knowledge about cultivation. The most widely known was the classification of spiritual roots. Spiritual roots were divided into the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The pentagonal array disc at the peak of Lingguan Mountain used by the immortal Jiang was designed to test different spiritual roots. When Qi Fan was tested, a cyan light had appeared, while Yin Haochun's was red and Chunyao's was blue. This meant Qi Fan possessed a wood spiritual root, Yin Haochun a fire spiritual root, and Chunyao a water spiritual root. Each spiritual root corresponds to different cultivation methods, which means this 5 elements earth true explanation is useless to me. I must acquire a wood element cultivation method first. Recalling the Shigu forest market, no cultivation methods had appeared there. While some arcane arts and mystical powers were available, they were all exorbitantly priced. One could imagine that if cultivation methods existed, their prices would be even higher. Qi Fan resolved to explore other places in the future. The Shigu forest market would not be visited again. Those people were not fools. Frequent visits would only reveal too many cracks. Fortunately, he had already obtained his qi-gathering pill, and the Shigu forest market held nothing he currently needed. Finding another location and joining a small group of cultivators would be the safest approach. As for location, he could ask Zhou Luo for information. That fellow was like a street loafer, always at the market, never spending a single coin. Such people generally possessed extensive intelligence networks. Qi Fan, in high spirits, made his way to Haima village. Feng Bin and Li Yuuru were both in Haima village, residing at the home of the niece Feng Bin had formally acknowledged. Li Xingru was unaccustomed to the harsh conditions of Haima village, and continued living in Baowu City with Feng Chong. Qi Fan found Feng Bin and handed over the 9 bottles of bone-building pills, 3 bottles of vitality pills, and 1 qi-gathering pill he had previously purchased. When Feng Bin learned that the last bottle contained a qi-gathering pill, he was instantly so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely form coherent words. Li Yueru beside him was equally stunned. She hastily snatched the qi-gathering pill from Feng Bin's hand and pressed it back into Qi Fan's palm, saying, "Brother Fan, we've already taken too much from you. Please keep this qi-gathering pill for yourself. We simply don't need it. Are you foolish?" Feng Bin burst into hearty laughter. Brother Fan has probably already stepped onto the path of immortality and no longer needs qi-gathering pills. Brother Fan, am I right? Qi Fan also smiled. Indeed, I no longer need them. These pills, you should use them first. If you need more later, I'll go purchase additional supplies. Feng Bin did not decline Qi Fan's kindness, clutching the qi-gathering pill with tearful eyes. Li Yueru beside him was similarly moved to tears within her heart. This single modest qi-gathering pill was enough to make even the pulse-narrowing grandmasters of Lingguan Mountain pledge their lives in service, yet Qi Fan had given it away without a second thought. This kindness, they knew, was a debt their family could never fully repay in a lifetime. What about other larger markets? The largest cultivator market I know of is the one in Fengsu County, Yunzhou. It's said to open once every 3 days and draws a great many cultivators. However, I've heard there's a threshold to attend, and I don't know the exact address. It was fellow cultivator He Min who told me about the Fengsu County market. Perhaps only she knows it. At the Zhou residence, when Qi Fan found Zhou Luo and asked about larger cultivator markets, Zhou Luo gave his answer. Fellow cultivator He Min. Qi Fan frowned slightly. He was wary of He Min in his heart. It was mainly because He Min was too powerful. A major cultivator at the 3rd level of qi refining, not someone as easy to handle as Zhou Luo. If she turned hostile and harbored evil intentions, he feared he would not be able to escape. Fengsu County is far too distant, and it's not as if I have any significant goods to trade. I won't go. Qi Fan left the Zhou residence. Zhou Luo watched Qi Fan's departing figure, seemingly lost in thought. As for Qi Fan, he arrived at Baiwu City and found an inn to stay in. Then he wrote a letter, tied it to the leg of a spirit messenger bird, and released it. That's right. He intended to consult Xuanjiang and along the way test her current attitude toward him. Qi Fan waited at the inn for 5 days. After the 5th day, the spirit messenger bird flew back. But Qi Fan was no longer at the inn. He was observing from another location. He waited for a full day and night without seeing anyone enter the room in search of him, and so he knew that Xuanjiang had not tried to track him down via the spirit messenger bird. Qi Fan immediately returned to his room at the inn and took Xuanjiang's reply from the spirit messenger bird's leg. Xuanjiang, for her part, listed 3 large-scale cultivator markets in Yunzhou. Apart from that, she asked nothing else, nor did she mention his defection from Lingguan Mountain. Xuanjiang is trustworthy, Qi Fan remarked. If Xuanjiang had intended to ambush him at a market, she would never have given him as many as 3 locations. 1 would have been enough. Qi Fan immediately set off for a cultivator market at a place called Huaquan Town, which Xuanjiang had mentioned in her letter. There was a Yamba bridge in this place. According to the information Xuanjiang had mentioned in her letter, a small market would open at Yamba Bridge every 7 days, and a large market every 21 days. A considerable scale. Qi Fan deliberately waited until the time when the large market was in session. He arrived at the bridge and found it thronged with visitors with stalls lining both sides. Indeed, the Yamba Bridge market opened during the day and coincided with the market days of the mortal folk. The cultivators mingled among the commoners to set up stalls and trade, making it very hard to detect them. This brought benefits as well. After a transaction, one could easily slip away. The Xuanjiang sect had a rule: if a cultivator were to massacre mortals, they would be placed on a wanted list. When Qi Fan arrived at Yamba Bridge, he found that there were indeed many people setting up stalls for fortune-telling, talisman drawing, and other pursuits that he had once taken for charlatanry. This involuntarily reminded him of those people back on Earth. Could those people have been cultivators as well? An absurd thought popped into Qi Fan's mind. At once he began to search carefully through the stalls one by one, but very few stalls displayed cultivation techniques. Qi Fan did spot a fire tribute cultivation technique, but the seller demanded 30 spirit stones, and Qi Fan didn't even have 30 spirit stones on him right now. Still, he did possess a cultivation technique. And so Qi Fan also found an empty spot and laid his 5 Elements Earth True manual on the ground to sell. Of course, this was not the original. It was a copy transcribed by Qi Fan himself. He felt that this was an excellent business: sell a manual, copy it again, then sell it again. Wouldn't that bring in money even faster than a spirit mine? Yet very few here were selling techniques, which showed that there must be secrets he had yet to learn. Qi Fan also priced his at 30 spirit stones, and he wrote that he would trade it for a wood attribute technique. Qi Fan sat for a full 2 or 3 hours before someone finally came to ask. The other party was a short, stout man wearing a hat who looked like a merchant. He crouched down and asked Qi Fan, "Sir, may I browse this technique?" "You may freely browse the first page," said Qi Fan. The stout man flipped through it and nodded. Indeed, this is the 5 Elements Sect's 5 Elements Earth True Manual. How many layers does it have in total? Qi Fan answered, up to the 3rd layer. Indeed, this 5 Elements Earth True Manual only went up to the 3rd layer. It was not a complete version. According to the introduction, the 5 Elements Earth True Manual consisted of 3 volumes, upper, middle, and lower, each with 3 layers, making 9 layers in all, corresponding to the 9 layers of Qi refining. The stout man shook his head. That won't do. The upper volumes of the 5 Elements Sect's techniques are a dime a dozen, the middle volumes are hard to come by, and the lower volumes are held by only a few, selling at astronomical prices. Your upper volume can't fetch 30 spirit stones. 3 is the most it's worth. Qi Fan was startled and said cautiously, Sir, surely you're not mocking me. If it's only worth 3 spirit stones, then bring out a wood attribute technique. I'd only need the first 3 layers, and I'll give you 3 spirit stones. Qi Fan went to a stall selling spirit talismans, bought 2 talismans, and probed for news about the 5 Elements Sect. Seeing that Qi Fan had patronized his stall, the stall owner didn't mind chatting with him. The 5 Elements Sect has a very long history, likely 1,000 years. At its peak, its territory was as vast as 5 Yang kingdoms. In those days, even our Yang kingdom was part of the 5 Elements Sect's domain. But more than 500 years ago, the 5 Elements Sect split apart. Internal conflicts became severe, and they turned on one another. In the end, the sect collapsed entirely. Today's so-called 5 Elements Sect is nothing but a gathering of demonic heretics. At least 100 offshoot branches all claim to be the orthodox 5 Elements Sect. The stall owner said, the 5 Elements Sect's techniques are indeed widely circulated, but one must never practice them lightly. Not only have various factions altered them in countless ways, they have also spawned many evil arts. Most crucially, the later stage techniques are controlled by those demonic heretics. To learn them, you have to pay a grievous price. And that's not even the worst of it. Once you establish your Tao foundation, you may end up being used as a stepping stone, having your Tao foundation snatched away. Qi Fan did not quite understand, but he could tell he had better not practice the 5 Elements Sect's technique. Qi Fan asked again, then where can one go to learn a superior technique? The stall owner chuckled. My friend, that question is a bit naive. The more layers a technique has, the higher the realms it can reach, so naturally the better it is. But such techniques are either within the Xuanjiang sect or in the major cultivation families. The Xuanjiang sect goes without saying. Its requirements for accepting disciples are extremely strict. As for those cultivation families, although they possess fine techniques, you'd have to fight for their cause, and they set up all kinds of rules and restrictions. They won't easily let you learn their techniques. Of course, if you truly have no technique at all, the 5 Elements Sect's technique can serve as a temporary stopgap for the early stage of Qi refining. After hearing this, Qi Fan had made up his mind. He would learn the 5 Elements Sect technique first. After all, even a random fire tribute technique cost 30 spirit stones, which he could not afford at the moment. Before half an hour had even passed, the stout man returned and tossed a copy of the 5 Elements Wood True Manual to Qi Fan. Come on, 3 spirit stones, you said it. Give them to me now, the stout man said. Qi Fan replied, then let me look through it first. If there's no problem, I'll pay. Fine, flip through it as you like. Just don't try to back out. The first 3 layers are basically identical everywhere. No one tampers with them. The stout man was confident. Qi Fan opened it and examined it carefully, comparing it side by side with the 5 Elements Earth True Manual. Indeed, they were largely the same, with only small differences in detail. After all, they were techniques of 2 different attributes. Alright, I'll take it. Qi Fan paid 3 spirit stones and obtained his first cultivation secret manual. Now that I have a cultivation technique, the next step is a magical art. Qi Fan had already set his heart on a particular magical art during his earlier visit to Yamba Bridge. But because he did not know how many spirit stones a cultivation manual would cost, he had never made his move. This time he went to that stall and bought it for 3 spirit stones. This magical art was called the Wood Vine Art. As its name suggested, it could transform spiritual power into wooden vines, effective for both killing enemies and trapping foes. After buying the Wood Vine Art, Qi Fan had only 3 spirit stones left. He exchanged all 3 for wood spirit stones. The 3 stones he had were all earth spirit stones mined from beneath the Lan Dao Temple, and their elemental nature clashed with his own. After purchasing these things, Qi Fan immediately left Yamba Bridge. This time he did not hold back. He activated a divine travel talisman and pressed it to his body. A shimmer of spiritual light enveloped him, and in an instant Qi Fan felt as light as a swallow. In a flash, his speed surged 2 or 3-fold, and he left Huaquan town like a swift beam of green light. The divine travel talisman's effect lasted 10 minutes, and in that brief span Qi Fan covered at least 200 li. This talisman truly is astonishing. Qi Fan marveled. Afterwards, he used the heaven-measuring stride and returned to the formation flag cave beneath the Lan Dao Temple, where he cultivated. Qi Fan took out the 5 elements with true scripture and began to study it. Following the meditation method recorded in the scripture, he sensed the spiritual energy drifting through the void. Before long, Qi Fan sensed faintly glowing specks floating in the void. The formation flags had gathered them into this place. So this is spiritual energy. Qi Fan stared at the glowing specks in the void and instinctively thought of the glowing specks in the immortal realm where the hunger worm lived. That was right. After his hunger worm body evolved, it too had discovered glowing specks. In terms of brightness, the specks in this cave were far inferior to those in the world where the hunger worm body resided. The specks inside the cave were only about the size of sesame seeds, while those in the hunger worm's immortal realm were the size of fireflies. Moreover, the two seemed to differ in nature as well. If that is the case, cultivating and absorbing with my hunger worm body is far more worthwhile than cultivating here, Qi Fan told himself. No sooner had he thought of it than he acted on it. He lay down to sleep. But after more than 4 hours, he still had not fallen asleep. No good. I will have to find a spell that lets me fall asleep instantly. Waiting to fall asleep naturally every time is far too hard. With that thought, Qi Fan drifted into dreamland. He appeared in the eggshell world. His hunger worm body, without needing to meditate, could see with the naked eye the specks of spiritual light from the outside world, and many of those specks were floating into the eggshell. Qi Fan began cultivating the 5 elements with true scripture, but after practicing for a long time, he found no response at all. What is going on? Qi Fan was utterly perplexed and guessed that it was because his main body had not yet even gained initial mastery of the 5 elements with true scripture. I was far too hasty. It took Qi Fan a full 2 months to barely gain entry into the technique. He could finally circulate the 5 elements with true scripture through a minor heavenly cycle within his body. But he discovered 2 problems. The first problem was that after absorbing spiritual energy, say 10 specks of spiritual light that were clearly drawn into his body and refined by his spiritual roots, only one was ultimately refined successfully. The other 9 scattered out of his body, a loss rate of 90%. The second problem was that even though he had clearly mastered the 5 elements with true scripture, when he tried to run it with his hunger worm body, he found that it simply could not circulate. Qi Fan quickly understood the root of this problem. The species were different. His main body was human, while his hunger worm body was an insect. An insect's body structure was different from a human's, so it naturally could not cultivate a human technique. What a pity. If that is so, I cannot rely on the immortal energy of that immortal realm to cultivate after all. Qi Fan felt regretful. Fortunately, because his main body possessed spiritual power, he discovered that his hunger worm body also contained a trace of spiritual power that could be stimulated. At the same time, Qi Fan understood why in the past absorbing immortal energy with his hunger worm body had not made his martial arts progress particularly fast. It was because the hunger worm body had never truly succeeded in absorbing immortal energy at all. It had only been soaked in immortal energy, like taking a bath instead of swallowing it. Without a spiritual root and a matching cultivation method, spiritual energy simply cannot be absorbed. In other words, all those past efforts to open its mouth wide and gulp down immortal energy had been futile, wasted effort. But earlier, eating insect eggs and drinking immortal spring water had produced tremendous effects, which showed that those 2 things had converted the immortal energy. In other words, if Qi Fan wanted to obtain cultivation resources in this immortal realm, relying on seated meditation alone would not work. He had to go out and forage. For the time being, however, Qi Fan did not plan to go out foraging. He would first continue studying the cultivation technique. While Qi Fan was cultivating underground beneath the Lan Dao Temple, Feng Bin's martial examination results came down. He passed directly to become a martial scholar, and he willingly chose Haima Village as his fief. At the same time, he announced that the villagers of Haima Village would be exempt from taxes for 3 years. Every villager beamed with joy, and they organized themselves to build a residence for Feng Bin. Feng Bin marked off the land around the Lan Dao Temple as his manor. Although the villagers of Haima Village were puzzled as to why he would build his residence halfway up the mountain, since he was not taking their land, they were naturally even more delighted. And so construction of the Feng Manor proceeded on a grand scale. As for Qi Fan, he spent more than a month underground absorbing spiritual energy, but the results were extremely poor. The growth of spiritual power within his body was almost imperceptible. Fortunately, after absorbing spiritual energy, he no longer felt hungry. This was practically the realm of fasting without food. This time I will try absorbing a spirit stone. Qi Fan took out the 3 wood spirit stones he had exchanged at Yanba Bridge, wrapped them in spiritual power, and held them in his hand. Sure enough, within the wood spirit stones, he sensed a vast amount of spiritual light. Let's see if this works. Qi Fan circulated the 5 elements with true scripture at full power, and the spiritual energy inside the wood spirit stones surged toward his body. During this process, the wood spirit stone's volume slowly shrank. But the speed was also very slow. Qi Fan estimated that he would need to continue absorbing for at least 3 or 4 days to finish a single wood spirit stone. That night Qi Fan was still releasing spiritual power to wrap the spirit stone and absorb it, but drowsiness swept over him like a tide, and before he knew it he had slipped into a dream. Qi Fan once again arrived in the eggshell world. Suddenly, as if he had noticed something, he stared at a spirit stone that had appeared inside the eggshell, his eyes filled with disbelief. How did I bring this spirit stone in with me? Qi Fan was astonished. This was the first time he had ever brought an object from the Xuanjiang world into the immortal realm. What is going on? Could it be because I wrapped it in my spiritual power? A guess took shape in Qi Fan's mind. He immediately used the spiritual power of his hunger worm body to wrap the spirit stone and withdrew from the eggshell world. Sure enough, he brought the spirit stone out with him. Qi Fan spent another day running a new experiment. This time, instead of a spirit stone, he held a chick in his hand. But this time Qi Fan did not bring the chick into the immortal realm. On the third day, he switched to a small blade of grass, and the blade of grass was actually brought in with him. Just as I thought. As long as I wrap them in spiritual power, I can bring inanimate objects into the immortal realm. By the same logic, inanimate objects can also be brought out of the immortal realm by me. Qi Fan's eyes gleamed. The ability to transfer resources between the two worlds carried enormous significance. First, he possessed an essentially boundless storage bag. Second, he had previously devoured insect eggs and drunk celestial water, both of which had enhanced his strength, indicating that the heavenly aura here was convertible. If he brought some seeds inside and cultivated melons and fruits, wouldn't they also transform into immortal fruits? No. If I bring spiritually endowed fruits that already possess spiritual power and cultivate them inside, the effect would be even more extraordinary. Qi Fan's eyes grew ever brighter with enthusiasm. Acting on impulse, he gathered a large bag of spirit sand he had recently collected, refined it into spirit stones at his blacksmithing shop, and hurried to Huchuan town's Yamba Bridge for trade. His spirit mine produced roughly 3 spirit stones per month. It had been a little over a month since his last trip to Yamba Bridge, so he had already saved 4 spirit stones. Indeed, there were spirit herbs for sale on Yamba Bridge in considerable quantity, and naturally spirit medicine seeds as well. After surveying the offerings, Qi Fan purchased 2 types of spirit herbs. One was called sword-heart orchid grass, and the other was foregreen spirit fruit. Sword-heart orchid grass could be used to feed beasts and improve their aptitude and strength, and it was relatively inexpensive. 1 spirit stone bought a large bag. Qi Fan intended to feed it to his giant rats to see if he could further boost their power. He had to remain vigilant against Deng Xiang and Yin Haochen, for Deng Xiang had accompanied Yin Haochen on his previous visit, and the two might very well return. Though they knew nothing of the secret, Deng Xiang was meticulous and might well investigate. As for the foregreen spirit fruit, that was reserved for Qi Fan himself. Once the foregreen spirit fruit matured, it could be eaten directly or refined into alchemical pills. A single fruit was equivalent to 1 spirit stone in effect. Qi Fan purchased 10 seedlings in total, since they grew quite rapidly, maturing and bearing fruit in merely 5 to 6 years. 5 or 6 years might sound long, but compared to other spirit herbs that often required decades or even centuries to mature, this was remarkably swift. Qi Fan imagined the mutations that might occur once the foregreen spirit fruits were cultivated in the immortal realm, hoping that consuming several might allow his cultivation base to advance. Qi Fan brought both the sword-heart orchid and the foregreen spirit fruit seeds into the immortal realm, planting the latter in a patch of earth tens of meters away from the eggshell, clearing away weeds before sowing the seeds, and anticipating future harvest. The sword-heart orchid required no such care. He simply scattered its seeds in an open area nearby, for according to the vendor, it would survive wherever spiritual energy existed. With the heavenly aura so abundant here, it would undoubtedly flourish everywhere. Splendid. Life once again fills me with anticipation. Qi Fan exited the eggshell world and resumed his arduous cultivation at the spirit gathering array. Qi Fan had tried using the spirit gathering array for cultivation, but found its effects inferior to directly inhaling with spirit stones. Yet swallowing with spirit stones was far too extravagant. However, according to Qi Fan's understanding, directly absorbing spirit stones was actually the cultivation method of Zhou Luo and others. Zhou Luo and his companions lacked spiritual land for cultivation, so they could only absorb spirit stones. Moreover, they did not consume spirit stones every day. Zhou Luo, for instance, would complete odd jobs for cultivation families in his spare time to earn spirit stones. As for someone like Hemin, she relied on selling spirit talismans and other items, using her earnings, after deducting costs, to purchase spirit stones for her own cultivation. Qi Fan did not know how many spirit stones Hemin consumed annually, but Zhou Luo absorbed merely 2 or 3 per year, which was why after more than a decade of cultivation, he remained at the first layer of qi condensation. When Qi Fan asked why he did not serve a cultivation family, Zhou Luo openly admitted that his aptitude was too poor and his age too advanced, so no one would hire him. Cultivation knows no measure of time, Nearly 8 months passed in a flash, and on this day, Qi Fan finally concluded his seclusion. He opened his eyes and sensed the faintly increased spiritual energy within his body, his brow furrowing tightly. Too slow. According to the teachings of the 5 elements with true scripture, one must cultivate the spiritual power within the body until it is as thick as a thumb to reach the first layer of qi condensation, but the spiritual power in my body is truly far too meager. The spiritual power within Qi Fan's body amounted to no more than the volume of a small milk straw, still far from the thickness of a thumb. Qi Fan estimated he might need 10 or 8 years of meditation before reaching the second layer of qi condensation, and since the qi condensation period encompassed 9 layers in total, even if subsequent layers required the same duration, he would need 80 to 90 years of cultivation to reach its limit. This is far too long. Combined with my current age, I would be over 100 years old. There must certainly be a flaw somewhere. Qi Fan's heart was heavy with worry. He extended his right hand and swept it through the void. A green vine materialized out of thin air, twisting and dancing through the sky like a spiritual serpent. Fortunately, the woodvine technique has progressed smoothly enough, granting me at least one spell for combat. Qi Fan thought to himself, time to emerge from seclusion. Having trained continuously for 8 months without leaving his retreat, he stepped out of the dilapidated Taoist temple and found the surroundings dramatically transformed. Fengbin's Feng Manor had been completed, encircling the dilapidated temple like a protective ring. The old temple had been dismantled and rebuilt as a concealed chamber room, heavily disguised so that casual observers would struggle to locate it. Stepping out from the secret room, Qi Fan entered the Feng family courtyard, where Li Xingru was currently instructing Feng Chong in martial arts. Godfather. Upon seeing Qi Fan, Feng Chong's face lit up with joy, and he immediately darted forward. Qi Fan patted Feng Chong's head and asked, "How has your martial training been recently?" "Excellent. Auntie says I'll achieve blood condensation before I turn 10. Feng Chong declared proudly. Seeing Qi Fan, Li Xingru immediately said, "Indeed, the boy has been remarkably diligent. The marrow-cleansing pill you gave him previously greatly enhanced his martial aptitude. At this rate, even without medicinal diets, he should reach the bone-tempering stage by his early 20s. Qi Fan replied, "It is best to avoid medication whenever possible, especially since he is still young. Steady, careful progress is ideal. By the way, where is Feng Bin?" Li Xingru promptly fetched Feng Bin, and Qi Fan got straight to the point. "Teacher Song's tenure agreement is approaching. Are the 3 of you prepared to honor it?" "I will go," Li Xingru said immediately. Feng Bin replied, "You Ru and I will not go. We must guard the spirit mind to avoid any mishaps." Qi Fan asked, "You do not wish to return to Earth?" Feng Bin smiled. "There is nothing worth returning to on Earth. Air pollution, unsafe food, and most importantly, no conditions for martial cultivation. If we ever do return, I plan to send Sister Xingru back first, and then bring both our parents along." Qi Fan smiled, but said nothing. He knew that even if Song Chengmin truly possessed a means of return, he would never permit them to leave. "Then let us depart together," Qi Fan told Li Xingru. Accompanying Qi Fan, the two boarded a spacious carriage and headed toward Qingyou town in Pingwu City. Inside the carriage, Li Xingru felt somewhat ill at ease. But upon noticing Qi Fan seated beside her, a spirit stone in hand, already entering meditation, she gradually relaxed. The distance from the dilapidated temple to Qingyou town was considerable. The carriage stopped and started intermittently, taking 5 days to arrive. And throughout those 5 days, Qi Fan neither drank a drop of water nor tasted a single bite of food. Witnessing this, Li Xingru could not help but feel deeply moved. Among their former classmates, only Qi Fan, despite his weak spiritual root, had managed to tread the path of immortality. Were it not for the limitations of his spiritual root, he would surely have traveled far upon the immortal path. Li Xingru pondered silently. But almost immediately an image of someone she despised involuntarily surfaced in her mind. That person too, like Qi Fan, might have carved out his own domain had it not been for the constraints of his spiritual root. "Mr. Qi Misli, we have arrived at Qingyou town." The carriage driver rapped on the frame and lifted the curtain to announce. Qingyou town was not large, consisting of a single cross street. At the intersection stood an eatery called Qingyou, in where one could dine and also lodge. When Qi Fan and Li Xingru arrived at Qingyou, and they did see several former classmates. Mei Shui and Zhang Sihui, the inseparable pair of best friends, were sitting at one table, chatting with Yang Shu and Jiang Yan. At another table sat Tu Zhang Yukuan, Lu Tianyu, and Guo Xuan playing cards. Wang Xuan, on the other hand, occupied a table by himself, pen in hand, and scratching his head in deep thought. He was probably writing a novel. Meanwhile, Gao Feng and Zhang Yang were chatting with Yukuan by the entrance. When Qi Fan and Li Xingru walked in, Gao Feng, Zhang Yang, and Yukuan at the door noticed them first. As for Yukuan, he seemed to realize something and immediately distanced himself from Zhang Yang, and Gao Feng then called out into the restaurant with a smile, "Qi Fan is here." Everyone inside the restaurant rose and came over to welcome them. Qi Fan said in surprise, "Everyone's here so early." There was still a full day before the time Yang had agreed upon, and Yang had originally said he would wait 3 days at Xingyo town. To their surprise, all the other classmates had already come. Everyone started talking at once until Lu Tianyu stepped forward and said everyone wanted to go back, so we came here 7 days ago. That's right. This past year truly felt like each day was a year. I kept counting the days on my fingers, Tu Jiang added with a smile. What about Senior Yang? Is there any news? Any news? Qi Fan asked. Everyone answered that they had not been able to reach Yang. Qi Fan said, everyone, let's keep a low profile. Only 1 year has passed, and you're gathering so openly. Don't let Lingguan Mountain catch us all in one net. Lu Tianyu laughed. I bought Qingyo in a few months ago. There are no outsiders here besides us, so nothing will leak out. Bought it. Qi Fan teased. Lu Tianyu, are you that rich? Of course. Lu Tianyu said with a tinge of pride. During this period, Guozi Xuan, Yu Kuan, Tu Jiang, and I partnered to open a casino. All the games we promote are from Earth, mainly Mahjong, Golden Flower, and Bulbul. You have no idea how novel these games are to the people of the Xuanjiang world. They bring in money fast. Yu Kuan also said with a smile. Back then Deng Xiang opened some liquor shop. It was laughable. A casino is much more lucrative. Lu Tianyu went on without missing a beat. Brother Fan, would you like to lend your name to our casino? Rest assured you don't have to do anything ordinarily. We'll give you 50% of the profits. Qi Fan declined. I have no interest in that. Lu Tianyu and the other 3 voiced their regret. In reality, running a casino was not so simple. They had attached themselves to a major gang and had to pay 90% of their profits as tribute, otherwise they would have their venue demolished by troublemakers. If Qi Fan had been willing to lend his name, that gang would have been no match at all. Its leader was merely a Golden Bone Realm expert far inferior to Qi Fan. Qi Fan for his part chatted with the other classmates for a while and learned how each of them had fared. Among them, Yang Shu and Jiang Yan had clearly become a couple. They leased a venue in Donghua City not far from Baiwu City and opened a martial arts school. Yang Shu served as its head, taking in disciples to teach martial arts. Qi Fan said that if they were to marry, they must notify him, and he would come to celebrate. The contact address he left was the residence Feng Bin had purchased in Baiwu City. Back then, Feng Bin had also bought a house in Baiwu City for his wife's elder sister Li Xingru. However, Li Xingru was not used to living there and insisted on staying with her younger sister. Yang Shu and Jiang Yan were naturally delighted, especially Jiang Yan. Knowing that Feng Bin's family had grown close to Qi Fan and received many benefits, she was exceptionally attentive. Qi Fan did not mind. His relationship with Yang Shu was fairly decent, and Yang Shu, being upright and steadfast, was worthy of friendship. As for the other classmates, none of them were doing badly, for they were all blood ascension martial artists and had no trouble making a living. Xuanjiang and Gao Feng also took the initiative to talk with Qi Fan. Before Qi Fan arrived, they had been subtly excluded by the other classmates, and they knew it was because of the grudges they had once held against Qi Fan. If those grudges were not resolved, they would never escape the class's ostracism. Qi Fan had nothing much to say to Gao Feng and Xuanjiang. He merely asked Xuanjiang whether he had been in contact with Yan Haochen. Xuanjiang said he had never contacted Yan Haochen. In fact, Yan Haochen had left him a spirit messenger bird for communication, but the letter Yan Haochen wrote had never been opened at all. Xuanjiang also cursed loudly, calling Yan Haochen a brother in name only and declaring that he would sever all ties with him. Meanwhile, Qi Fan's thoughts had already drifted far away. Even if Yan Haochen and Xuanjiang were brothers only in name, a letter could not remain completely unopened, could it? Could Yan Haochen have met with trouble? Unconsciously, Qi Fan recalled the sight of Yan Haochen fleeing in panic from Landao Temple. Back then he had suspected that Deng Xiang was behind it, and had even staked out a place to wait for Deng Xiang, but Deng Xiang never returned. Could Deng Xiang have taken Yan Haochen's life while he was wounded? Very likely. Qi Fan thought to himself. A man like Deng Xiang was shrewd and calculating. He appeared generous, but in his heart, he was merely weighing the pros and cons. Yan Haochen had also nearly fooled around with Deng Xiang's woman. If Yan Haochen had little further use to Deng Xiang, or if killing him offered some advantage, Deng Xiang would certainly not hesitate to strike. I wonder whether Deng Xiang will come for this 10-year pact, Qi Fan mused. Before long, noon arrived. Lu Tianyu had the chef prepare a table full of delicacies, all Sichuan dishes from Earth, and the classmates feasted heartily. Qi Fan had not eaten for more than 8 months. He was not hungry, but he still had an appetite for good food, and dining with so many classmates made for a lively scene. In a daze, he felt as though he had gone back 10 years to the graduation banquet held at Chengfeng Tower, which belonged to the younger brother of homeroom teacher Song Qingmin's wife. No one back then had imagined that a single banquet would carry them into this Xuanjiang world. Qingyo and had guest rooms, so after all the excitement, Qi Fan returned to his room and sat in meditation to cultivate. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. The date agreed upon with Yang had long passed, yet he still had not arrived. The classmates all began to worry that something had happened to him, and Qi Fan even prepared to find a way to slip into Lingguan Mountain and investigate. But on the 3rd day, Yang appeared. He wore a silver mask, and his figure was unchanged. As he emerged, a trail of blood flowed from beneath the silver mask, and he fainted as soon as he entered Qingyou Inn. The classmates were startled, and someone called for Qi Fan. The moment he touched Yang Qin, Qi Fan discovered that he was injured internally. He took out a healing pill and fed it to Yang Qin, who regained consciousness shortly afterward. "Senior Yang Qin, who beat you like this?" Qi Fan asked. Yang Qin ground his teeth. "That bastard Deng Xiang." "Deng Xiang? Where is he?" Qi Fan asked, shocked. Yang Qin said, "Deng Xiang slipped into Lingguan Mountain the day before yesterday. He found me and asked about Teacher Song. A man like him who would sell out his classmates. Of course I wouldn't tell him. I wanted to capture him, but who knew the man knew demonic arts. He wounded me with a single strike." "Demonic arts? What demonic arts?" Wang Qiwen immediately pressed. Yang Qin said it wasn't inner energy no matter how you look at it. He could condense a golden sword from thin air and drive it straight into my body. I rested for 2 days without recovering, but thinking of our agreement, I forced myself out of the mountain to come. I never expected I would almost collapse on the way. A sorceress art. Hearing Yang Qin's words, Qi Fan had already reached a judgment. Deng Xiang had used a sorceress art. That fellow has actually stepped into the Qi refining stage too. Qi Fan narrowed his eyes. He was increasingly convinced that Yan Haochen had probably been killed by Deng Xiang. "Senior Yang Qin, then what about Teacher Song? Did Teacher Song ever come back?" Wang Qiwen asked this crucial question. When Wang Qiwen asked this crucial question, everyone turned their gaze toward Yang Qin. Amid the expectant looks of the crowd, Yang Qin nodded and said, "Teacher Song has returned. I have already met him. Wonderful. Teacher Song is back. With Teacher Song back, we have hope of returning to Earth." Over these 10 years, many of them had grown wiser. They understood that even if Song Qingmin held the secret to returning, getting him to help them get back to Earth would not be an easy matter. Because once they returned to Earth, Song Qingmin's secret would be exposed. Even if they kept their promise and did not spread the word, the sudden reappearance of 20 students plus their homeroom teacher, who had been missing for 10 years, would this not cause an enormous commotion? "What are we waiting for? Let's go right away," Lu Tianyu said impatiently. "Hold on a moment. Let senior brother Yang recover a bit more," Mei Shui quickly interjected. Yang Qin waved his hand dismissively and said, "I feel much better now. It's nothing serious. All of you come with me." Yang Qin led the group toward the exit, but Qi Fan felt uneasy. He immediately asked Yang Qin, "Senior brother Yang, where exactly did Teacher Song arrange for us to meet?" Yang Qin said, "About 150 li to the west by a riverside." Qi Fan nodded and said, "Senior brother Yang, please wait for me a moment." Qi Fan took out paper and pen, wrote down the specific address, tied it to the leg of a spirit bird, and released it. "Let's go." Yang Qin was puzzled, but Xuanjiang recognized the spirit bird. He wondered whom Qi Fan had sent the spirit bird to, yet didn't dare ask further. Guided by Yang Qin, the group hurried westward from Qingyou town. Heavy snow was falling at this time, and the roads were almost entirely buried beneath the drifts. Fortunately, everyone was a martial artist, and their progress remained swift. In less than 3 hours, the group arrived at the riverside where Yang Qin said Song Qingmin had arranged to meet them. The vast river was completely frozen over, and in the forest on the right bank stood an ancient, elegant structure. "It's Chengfeng Tower. Could this be Chengfeng Tower, owned by Teacher Song's brother-in-law?" The group was stunned. Behind Yingjiangno, 2 middle schools, stood a restaurant called Chengfeng Tower. It was built in an antique style with terrible food, inferior drinks, and exorbitant prices. Chengfeng Tower rarely opened for business, operating only during graduation season each year. Rumor had it that Teacher Song's brother-in-law owned it. Song Qingmin worked together with other homeroom teachers, giving them kickbacks. As a result, nearly 80% of graduating classes at Yingjiangno 2 middle school held their graduation gatherings at Chengfeng Tower. 10 years ago, they too had attended their graduation dinner at Chengfeng Tower. When they awoke from a night of drinking, they had never imagined they would be brought by Song Qingmin to the Xuanjiang world. Now Chengfeng Tower had appeared once more. Yang Qin led the way as everyone approached the entrance. The gates of Chengfeng Tower stood wide open. They stepped inside with excitement and disbelief. Inside Chengfeng Tower, several large round tables were still arranged within, with chairs and benches filling the room, just as it had been when they entered Chengfeng Tower 10 years prior. Beside one of the large round tables sat a young man who appeared to be waiting for something. When Qi Fan and the others entered Chengfeng Tower and saw this person, each expression told a different story. Class monitor, my foot. He's long since stopped being our class monitor." The crowd chattered restlessly. Deng Xiang glanced up at the group, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Just then Xuanjiang stepped forward, boldly pointing at Deng Xiang and demanding, "Deng Xiang, why didn't you show up back then and let us take the blame?" Xuanjiang had been on the list of 5 people nominated by Deng Xiang. Later, because Deng Xiang wanted to ingratiate himself with Yan Haochen, they had grown even closer. But now Xuanjiang stood at the forefront against Deng Xiang, naturally seeking to protect himself and completely sever ties with Deng Xiang. Seeing this, Deng Xiang burst into laughter, shaking his head with a sigh. We all ate that meal together. What's wrong with having you take the fall? One can't simply eat the meat, then curse the hand that fed you. Without me, could any of you have reached the blood elevation realm? Deng Xiang, did you kill Huang Yiting? Just then Li Xingru, Deng Xiang's ex-girlfriend, stepped forward to ask. Deng Xiang glanced at Li Xingru and replied with a smile, what does it matter if I did or didn't? A chill ran down Li Xingru's spine. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had completely broken off with Deng Xiang back then. Otherwise, the one who might have died could have been herself. Li Xingru rebuked him. Back then you asked me to go keep Yan Haochen company at a drinking session. I thought you were just a heartless, selfish villain, but I never expected you to be such a brutal beast. Deng Xiang showed no anger. Instead, his gaze fixed upon Qi Fan as he spoke. Qi Fan, you're not quite clever enough. I heard from senior brother Yang that you were the one who led them to break through the encirclement. Leading such a large group of deadweights out. Wasn't it dangerous? Weren't you afraid those fellows on the mountain would come down to wipe you all out? Deng Xiang, you deceived your classmates, killed Huang Yaoting, and still dare to show yourself before Teacher Song. Aren't you afraid Teacher Song will punish you? Teacher Song punish me. What a joke. Deng Xiang laughed and said, Qi Fan, do you remember when we first entered high school and were choosing a class monitor? Qi Fan remained silent. Deng Xiang continued on his own. Back then Teacher Song said we needed to elect a class monitor. Several students went up to give their campaign speeches. Among them you performed with remarkable composure and showed no timidity. Xuanjiang had some background connections. I also stepped onto the stage. At that time I went up too. Compared to you two, my performance wasn't much different. Teacher Song couldn't make up his mind among the 3 of us. Qi Fan's thoughts drifted back. Indeed, he had run for class monitor in his first year of high school. Given his habit of keeping to himself, he had actually been quite averse to such class positions. But he knew that holding the position of class monitor made it much easier to apply for poverty assistance funds. He only wanted to ease the burden on his grandparents. Deng Xiang continued. I privately gave Teacher Song a red envelope with 500 yuan inside. Tell me, did Teacher Song accept it or not? No. Teacher Song's nickname is Song the Skinflint. That name is something you all gave him, you know. He took my money and showed me the way. Deng Xiang said. First, Teacher Song affirmed that I had an ambitious heart. Then he told me that if I wanted to be class monitor, I should go and win it myself. No matter what methods I used, he would only acknowledge the final result. So you hired someone to impersonate me and steal Xinjiang's belongings? Qi Fan asked. Deng Xiang clapped his hands in delight. Exactly. Qi Fan, you're indeed the second smartest person in our class besides me, just as I expected. This was a scheme of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You two fell into conflict. Xuanjiang slandered you, and you were suspected of being a thief. In the end, when everyone voted for class monitor, they naturally cast their ballots for me. Teacher Song actually knew about this from the very beginning. So Teacher Song is far from the good person you all imagined him to be. Perhaps he and I are cut from the same cloth.